Volume 1, Dreaming of the Three Kingdoms. Chapter 1, Are You Sick? Birdsong, mountain streams, moss, kaed, wildflowers, high walls, iron nets, green grass. This is not Jingjing campus, this is Xiangshan Orphanage, a place that people love and hate. In a high-rise building with a view of the entire fragrant mountain, Ye Tianzhen was sitting at the desk and writing. Calligraphy. The dark moon kills the night, and the wind leaves the sky on fire. The brushwork is handsome, and the ink is colorful. Vibrant atmosphere and dashing spirit. Being able to write such a good hand at a young age is indeed something to be proud of. Therefore, Ye Tian praised himself without hesitation. It's so well written, it's never been better. Book Saint Rebirth should cry a lot when he sees this word. Moon dark killing Eve? Why isn't the moon high killing Eve? The ancients are really rascals. Bang. The door of the room was pushed open, it was a bump rather than a push. There is no need to guess Ye Tian to be able to have such strength, because there is only one possibility. Little bastard, someone is looking for you, don't bring these things around in the house all day long. The words written are crooked and ugly. You say that you are young. What is the sound of a bee flapping its wings? Buzzing. Ye Tian had a deep understanding. The person who slammed into the door was not someone else, but the old aunt who had raised him for 20 years, nicknamed Pig. Her identity is not simple, the boss of the Xiangshan Orphanage, the scientific name, the dean. Don't think that Ye Tian is grateful to her. 20 years of upbringing, for an orphan, no matter what, you have to have some feelings. But on the contrary, Ye Tian simply hated this big fat pig. Menopause is never ending on her, not to mention her fiery temper, and she is quite unreasonable. The artistic cells are estimated to be dead at birth, and such a good word can be said crookedly, which is really blind. Ye Tian was completely accustomed to the scolding of pigs. He was already used to this kind of life. Slowly put down the brush, sighed, stretched out his hand and squeezed his mouth #BA, showing an artificial, very sunny smile, and walked out. As for the fat ant on the side, he was completely ignored and dismissed. If it was before, Ye Tian would definitely be beaten for doing this, but now, he has grown up, really grown up. Passing through a deep corridor, stepping over one step after another, after a while, the vision in front of me suddenly widened, as if entering a new world. It was true, he really entered a new world, a world that had never been heard of before. Union grassland, all kinds of flowers are blooming, and the sea of flowers is full of flowers, colorful and fragrant. In the distance, high mountains rise from the ground, and the green pines and cypresses on them, from time to time, can hear the melodious sound of birdsong. In the horizon, a round of Ui sun hangs high, shedding rays of light. The fresh air was accompanied by the fragrance of flowers that fascinated #, which made Ye Tian intoxicated for a while. He dared to guarantee that there was not much character of his own, this would definitely not be the place where the earth should be. It's like a paradise here. Wonderland. It's like a fairyland. But, this is not the earth. For no reason, Ye Tian was suddenly shocked, something happened. Just when handsome Ye was surprised, the surrounding light and shadows suddenly rippled, and soon, a petite figure appeared in front of him. Seeing this person, Ye Tian was stunned. Buying cake, what's the situation? Little loli? Tanji and big breasts? This is a little girl. I have to admit that this little girl is the most beautiful woman Ye Tian has ever seen. Although he has never seen many women, he dares to guarantee his future sexual well-being that this girl is really beautiful. Fresh and simple, natural beauty, delicate water, beautiful and moving, Ui's face has no flaws, her eyebrows are slender, and her long and slightly curled eyelashes are like two small brushes. Itchy, big watery eyes like a flood of autumn water, looking at him with a little curiosity without blinking. The cherry's small mouth turned red, and the moist color made one couldn't help but want to take a bite. Wearing a small pink suspender, it is unimaginable that this girl who is not even 10 years old actually has a pair of plump and gigantic babies, holding up the pink sling high. The perfect arc is really eye-catching. The pink suspender skirt only covers the knees. Pink hashtag is wearing white silk stockings on her tender calf, pink pony boots on her feet, and 2 braids on her head. She has the shape of a giant tits. Lee, but this girl. Lee is too small. The girl held a coquettish blood-colored plant in her hand. The whole body was bloody UI, about 1 meter long and about the thickness of her little finger, with 9 small leaves evenly distributed on it, with a small flower bud growing on the top, brightly colored and unusually enchanting. Seeing this ridiculously beautiful little Loli, Yetian swallowed hard. Little sister, where is this place? Can you take me back? Although it is beautiful here, and although the air here is very good, he never thought that he would stay here for the rest of his life. Except for Xiao Loli in front of me, there is no one here. If you live here all the time, it will not be lonely. Hashtag lonely death. Boy, please pay attention to your words and deeds. Xiao Loli finally spoke. Don't call me little sister, I can be your 10th Yashiro ancestor at my age. I am a remnant of the Queen of All Souls, and this film master of space. You can call me Her Majesty the Queen. Xiao Loli is very dragged and badly beaten. This is Yetian's feeling at the moment. What about the Queen? Who believes? Yetian didn't believe it, he wanted to go home. What kind of eyes do you have? What I said is true. Xiao Loli saw what Yetian was thinking. 20 years ago, since you were born, I have been parasitic in your body and absorbed 20. The essence of the sun and moon of the year did not wake up until today, and now, I have something for you to do. When Xiao Loli said these words, it was like a superior to a subordinate, not asking for advice, but ordering him to do it. Her pride was vividly displayed by her. As if he was an ant in her heart, a servant. Yetian couldn't stand the tone of her words, and the heart that was still somewhat affectionate suddenly only had disgust. I'm not your servant, why should I listen to you? Yetian was a little angry. Xiao Loli snorted coldly, then looked at Yetian with a serious face, and asked with her small UI hashtag lips and a cold voice that did not match her age, do you like Diao Chan, the beauty of the 3 kingdoms? I like it. Yetian replied. The first beauty of the 3 kingdoms, the first of the 4 beauties in China, it is strange if you don't like it. Do you like the god-carved little dragon girl? I like it. In Yetian's eyes, Xiaolongnu will always be the most holy fairy. Do you like Qinhu Abaju? I like it. Chen Yuan Liu said, always the miserable person Yetian sighed for. Do you want them all to be your women? Yetian looked at her in astonishment. Power in the world, drunk on the knees of beautiful women. Are you sick? Yetian looked at her with sympathy and asked. Such a beautiful and cute little sister, how could her head be broken? I'm not sick. Little Loli said, did you think what I just said was all about Tianfang Yetin? Think I'm lying to you? Little Loli changed his way of talking. Yes. Yetian said frankly, he stretched his waist, and said lightly, I like those beauties, but they are all historical figures, and they have long since turned into bones and died with the wind. I can let you enter the space where they are. Do whatever you want. Yetian didn't believe it. Whether you believe it or not, you'll find out later, but I'm going to tell you. Xiao Loli's expression became solemn, I'll teach you a practice method later, and enter into various after the world, you must cultivate well and complete the task I gave you. Remember, I must complete my task within the specified time. If not, you can guess the consequences for yourself. Hey! Yet Tien hasn't figured out the situation yet. He has too many questions in his mind, but Xiaoluoli didn't give him a chance to ask. He only felt a torrent entered his mind, and the pain that felt like his head exploded made him scream loudly. After a while, the light and shadow flashed, and yet Tien's figure was lost in this beautiful space. Shirakumo with blue sky, green mountains, and green waters, the flower-like May day, lush vegetation, full of vitality, and a prosperous scene. Boom! Yet Tien, who was running on the mountain road, felt the earth vivi tremble, and his body swiftly passed through the thorns in the woods. After a while, his vision suddenly opened up, and the sound of the rumbling waterfall made him ecstatic. In front, the mountains are beautiful and the aura is compelling. Looking from a distance, a 1,000-meter-long waterfall is falling from a high mountain. The white horses are like the silver river hanging upside down. The water vapor fills the sky, spectacular and magnificent. Finally found the best place to practice. With open arms, Yet Tien sniffed the watery air and muttered with a smile. It has been more than a year since he came to the Three Kingdoms world, and more than a year is enough time for him to believe everything. Xiaoluoli is right, she really sent Yet Tien to the Three Kingdoms world. The Queen of 10,000 Spirits has been parasitic in his body for 20 years, and while swallowing the essence of the sun and the moon, she has also trained him for 20 years. 20 years of foundation building naturally gave him a very deep foundation. Xiaoluoli passed on to Yet Tien is very hacky. It swallows the sky and devours the earth, and even the ultimate can devour the sky and the earth. This is a very evil practice. In the entire cultivation world, the cultivation levels are divided into 9 levels: Foundation Establishment, Kongmei, Innate, Condensed Core, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Out of Body, Body Fit, and Tribulation. He stepped up the mountain, entered the waterfall, and let the 100-meter-high water hit him. He would use the waterfall to train his body and use external force to break through his body. Under the rapidly surging water, Yet Tien sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice according to the exercise method of swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. Chapter 2, Devouring Heaven and Earth. The entry condition for this practice is that all the meridians are open, and the whole body forms a big Zhou Tien. Xiaoluoli has tempered his physical body for 20 years, and has long since opened up his meridians, so now Yet Tien has become a congenital master, but the training time is still short, and the infuriating energy in the body is not enough to see. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to be the weakest innate master. Yet Tien has all the veins, and as soon as he cultivates, the true qi in his danshan is like a living fish, running on a certain route according to what he thinks. The universe has a rationality, and it is difficult for the eyes and ears to agree with each other. Anyone who can understand it belongs to the vitality. Qi is the basic energy of our life. To put it simply, we rely on breathing and diet to maintain body functions on weekdays, and convert this air, food, and water into energy to provide our bodies with energy. This energy is acquired and cannot be regenerated after use. For a martial artist, the true qi in the danshan is actually the vitality in the human body. Once the true qi is exhausted, the human body will feel weak and the whole body will be weak. This kind of true qi can be recovered slowly. It does not belong to acquired qi, but innate qi. It comes with life and exists before and after death. This innate energy is consistent with the energy of all life in the entire universe. If you comprehend the body of life and understand the reason for the generation of vitality, you will be able to open the door to this energy bank, and you can begin to develop and use this life energy. Therefore, the stronger the infuriating qi, the stronger the vitality of the human body, and the longer the life expectancy. If you don't have reason, you won't be lucky, and if you don't have reason, you won't be able to live with it. If you are united, you will be inseparable. Infuriating energy is not static, it is incessantly alive and in constant motion. Even if it is exhausted and leads to the death of the existing life, it is only the appearance of a low ebb of a running cycle. Once the ebb is over, the life will reappear in another form, and it will not really decrease, disappear, or increase. Since this life energy is constantly running, it must have its running context and direction, and this context is reason. Since the activity of chi has its rationale to follow, and this principle is naturally discovered by the martial artist through the movement of this infuriating energy, it is said that there is no chi without chi. Chi and li are in harmony and function, and cannot be separated. There is no stagnation in popularity, and all things depend on their lives. Through gold and penetrating stone, water and fire can go hand in hand. Parallelism does not harm each other. Principle and chi are the same. True chi is related to the life and death of a warrior, and it is constantly flowing. If you want to use a method to gather chi in a certain part, or you want to guide it to walk in a certain direction, or you want to make it stop motionless. This practice seems to be effective at first, but it actually brings many problems. Some people have always wanted to feel where the chi has gone and stopped, but in the end it is mostly just a mental fantasy, so those who are attached to the physical response of the body are not the correct way to practice. Closing his eyes, Ye Tian could feel the existence of the infuriating airflow in his body, running along a specific trajectory, breathing in the aura contained in the air, making the infuriating chi thicker and stronger, and also the body getting stronger and stronger. Life is full of murder, and there is business in killing. The Chinese Yellow Emperor Yin Fujing has a similar saying, "The root of the living is death, and the root of the dead is life." Life and death are just a cycle of ups and downs of life energy. The rise of the external appearance is called birth, and the fall is called death. However, ordinary people do not have this point in Akatsuki, and they desperately pursue a good appearance to prevent bad things from coming, which leads to many upside-down and chaotic behaviors. When this energy cycle rises, it represents the coming of the future decline, and when the energy declines, it also means the display of future vitality. You must know that no matter what kind of kung fu you practice, no matter how well you practice, you can't avoid the ultimate pain and death of your upper body. What Ye Tian needs to understand is to understand the veins and principles of life, follow the ups and downs of this cycle, the up and down pulsations of the master, and then obtain the truth of life, so that he can come and go freely and easily in the upstream and downstream of this life. Look carefully at the river of life, why some people can walk on flat ground, while others capsize again and again. The rumbling waterfall hit his back heavily, causing him to burst into pain. His body seemed to be unable to withstand the blow of the waterfall and Vivi trembled. The damaged cells were repaired, making his flesh stronger. With the passage of time, Ye Tian gradually got used to the waterfall with a height of 100 zhang, and then he slowly moved down, 200 zhang, 300 zhang, 400 zhang, all the way to 500 zhang. He finally felt that he seemed to be on the verge of breaking through. At the mountainside, a hazy white mist enveloped Ye Tian's whole body, and a large amount of spiritual energy was inhaled into him. The waterfall above his head was still raging. After tempering, it finally reached the level of breakthrough. In the Danshan, the spiritual energy was dense, and the huge infuriating clouds overflowed with milky white airflow through the meridian pulses to the limbs and Mukuro, constantly expanding the cells and meridians of the whole body, making the body more and more tyrannical. The 500-foot-high waterfall had reached the limit of what he could bear. The huge impact had a tendency to crush him. Sitting cross-legged under the waterfall, the rushing and roaring water hit his body like a sharp arrow. The severe pain caused him to grin Kobo for a while. As the body was tempered little by little, the raw pain from the body gradually diminished until only a little tingling remained. Yoi essence like a substance shot out from the dark eyes. Swallowing the sky and devouring the earth really lives up to its reputation. The next step is thousands of feet. Under the Qianzhang waterfall, Ye Tian's eyes were cold, his footsteps swayed, and he jumped directly to a smooth boulder under the waterfall. Boom! Just entering, Yetian was a little caught off guard. The huge impacting water stream hit his body fiercely. He only felt a pain in his back, and the fierce momentum kicked him unceremoniously into the lake in front of him. Middle. Sticking his head out of the lake, Yetian spat out a mouthful of the lake water that had been poured into his stomach, and roared, "I've consumed you today." After roaring, Yetian climbed out of the lake and charged viciously onto the boulder again. Boom! Yetian was blasted into the lake again. His uncles. Boom! Grass, your ancestor Tenya Shiro. Grass. All grass. Boom! Compared with the waterfall, Yetian, who was as tiny as an ant, was blasted off the boulder again and again. With the repeated repetitions, his body was tempered again and again. To hold on for 1 minute, and then to the last motionless. Boom rumble. The sound of the huge waterfall resounded day after day in the valley, and the moist water vapor made this area appear hazy and a bit ethereal. Thorn. Hack. Chop. Fuck. Cut. Cut. Beneath the rushing waterfall like a dragon, the naked young man was clenching the Kobo pass tightly, holding a giant wooden sword several times his size. He kept slashing the torrent in front of him, and every time he slashed the wooden sword, water splashed all over the sky. His feet seemed to be filled with lead, sticking firmly to the boulder. On the surface of Yetian's body, a milky white halo was looming. Whenever water hit his body, a faint mist would always rise. With Yetian's strength, it was not difficult to pick up the wooden sword that weighed more than 200 kilograms. However, under the impact of the waterfall, the weight of the wooden sword increased exponentially. He wanted to slash in the waterfall. It takes enormous effort to chop, and the boy who has been on the boulder for about a month, now every time he swings the big Jinchuriki column, the muscles on his arms will feel a burst of soreness and numbness. Biting on the Kobo pass, Yetian's heels gradually softened, but he refused to let it go. Even though his arm was so sore that it seemed like it was about to break, he was still as stable as a rock. Hold on. Cut. With the strength of his arms, Yetian shouted, his hair danced wildly, his eyes shot bright light, and the wooden sword he held in his hand slashed through the waterfall with all his might. The ferocious current was rippling into large water sprays, and Yetian, who was under the spray, suddenly shook his whole body. White ons bloomed, and the invisible air waves spread around like water waves, and the falling water flow seemed to have an instant stagnation. He broke the limit of his body again. Boom! Yetian, who was close to the limit, crashed into the lake below from the boulder. Yetian drilled his head out of the lake, spat out a mouthful of water, shook his dizzy head, and then swam his almost numb body to the shore with difficulty. On the cold stone surface, the sore and numb muscles made him not want to move at all. Time flies, like running water, always slipping by inadvertently. Another year has passed. Yetian, who has been in Yamanaka for more than 2 years, has finally learned something, and it is time to go out. The outside world will be more exciting. For a year, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, regardless of whether it is sunny or rainy, regardless of whether it is hot or cold, except for eating, drinking, and resting, Yetian basically stays under the Qianzhang waterfall, completely living an inhuman life. Practicing boxing, swordsmanship, light kung fu and internal strength under the waterfall is much better than practicing under normal circumstances. After a year of self-honing, his figure seems to be more perfect. He is 1.88 meters tall and strong. The figure, the perfect muscles, the bronzed skin, and the resolute face, all of which made him shed his youthful innocence and become mature. Yetian in his previous life was just an orphan whose uncle did not love his grandmother. The society abandoned him and his parents abandoned him. He has always grown up with low self-esteem. He has a deep understanding of human nature. In the era of, he has been struggling for 20 years, and he knows that if he has the strength, everything before will change. Chapter 3_Voyeur. Therefore, after obtaining the shocking technique, he worked very hard, even desperately. Since God gave him this opportunity, he swore that he must break out into a new world. He used to be inferior, go to hell. As early summer approaches, the weather becomes hot, and the scorching sun in the sky begins to bloom with its unique fiery heat. Yoi is at the western edge of the sun, night falls, and the earth is once again plunged into darkness. Yetian, who was dressed in rags, held a piece of grass in his mouth. Facing the moonlight, he strolled leisurely on the mountain trail. The bitter taste slowly bloomed in his taste buds, which seemed to represent a certain part of life. Kind of rhythm. The sound of water rushing along with a little laughter came from not far away. Yetian's ears moved, and a smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Night is like water, gecko is bright, and through the lush jungle, the Madara tree shadow is cast. Under the moonlight, a crystal clear creek flows quietly on the white soft stones, and the melodious sound of running water is like a beautiful chapter, composing leisure and tranquility. The river surface of the creek is almost 10 meters wide, and the surrounding environment is very natural. The clear stream has no soil, all soft stones, and the grass and trees that grow naturally on the shore dance in the gentle breeze, harmonious and quiet. Only the waterfowl sings, the small fish swim #walking and play, and the gurgling stream follows the path. The whole environment is quiet and cool, which makes people feel relaxed and pleasing to the eye. A gust of river wind blew, bringing a dash of coolness and the fragrance of vegetation. Two young girls with different characteristics are playing in the stream, which adds a bit of vivid color to this peaceful night moon picture. One of the women was wearing a blue belly kabuto and small pants, showing her posture, swimming in the cool stream, facing the misty gecko, her huge white and tender big ass #shared with dazzling fluorescence, dazzling flowers someone's eyes. The other woman was wearing an emerald green belly kabuto and small trousers, sitting on a bright stone platform, only a pair of delicate jade feet stretched into the water. Her face was calm, facing the breeze. She gently combed the black hair. Hair, like that, is like a colorful butterfly fluttering in the wind. Even though he just turned his back to her, Yetian could be sure that this woman must be beautiful. The slender neck is like a swan, the fragrant shoulders are as thin as a knife, the waist is not full in one grip, the beautiful legs are slender and lustrous, the skin is smooth and delicate, and the jade arms are flawless. The moonlight is like water, pouring down on the woman's naked and fragrant back, and the skin on her back is as lustrous as jade, radiant. There are two thin straps tied together on her back, which is the belly of ancient times. Kabuto ribbon. Yetian likes the feeling of beautiful women wearing kabuto on their belly. It is a subtle sense of #sexuality. Night is dark and beautiful, Shirakomo is like silk, dancing leisurely, still in a dream. The silver gecko was reflected on the calm river, leaving a silver ribbon in the water. A waterfowl swooped into the water, and the ribbon swayed. Kamizuki in the river woke up like a beautiful dream and turned into countless sparkling waves. The lonely moon hangs in the west, the beauty pulls her hair, admiring the rising moon in the west, beautiful #wonderful. Looking at this beautiful scenery and listening to the cheerful voices, the woman's jade hand rested on the edge of the stone platform, her eyes gradually settled down, and she entered into contemplation. In Shui Lingling's big eyes, sometimes sad, sometimes sweet, and sometimes confused and at a loss. A gust of breeze blew, raising the jet black hair and dancing gently in the air. Looking at her hair fluttering in the wind, Yetian couldn't help sighing, "What a beautiful and lovely girl." Yetian was a little intoxicated when he looked at the delicate girl. And when the woman turned around inadvertently, his chest seemed to be smashed by an invisible hammer, and his lips were dry in an instant, and his mouth was stunned. For the description of beauty, the highest realm is nothing more than the beauty of the country and the beauty of the country. Most of the people who conquer the country, the beauty of the country are UI, who is named as a disaster for the country and the people. How many Kun Wang loves the country and loves the beauty more? The face is innocent, the sin lies in the Lord of Kun. Throughout the ages, how many beautiful beauties have been passed down, and how many have died? Yet Tian couldn't help but sigh when seeing this woman's astonishment. #Yan. My fair lady, Kunzi is so good. At this moment, Ye Tian has already made an oath to marry her as his wife. When he entered the three kingdoms, he came for beauty. Clear and bright water-cut pupils, curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes trembling vividly, fair and flawless skin as white and tender as a baby, thin pink lips as delicate as a flower. #Petal, a beautiful face, absolutely beautiful. Beautiful facial features. Who is this woman? Born so beautiful. The bamboo shoot-shaped jade girl peak is so huge, and the thin green belly kabuto is like a woman's skin, which is tightly attached to the jade girl peak, and the beautiful outline of the jade girl peak is as much as you like. It was displayed in front of me, and the two hard and sturdy peas were also unwilling to #lonely stand out. Under the wrap of Kabuto's belly, her jade peak looks so firm, so full of elasticity, like a mature beauty, so huge and magnificent, but it can be tall and straight. The crisp. Under the chest, it is the small waist that is not full of a grip, and the perfect devil curve brings a strong visual shock. The quiet face is quiet and elegant, and the movements of stroking her hair are leisurely like a fairy. The woman in green looked to be 15 or 16 years old, and the other woman was about the same age. Although she was good-looking, Ye Tian could guess the identities of the two at a glance. They were a pair of master and servant. In such a wild country, where chickens don't lay eggs and birds don't poop, there are such beautiful people bathing. Could it be that this is God's pity for a virgin who has been a virgin for 20 years and wants to marry him the first time out of that precious? Hey, what is that stuff? Ye Tian glanced forward, and inadvertently caught a glimpse of two neatly stacked silk dresses. The colorful smile began to appear in his eyes again. Ye Tian thief slid forward, and secretly took the emerald green RU skirt in his hand, the soft #soft texture, smooth and light, it is indeed the first-class silk. It seems that this woman's status not low. The intoxicating fragrance was blowing on the face of the breeze, and Ye Tian's face showed a touch of intoxication. He couldn't help lowering his head. The tip of his nose touched the thin skirt and sniffed deeply. It's delicious. Ye Tian sighed softly, and kept rubbing his hands on the RU skirt, thinking in his heart whether he should keep this fragrant dress as his own, so that he could have a slap in the middle of the night. Ah! A scream of pain suddenly came to his ears. Ye Tian was suddenly startled, shook his head to wake himself up, and looked in the direction of the sound. The woman in green who was sitting on the stone platform has now sunk into the stream. Pink #tender jade small hand slapped the surface of the water hard, splashing countless water splashes, but could not stop the falling body. Chapter 4 _ The hero saves the beauty, the bridge section of the old Kiba. This posture seems to be drowning, and the maid not far away looks flustered, and hastily swam over, trying to help the green-clothed woman up. Ye Tian's brows were wrinkled into Sichuan characters, like two flying swords that were about to break away. However, this is ancient times. If a young girl Chi #Kuakyo's body is exposed in front of her, then her reputation can be completely ruined. The matter was urgent. Ye Tian couldn't take care of it so much, his infuriating chi was running. He flew down directly, tapped his toes, grew lotus step by step, and leaped over the water. Maid quickly swam to the green-clothed woman's side, hugged her body, lifted her up, and said anxiously, Miss, what's wrong with you? The green-clothed woman's face was pale, her forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and she said with trembling lips, Xiao He, I really want to be bitten by a snake. Maid was shocked and said in a trembling voice, Poisonous snake. Green-clothed woman Vivi nodded and said with a weeping voice, I'm poisoned, my whole body is numb, woo woo. The woman cried so hard, the maid's pretty face turned white, her mind turned into a mess, holding her master at a loss, and in the end she could only hold her while crying and calling for help. However, the master bathed and the guards he brought were sentry far away, and they couldn't hear the cries of the two weak women at all. Fortunately, handsome Yaya appeared. Wearing golden armor, rags, and stepping on 7-colored auspicious clouds, streams, he leaped to the two of them, his body that was moving at high speed flashed past, grabbed a woman, and brought them to the stone platform in an instant. In this barren mountain, 2 girls dare to come here. It really doesn't make people worry, really. Fortunately, there is me. Yetian placed the 2 girls flat on the stone platform, whispered. It was a man, she was like a life-saving straw. She, my lady, is dying. In a hurry, she didn't seem to realize that men and women were not given and received. Only at this moment, the green-clothed woman's face became even paler, her eyes were tightly closed, Kyung's nose kept humming, and her delicate body twisted from time to time. Understood, she can't die. Yetian softly dropped a sentence, his eyes swept across the half-naked body of the green-clothed woman, at the root of her thigh, close to the hill, her trousers had been bitten through, 2 clear tooth marks appeared in his eyes, and at the wound, jet-black blood threads were densely covered like spider webs. Don't. The green-clothed woman opened and closed her beautiful eyes, and when she saw a wild man with a messy body, she almost fainted in fright. She shook her head vigorously, revealing her private parts in the eyes of a man. So that she even has the heart to die, but the poisoning is too deep, she has no resistance at all. Yetian looked at the rapidly spreading black, frowned, and bit Kobo fiercely. I'm sorry. Ah. Don't. The woman in green saw that he really wanted to use her mouth to help herself take drugs, she immediately closed her eyes and let out a harsh scream. Yetian ignored her cry, tore off the thin trousers, lowered his head sharply, his lips quickly kissed the skin of her thighs, the soft grass between her legs, and a pink slit in the grass was fully displayed in front of his eyes, and the thick fragrance penetrated into his heart, without changing his complexion in the slightest. He is not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery now, and his lips pressed hard against her wound. Di-Yun sucked the poisonous blood inside, then raised his head and spit out the black poisonous blood. Yetian lowered his head and raised his head again and again to remove the poisonous blood from it, but the woman in green had blank eyes and a blank mind. This man kissed the most mysterious, tender, and private in her body. Place, she is no longer pure. When the UI-colored blood reappeared, Yetian finally stopped breathing. Yun, his fingertips stuck to the 2 deep Kobo holes, the infuriating qi overflowed into her body, and forced the residual snake venom back to the wound. Then her fingers pulled back quickly, and 2 black blood arrows rushed out of the small hole, and the snake venom in her body was completely forced out. The poisonous blood was expelled, and the green-clothed woman looked better, but her body was still weak. She had to cover her baby and her lower body with both hands, but that huge baby couldn't be covered with one hand at all. Before, I squeezed the bulging and plump white rabbit out of a deep ditch #gully. It wasn't until the green-clothed woman's face improved that the maid realized that she and the young lady were both Chun #Guangdaxi, while Yetian's eyes were fixed on her own young lady. She immediately screamed and quickly hid the color of Chun. For a while, the atmosphere was a little weird, Yetian's eyes swept across the 2 women, and the 2 secretly had their own concerns. Under this strange and ambiguous atmosphere, Yui climbed up on his face with a little embarrassment. Then Yui's dizziness became worse and worse, Yui was on the snow neck in the blink of an eye, and even his breathing became rapid. There is no way to stay silent like this, Yetian coughed dryly, walked over to the woman in green, squatted down, and smiled shyly. Miss, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry just now, I'm rude. This is disrespectful, it simply tarnishes a woman's reputation. In ancient times, the slightest contact between unmarried men and women would attract strange eyes from others, not to mention this level of contact, where even husband-kun was not allowed to touch. Knowing this, the woman in green felt ashes. She has been disdainful of all men in her life, the sons of princes and ministers, or princes and princes, all have pursued her, but they have not been seen by her. The man in front of him, if he has no looks or status, must have no better knowledge. Nothing. At this time, Ye Tian looked really indecent. A rag was stubbornly wrapped around his body, and there were several small seedlings growing on the messy hair, all of which sprouted. This is not to blame Ye Tian, he has stayed in Yamanaka for more than 2 years, and it would be nice to have a rag to cover his shame. Seeing that the woman didn't answer for a long time, Ye Tian was a little anxious. Anyway, you also jumped out 2 words. Isn't silence like this anxious to kill me? Miss, don't you think so? Anyway, I'm not bad looking. If you can't live with it, you can marry me, even if it's to repay my life-saving grace. Don't worry, I won't despise you. After hearing this, the green-clothed woman almost didn't put it up in one breath. What does it mean to not dislike it? It's me who despise you, okay. Humph. I won't marry you even if I die? The woman tilted her head, very angry. Hey, don't say it's so good, okay. It makes me feel like I've done something bad. Ye Tian turned his eyes to the maid next to him, rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, Beauty, ask you a question. Problem. Chapter 5_CAI Wenheim. What? Am I handsome? This. I don't know. Halo, I can't answer this, what's the use of you? Ye Tian was very sad, he obviously had a face covered with stars and moon, but the other party ignored him. 18 changes. So, Ye Tian turned his eyes to the water, and through Gecko, he saw a. Damn it! In the middle of the night, who ran out to be scary. Ye Tian almost slapped himself as soon as he said those words. Isn't that himself? Puff. The handsome man Ye hurriedly jumped into the stream, scrubbed, rubbed left and right. The clear stream was instantly stained with stolen goods that had accumulated for an unknown number of years, just like a girl on a stone platform. A quarter of an hour later, Ye Tian, with a rotten cloth around his waist, jumped out of the water shirtless, and the 2 master and servant, who were already dressed, were stunned for a moment. The 18th change of the male college. Junwei's face, tall figure, perfect muscles. The most fascinating #people are those dark and deep eyes. How deep and fascinating #people's black and bright eyes. In the eyes it seems that there are endless stars changing, like the boundless starry sky, like the boundless black hole, with a fatal attraction. For no reason, the woman in green was overjoyed, it seemed that her life was not so desperate. How is it? Does it look better now? Ye Tian slowly walked up to the stone platform, walked to the green-clothed woman's side, took her into his arms, wrapped his arms around the fairy's slender waist, the corners of his mouth with a wicked smile. Miss, I have seen all your body, except for me, you can't marry anyone else. I just reluctantly accept you. Ye Tian's righteousness is awe-inspiring, as if the purest person in the world is himself. Humph. The woman in green tilted her head, feeling a little bitter in her heart. Angry. Ye Tian Viviisho, looking at the cute girl in her arms #Zyrome, wearing a green silk skirt covering her body, emerald green belly kabuto half-wiped, her beautiful long hair that is scattered down to her small waist, under a tight-fitting long skirt, crisp. High breasts, slender waist, very upright. She has a pair of dark and clear eyes, soft #soft full #full UI #lips, a delicate yao nose beautifully born on the face of the blown goose egg, plus the graceful and smooth lines of the fragrant cheeks. The white and greasy skin is like water, and it is still cute when angry. The nose is straight and delicate, the cherry lips are not smeared and red, coupled with Yui's delicate face with white skin, it makes people want to take a bite. Okay, I'm sorry for your husband. Yetian has been a hooligan for 20 years, and if he lied to a little girl, Yetian would still say a few words, Miss, since God is tricking, let us meet in this way, that is a kind of fate, don't worry, I will be good to you, and I will go to your house tomorrow morning to propose marriage to your father. Sure enough, after hearing a few good words, the woman's face looked much better. Yetian was right, her chastity was destroyed in Yetian's hands. If you want to marry someone in this life, you have to marry him. Cause gossip. Seeing the woman's brow furrowed slightly, Yetian was overjoyed, and then introduced, my name is Yetian, the word. Xiaoao. Since you want to stay in the Three Kingdoms, a word is obviously indispensable. The word Xiaoao sounds good. The little girl's surname is Cai Minjian, and the word is Haim. The green-clothed woman exhaled like a blue orchid, and said her name calmly. Hearing the word Cai Yan, Yetian's mind exploded with a bang. Dad Zeus Athena, what kind of character is this? In this wild country, you can actually meet the most talented and gentle beauty of the Three Kingdoms. As a result, Yetian's eyes changed. He stared at Cai Yan's beautiful face without blinking, his fiery eyes were like a wild wolf who had been hungry for half a month and met a little sheep. Miss, I love you. When he said this, Yetian's eyes were very pure, his soulful eyes were as soft as his fingers, able to melt steel. He hugged Karenna in his arms tightly, and his lips quickly covered that. Yan Yui's little #mouth #ba. Cai Yan was stunned by his sudden action, her beautiful eyes widened, and her eyes were full of incredible radiance. Her first kiss, gone. Yetian's kiss was very light as a feather, very warm like the scorching sun, very soft as a slender cloud. The fragrant lips #petal were as delicate as weaving. He kabuto kissed the woman's head, while kissing #kiss, while stroking her back with the other hand. Yetian's eyes were full of love, and there was no one else in his eyes, except for the beauty who was close at hand. The world in this world seems to be only for Yetian and Cai Yan, other people or other things are just supporting roles and foils. Such a soulful gaze penetrates the cycle of life. Right, my love, you ring Pei Jingle walked through the hall, my eyes followed closely, and I stayed with me for a lifetime. The person concerned was confused by such affectionate gaze, and Cai Yan did not understand. A stranger from out of town had this kind of vision the first time he saw himself. This is not the way a man sees a beautiful woman, but only when a long-lost lover reunites. Fate or fate, they are destined to meet. For some reason, Cai Yan didn't resist his aggression, her beautiful eyes closed gently, her long eyelashes fluttered, her lips vivi opened, covering his lips. A love kiss, tenderness and sweetness, and soul eroding. Waiting for you to find you, we will be together forever. Yetian couldn't bear to destroy this tranquility and indifference, this faint kiss, the deep love, the rose #the petal-like sakura lips, the sweetness that penetrates the heart, the shy and timid breath, just so quiet until forever. How nice. People say that the first kiss is an electric shock. He really felt that wonderful feeling, love like electricity, not only passed between his lips and teeth, but even spread to the depths of his soul trembled for it. Cai Wenheim, this is a woman with a tragic life. Cai Wenheim was born in Chenliu, now Qixian County, Kaifeng, Henan, at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Her father was Cai Yang, a celebrity in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Cai Yang is a great writer and a great calligrapher. Cai Wenheim was born in such a family. He has been fascinated by his ears and eyes since he was a child. Haim had a happy childhood, but unfortunately the changing times interrupted this happiness. The corruption of the Eastern Han government finally led to the Yellow Turban Uprising, which expanded the local power represented by the tyrannical landlords. After He Jin of the Admiral Army was killed by the 10 eunuchs, Yuan Shao, Cao, and other generals under He Jin executed all the 10 eunuchs in Luoyang. After Dong Zhou entered Beijing, in order to consolidate his rule, he deliberately wooed Cai Yang, who was famous in Beijing, and sent him to the capital. He was promoted 3 times a day, 3 days per week, and he worshipped Zhonglang Zhang, and later even named him Marquis of Jieyang. Dong Zhou's retrograde in the court caused joint opposition from various local forces. Dong Zhou set fire to Luoyang and moved the capital to Chang'an. Dong Zhou was killed by Lu Bulet and Cai Yang was also charged with Tingui and convicted. Chapter 6 _ A Kiss. Cai Wenheim married Wei Zongdao when he was 16 years old. The Wei family was from the Hedong family at the time, and Wei Zongdao was an outstanding college student. The couple were very affectionate. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Within a year, Wei Zongdao died of hemoptysis. Cai Wenheim never gave birth to a son and a half-daughter, and the Wei family thought she had killed her husband. Cai Wenheim, who was arrogant at that time, resolutely returned to her parents' house despite her father's objection. Later, her father died in prison, and Wenheim was taken away by the Huns. She was only 23 years old this year. She was accepted as a princess by King Zhou. She lived in the southern Xiongnu for 12 years and had 2 sons. And some foreign languages. In the 13th year of Jianan, 208, Cao was grateful for the friendship of his friend Cai Yang, and learned that Wenheim was living in the southern Xiongnu, and immediately sent Zhou Jin as a messenger, carrying 1,000 taels of going and a pair of white walls to redeem her. This year, she was 35 years old. Under Cao's arrangement, she married Tian Xiao Dong Si. That year, the famous Battle of Chibi broke out. Cai Wenheim married Dong Si, and the married life was not very harmonious at first. Cai Wenheim is full of turmoil and sadness, and is often in a trance, while Dong Si is in his prime. He is a talented person, knows history, knows rhythm, and has a high self-esteem. Accepting her, in the 2nd year after the marriage, Dong Si committed a crime and committed death. She ignored the grudge and came to Cao's prime minister's mansion to intercede. Cao thought about his friendship with Cai Yang in the past, and also thought of Cai Wenheim's tragic life experience. If Dong Si was executed, Wenheim would not survive, so he pardoned Dong Si. Since then, Dong Si was grateful for his wife's kindness and re-evaluated Cai Wenheim. The husband and wife both saw the world and went up the Luoshui River, living in the foothills with beautiful scenery and lush forests. A few years later, Cao went hunting here and went to visit. Cai Wenheim and Dong Sishan have a son and a daughter, and the daughter married Sima Yi's son Sima Shi as his wife. Cai Wenheim's life was bumpy, and Ding Yu described her marriage in Cai Bakai Nu Fu. The daughter-in-law of Emperor Yizong, she is naturally blessed by the gods. In the 28th of the Chinese year, Deng Lin's freshness was revealed. The stillness of the 6 columns of the Ming dynasty serves the language of women's history. Participated in the court's Ming training, only then was enlightened and understood. When the glorious moon of the 3 springs, the time will return to the heaven. Drag the light clothes of Denluo, and wear the Huadian of Jinkui. Where Xianrong follows, the grief and frost are prosperous. How can it be expected to grow old together, and the concubines will be happy for the rest of the year? The first thing Ye Tian wanted to do when he entered the 3 kingdoms was to change Cai Yan's fate. This talented woman really shouldn't be ravaged by suffering. He felt pity in his heart, so he put enough love and sincerity into this kiss. 1 hit, 1 kiss, eternal. It seems that Cupid's exhibitionist who likes to mess around with mandarin ducks has pierced his heart. Of course, it is the hearts of Cai Yan and Yet Yen. Because they are infinitely close, and because an arrow pierces through, the hearts and minds are connected, so the flesh and blood are connected. Yet Yen hugged Cai Yan's tender body, and gradually tightened his arms as the kiss continued, as if he wanted to rub her into his body, so that they could be indistinguishable from each other. Happy with your happiness, sad with your sadness, your happiness is all my beliefs in this life. Yet Yen is not so easy to satisfy, just feel the pure and romantic feeling. His purpose is to take possession deeply. While hugging Cai Yan tightly, Yet Yen began to tease her with his flexible lips and tongue, sometimes slowly, sometimes quickly licking and kissing her soft lip #flap, upper lip, lower #lip, tongue #the head is not going tap her Kobo pass. The hooligan's tongue #head swept and knocked on Cai Yan's neat white as jade #teeth. Cai Yan clenched the Kobo pass, just to keep his tongue from falling. But after Yet Yen's back and forth like this, her defense system has a tendency to disintegrate. Yet Yen's hands roamed and groped around Cai Yan's meticulous back, while kissing and squeezing her crisp breasts, he slowly brought her down. How could Cai Yan's innocent heart guess through Yet Yen's rogue thoughts? She was forced to be short, and soon she was on the floor. Her eyes were closed all the time, and her brows were furrowed from time to time, as if she was holding back. A sly light flashed in Yet Yen's eyes, but unfortunately Cai Yan didn't see it with his eyes closed. He suddenly pinched Cai Yan's buttocks. It was smooth #greasy, strong and elastic, extremely beautiful buttocks. Cai Yan was caught off guard and wanted to scream, but Yet Yen blocked her mouth #ba. Cai Yan's shouting action must be to open her mouth #ba. Yet Yen took advantage of the moment her Kobo switch was open to enter the army of tongue #heads, flexibly wrapped around Cai Yan's incense tongue, and softened her sweet tenderness. #soft captive. That's not all, his body pressed forward, pretending to be unstable. The weight of 100 and dozens of pounds was weighed down, Cai Yan's already panicked heart, and the stimulation of the inexplicable sense of pleasure made her tender and soft. It was no wonder that Yet Yen could sit still. Plop. The two fell on the stone platform, and Yet Yen took the opportunity to lie on Cai Yan's body, squeezing her full crispy breasts and eating tofu. Cai Yan opened her eyes in panic and looked at the man who was pressing on her. Ying Ting's eyebrows flew diagonally into her temples, like a sword breaking through the sky, and her deep eyes, like the brightest cold stars in the middle of the night, directly illuminated the deepest part of her heart. The secret is that this is the eye that sees everything, 3 parts smiling, 3 parts tenderness, 3 parts indifference, and 1 part joking. He is a man with thick lips, the kind of man who can be depended on. The corners of his lips are raised vivid like a crescent moon. Yet Yen was also attracted by Cai Yan's beauty. Yui's skin was as white as suet and white jade, and he couldn't help but lightly bite her cheek. It was smooth, cool, and the kiss was very good. His chest rose and fell like turbulent waves, Yet Yen felt something, and set up a tent on his lower body. Because of the close contact, Cai Yan immediately felt Yet Yen's change. Her pretty face was already a deep UI color, and her beautiful eyes were so shy that they seemed to be dripping water. The slight call sounded, Cai Yan became more flustered, pushed Yet Yen away in a hurry, straightened his messy clothes, bowed his head, and felt even more ashamed. The maid on the side was completely regarded as air, and I heard the call of the guards at this moment. There was no movement for so long, and those people were probably aware that something was wrong. Yanner, let's go. Yet Yen gently lifted Cai Yan up, seeing the shy look on his face, Ichiraku in his heart, the first beauty was captured by him. Yet Yen's sudden appearance undoubtedly shocked the guards. Miss Yuya brought a man back. If the master found out, it would be strange that they were not fired. Fortunately, the maid Ziahe came forward to explain that this is the lady's savior, and she is also the future uncle. Heroes love beauties, and beauties will also be heroes. So, the guards understood. It seemed indecent to walk through the city shirtless. Cai Yan only had women's clothes here. In desperation, Yetian had to change into the coarse clothes that the guards had spared, ride in the same car with Cai Yan, and rush on the road overnight. Chapter 7_A lifetime is not enough. The journey was boring, and Yetian learned from Cai Yan the general situation of the Eastern Han dynasty. And Cai Yan's trip this time is to vote for his father. The Yellow Turban Rebellion was over. After Dong Zhou entered Beijing, in order to consolidate his rule, he deliberately attracted Cai Yang, who was famous in Beijing, and recruited him to Luoyang. Zhonglang will be the name of the commander and military post that is second to the general and higher than that of the captain. It is equivalent to the current commander of the main division, that is, the rank of the Earth Division. The rank is 2000 stone, and the fourth rank. In the season when the mountain flowers are blooming, the vegetation is prosperous, the fragrance of flowers is overflowing, and the body fragrance of my daughter's house is like a thread. Inside the luxurious carriage, Yetian hugged Cai Yan and lay quietly on the soft mink fur, wrapped her waist with one hand, hugged her tightly, and covered her with the other hand. On the exposed green belly Kabuto, gently caressing the pair of soft and smooth fragrant peaks, the soft full touch makes people nostalgic. Cai Yan lay peacefully in Yetian's arms, letting him do whatever he wanted. As he fondled, his eyes gradually became blurred. After an unknown time, Cai Yan finally broke the silence. She raised her head, and murmured happily, "It's so comfortable, can you hold me like this for the rest of your life?" Yetian Viviesho, let her rest on her arm and use her body to protect the little beauty in her arms. Not good. Yetian categorically refused. Huh. Cai Yan looked at Yetian in confusion, tears flashing in her eyes. "Yanner is not disobedient, it's because you are too bad, you will make girls happy, and you will definitely have other things in the future. She's a girl who likes you. They're not angry, it's just. I know that you won't hold me for the rest of your life, and you'll have to hold other women, many, many." As she spoke, she was as crystal clear as pearls. The clear tears could no longer be stopped. Yetian is quite a headache for women's tears. This is a woman's supreme weapon. Tears are first-rate, who will compete with each other. Yetian is also a man, facing the offensive of the beauty's tears. Originally, it was not the heart of 100 steel making that immediately turned into softness around the fingers. He gently kissed away the tears that Cai Yan shed, and said softly, "Silly girl, I mean don't hold you for a lifetime, because one lifetime is not enough, there is still another life, next life, hold my baby forever." At this time, Cai Yan was a charming little girl. In the face of the big scene, she showed the appearance of a lady, and she could sing poetry with talent, but in Yetian's arms, she was just a little girl who longed to be loved by the man she loved. Some love is accumulated over the years, and some love is a hit. But either way, it's doomed. "Brother Ye, you are so kind." Cai Yan showed her face isho, brought Yoi's lips together, and kissed him lightly at the corner of his mouth, leaving behind each other's taste. Yetian shook his head, and pinched the beauty's fullness in his arms with evil hands, causing the beauty to anger for a while. There is a deep love in the air. The next morning, Yetian and his party arrived in Luoyang. At the city gate, rows of menacing soldiers with steel knives and armor stood at the gate of Luoyang city. These soldiers stood at the gate to set up checkpoints. Everyone who entered the city had to pay a certain fee, and they also carefully asked and checked everyone who entered the city. "Stop, stop, the people in the car, get out of the car," to check. One of the soldiers called the leader. "Master, we are from the CAI mansion. Can you make it easier to not check the people in the car?" The driver took out some broken silver and handed it to the soldier's head. The soldier took Silver's son and looked at the surrounding CAI family guards. His originally vicious face suddenly smiled, and he even said with a bit of flattery, "It turned out to be someone from Lord CAI's house, let it go," he said to the person beside him. The men shouted. The carriage slowly drove into Luoyang City. Etienne couldn't help feeling very emotional when he saw the tall city gate. Now Dongzhou occupies Luoyang, and the soldiers of Ziliang are guarding the city. Ordinary people have to charge for entering a city. Amadara Xiaoluoli gave Etienne 30 years to unify the three kingdoms with his own efforts. 30 years seems to be a long time, but for Etienne who has no foundation, it is undoubtedly a fantasy. Yes, his martial arts are great. But it is not so powerful that it can compete with thousands of troops. If you want to unify the three countries, you have to rely on wisdom. Fierce generals seek soldiers to force food and forage territory, and they are indispensable. And he doesn't have any of these. Maybe my future old father-in-law can do me a favor. Etienne muttered to himself. In front of the CAI mansion, Cai Yang had already received the news that his daughter was coming to Luoyang, so he had been waiting here for a long time. Although he has many children and grandchildren, he is very dear to this daughter. Because she has an appetite for herself, although she is young, her talent can be compared to her own. Friends are hard to find. This daughter is the canary of his family, and every penny is precious. But this time, his daughter seemed to have done something that surprised him. When the carriage stopped, the sedan curtain opened, and two figures slowly descended. There is a man and a woman. The woman is wearing a luxurious silk skirt, beautiful, dynamic, intellectual and elegant. This is her baby girl, that's right. But who is the man next to her? So affectionate. They are all shoulder to shoulder and arm in arm, what a formality. Mr. Cai was going to get angry. The smile on his face was like a cat seeing a mouse. Oh no, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, and it disappeared all of a sudden. Yanner, what the hell is going on? Who is he? What are you, hey? For this daughter, it's not like scolding or not scolding. Cai Yang's heart is entangled like 18 twists. Yes, it's very unpleasant. A well-behaved daughter unexpectedly brought a man back quietly. This made him feel so embarrassed. Facing her old father, Cai Yan said something. She didn't know how to speak. Should she tell her about Etienne's #kissy private #secret department #? She had to bow her head and keep silent. Master Cai, don't be angry, this is the case, listen to my explanation. The beauty is not easy to speak, so Etienne I can do it for you. Yanner met a group of robbers on the way to Luoyang. I happened to pass by and was rescued by me. We chatted a lot along the way. I have to say that Etienne's ability to make up stories is still quite powerful. Cai Yang was stunned for a while, and even Cai Yan nodded from time to time. The two sang in harmony, like a young couple. Father-in-law, I know that I came from a poor family, and you may have a prejudice against me. You dislike me for being incompetent, and dislike that I am just a poor old man. I also know that I am not worthy of Yanner. When facing her, I am also very inferior. But we really love each other. I promise you, I will be good to her in the future. I will also work hard to make her live a happy life. I want to prove to you that I am capable. I really want to be nice to her. You will fulfill us and let us be together? Chapter 8_dislike. Etienne's words made sense, and when the people watching the excitement heard it, they all cheered for the pair of mandarin ducks. The male hero saves the beauty, and the female promises each other. Such a perfect bridge, how beautiful. The so-called family shame cannot be made public. Now everyone knows that, even if Cai Yang doesn't want to agree to this marriage, he can't do it. It's alright, let's go into the house. Dad ordered the kitchen to prepare a table of dishes for you. After traveling for so long, you have lost weight. Cai Yang is too lazy to care whether Ye Tian is worthy of being his son-in-law. It's better to keep the door behind closed doors. Well, thank you Daddy. Cai Yan secretly spit out a small incense tongue, pulled Ye Tian and ran towards the house. The living standard of Cai mansion is good. The big fish and big meat were very much to Ye Tian's appetite, so he devoured it, and even ate all 4 plates and 3 bowls. Are you full? Cai Yan asked, dragging her cheek with one hand, looking at Ye Tian who put down the tableware. She didn't eat at all. I'm full. Ye Tian nodded contentedly. This kind of life is still good. I come to open my mouth and clothes to extend my hand, and have a meal with a beautiful woman, although the old father-in-law on the side doesn't look good. Want to eat some fruit? Cai Yan asked. Are there any grapes? Yes. Cai Yan nodded. She shouted to the maid who was cleaning the dishes, Xiao He, come over after you've done washing some grapes. Okay, Miss Xiao He agreed. Ye Tian, right. Mr. Cai finally couldn't help speaking. You got my precious daughter without a word. I really don't understand, what means did you use? His daughter, Mr. Cai, knew very well, that arrogance was not something that ordinary men could tame. The man in front of him doesn't seem to have any advantages other than being pretty. So the old man Cai was very suspicious that this kid used some abnormal means to get his daughter. Yan'er, can you play the piano? Ye Tian didn't answer Cai Yang's question directly, but instead asked Cai Yan an outrageous question. Cai Yan Vivi was stunned for a moment, then reacted, nodded slightly, ordered the maid to fetch the guqin, looked at Ye Tian with affection. Ying Ying stood up, wearing a ring, like an actress who has traveled through 1,000 years, walking slowly back, her posture gorgeous, and the back end sits in front of the piano, fingers lightly fluttering, light and beautiful. Hashtag the wonderful syllable characters jump out spiritually, as if flowing through the clouds, threading each note and stringing it into the most beautiful tune. Pouting, and her sexy hashtag sexy is moist. Ye Tianzhen wants to become the strings plucked in her hands, so that her slender jade finger danced on his body, kissed her hashtag kiss lingering, and composed the most beautiful movement. Stream is gurgling, the clear Izumi is gurgling, the waterfall is like a curtain, and the quiet hashtag goo fragrance. Cai Yan easily uses a string of happy and sad notes to create a beautiful hashtag wonderful paradise, a pure world, a paradise, or a fairyland on earth. I only envy Mandarin ducks, not immortals. Men don't cry easily. Ye Tian followed the festival and sang. The song was sad but not hurt, soft but not soft. How much hate? In a dream last night. It still seems to swim in Shangyuan in the old days. The car is like flowing water and the horse is like a dragon. The flower moon is spring. Those love and hate are buried in the dust of the years. If you don't touch the pain in your heart, when you dream of returning to a foreign country, you still walk through the Lampuai wine and green. That is his world, but I don't know if there will be a day to go back. Perhaps one day, I will sit by a small river with a woman I love, under a green tree, watching mandarin ducks and playing with fish, and say, actually, I'm not from this world. The beloved woman asked, then why did you come to this world? For you. Ye Tian laughed. Humph, sweet words. A coquettish roar, but his heart was sweet as honey. Don't you like it? No, I like it. The sound of the piano stopped, the memories still remained, and the eyes of Chi-Chi radiated brilliant light, and tears were looming at the bottom of the eyes. Mikoto is also beautiful, and Yana really lives up to its reputation. Ye Tian applauded. Cai Yan smiled Isho and bowed slightly. Brother Ye is too famous, and the poems that Brother Ye improvised are moving. How much hate? In a dream last night. Still like. In the old days, Yu Shang Yuan. The car is like flowing water and the horse is like a dragon. The flower moon is spring. Brother Ye is very talented, and Yanner admires him. If Cai Yan in the past was in love with Ye Tian, after listening to this poem, only infatuation is left. Cai Yan thinks it's too late for such a beautiful #wonderful poem to come so easily. Even Cai Yang's eyes have changed at this moment. He originally thought he was a country bumpkin, but now it seems that he is actually a talented hermit. Bosom friend. Bosom friend. He finally knew why his daughter liked Ye Tian. Ye Tian, Viviisho, got up and bowed to Cai Yan. People say, if you hear the Dao in the morning, you can die in the evening. Ye Mao listened to the celestial music and walked around the beam for 3 days without interruption, so that he didn't think about tea and rice. As for this poem, in the next place, nonsense, but let the father-in-law and Yanner laugh. It's a sin and a sin. Ye Tian couldn't help plagiarizing other people's nouns, but now he can only say it's nonsense. Li Yu, the late master of the Southern dynasty, came to Ye Tian angrily when he found out, and asked Ye Tian, "You boy, our country is perished, why do you do such a thing?" Affectionate words, you say it's your own nonsense, this is the biggest insult to my artistic creation, I want to fight with you. Cai Yan gave Ye Tian a nod and said sternly, Brother Ye has a brilliant export and is full of talent, but he is the only one that Yanner has ever seen in his life. Although Brother Ye's words do not conform to the rules of the current word law, his fresh and free style is unprecedented in history. Yes, Brother Ye's poem is not only novel in style, but also profound in connotation, even my father and I are ashamed of ourselves. Is this called respecting each other? Ye Tian is not used to it. Yanner beauty, you are too polite to me. Ye Tianxin is ashamed, how can he write poetry? He even compiled a few poems in his boyhood to deceive little girls. Who knows the effect is good? Piece together and make your own. Since then, Ye Tian has fallen in love with Tang poetry and song poetry, and he will say a few words when he has nothing to do. Who knows that he has no intention of inserting willows, and he has become a generation of writers in this era. In fact, it is a literary thief. In other words, originally he had forgotten many poems, but since the practice, things that he had forgotten before seemed to be remembered again. This. Xiaoao, what is the name of this song? I have to say, Cai Yang was tempted by Ye Tian's words. How could he not be tempted by such an article, a famous sentence of the ages? Butterflies love flowers. Ye Tian Viviisho said, Father-in-law, since you like this poem so much, why don't you let your son-in-law show his ugliness and splash ink for you? Haha, it's so good, so good. Cai Yang laughed and looked at Ye Tian again, what a talent, why didn't you notice it before, daughter, your vision is really good, you actually found it for your old father, such a good uncle. Chapter 9 UIS Face. With Ye Tian's promise, Cai Yang immediately ordered someone to fetch paper, ink, pen, and inkstone. As soon as Ye Tian waved it, a butterfly in love with a flower immediately appeared on the paper. Words are like life, more than 2 years of cultivation career has made Ye Tian's mind a lot calmer, and the words he writes have become stronger and more powerful. Good words, good words. Cai Yang couldn't help but praise him, it's flowing, elegant and handsome, yet, not losing the heroic spirit of a man. As for the signature Ye Tian. My son-in-law, your ambition is not small. Cai Yang looked at the 2 cursive characters, his heart was up and down, and he was more concerned. The pen walks the dragon and the snake, the iron draws the silver hook, the sword is full of energy, and the murderous aura is awe-inspiring. This is the real Ye Tian. Where, everything still needs the help of my father-in-law. Now that Cai Yong can see it, Ye Tian has no need to hide. Cai Yong smiled and nodded, and ambitious men were more appreciated by him. Isn't this age the time to make achievements? But Cai Yong didn't know that Ye Tian's ambitions were not just that. Xiaoao, how about a game with me in the study? Cai Yong said. He, I hope that my father-in-law will show mercy. Ye Tian agreed readily. Study. Cai Yong and Ye Tian sat opposite each other, sipping tea and making a move. The chess field is like a battlefield. Although Ye Tian never went to university in his life, his calligraphy and chess skills are not bad. Because I didn't go to school, I had nothing to do. I spent the whole day fiddling with calligraphy and Go. No, it actually came in handy now. Cultivation has made his brain smarter and smarter, and both his memory and mental arithmetic ability have been strengthened, otherwise he really wouldn't be sure to deal with Cai old man. Xiaoao, what do you think of the world today? Cai Yong asked suddenly after dropping a child. Obviously, he has already started to plan for Ye Tian. After Zhang Jiao's death, the remnants of the Yellow Turbans fought back. In order to suppress the chaos, Emperor Ling finally accepted the suggestion of Taikang Luyan and changed some of the governors to state shepherds. The power of government. Although this can strengthen the strength of the local government, it will be easier to control the locality, and effectively suppress the rest of the Yellow Turbans, but it will also cause endless troubles. Ye Tian said. Lingdi seems to be a little confused. After the Yellow Turban Rebellion, he also made a mistake that made him shameless to his ancestors. Heroes are attacking each other, chasing the Central Plains, and even the Emperor of the Eastern Han Dynasty is like nothing in the hands of the warlords, and the era of feudal lords fighting for hegemony is probably coming. Hey, prosperity, the people suffer, death, the people suffer. It's a good one, seeing, the people suffer, death, the people suffer, well said. Xiaoao's opinion is really unique. Cai Yong was a little relieved. Then, my father-in-law, why do you support Tai Shidong? His reputation outside is not very good. Ye Tian asked rhetorically. Hey, I don't want to, but the whole family, are in his hands. There's nothing I can do. I don't want to be in my position, I don't want to be in politics. Since I'm in this position, I have to give advice and persuasion. Make a small contribution to the common people of the dawn of the world. Cai Yong smiled wryly, with deep melancholy in his eyes. Obviously, the burden on his shoulders is not light. Hearing this, Ye Tian was in awe, and couldn't help but respect his father-in-law, who was worthy of him. It is true that if he does not take this position, someone will always do it, but if he takes this position, he will have the real power to do something for the people. No matter how big the matter is, it will always be good. If a corrupt official takes the seat in this position, the people's fat and people's cream will be scraped one more layer. Don't talk about me, I'm all old bones, and I won't live for a few more years. I have no regrets for handing over the Textheim to you. What will Xiaoao plan in the future? Now that the world is in chaos, it's a good time for a man to make a fortune. Of course, I'm going to die and then live, to win by surprise. Ye Tianlotzi turned defeat into victory. Haha. What an amazing victory. Old man, I'm waiting to see your good show. Cai Yong laughed, and he became more and more satisfied with the son-in-law. It was a long dream. Cai Yong set the wedding date on the 8th day of October, and Ye Tian was about to marry into a wealthy family in 3 months. Although he was suspected of being powerful because of the superiority of the Cai family, he had no choice but to do so now. His life was at stake, and he could not tolerate too many delays. The city of Luoyang is still as prosperous as it used to be. The rising and falling beacon smoke does not seem to have much impact on the place. People outside the city are panicked, and the city is happy and healthy. Wander freely on the busy street, with lightness under your feet. The splendid sun shines between the green tiles of the UI wall, the abrupt eaves, the high-flying shop signboards, the sparkling carriages and horses, the endless stream of pedestrians. The Zhangtian smiling face is calm and comfortable, all of which reflect the self-satisfaction of the times of war and chaos. Luoyang City has been built for hundreds of years, and a long scroll of hundreds of years of history emerges in my mind. The landscape of Luoyang City is within easy reach. The hot wind was blowing, walking in the short-lived prosperous world. Yetian watched and savored the false prosperity and hustle and bustle, and sighed for no reason in his heart, several times of ups and downs, several times of prosperity. Every city has its established trajectory. The first time he traveled through Luoyang, Yetian's heart was full of complexity. This ancient and heavy city would soon be poisoned by history. UI Building, the largest restaurant in Luoyang City. The building is divided into 3 floors, and the first floor is more expensive than the first floor. Perhaps only in a metropolis like Luoyang, such a grand restaurant exists. Embracing Cai Yan and stepping into it, the busy little ER immediately greeted him and said with a slightly flattering smile, "You two young masters and young ladies, it's better to eat at the hotel." Eat? Yetian showed his teeth isho, glanced around. The first floor was already full of people, so he turned to K. Renner beside him and said, "Yanner, let's go to the second floor." N. Cai Yan nodded lightly, and Yetian obeyed everything. The environment on the second floor is much better than that on the first floor, and the people dining here are undoubtedly some dignitaries. Yetian made a big shot, and he threw it out with enough silver. Xiao Er smiled brightly, even happier than seeing his own father. After diligently pouring tea and water for the two, Yetian felt the enthusiasm of Xiao Er, and his smile brightened. Especially when he saw other guests saw Cai Yan's pretty face, his eyes lit up, and then he looked at Yetian with a little more envy in his eyes, which made Yetian's vanity extremely satisfied. There is a saying how to say, "Ui's face is bad for water." Although Yetian never believed it, he was really in trouble today. How can such a beautiful and big beauty show her face outside? How can it not cause others to covet, let alone in this capital where high-ranking officials are piled up? After 3 rounds of drinking, Yetian was enjoying the meal. A man dressed as a young man dressed in brocade and Chinese clothes suddenly fell down when he passed by Cai Yan, and his huge body directly overwhelmed Cai Yan Jiao #S small body. Chapter 10 Little White Face. With a weight of at least 300 pounds, her height and body width are almost the same. How could she, who is weak, bear such a magnificent weight? Cai Yan immediately screamed and fell to the side. Seeing the opportunity, Yetian got up in a hurry, grabbed Cai Yan's shoulders, and pulled her into his arms. Until this time, Yetian looked squarely at this big fat man who likes to do surprise attacks. Wearing a blue dress, fat and oily, I don't know which family raised this pig. Yetian wanted to say, wearing a dragon robe is not like a prince. The flirting was unsuccessful, and the big fat man suddenly became angry. He met in such a romantic way, but was disturbed by people, and he wanted to beat people. "Master, are you all right?" Behind him, a group of big men in rough clothes rushed forward and helped their son up. "Boy! Who are you? Sign up quickly. How dare you interfere with this young master's good deeds? The young master makes you look good." The fat man glared at Yetian with a vicious look on his face. It's just that his vicious appearance is too funny. His eyes sink into the fat, showing a state of chaos. "I'm good looking enough, so I won't bother you with your help, but..." Yetian patted Cai Yan's pink back with a playful look on his face, letting the frightened her relax a little, and then continued, "It's really a shame for your parents to come out to meet people just like you." "Oh, I see, No wonder you want to come here for dinner. The 8th floor is your parents asking you to come. If you are at home eating, vomiting while eating, it's not bad, fat man, it's actually a miracle to be ugly to a milestone. Ha ha ha. Yetien's sarcasm naturally caused the onlookers to laugh. What are you laughing at? Be careful, I let my father send you all to jail. No one laughed anymore. Most of the people who can eat here know the identity of this fat man, Dongfang's youngest son, Dongfang. The father's identity is hard enough, he naturally does whatever he wants, and he does a lot of bullying men and women. No, I met Cai Yan today, and when I saw the fairy-like appearance, I was shocked on the spot. Girl, you are so beautiful, I really feel wrong to follow this kid. My father is Taishi Dong, and I eat and drink spicy food with me, and enjoy endless wealth and wealth. Following this kid is really wronging you, what do you call that? Isn't it wrong to follow you, a big fat man who wants to vomit when he sees it? At first, I only thought that this fat man was just ugly, but now, Yetien doesn't think so, this guy actually has some problems with his IQ. Yetien felt aggrieved, he wanted to say, am I that bad? Seeing that the beauty didn't answer, the fat man was a little anxious, so he continued, girl, in front of so many people today, I want to ask the girl, what should I do so that you can accept my heart? Cai Yan continued to nest in Yetien's arms, not even interested in answering this question. This man's so boring? Why? The big fat man growled in a low voice, his face turned ugly. For a long time, he had what he wanted. Those women didn't have time to throw him in their arms when they saw him, so they didn't need to talk nonsense at all, but the woman in front of him didn't even look at him, which made his self-esteem suffer greatly. Blow. Understood, young master. This girl must have been drinking too much. Give me some face. Let's talk about this girl after she wakes up, okay? The restaurant owner also came at this moment. Drag tactic, here is either rich or expensive, and he doesn't want to offend anyone. Shut up. The big fat man shouted to the restaurant owner, what are you doing? Calling you the boss while holding you, do you really take yourself as a person? Isn't it just a humble commoner? Yes, yes, I understand what the young master said is right. In the eyes of the young master, a minion is worthless. The restaurant owner did not dare to refute, but instead looked flattering, and only hoped that the matter would be calmed down as soon as possible. Fatty walked to the chair that Cai Yan had just sat down on, stared at her back with burning eyes, then turned to Yetien and said, boy, I don't care what your relationship with this girl is, let her go now, you make a price, she will be my woman from now on. Crack. Yetien couldn't bear it anymore, and slapped him on the fat face that was still smiling. Yetiguan's strength was very strong, and a clear palm print immediately appeared on Dong Fatty's pale face. Boy! How dare you hit me? The big fat man stared at Yetien with an unbelievable look. Then, he finally remembered to fight back. He raised his big hand and punched Yetien in the eyes. Crack, dash. His fist fell into Yetien's hand. Little white face dash, he cursed. He thought, compared to strength, who is afraid of whom? I'm a big man of 300 to 400 pounds, can't fight a little white face like you. So he started working hard. Work harder. His face turned purple UI. His forehead was dripping with sweat. He clenched the kiba, his cheeks shaking. However, no matter how hard he tried, his fist was still tightly clenched by the little white face in his eyes. How can this little white face have so much strength? He almost forgot the shame of being slapped, but such a question popped into his head, he must have practiced kung fu dash. Yetien was called little white face again and again by the big fat man, and he was so angry that he died. You are clearly a 7-footed man, okay. How could it be a little white face? In other words, How come there is such a new vocabulary as little whiteface in this era? It's no wonder that history always fails, and all TMDs on emotional textbooks are fooling people. However, he thought that if he wasn't beside the beautiful and lovely little angel, then Cai was molested by this guy and forced to be his wife. So he got even more angry. Bang dash. Ye Tian punched the big fat man in the left eye. The big fat man's left eye was hit, and immediately Yui turned purple, his eyes finally exposed, and they began to ooze out. Bang dash. He punched the big fat man again in the right eye. The right eye immediately followed in the footsteps of the left eye, and Yui was so swollen that it was difficult to see. Bang dash. He punched him in the face. Bang dash. Another punch hit him in the face. Bang dash. Bang dash. Bang dash. Yet Tian's one hand is still holding the big fat man's fist that he wants to hit, and the other hand has already let go of Cai Yan and clenched it into a fist, just like if you don't need money, you will be rewarded. It fell like dense raindrops. Originally, he liked to use the palm, but as soon as the fat man made a fist, Ye Tian also upgraded his treatment for him. Everything happened between lightning and flint, and the guards around him didn't react until the big fat man was punched more than a dozen times. The master was beaten, which made them lose face. Without saying a word, they rushed up. Ye Tian's body was shocked, and a circle of milky white air suddenly radiated from him at the center. Bang, bang, bang. As if the autumn wind swept away the leaves, all the guards fell to the ground, being shocked by the internal force. One by one covered their chests and couldn't stop wailing. Bang. The movements in Ye Tian's hands still did not stop. Chapter 11_Early Marriage. You little whiteface, if you dare to hit me, I'll let you die. I am going to smash your corpse into pieces. Bastard, do you know who I am? My father won't let you go. You'll be beheaded. Brother, let me go, I was wrong, master. At the beginning, the big fat man's mouth #BA was still very tough. Any swear words are thrown out. He doesn't look like everyone's son, he looks like a hooligan who has been in the market for several years. Later, he found that every time he scolded, the fist of little whiteface would get heavier, his eyes could no longer be seen, his face was swollen and unconscious, and his mouth #BA couldn't speak clearly. He completely understood, this little whiteface is trying to kill him. It's not just that heroes don't suffer immediate losses. Prostitution. Thieves do not eat. So, the big fat man began to speak softly and beg for mercy. Brother Ye Cai Yan also spoke at this moment. She took Ye Tian's hand and shouted, "Don't fight. You can't fight anymore, it will kill people." She was in a hurry. In the entire capital, no one knew Tai Shidong. This is Tai Shidong's son, so it's fine if you beat him. If you really kill him, the consequences will be disastrous. Although he tugged and shrugged, Ye Tian didn't seem to hear what she said. Bang, bang, bang. Punch after punch. His eyes were fierce, as if madly hitting the big fat man's head. Wow, who is this person? He's so mad that even Tai Shidong's son was beaten to death. He's going to die? I heard that he is the uncle of the Cai mansion. He has no official or job title. It's really a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers. Cai mansion is going to be unlucky now. If Tai Shidong is to blame, such a beautiful girl will probably suffer again. Those who watch the fun will continue to watch the fun. There are those who sympathize, there are those who gloat over the misfortune, and there are those who cheer. In this world, everyone has it. Brother Ye Cai Yan was worried that Ye Tian would directly beat people to death, and hugged Ye Tian's arm tightly and shouted, "Stop! Stop it! You will give people to you. Kill and you'll go to jail." Only then did Ye Tian calm down and let go of the fat man's arm. Then, the big fat man slipped softly from the chair and lay straight on the ground. Dead. Cai Yan was shocked. Squat down to probe the big fat man's breath. On and off. She let out a long sigh of relief and stood up slowly. Suddenly her legs were sore and she was about to fall. He's not dead. Yetian held Cai Yan steady. I'm measured. Is this still reasonable? Cai Yan pointed at the big fat man who was lying on the side and stopped moving, and gave Yetian an angry look. If it weren't for the fact that the environment was really weird, she would be amused by Yetian's words. If there is no sense, do you want to beat people to death? No. Yetian shook his head. Murder is against the law. The onlookers suddenly felt dizzy and thought, it's not illegal to beat people, you beat people like this. This thought is really unusual. Tai Shidong's son was seriously injured and in a coma. Cai Yan was also a little anxious at the moment, and asked Xiang Ye Heavenly Path, Brother Ye, how do you think this matter should be handled? If my father found out, he would definitely scold me to death. It's okay, I'll handle this matter. Yetian comforted, let's go home. If Yetian is rational enough, he really shouldn't hit someone today. Because he has no capital to challenge Tai Shidong. Foundation establishment, Kongmei, innate, condensed core, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, body fit, and transcendence tribulation are 9 realms. If he can reach the golden core stage, even thousands of troops will be as fragile as paper tigers. However, he has just reached the innate realm, and he can't shake the boss Dong who controls the government. However, it is not his Yetian's character to choose to endure everything, not to mention that his own woman is being bullied. Today, he hit Fatty Dongda with his fist, and after today, he will have to wipe his ass with wisdom. Back at the Cai mansion, Yetian said that he had beaten Fatty Dong da Cai Yang couldn't sit still. Beating the master's son was not a trivial matter. Master Dong would never let Yetian go. My son is an asshole, yes, I can beat him or even kill him, but others can't. If I beat him, I can't get along with my old Dong. If I hit him, I will hit my old Dong in the face. Father-in-law, this matter is not as serious as you think. Yetian saw the old man walking around in the hall, his eyes dazzled, and he had no choice but to offer advice. Isn't it serious? Cai Yang glared at Yetian angrily, why are you so reckless? I understand that although the young master is misbehaving and disrespectful to Yan'er, you can't just bring someone back. Why are you beating others? Now Tai Shidong has lost face, and it is estimated that he will make a fuss about Yan'er. After hearing this, Cai Yan's face turned pale, and she said in a trembling voice, Dad, shouldn't Tai Shidong want me to be his daughter-in-law? Smart, she has already guessed the meaning of her father's words. Cai Yang nodded and sighed, not only that, I'm afraid Xiao will also be imprisoned. He, don't worry, my father-in-law, I'll be fine. Yetian, as if nothing had happened, walked to Cai Yan's side, embraced her delicate body in his arms, and said calmly, Teacher Dong wants Yan'er being his daughter-in-law is because one is unmarried and the other is unmarried. If Yan'er is already married, would he dare to let Yan'er be his daughter-in-law? Xiao means. Cai Yan seemed to understand what his son-in-law was doing. The wedding is ahead of schedule and will be held today. The 8-carrying sedan chair is being married. Just invite a few witnesses. Don't invite any of your relatives, friends, dignitaries, and nobles. This wedding must be done secretly, but... Yetian looked at Huike Renner in the middle of the house said with a wicked smile, I just don't know if Yan'er will answer. Hearing the man's teasing words, Cai Yan's face was full of UI, and she felt so ashamed that she couldn't even speak. Cai Yang laughed, and the women's college did not stay. However, if Tai Shidong troubles you, how will you get out? Cai Yang had to think about Yetian. If he was caught, it would be bad for his daughter to be a living widow. He. Shanren has his own plan, don't worry, Taishi Dong won't arrest me, on the contrary, he will appreciate me. Ye Tian was full of confidence. What is the most precious thing in this era? Nothing more than a strategist. And he, Ye Tian, doesn't seem to fall down no matter what. Master, master, it's not good. In the Grand Master's mansion, Dong Zhou was sitting on the Grand Master's chair singing a little song, and a maid on the left and right was holding a big fan to bring cool breezes. The harsh scream made him frown, and Vivi opened his eyes, seeing the hurrying figure and couldn't help but ask, "What's the hurry?" Master Hui, the third young master, was beaten, and he is still in a coma. What? Taishi Dong frowned and asked immediately, who would have the guts to beat the old man's son? Master Hui, it's the uninitiated son-in-law of Cai's house. Cai mansion. Dong Taishi's brows furrowed even tighter. Chapter 12_spring #evening moment worth thousands of gold. In the deserted Zitang, 3 or 4 old men with white hair, a good matchmaker, Cai Yang sat high on the head, and a couple of newcomers dressed in Yui clothes knelt on their knees. One worships the heavens and the earth, the second worships the high hall. Then the couple worships each other, such a simple wedding. Small but complete. There was a matchmaker, and several old men with high morals and respect were also invited by Cai Yan, and it was a good match, and a young couple was born. Of course, this is obviously unfair to Cai Yan. Weddings only happen once in a lifetime. Which woman doesn't want to marry beautifully, but now it happens suddenly, so she has to be hasty and be a formalist. The twilight is all around, and the moon is bright. After several old men were defeated by Ye Tianyi, they also left. Of course, the battlefield here is just a chess field, and does not contain other meanings, don't think about it. Lanterns were lit everywhere in the Cai mansion, and they were as bright as day. After the boy who shouted to be careful with the candle was beaten by Xiao He, Pai Diana ran away. Ye Tian looked at the stunning beauty sitting beside the bed, the first woman he liked and fell in love with after crossing the road. He had mixed feelings in his heart and wanted to express his acceptance speech, but it stuck in his throat and turned into a choked sob. "Yan'er, I'm here." She called out softly, her voice was hoarse, and yet Guanren's hands trembled a little, especially after she lifted Yui's hijab and gently lifted her beautiful face. The dream came into reality. Guan was very happy, the thief was happy, holding the beauty was like holding the whole world, like a happy nouveau riche. It's not that the two of them never met each other's eyes, but Ye Tian stared at her so intently, breathing each other's breath so closely. It made Cai Yan feel embarrassed. From those deep and clear eyes, she saw a lot, such as love, affection, joy, and lust. Those are a pair of eyes that can pierce people's hearts, expressing their feelings naked, fiery like fire. Cai Yan could see his own image from Ye Tian's dark pupils. Inside, he was extremely shy and cramped because he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. There was a hint of playfulness in Ye Tian's eyes, and the soft and smooth skin in his hands felt very comfortable. Yet Guanren's eyes stared straight at the beauty, with some malicious intentions. Cai Yan was timid, her eyelids drooped slightly, and her eyelashes covered the delicate skin under her eyes, closing the window of Xiaolu's heart and blocking it a little. The aggression in Ye Tian's eyes. "Yan'er, look into my eyes." Ye Tianji was as gentle as possible, and there was a hint of confusion in his voice, as if from the horizon, but also from a dream field. When Cai Yan heard this, he had to meet those dreamy eyes again. This man has a pair of enchanting eyes, which are far-reaching, clean, clear and bright. "Yan'er, can you see yourself in my eyes?" Ye Tian asked softly. Cai Yan nodded, "Well, yes. You know, legend, if a woman can see her own image in a man's pupils, it means that this man loves her." Ye Tian Vivisho, Infinite charm. Cai Yan was overjoyed. Yet Yen's direct expression of love made her quite happy, but she was a bit shy. Then, can you see you in my eyes? Cai Yan blinked playfully, blinking her beautiful big eyes, she asked. Yet Yen secretly smiled in his heart, but said on his mouth, I can't see it. I've been reading a little more recently, and I'm a little short-sighted. Ah. Then look closer. Cai Yan was afraid that Yet Yen wouldn't be able to see him, so he tried to keep his eyes wide open. He was a little sincere and fearful. Cai Wenheim, who was always wise and quiet, was like a little girl who was worried about gains and losses. The big-tailed wolf swayed a little at a loss. There was a hint of playfulness in Yet Yen's eyes, approaching. Blinked, a little flustered, but finally saw a teasing smile in Yet Yen's eyes. Yediguanren gently closed his eyes, gently and seriously sucking #sucking Cai Yan ro #soft Ru Yun's lips #flaps, repeated up and down, very gently, for fear that she would be frightened. When Yet Yen's cunning tongue #head was trying to break through Cai Yan's white shell #teeth barrier, the beauty was startled and pushed Yet Yen away. Vivi gasped, stared at Yet Yen, and said angrily, I hate it, you bullied me. Yet Yen grabbed her little hand and smiled brazenly, Miss, do you mean that I'm cute and I can't get tired of seeing you? Bully you, how dare I befriend you, it's too late to love you, come on, #, AI is worth thousands of dollars a night, let's not waste this good time, hurry up and AI. Saying that, a Latin American woman rushed forward. Cai Yan's wrist was soft and boneless, and with a slight shake, she was short and slipped from Yet Yen's embrace. The fire UI skirt danced into a big UI flower, which was really beautiful. Big seductive #wolf, when are you so anxious? There will be time in the future. Let's talk, shall we? People, I'm a little scared. I heard that it hurts a lot. Cai Yan's eyes flashed with fear, yes, that thing is both longing and fearful. Yet Yen secretly hated, who told Yanner that it was painful? Grandma is a panda, when will my virginity end? Cai Yan has this concern, yet Yen naturally can't be too like a beast, if she is scared and makes her resist, I'm afraid this bridal room is really beautiful #wonderful. Thinking of this, Yet Yen had to suppress the desire in his heart that he had been eager for more than 20 years, spread his hands and smiled bitterly, actually, I like to talk while doing it. This is quite insincere. Men generally like to work hard, just like the old scalper. Of course, there are also junior brothers who are not confident or inexperienced in themselves and will keep asking the woman, how is it? How does it feel? Is it comfortable? Is it cool? There is a lot of nonsense. The little girl is working hard to cooperate, feeling the beauty of that incident. As a result, the man is chattering and making noises, how annoying. I don't like nicknames. I like to talk first, and then that. Cai Yan is not as thick-skinned as Yediguan's, and when these two people talk about it, Yui's heart doesn't beat, and Taishan doesn't bend over. It can be organized and content to talk about, this is the world of difference between a pure girl and a dirty #rogue. Cheng, listen to you, let's chat first, what to talk about, yes, Yanner, I want to correct a misconception of yours. This woman's first time will hurt, but you don't want to. Frowning, no, how can it be more painful than having a child? Different, these two kinds of pain are different, having a child is a constant pain, it hurts for a long time, but this thing is different, this thing it only hurts for a while, and then the pain comes to an end. It will be very comfortable. Having a child will not be comfortable from the beginning to the end. Well, yes, this is the biggest difference between the two. You don't want to have a child, Yanner, this concept is also incorrect. You can't stop giving birth just because of the pain. If women think this way, how will human beings develop? How will society progress? How the future society will develop depends on you, and you have a long way to go. Don't you think giving me a son is a very happy thing? Cough cough, let's talk about it, let's talk about it. In fact, this thing is beautiful #wonderful, I guarantee that you will become addicted once and won't be able to extricate yourself. Falling in love with this feeling, no, you won't become a slut, you just like to be with me, don't worry, I won't ignore you just because I'm with other people, I swear, it's fine, I swear by Monkey King, oh, isn't it a journey to the West story, don't you want to hear? Chapter 13 Bridal Chamber Candle. Yetian has a headache, but Cai Yan is like a little girl with a lot of questions. The questions she asks are very strange. What makes Yetian even more headache is that she seems to like the feeling of chatting with herself like this, and it feels like chatting for 3 or 4 days. Should the wedding night be wasted on chatting? Well, what is the Monkey King, tell me quickly. Cai Yan's eyes were bright and crystal-like. Yetian was embarrassed and helplessly perfunctory, the Monkey King is just a monkey. It was fooled by a great monk, and he was pressed under the Wuxing mountain. Later, a handsome monk rescued him. There was another pig and a big beard on Zishan Road. The 4 of them were on the road because the female monster wanted to marry the handsome monk and the male monster wanted to eat the handsome monk. The result was that there was no result. Once the monkey went up to the heaven and asked the gods to help him subdue the monster, and finally experienced 9981 difficult to retrieve the scriptures, the monkey was banned for fighting the monkey, the bearded man went to clean the house, and the pig became the cook. Finished speaking, dear lady, Chun #Xiao Mo is worth 1,000 gold, we have wasted a lot of gold, should we continue to waste it? Cai Yan shook his head, no, it hurts, you should tell me in detail every difficulty that Sun Wukong encountered. Yetian suddenly went mad, oh my god, why should I tell her the story of Journey to the West, how good would it be to tell 3 monks without water? He coughed and said sternly, Comrade Cai Yan, I am very serious. Let me tell you, it hurts a little bit, sex #, if a cicada wants to be beautiful, it has to go through the pain of breaking out of its cocoon and turning into a butterfly, and if the phoenix wants to be resurrected, it needs to bathe in the flame of the true sun. You can't bear this mere pain? Cai Yan thought for a while, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes, well, what husband Kun said is that I shouldn't be afraid of pain, well, let's go to Wushan Yun #rain, don't waste gold. Yetian was moved to tears, and he silently thanked the heavens, I tried my best to convince Yanner to agree. It was easy for me. Husband Kun, can you tell me the story of Monkey King on the other side? Cai Yan blinked, still thinking about Sun Monkey. Yetian was startled and said viciously, I hate that monkey to death. Stuck out her tongue #head and said nothing more. He glanced at Yetian secretly, this guy seemed to have bad intentions, his eyes were always wandering up and down her 3 ways, and he stopped at the part where the front was convex and the back was raised, showing greed. Cai Yan couldn't help being a little scared and said, Kun, you look like a lecher now #wolf. Yetian Heisho, what do you mean like a lecherous #wolf, you husband Kun, I'm a standard lechery #wolf, haha. As soon as he said that, he rushed over, as fast as lightning, and he threw her under his body without being able to avoid Cai Yan. The flames of the UI candles on the small table beside the bed are twisted and twisted, dancing a strange yoga-like dance. The big bed is soft and spacious. Cai Yan looked at Yetian cautiously, the towering pair of elastic #sexy baby rose and fell with her breathing, and her snow-white slender neck was naked #exposed. The beautiful collarbone was perfectly shaped, it belonged to Yetian. Favorite. Cai Yan's body is very soft, and her legs are slender and strong. Yet Guanren didn't put her whole body on her, but deliberately put Yesya, who was gradually becoming hideous, on the softest beauty of the beauty through thin obscenity #pants. #soft part #bit. Although Cai Yan is a big girl, she also knows what it is. And Cai Yan suddenly became weak. Yet Yan stretched his hand into the hem of Cai Yan's shirt, and touched the delicate and smooth skin, as smooth as fat and crystal as jade. Cai Yan's lower abdomen is as smooth as a mirror, without a trace of fat, and it feels very good to the touch. She swiped across her slender waist, and drew a curve that was envious of others. Yet Tien couldn't help but admire, such a small waist is simply superb. Cai Yan pursed her little mouth, her face was full of UI glow, and she was so charming that she didn't stop Tien's actions, because tonight was the wedding night, and as a wife, she had to let Tien do whatever she wanted. Tien's luscious claw seemed to have magical power, with an electric current on it, and every touch and slide caused a trembling in Cai Yan's soul. She is wearing a big UI-colored belly kabuto embroidered with mandarin ducks. The snow-white baby under kabuto stands up in an amazing arc, and it is slippery in her hand #greasy, elastic #full of flexibility. The grain at the top of the peak UI's little UI fruit reveals the seductive Yan UI, exuding a blurred fragrance. The fingertips with electric current scraped, and the small UI fruit quickly swelled, becoming round and firm #harden. Yet Tien watched Cai Yan's expression, and saw her frown unconsciously, but there was a hint of coquettishness between her brows. If Xiao #'s mouth was not tightly closed, there would be a groaning sound. The shirt flew to the side when Tien played #playing and played thousands of tricks. His stomach kabuto was slowly relieved, put it on the tip of his nose and took a deep breath. The rich milk fragrance flashed a hint of intoxication on his face. Put down the big UI belly kabuto in his hand, and cast his eyes on the lovely person under him, a pair of beautiful jade #rabbit proud standing proudly. Tien hugged Cai Yan, jade #rabbit also just Vivi trembling after shaking a few times. The still standing baby was proud and confident, without a trace of sagging. Tien knelt on the bed, buried his face between the perfect baby, sniffed the seductive scent, squeezed the jade rabbit with both hands, and murmured, "Yanur, I like them so much, they are beautiful." Ah! Cai Yan's eyes were full of water and spring color, which had been obscured by the fog, and her bright pupils were as black as ink, looming, and her cheeks became brighter and brighter. For Tien's compliment, Cai Yan was moved, a happy and sweet smile escaped from the corner of his mouth, stroked his smooth long hair, and said nothing. Tien closed his eyes, crossed Cai Yan's jade arms with both hands, hugged her tightly, stroked her delicate and clean jade back with both hands, and slid down to an astonishing arc. The two snowy buttocks rise into a rounded arc, which is truly amazing, especially Cai Yan's extremely thin waist, which makes the buttocks more rounded. Squeeze it, sink deep into it, and be bounced off instantly. This elasticity is absolutely invincible. Well, I hate it. Cai Yan closed her beautiful eyes, feeling the close contact between the two, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, and murmured #my, which made Tien's heart sway. Tien's mouth #ba held a Yan Ui Bei #bud, and tasted it carefully. The beautiful #wonderful feeling current rushed to the limbs and Mukuro. Cai Yan hugged Tien even tighter, even though the little mouth was biting lower lip, but a moan still blurted out involuntarily. About 1,000 words have been deleted. It is extremely depressing. I don't know how everyone feels at this level. After a long time, a very long torment for Cai Yan, Tien finally spared her. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Tien gently and unquestionably parted her tightly closed legs. Chapter 14 _Yin and Yang Harmony. At the moment when his fingers clasped together, Tien finally ended his virgin career, accompanied by a heart-piercing whine. That taste, it's so beautiful #miracle, so ecstatic #soul. Xiaonazai's body is very weak, and under Ye Tian's strong attack, she soon reached the first peak of happiness in her life. The little girl was trembling all over, and her snow-white skin was a delicate pink, indescribable. Fascinated her cry has a crying voice, which makes people extremely loving. Yediguan people felt the amazing suction and endless squeezing below, and silently recited the exercises. As a result, a sudden change occurred, and a heat wave hit. Yediguan people couldn't hold back, and they were like a torrent. Cai Yan's nose made an extremely moving and charming sound, and under Yesyaer's powerful cannonball, he scored twice and climbed to a new peak. Cai Yan burst into tears, as if his body had been hollowed out all at once, holding Ye Tian tightly with both arms, as if holding a life-saving straw. The Virgin Yin Yuan entered the body, connected with Ye Tian Yang Yuan, and merged. Ye Tian's body instantly turned into a black hole, and a wave of aura storm suddenly formed, frantically pouring into Ye Tian's body. And the woman, actually can increase the skill. The milky white true air flowed endlessly in the meridians in Ye Tian's body, while absorbing the spiritual energy that poured into his body, he tempered his fleshly body to make it tougher. After about a quarter of an hour, Shuangziu's halo extinguished, and two energy groups, one large and one small, entered Ye Tian and Cai Yan's bodies one after another, and merged into their dantian, becoming the purest internal force. One double cultivation was actually worth a year of hard cultivation, which made Ye Tian wonder whether to laugh or cry. The love of a man and a woman is actually a very unfair thing. It can make a woman flutter in the state of suspended animation for a long time, so that they can feel the climax. To embrace the joy of every cell, to feel the stimulation of the soul out of the body. For men, it's only a matter of seconds. It's a depressing definition that men only feel comfortable in the few seconds they ejaculate, but that's basically the truth. Do men work hard for only a few seconds? Those hooligans #wolf pronunciation. Thieves work hard on women for a long time to make women die. I only feel the throbbing of my soul in the last few seconds, paying tens of millions of sperm and sweating profusely, and sometimes a few hundred RMB. Why exactly? In fact, at this point, a man is very sad. He will never understand the pleasure of a woman's orgasm. He doesn't understand the singing from the depths of his soul, the shrinking of the entanglement of the lower body, gushing out. The spring water, the pretty face full of satisfied expressions, the crystal teardrops sliding out of the corners of the eyes, these, men will never have. However, this is also a kind of conquest of women. Men's desires need to be vented, and Wuxian's sharing is the best channel. Every man hopes that a woman can reach the peak under his body, because generally speaking, this is a difficult challenge, a woman's orgasm. When the dry start comes out, many men can't do all the work, and they will be vented in a few seconds. Therefore, it is a war of conquest that can make a woman reach the peak #peak. Ye Tian is strong and strong. After persevering training, his durability has risen to a level that is unattainable for ordinary people. Cai Yan was completely given to him by him. Conquest, both physically and mentally. Does it hurt? Ye Tian asked softly as he watched Cai Yan open his eyes. Although the physical problem has not been completely solved, it will be a long time to come to Japan. Zhang Ziyi, Kiba, was appointed a marquis at the age of 80, Yu Taikun was in command at the age of 100, Sun Monkey was 500 years old to study the scriptures in the West, and Bai Niangzi went down the mountain to fall in love at the age of 1000. What are young people anxious about? Well, you can't finish all the love you have to do in a lifetime on this day, can you? Besides, the beauty has no strength at the moment. It hurts. Cai Yan pouted her lips, her breath still a little chaotic. With a kiss on the mouth of the beauty little hashtag, Yetian Viviisho, dear madam, go to sleep, husband Kun holds you, and we sleep together. N. Cai Yan felt relieved, nodded happily, and got into Yetian's arms. Yetian hugged the lovely woman who belonged to him, as if he was hugging the whole world. Soon, the two fell into a dark and sweet sleep. Staying in bed is definitely a happy thing, especially holding a beautiful, delicate, and embossed beauty in her arms, stroking Cai Yan's smooth and firm skin from time to time. After Yetian's overnight moisturizing, Xiaona's eye the skin was smoother and smoother, which Yetian couldn't put it down. Even when she fell asleep, her hands were kneading pinching Xiubero the soft big white rabbit, with a satisfied smile on the corner of her mouth. Although he was reluctant to bear the bed that was so comfortable, Yetian and Cai Yan got up early. Taking advantage of the gentle sunshine in the morning, Yetian stared at the beautiful hashtag between the legs of the beauty and kept looking at it, tisk praise, and said, "What a beautiful jasmine flower." Yoi's swollen body due to Yao's impact regained its pink tender color under the conditioning of Yetian Zhen. It is indeed the most beautiful flower in the world. Cai Yan was extremely shy, and her beautiful eyes looked at Yetian from time to time, facing Yetian's eyes, and when she saw the flames burning in his eyes, she was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly turned over, her snow-white round buttocks slumped. In a flash, that seductive arc made Yetian's eyes more eager. "Hu Kun, it's early in the morning, you're not allowed to bully others, you'll have to serve tea to daddy later." Cai Yan was a little worried about Yetian Beast's sexuality, and hurriedly put on obscenities. "Tie your pants to Kabuto to hide the beautiful spring light." Yetian rolled his eyes, rubbed his hands, and looked anxious. "Miss, you are so beautiful, how about we do it again? Quickly and quickly? I don't want it, people have to go see daddy." In order to avoid this sexiness, Cai Yan hurriedly jumped out of bed to get dressed. In the blink of an eye, she was dressed neatly and restored the image of an intellectual and quiet talented woman. Yetian couldn't help but sigh, wearing clothes is a fairy, undressing is a lust. Women are indeed the most magical animals. Yetian has only ever heard of a daughter-in-law serving tea to her parents-in-law, and never heard of her son-in-law serving tea to an old father-in-law. He feels that he is really married into a wealthy family. "Into your sister's womb." This is Yetian's idea. He came to the hall with his beautiful little wife, but saw Cai Yang already waiting here. Seeing the arrival of the two of them, seeing the spring color still remaining in the corners of Cai Yan's brows and eyes, and the radiant face, the old man Cai was pleased with Isho. It seemed that his daughter's bridal chamber had not passed the night. Chapter 15_Dong Boss. Yetian and Cai Yan each called Dad, took the fragrant tea handed over by the maid, and served them one by one. Cai Yang took it, and Vivi took a sip. After the ceremony, the old man Cai waved Cai Yan back, took Yetian into the study, took 2 steps back and forth, and then said, "Xiaoao, in the morning, the people of the Dong mansion gave an order to let me enter the mansion to discuss matters, and named Rang by name. The old man will take you there." Deliberation. Yetian touched his chin, thinking of the development of the history of the 3 kingdoms. He was happy and sighed again. "Father-in-law, don't worry, just take me there." "You are really sure to get away for yourself?" Cai Yang asked again. Yetian nodded. He has already thought about it. If Dongzhou really wants to kill himself, then he will not bother to care so much. However, things don't seem to have gotten that far. In the center of Luoyang City, in front of Dong's mansion, a carriage stopped. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a young man dressed in a white brocade robe got out of the carriage, stood on the carriage, and got off the carriage. "Father-in-law, here we are, please get off." Immediately afterwards, Cai Yong also got out of the carriage and stood on the carriage shaft. In front of him is a magnificent, majestic, and tall mansion, exuding a sense of majesty. On both sides of the gate of this mansion, there are two stone lions with a height of 1 jong. The two stone lions are of different shapes. The two stone lions both had ferocious faces, with a hint of bloodthirsty aura, as if they were going to choose someone to devour. The gate of the mansion is a bronze gate with a width of 30 feet and a height of 40 feet. In the center of the gate, there are two huge knockers. On the banner just above the gate, there is a huge golden plaque surrounded by gold, and on the plaque are written two golden characters, Dongfu. Now the gate is open, and officials are invited to come. Ye Tian was led by Cai Yong into Dong's mansion. He looked around at the surrounding scenery, and saw all kinds of pavilions in it, rockery and flowing water filled it, and under the fiery sun, flowers were clustered together. A vibrant scene. Entering a hall, it was full of people. In the main seat, there was a mighty middle-aged man in a black python robe. He smiled and drank with everyone. I think it was Dongzhou. Hey, Boja is here, come and take a seat. When Dongzhou saw the coming, he hurriedly called someone to greet him. It can be seen that Cai Yong still has some status in Dongzhou's place. Of course, what Dongzhou valued was Cai Yong's prestige. The Grand Master is courteous, and it is a great honor to be an official. Today, I specially brought my son-in-law Xiaoao to visit. Cai Yong bowed his hands to Dongzhou. Teacher is 1,000 years old, his style is compelling, and his might is better than that of the past. Ye Tian opened his eyes and said, nonsense, what was that year? This is the first time I see Boss Dong, okay. Boji, this little brother, is your son-in-law. Dongzhou was a little surprised. He had inquired about Ye Tian's identity. Didn't he marry Miss Cai's family yet? How could he be named Cai so quickly? The title of son-in-law. His son was beaten, and he wanted to save face. It was undoubtedly the best way to give Ye Tian a slap in the face and marry Miss Cai into the house. Through such means, he could demonstrate to the world not my old Dong either. Very provocative. Master Hui, Xiaoao and the little girl got married yesterday, and both Mr. Yan and Mr. Su had a few glasses of wedding wine. Cai Yong replied unhurriedly. Mr. Yan and Mr. Su are both famous people in Luoyang. If I invite them to witness the wedding, there is no suspicion of fraud. No matter how powerful you are, Mrs. Dong is too embarrassed to take the married daughter of his subordinate. Grab it, not to mention that you have to rely on my fame to secure your rule. After all, because Cai Yong is useful, he cannot be touched for the time being. After listening to Cai Yong's words, Dongzhou's face became a little ugly. This old guy is not pedantic at all. He even married a daughter in advance, completely dispelling his idea of marriage. However, is this old man so sure that he will not attack his son-in-law, beat his son, and he can be thrown into prison for any crime? Is it better for my daughter to be a living widow than to be my daughter-in-law? Haha, since you are Boja's son-in-law, there must be something special about him. Brother Boja, you are too embarrassed, you have found a son-in-law by yourself, without notifying us, so that we can be happy too, said a counselor sitting next to Dongzhou. On the other side of Dongzhou, stood a mighty big man, wearing a purple gold crown with three-pronged hair on his head, wearing a Zishuan Yui cotton 100-flower robe on his body, wearing a chain armor with a beast-faced swallowing head, and an exquisite lion belt around his waist, bow and arrow carrying a painted halberd with you. This is Lu Buletin, and only he can carry weapons in the hall. This is what Dongzhou stipulated for his own safety. As everyone knows, the biggest danger lies in him. I'm sorry, this old man didn't come in time. I will take this opportunity to introduce Xiaoao to everyone today. Please take care of me. After that, Cai Yang turned his attention to Ye Tian and said, Xiaoao, you are here. All of you are my colleagues, please introduce yourself. Li are you, courtesy name Wen Yu, was Dong Zhou's son-in-law and counselor. Yes, my father-in-law. Ye Tian handed over his hands, neither humble nor arrogant. In Xia Yeshan, the word is free. I have just come to your land, and I would like to ask you all to take care of me. All my colleagues, please sit down, the banquet is about to start. Dong Zhou gave Ye Tian a deep look, and the hall fell silent as soon as the words came out. I have to say that these officials are still quite afraid of Dong Zhou. Dong Zhou's character is brutal, and his ministers are a bit submissive, so what thrilling things did he do? They still remember that at a previous banquet, many officials from the DPRK and China were invited by Dong Zhou to the banquet. The officials were baffled and didn't know what medicine Dong Zhou's gourd contained. At the banquet, Dong Zhou was in high spirits and greeted everyone not to be hesitant and to drink freely. After 3 rounds of drinking, Dong Zhou suddenly got up and said mysteriously to the people present, in order to cheer everyone up, I will present a wonderful show for you, please enjoy. After speaking, he gave a high five and laughed wildly. Suddenly, the entire banquet became a killing ground. Dong Zhou escorted hundreds of northern rebels who had lured captives into the center of the venue and ordered the soldiers to cut off their tongues. The cruelty of its methods made all the officials and soldiers present appalling, and the chopsticks in the hands of many guests were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Dong Zhou, however, acted as if nothing had happened, still drinking freely, with a smug look on his face. On another occasion, Dong Zhou tied the whole body of hundreds of insurgent soldiers captured with cloth strips, stood upside down, then poured ointment on them, set them on fire and burned them to death, which was extremely cruel. Chapter 16_Flattery. The officials only hope that nothing major will happen today. At the beginning of the banquet, the entire Dong mansion sang and danced, and it was lively. One thing, I don't know how many ghosts are buried in this hall, and they don't even want to stay here. However, due to the power of Taishi Dong, they could only act as if nothing had happened. It would be bad if they were caught by Boss Dong. Ye Tian drank a lot, most of which were poured by others, but with true qi in his body, he would not refuse anyone who came. After 3 rounds of drinking, Dong Zhou glanced at everyone present and said, Everyone, be quiet and listen to me. When Taishi Dong opened his mouth, no one dared to speak, so the entire banquet hall seemed to be agreed, and instantly became quiet. I think at the beginning, after the old man occupied Luoyang, he divided the kings and rewarded the 3 armies. I didn't expect them to be ungrateful, and now they have joined together to attack me, saying that I was perverse and cruel, and Yuan Shao, the prefect of Bohai. Later General Yuan Shu, Mu Hanfu of Jizhu, Kong Ni, governor of Yuzhou, Lu Dai, governor of Yanzhou, Wang Kuang, governor of Hanoi, Zhang Miao, governor of Shenliu, Zhang Chao, governor of Guangling, Qiao Mao, governor of Dongjun, Yuan Yi, governor of Shanyang, Jai Bei. According to Bao Xian, they formed the Kwantung army and wanted to advance westward and capture Luoyang in one fell swoop. This group of ungrateful little people is really hateful. Now that the Kwantung army is about to invade the city, what are your best strategies? The ministers have long heard the news of the Kwantung army, which aims to capture Luoyang and try to overthrow Taishi Dong. The De Shang Shuyan Chang bowed his body and said, Back to the Grand Master, according to the humble opinion of the lower official, I am afraid that the Kwantung army will not really attack Luoyang city this time. They are just trying to test the Grand Master. Dong Fangzhou smiled and said, Why do you see it? Although the Kwantung army is huge in number and ferocious, the soldiers it combines are too complicated. They belong to different forces, and when they arrive on the battlefield, they are just scattered sand, and they don't have much combat power at all. Yan Chang said, Besides, Luoyang, the city is a century-old city, and the city wall is not an exaggeration to say that it is impregnable. Master, Yuan Shao belongs to a group of rabble. If you give 50,000 soldiers and horses to the last general, they will definitely kill them without leaving a single piece of armor. Lu Buletin also stood up at this moment. It's time. He, don't be in a hurry, Feng Xian, there will be a time for you to show off your skills. Dong Zhou pressed his hand and motioned Lu Buletin to step aside, then turned his attention to Ye Tian and asked, I don't know what Xiaoyao can teach you. Returning to Taishi, I don't dare to see the teaching. Ye Tian bowed and replied, the Taishi is smart and far-sighted, and sees things 100 times higher than the lower officials. The lower officials think about it, the benefits of fighting, and the benefits of fighting. The benefits of reconciliation are in my heart, and the health committee will never give up. I beg your Taishi to forgive me for being stupid. However, the Taishi is meticulous and thoughtful, and there is no last resort. The things that you think of, I am afraid, have already been predicted by the Taishi. Middle. The strategies that the subordinate officials think of, no matter how high they can't be higher than the guidance of the Grand Master. The subordinate officials only need to follow the instructions of the Grand Master to do things. All the best. When all the officials heard this, they were all in awe, thinking to themselves, no one in the civil and military affairs of the Manchu dynasty can match this guy's ability as an official. This person is very good at flattering, and he is thinking about whether he should be his teacher. Dong Zhou sneered at Isho and said, the old man is asking you to think about your ideas, not to listen to your words of praise. Having said that, Taishi Dong was extremely happy in his heart. He originally planned to put Ye Tian in prison for a few years, but after hearing these words, he suddenly dismissed his previous thoughts. This kid is interesting, really. When it comes to his own appetite, he speaks to his heart. Ye Tian cupped his hands and continued, Taishi Mingjian, this is not a sing-along, but it is indeed the truth. After hearing the Taishi's speech just now, the subordinate pondered for a long time, thinking about how to deal with it. The only way to win is how to dispatch troops. It is absolutely impossible for the Taishi to come up with an idea casually. The Taishi is the crepe myrtle star in the sky, and the emperor's purple chi is added to the body. Naturally, it is not something that ordinary people like Xiaoguan can do. Therefore, Xiaoguan thought, as long as the Grand Master orders it, it will be good. Even if you adults don't understand it for a while, as long as you work hard, you will finally realize it. When the officials heard this, they secretly scolded him for being shameless and flattering in public. Cai Yan glanced at Ye Tian carefully, and found that he couldn't see through this kid. Is this still his son-in-law? Hearing Ye Tian's kind words, Dong Zhou laughed on the spot. He glanced at the crowd, and said, the Kwantung army is aggressive and strong, and fighting them recklessly is the best strategy, so old man, I plan to give up Luoyang, move the capital to Chang'an. Move the capital? Dong Zhou's advisor, Li Su, was taken aback for a moment, and hurriedly asked, Taishi, if the capital is moved to Chang'an, what will happen to Luoyang city? It's impossible to hand it over to Yuan Shao's servant. Humph. The old man is not so generous. Dong Zhou sneered, leaving them an empty city is cheap for those ungrateful little people. Hearing what Dong Zhou said, all the non-commissioned officers fell silent. What is an empty city? No people, no food, no property. Just like the three-light policy implemented by Japan's invasion of China, kill all, burn all, rob all. All the officials were pondering the meaning of the word empty city, and when they gradually understood, everyone's expressions changed. Luoyang city. It's really going to change. Cai Yang figured it out. This old man was going to play an empty city plan, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. He was about to speak, but suddenly he found that he couldn't speak. He couldn't help but look at Ye Tian with horror, found that he smiled at himself, and then shook his head again, knowing that this must be the ghost of his son-in-law. He glared at Etienne a few times, but what he got in return was just the shaking of his son-in-law's head. Teacher, I foolishly thought that the capital should not be moved. Moving the capital to Chang'an would not only destroy one's own prestige, but also increase the ambition of others, but also waste the people and waste money. This is a big taboo. Yes, Taishi, if the capital is moved to Chang'an, what should the people of Luoyang do? Should they be left alone? Huang Wan, Yang Biao, Wu Qiang, Zhou Yu, don't you understand what this old man said? I want to move westward. As for the people here. Dong Zhou's eyes turned cold and he said coldly, there, what is my business? Chapter 17_Westward Move. Hey, those scumbags, who speak ill of this old man all day long, give me all the land left and rush into Chang'an, and then take all the wealth of Luoyang, and then set fire to the city of Luoyang. The old man has nothing left. Don't leave it to those scoundrels and thieves. Dong Zhou smiled sinisterly, and then continued, Luoyang is a piece of fertile land. I don't believe that those thieves won't fight for this land. Aren't they allies? The old man is gone. Look, whether they want allies or land, it's better to fight to the death or the other, so as to be very happy. Besides, Chang'an is our base camp, and this old man doesn't believe that they dare to come to Chang'an. Hearing Dong Zhou's cold-blooded and ruthless words, Huang Wan and the others became even more anxious and stepped forward to persuade them, Master, you can't do this. How many innocent people will be killed by this? Dong Zhou waved his hand, you don't need to say any more, this old man has made up his mind to set off on time in 3 days. Think again, Grand Master, you can't move west, this army is in chaos, life is better than death at dawn, isn't it worse for Grand Master to do this? Okay, the old man didn't listen to what he said. Come on, drag Huang Wan and Yang Biao out, remove all positions, and send them back to their hometown. Master, think again, Master. Huang Wan and Yang Biao were dragged down like this. Wu Qiang, Zhou Yu, do you know why this old man wants you two to stay? Dong Zhou asked while looking at the two kneeling on the ground. Returning to Taishi, the lower officials don't know. Do you still object to the old man's decision to move west? Dong Zhou twisted his beard, his eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed. Etienne saw Dong Zhou's expression and knew that something was wrong. The old guy was afraid that he was going to kill someone, but he didn't come out to stop him. In his own words, it's none of my business. Etienne is now a mud bodhisattva crossing the river, and he cannot protect himself, so he has no time to take care of others. Teacher, moving west will hurt heaven and harmony. If you do this, you will become a sinner through the ages. The two of them burst into tears and kept kowtowing to Dong Zhou. It flowed all over the place, and everyone could not bear it. Wu Qiang, Zhou Yu, when you recommended Yuan Shao, Lu Dai and others, the old man took your opinion, but what happened? Now they are going to crusade against the old man. Damn you, come here, drag them both down. Chopped. The rest of the officials were trembling with fear, and all stood on the spot, hunched over, not daring to make a sound. Xiaoao, how do you think the old man will move westward? Dong Zhou looked at Etienne, wanting to hear what this eloquent young man had to say. Returning to Taishi, it is actually feasible to move westward. The main forces of Taishi are gathered in Chang'an, and moving the capital to Chang'an will definitely stabilize your rule. There is no problem in leaving an empty city for those chaotic officials and thieves, but, I feel that the Grand Master should choose a compromise. Etienne said calmly. Oh? Let's hear it. Dong Zhou laughed. The journey to the west is a long way. If all the people of Luoyang City are driven into Chang'an, there will be no small casualties in the end, so Xiaoguan suggested that there is no need to drive all the people back to Chang'an, just select some young adults and young women. The remaining old people and children left to the Dongguan army also increased their burden in disguise, which would also weaken the power of the bandit party to a certain extent. In addition, it is best not to burn Luoyang city. The value of this ancient city is not Xiao. Taishi is someone who wants to compete for the world. Sooner or later, Luoyang city will be in your old man's pocket. If you burn it now, isn't it destroying your own wealth, Taishi? Okay, if you say it well, it's up to you to do it like this. Dong Zhou felt that among so many ministers, this kid had the most beautiful words, and he had to promote him well. The ministers, seeing that Ye Tian solved the big problem of westward migration in just a few words, couldn't help but admire secretly, this kid really knows how to speak. After the show was over, the officials immediately left the Dong mansion, and the westward move was imminent. There were too many things to prepare for. After getting on the carriage, Cai Yang felt his whole body loosen, and looked at Ye Tian again, still smiling. Xiaoao, you are confused, the move to the west is absolutely impossible, you and I will become sinners through the ages. Cai Yang's expression was urgent, and he hated that iron could not become steel. Ye Tian shook his head, sighed and said, Father-in-law, Taishi Dong made it clear that he wants to move westward, so it's useless for you to speak up. If I hadn't stopped you, I'm afraid you'd have to return home. It is one thing to report the old man and return to his hometown. Whether it is useful or not is another matter. Even if the old man died because of persuasion, the old man has no guilt in his heart. It is better to die than live with guilt like this. Cai Yang felt grief and anger in his heart, originally thought that following Dong Zhou would do something good for the people, but now it seems that he really thinks too much. What about Yan'er? Ye Tian gave a wry smile and said, Father-in-law, if something happens to you, your entire family will not be able to survive. In this age of chaos, it is only because you are an official in the court, so the Cai family is so prosperous. Once you lose power, there will be many people who will fall into trouble. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about Yan'er and the Cai family. This era is very cruel. Here it is popular to get down on the ground, but it is not popular to give help. Hey! Forget it, the old man is useless. Cai Yang felt annoyed. Ye Tian was right, he was the one who supported the entire Cai family. He was the top pillar of the family, the Jinchuriki/column. Once he collapsed, the family would be destroyed in an instant. 190 AD, the westward migration officially began. Dong Zhou sent an advance force to escort Emperor Xian to move westward. He also used infantry and cavalry to select nearly 1 million young and middle-aged men and women from the millions of people in Luoyang and rushed them to Chang'an. Although under the influence of Ye Tian, the number of people moving west was greatly reduced, but the population base was still too large. Countless people were trampled to death by horses, starved to death, looted and killed. This is a chaotic world, and this cannot be changed by Ye Tian. Even if all the people stay, more than half of them will starve to death, because Dong Zhou can't leave them food at all, and these people can only fend for themselves. In Ye Tian's eyes, Mrs. Dong was actually very talkative, and a few words of flattery removed his own prison, and he didn't even have time to compete with Lu Buletin. In his plan, he originally planned to make an effort first and then try to compete with Lu Buletin, so that Taishi Dong would see his talent and bravery. Who knew that Lao Dong had been dealt with just a few words of nonsense? For 3 consecutive days, the city of Luoyang was full of chickens and dogs. All the rich people were arrested and executed for treason. All their property was confiscated. The tombs were also turned upside down by the soldiers, and all the treasures were confiscated. The bones that were dug out were thrown away, crying and scolding. Ye Tian himself did not expect that Dong Zhou would be so cruel, even digging up other people's ancestral graves, and now his infamy for the ages is settled. Chapter 18 _ Dong Zhou's Crusade. Xiaoao, You really don't want to go to Chang'an with me? The old man asked Ye Tian again in the cafe garden. Chang'an is too complicated. Even if I go there, there is nothing to show off. Ye Tian has nothing now. If he went to Chang'an, he would have no chance to compete with those dignitaries for fame and fortune. It is better to defect to the local separatist forces. They are very weak, and it is precisely because they are weak that they are valued. Then, where are you going? Cai Yang didn't want to force it. Says who? The light carriage was simple, and a beautiful carriage slowly drove out. Inside the carriage, a man and two women were talking and laughing, so happy. The man was dressed in a white brocade robe, and he was very handsome. It's not Ye Tian, who is it? The beautiful girl in her arms is wearing a light green gauze skirt, and on the emerald belly kabuto embroidered with pink lotus flowers, a big hateful hand caresses her, like a fluffy cat's paws, teasing her. That burning heart. The maid Ziahe on the side is also pretty, and she is dressed in a pink maid's costume, which also makes Ye Tian feel a little bit about being in the room. Pushing open the curtains, he slowly stuck his head out and looked behind him. Looking at the ancient city of Luoyang, which was getting farther and farther away, Ye Tian sighed in his heart, manpower is sometimes poor. The blue sky does not seem to have a trace of dust. Such a pure sky is the real nature. Thinking about the sky of my own modernization, it is simply dirty and sad. In this situation, there is beauty to accompany each other, cuddling UI and leaning on the green, and traveling in the mountains and waters. I feel pretty good. Blue sky Shirakumo is worthy of the metaphor of the blue sky and pure white cotton, that is, the wind blowing is very fresh. Surrounded by green mountains and green waters, bees and butterflies dance. The scenery here is good. Ye Tian is in a good mood, looked at the beauty lying in his arms, Isho badly, kissed the splendid hashtag lips, and then slowly slipped down, her lips brushed over the round lips, the small chin, kissed the delicate collarbone, and finally the tip of the nose touched the silky and supple thin belly kabuto, the rich milk. The fragrance came, making him intoxicated for a while. The maid on the side covered her mouth and chuckled, what? Knowing that Ye Tian was too bad, he was surrounded by big hands, and he was caught by Yedaguan people by surprise. He touched Kabuto's pink belly with his evil hands, and gently rubbed a cherry. Fukan is good or bad? And is good or bad? Don't you like it? No, like it? Ye Tian Yi, Yoi Wiakui, the Northeast Coalition Army did not have such a leisurely mood. They were looking around. They were afraid of the strength of Dongzhou's army, so no one wanted to be a standout. It's a mess of loose sand, and how good can you expect them to be? However, some people are born different. Our old comrade Cao was dissatisfied. Cao thought that since he had raised an army to attack Dong, he should take action, so he led his troops westward and prepared to enter Qinzhou. Zhang Miao also sent Wei Ziyi to lead the army with him. However, Lao Cao's luck was not good. When the army reached the Bian River in Xinyang, it encountered Dongzhou, Admiral Su Rong, and the two sides fought. Hey, Shuzi is not enough and has a plan. Looking at the only 100 soldiers left, Cao was heartbroken. These were all his own soldiers, and he said that they were gone. Brother, ride my horse and run away, I'll stop the pursuers. Cao Hong dismounted and brought the horse to Cao, ready to die in battle. Cao refused to accept it and scolded, Zillion, what are you doing? You are my younger brother, do you want me to leave you alone and run away by myself? I can't do it. As an older brother, if he had to sacrifice his younger brother's life in exchange for his own survival, it would be a shame for Lao Cao. Cao Hong stepped forward with gratitude on his face, and said loudly, the world can be without Hong, and it can't be without Kun. This, hey. Cao had no choice but to mount his horse and run away. Cao Hong is right, his old Cao is the leader of the Cao family, Jinchuriki/column, so there must be no accident. Cao rode the only horse away, while Cao Hong followed on foot and fled at night. Fortunately, finally escaped. When Su Rong saw Cao escaped, he fought hard for a day, and Suanzao was not easy to capture, so he led his troops back. After Cao returned to Suanzao, he saw that although the coalition army had more than 100,000 people, they only held banquets every day and did not try to make progress, and felt disheartened. Shuzi, it is indeed insufficient and contrived. Our old comrade Cao is not a person who is good at forbearance. During the banquet, Lao Cao became furious and said to the commanders of the Northeast Army very indignantly, "Do you still want to crusade against Dong bandits? I just fought Su Rong and got hit. With one arrow, I almost couldn't come back. Fortunately, Zillion gave me the horse, and then I escaped. His whereabouts are still unknown. You only know how to eat, drink, and have fun." At the beginning, Yuan Shao led Hanoi soldiers to Menjin. The general Suanzao was stationed in Chinjiao, occupied Ao Kang, established camps in Liuyuan and Taiguo, and controlled the dangerous points. At that time, the situation can be settled. If you just don't make progress here, you will only lose your reputation in the world and bring shame. Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu were two brothers, and later parted due to a grievance. Zhang Miao listened to his words, but he quit. How could Cao point fingers at him now that he was also his subordinate? So he scolded loudly, "I said Caoamu, I still use you to blame me for doing things, don't forget, you are still my subordinate now." Cao was very angry and did not refute, so he brought Xiahedun and others to Yangzhou, not today's Yangzhou, to recruit more than 1,000 soldiers, stationed in Hanoi, and then transferred to Yuan Shao. On the other hand, Sun Jian went north from Changsha and killed Wang Rui, the prefect of Jingzhou, and Zhang Ziyi, the prefect of Nanyang, and finally joined Yuan Shu. "My lord, we are running out of food and grass. If we want to go north, we must seek food sources." Sun Jian Chang Shi Gong Chiu Jin said. "Hey, I also know. I don't know what the road thinks. They haven't sent food and grass. Otherwise, go and urge you." Sun Jian sighed. "When the army starts, food and grass go first, and now there is a shortage of food." "Yes, my lord, the ministers take orders." Sun Jian sent Chang Shi Gongkai back to the prefecture to supervise the military supplies, set up a curtain on the east side of the city gate, and invited officials and family members to hold a banquet for the enemy. At this time, Dong Zhou's army of tens of thousands of paces and cavalry suddenly appeared. Although Sun Jian was not in a panic, he was still drinking orders, chatting and laughing freely, rectifying the trilogy, and ordering them not to move rashly. Later, when Dong Jun's cavalry gradually arrived, Sun Jian got up and slowly led his army into the city. He said to the soldiers, "The reason why I didn't get up and run away immediately was because I was afraid that you would compete with each other and everyone would not be able to enter the city. It's okay if Dong Thief comes, and it will not be easy for him to capture us." Dong Zhou's army saw that Sun's army was in order and did not dare to attack the city, and finally had to go back. Chapter 19 make up the word count. Later, Sun Jian relocated to Liangdong, and Dong Zhou sent Su Rong and Li Mengfor out to plunder, and had an encounter with Sun Jian in Liang County. Sun Jian was defeated, and Sun Jian and dozens of cavalry broke through. Because Sun Jian likes to wear a UI-colored headscarf, Dong Jun recognized it, so he took it off and put it on his immediate general Ziu Mao, which led away Su Rong Jun's cavalry, while Sun Jian escaped by the path. Ziu Mao was chased by the enemy, so he dismounted and placed his turban on a burnt Jinchuriki/column, while he hid himself in the haystack. When the cavalry saw the headscarf, they thought it was Sun Jian, so they wrapped the headscarves heavily, only to find out that it was Jinchuriki/column when they got closer, and left. Most of Sun's soldiers will be captured and even killed by brutal means. For example, the prefect of Yingchuan, Li Min, was boiled to death, while the rest of the soldiers were wrapped in cloth, hung upside down on the ground, and drowned with hot oil. In addition, Wang Kuang, who was stationed in Hanoi, also sent troops from Taishan to station Hiangjin to prepare for an attack. Dong Zhou sent suspect soldiers to cross the river from Pingyuan. The king's army was broken, and many people died. In February, when Sun Jian recaptured the skirmishers and stationed Yang Gren, Dong Zhou sent Hu Zhen as the chief guard, Lu Buletin as the cavalry commander, and several other commanders to attack Sun Jian with 5,000 cavalry. "Take me serious, don't let me find a chance, I must kill a commander today to clean up military discipline," Hu Zhen threatened, but when he said this, everyone was angry, and the governors hated him when they heard it. Especially Lu Buletin, who has long been very dissatisfied with himself for not being the guardian of the great majority. When they reached Guangcheng, which was dozens of miles away from the city of Liang, it was already dusk. The soldiers and horses were tired, and they were restrained by Dong Zhou. The generals hated Hu Zhen and wanted to sabotage his plan. Lu Buletin and the others threatened that Yang Gren's soldiers had left and should immediately pursue him. Hu Zhen immediately dispatched troops, but it turned out that Sun Jian's army had already rectified the garrison, and Dong's army was helpless, coupled with the hunger and thirst of officials, and the men and horses were tired, so they had to rest on the spot. Lu Buletin shouted again that the enemy attacked, the whole army was in chaos, abandoned their armor and fled, and lost their saddle. After escaping more than 10 miles away, he found that there were no enemies. It was just dawn, so he abandoned his weapons and wanted to attack the city again, but the army had been discovered by Sun Jun, and the defense of the city had been strengthened. Hu Zhen and others had to retreat. Sun Jian went out of the city in pursuit, defeated the enemy, and beheaded the governor Hua Xiong and others. When Yuan Shu saw that Sun Jian had defeated Dong Zhou's army, someone came to Yuan Shu and said, "If Sun Jian gets to Luoyang, he will not be able to check and balance him. This is to get rid of wolves and attract tigers instead." Sun Jian saw that Yuan Shu had just lost his food and rushed back to Luoyang overnight, sternly scolding Yuan Shu, and said, "Kong, why are you so confused? The purpose of our coalition is to attack Dongzhou. I did it, I used all my resources to fight from Changsha to Luoyang, and now I am about to succeed. You actually stopped me, you say, what is your intention?" After hearing what Sun Jian said, Yuan Shu felt ashamed, and immediately dispatched rations, and Sun Jian also returned to Yang Gren. Dong Zhou also heard that Sun Jian was so powerful, so he sent Li Ju to persuade Sun Jian to marry him, and even said that he could make his sons serve as governors, but Sun Jian scolded Dong Zhou and refused. Immediately marching into Daegu, Dong Zhou personally led his troops to fight with Sun Jian in the tomb of the late emperor. Dong Zhou was defeated, moved to Myanke, and gathered his troops in Shaanxi. Sun's army entered the Xianyang city gate of Luoyang and repulsed Lu Buletin. Sun Jian swept away the ancestral temple, Matsuri worshipped heaven and earth, divided his troops out of Hang Pass, and went to Xianan and Myanke to defend against Dong Zhou's army. Dong Zhou told Luai, the chief historian, that only Sun Jian in the Kwantung army deserved attention. They left Dong Yu to station troops in Myanke, Duan Sun to station troops in Huayan, Niu Fu to station troops in Enyi, and other generals to stay in the counties to check and balance Shandong, and then set off for Chang'an. Although Luoyang had been moved away by Dong Zhou, he still left behind a city and millions of people in the city. Sun Jian couldn't bear to give up these populations and the entire Luoyang area. Although Sun Jian attacked Luoyang, most of the heroes in the coalition had forged grudges in this battle. They turned from fighting against Dongzhou to developing their own territory. With the result, it will come to an end. I have to say that the traffic in ancient times was really sloppy. Ye Tian and his party traveled all the way through the mountains and rivers, and they did not reach Pengcheng for more than half a year. Along the way, Ye Tian experienced a lot of things, fighting everywhere, people's livelihood was withering, and he really responded to Du Shengran's words, "The wine and meat of Zuman are stinky, and the road is frozen to death." Cai Yan, a talented girl, gave full play to her kindness and good qualities, pestering Ye Tian to save the dying and helping the wounded along the way. For more than half a year, Ye Tian has been reading medical books a lot. There is no way, he can't let his wife work hard to treat others. As a good man, he has to do it himself. On a country road, a man in a green shirt walked alone, facing the splendid sun, and there was always a lazy smile on the corner of his mouth. Looking closely, the man was only 25 or 6, wearing a green shirt and covering his body, and he looked quite handsome. "Hey, I opened this mountain, and I planted this tree. If you want to cross this road, leave it to buy road money. If you dare to say nothing, go forward and grab your head. If you die in the wild suburbs, the slaughter does not care to bury it. Xiangtai, never come back." Well, when he heard this jingle, the young man was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted immediately, as if he had encountered a robber. He frowned, looked at the two robbers, and thought to himself, robbery in broad daylight is really a bit daring. But in this day and age, there are probably quite a few such people. "Boy, hand over your money quickly, or you will lose your life." When the two robbers saw that the man didn't speak, they suddenly roared fiercely, trying to use the natural power of their voices to scare the thin little white face. However, the young man was obviously not frightened. He looked at the two with a playful look on his face and smiled, "I would like to thank you all. I don't feel like a rich man myself, it's true that you look down on it so much. Let me be a little vain." After speaking, he opened his hands and continued, "If you two can find something valuable from me, I will call you uncle." Two bandits, look at me, I look at you, and then took a few glances at the man, rough cloth, a tattered wine jug, no matter how you look at it, you look like a poor scholar. However, I still search on say. So, the two started to search. "He doesn't even have a single child. Damn, you're a poor man. If you don't have anything to do, don't come out for a walk, okay? It'll make our brothers happy for nothing." If the young man knew what the two were thinking, he would definitely be depressed to death, and he didn't want to run around. Isn't this forced by the situation? In these years, there are still a few people who dare to run around like me. Seeing that they didn't find anything, the two bandits lost their energy. In despair, they were ready to grab the jug from the man's waist. "If there is no money, let's have a drink at the head office." Chapter 20_Lu Guo Feng Xiao. However, at this moment, the young man suddenly said, "I said Nii, you really dare to drink anything? If my jug is filled with poison, do you Nii still want to see the sun tomorrow?" The two bandits were startled and quickly withdrew their hands. In this age, there are many dangers, so it is better to be careful. Seeing the faces of the two, the young man said with a faint isho, "I think you two seem familiar, you seem to have met before, let me think. Oh, by the way, I advise you to leave here as soon as possible." "Who do you think you are?" "Uncle, why should I listen to you?" The bandit boss was indignant and looked at the man carefully. He had never seen him before. He just thought it was this kid who wanted to get closer to him so that he could let him go. Horse. However, this is not possible. After waiting for so long, I finally caught one, and I'm really sorry for my mood and sweat for not extorting anything from him. In this day and age, being a bandit is not easy. Hee hee, did I tell you to listen to me? The young man Viviesho sighed, "It's a pity that two good boys will die soon after they are young. It's a pity. It's a pity." The young man sighed uncontrollably, then walked forward with his hands behind his back. That sympathetic look was as if the two bandit masters would really encounter some misfortune. "Hey! Stop, did this uncle let you go?" The two bandit uncles were slightly shocked. This man said so seriously, he was more serious than real gold. "I was afraid that something bad would happen to him, so he should understand first." "Understand and say, what a pity? Make it clear, or you won't want to leave here." Young man laughed and said, "Why should I tell you? It's worthless. Next time, if you don't eat this meal, you won't be able to live. A long time ago, and being killed by you is just a day or two early death. It seems that there's no difference, but you're different. Two strong and good men, even if they don't become robbers, they can become an official and a half-career in the army. You have a bright future. What about you, starving to death in desperation? It is better to die than starve to death. In your hands. By the way, it's better to add a grave for Xia. The corpse-infested wilderness will not affect the pedestrians passing by, so as not to cause harm to the society after Xia's death." The young man guided him one by one, and the words he said were more terrifying, and the two little bandits who had never seen the world were completely dumbfounded. "People are thinking about the grave now. What can you do to him?" It was chilly when I spoke, and it felt a little intimidating. This son, you can do it, please help our brothers." "Young master, you should do a good deed." "Young master, look, this is 20 pennies, there's only so much for the two of us, so just." After weighing the 20 copper coins in his hand, the young man muttered to himself, "I can have a good drink." Okay, for the sake of you two being so polite, I'll show you a clear path. Look there." The young man pointed behind him. "Is it smoke billowing?" "Yes." The two nodded. "Is it the direction of Cai County?" "Yes." The two nodded. "Did you two kidnap a stranger before?" "Yes." The two continued to nod. "That's right." The young man stroked his chin and suddenly realized that he didn't have a beard. He sighed inwardly. How can he show his peerless charm without a beard? "I recognized you when I saw you for the first time. The county magistrate of Cai County is offering a reward for NII's capture. I estimate that he should be here in more than a minute. You should run away quickly, otherwise it will be too late." With the character of the county magistrate, if you bullied his relatives, even if when the sun comes out from the west, he'll have to rip you off and cramp. As soon as the two heard it, they were so frightened that they lost their minds, rolling and crawling, and immediately dispersed as birds and beasts. Who is the robber? It's true that the smoke is rolling, but in this era of chaos, there are several places where the smoke is not rolling. Robbing strangers. This is to ask if they have robbed the locals. The carriage came slowly, and the young man glanced back. It was a very beautiful carriage. The curtains of the sedan chairs were made of fine silk. They should belong to wealthy people. However, what are rich people doing in this place where chickens don't poop and birds don't lay eggs? Do not know. So curious. Hukun, it's almost time to get to Pengcheng. After such a long journey, I can finally relax. Inside the carriage, Cai Yan opened the curtains, revealing a stunning and charming face. Yet Yan is speechless. You know that you have traveled for a long time, and you have delayed so much time along the way. Your husband Kun, I am almost exhausted to become an old scalper. Oh no, it is an old black cow. You. The carriage stopped suddenly, and the voice of the coachman, Uncle Wang, sounded at the same time. Uncle, miss, someone is blocking the road ahead. He wants to take the carriage to Pengcheng. Yetian opened the curtains, stretched out his head and looked out. A young man stood in front of the carriage. He was wearing a blue robe. He was handsome and handsome. Let him come up. Ye Tian said. This person gave him a very strange feeling that he would not dare to walk on this country road so casually by himself. After getting permission, the young man lifted the curtain of the car and looked at the three people sitting in the car. He was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that there would be a woman inside. The eyes are very clear. And seeing Ye Tian sitting so close between the two women, it was obvious that the relationship was not shallow. He bowed his hands to Ye Tian. Guo Fengxiao, thank you Xiang Tai for allowing me to get in the car. I don't know what to call it. What? Guo Fengxiao? Ye Tian's eyes almost bulged out, but he only let him get in the car because he saw that this young man had his own demeanor. Guoqia, courtesy name Fengxiao, was from Yinzai, Yingchuan, now Yu County, Henan. Although in Ye Tian's eyes, all the handsome guys are little white faces, except himself, but he has to admit that the handsome guy Guo is a genius with deep knowledge and strategies, and when he achieves things. Cao once said a sentence, it is difficult to honor filial piety as one can know loneliness. On the way to the north, Guoqiu fell ill and died soon after returning to his teacher at the age of 38. Cao was in grief and said to Sun Yu and others, all the Konyers are orphans, and only the least is filial piety. The affairs of the world are all, and if you want to belong to the future, but in middle age, the sky is broken, and the order is also the husband. So the table told the world, Army Matsuri Wine Guoqia, since the expedition, it has been 10 years and a year. Every time there is a big discussion, the enemy will make changes. The career is not over yet. In memory of Jiexuan, it is truly unforgettable. 800 households can be added, and the former 1,000 households can be added. Then Guoqiu was posthumously named Marquis of Zhen, and his son Guo Yisai. After Cao was defeated in the Battle of Chibi, he sighed, Guo Fengxiao is here, don't let him come here. At first, Chen Kun blamed Guoqiu for not going through the inspection, and repeatedly accused Guoqiu in the court, but Guoqiu looked calm. Cao used Guoqiu even more, and Cao was very happy that Chen Kun could be upright. As a strategist, Guoqiu made a great contribution to Cao's unification of northern China. The history books call him talent and strategic, and a genius in the world. Guo Fengxiao is the most popular among Cao's 5 advisors. I think it is probably because of a title in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Guoqiu's legacy plans to decide Liaodong, as well as the ambition of scholars die for those who are confidants, and the sad fate of dying young. Many people like Guoqiu because of love, just like Venus who likes a broken arm. In fact, Guoqiu did lead his troops to participate in the last expedition, but he did not plan to decide the bridge section of Liaodong. In romance, he was the only one who, like Zhuge could foresee the development of things after his death. Guoqiu's knowledge of strategy and tactics is comparable to that of Sun Yu, and the most peculiar thing is that he can predict Sun Ce's fate thousands of miles away. This has caused a lot of people to think about it. In fact, this thing is not that complicated. Guoqiu's words are quite rigorous. Every sentence is useful. To achieve the result, all the previous conditions must be met. And as mentioned before, if you can perceive many aspects of the situation like Sun Yu, it is not difficult to make such a prediction. In fact, Sun Ce was assassinated by an assassin before he entered the Central Plains. Guoqiu's prediction was too cautious. However, Guoqiu dares to make such a bold prediction, which is related to the informal artistic cell of his character. Chapter 21 _ Cheng. Most of Guoqiu's remarks are similar to Sun Yu's, and his expositions are very complete. However, the difference between him and Sun Yu is that Sun Yu likes to use long sentences when he speaks, and often does a large set of very rigorous and cautious analysis, giving the situation bit by bit. CAO analyzed it and finally let CAO decide by himself. Even if you express your own attitude, it is often a rhetorical question. What you say can strengthen the tone, but it is always not so happy. But Guojia's speech is not like this. He often uses short sentences, and the rhythm of his speech is lively. The form is multi-line and contrasting, and it is full of phonological beauty. Compared with Sun Yu, his analysis is clearer and smoother, interlocking, and more logical. The tone of the conclusion is often very positive, which makes people very happy. All in all, Guojia gave advice and was good at grasping the main contradiction to discuss, with smooth logic and clear conclusions, and his language art was also more superb. He is more decisive than Sun Yu, more active than Jia Su, more beautiful than Chen Yu, and the most perfect thing about Guojia is that he is not as perfect as Sun Yu. Cao was a strategist, statesman, and poet. Such a Kun master encounters Guojia, who is determined and practical. How can he not spark sparks? And Guojia, who can combine rational statement with speech art, is indeed a genius. Even though Chen Kun criticized his behavior because of his personality, it was precisely because of his regret that Guojia was more in line with the word ghost talent. Yet Tian was undoubtedly overjoyed to meet Guojia here. Isn't this the real thing in front of him? Yet Tian repaid Guojia with a gift and said, Yet Tian, whose name is Xiaoao, met for the first time, please give me more advice. I can't talk about advice, but we can drink together. Comrade Lao Guo stepped into the car without any hesitation, chose a seat to sit down, took out the jug from his waist, and handed it to Ye Tian. Ye Tian took it and took a sip without hesitation. Good wine. Haha, of course it's good wine, I don't like bad wine. Guojia laughed, took the wine jug, and took a sip. Between men and men, wine is often used to build friendships. Xiaoao. Xiaoao. Guojia muttered silently, then suddenly stunned, and then said, could it be that brother is the recently rumored Xiaoao layman? Ye Tian nodded, waved his hand and said, I don't have the right to be a layman, it's all my wife who pestered me to ask me to do it. The title of layman is better for her. Now that the world is in chaos, you can save just a few people. It's not my wish to have a name. Haha, the layman is humble, how many people are able to save lives in this day and age? Guojia put a smile on his face, turned his eyes to Cai Yan, and said, Madam is kind-hearted and born so beautiful, brother is very lucky. Haha, it's okay. Ye Tian smirked, his eyes couldn't help but be proud. Cai Yan rolled his eyes at him, and his little hand slipped to his waist again, grabbing a ball of soft meat and turning it 360 degrees, what does it mean? This guy is so disgusting. Ye Tian's expression did not change, but his heart was bitter. Why does this woman like to do this? The carriage continued to run forward. Ye Tian and Guojia were drinking and chatting. What kind of spark would these two people with similar personalities create? Pengcheng, the largest and most prosperous city in Suzhou. Although it is not as good as Luoyang, this land still has a population of millions, and the dense flow of people has driven economic growth. Looking around, there are many streets and alleys, restaurants and tea houses, silk and satin shops, jewelry shops, pawn shops, etc. There are explosions. Pengcheng at night is still undiminished. The streets and alleys are like weaving, the lights are bright, and the lanterns hanging high tear the night into pieces, just like the day. Laughter and laughter, hawking and shouting, a thriving, prosperous and lively scene. It is hard to imagine that in today's war-torn era, there is still such a prosperous city. In the evening, Ye Tian and his party finally arrived in Pengcheng and settled in an inn in Dongcheng. Little Er, come too. Ouch, 3, 4 rooms. Ye Tian shouted loudly as soon as he stepped into an inn called Hongyun Building. However, a sentence that was originally very imposing was completely lost by Cai Yan's little who twisted the muscles around her waist. Come on. This gentleman, there are just 4 more rooms in the upper room of Tianzihao. A young man in a grey cloth replied with a white towel on his shoulders, and greeted him with a smile. There are only 4 of them, come get some food by the way, and pick up the best ones. Ye Tian made a lot of money and threw it out with enough silver. Little Er grinned, happier than seeing his own father. Several objective, sit here, the food will come soon. The group sat down, and Xiao Er diligently poured tea and water for the 3 of them. He felt the enthusiasm of Xiao Er, and the fatigue of the 4-person journey was also relieved. When the food came to the table, Ye Tian greeted Cai Yang Ziahe and Guojia to move their chopsticks. When the 3 of them served the bowl, he immediately threw off his arms and began to gobble. Compared with Cai Yan Ziahe's chewing and swallowing, Ye Tian's food looks more ugly than it looks. It's like eating on the battlefield, and Guojia is no exception, like a big bad wolf who has been hungry for a month. Yes, the 2 women on the table didn't move much at all. They were swept away by Ye Tian and Guojia. There was no way. The body's demand for energy is too great. Cai Yan looked at it and shook her head, the maid couldn't help smiling. The 2 girls didn't eat much, and they were full just by looking at it. Full of food and drink, the 4 of them went back to their room, calling for hot water and taking a hot bath. Just as he was about to go out, there was a knock on the door, called gate of opening, but it was Guojia who came to visit. House, don't take offense to visit at night. He held a jar of unopened wine in his arms, saw Ye Tian's gaze, raised the jar deliberately, and smiled, it's really boring to drink alone. It's boring, so I came to you, haha, you can eat without food, but you have to drink wine. Just now, Madame Zun was next to me, and I didn't dare to mention the word wine. Haha, drinking is a good thing. Ye Tian narrowed his eyes, but I have to add 2 drinks. Having said that, Ye Tian immediately called Xiao Er and asked him to prepare some good dishes. When the wine and food came to the table, the 2 immediately sat down and drank each other. After 3 rounds of drinking, Ye Tian couldn't help but ask, what happened when Feng Xiao arrived in Pengchang? Now the world is in chaos, and the road is not peaceful. Haha, I'm traveling in the mountains and waters. I'm bored at leisure. I travel all over the mountains and rivers. If anyone likes me, just take it directly. My life is not worth a lot of money. Guojia said with a big smile. Why does this sound a bit bitter? It seems that Lao Guo has not been doing well in recent years. Who said your life is worthless, brother, don't belittle yourself. Ye Tian looked at Guojia and said, and made his invitation at the right time, you come and help me. Chapter 22_A Gamble. With you. Guojia squinted at Ye Tian who was sitting opposite. To be honest, the look in his eyes made me uncomfortable. Like sizing, like scrutiny, and a kind of condescending suspicion. He once followed Dong Zhou and entered Yuan's mansion, what important person has not seen? Now a young man about his own size came running over and asked himself to follow him. What is this nonsense? You come and help me. Ye Tian said again. Extremely serious attitude. I owe you a meal and a room, and you want my fragile body to work for you. Guojia chewed a peanut in his mouth, the interest is too high. A bit? You didn't work for me. You worked for yourself. Ye Tian said with a smile, didn't you just say that? Your life is worthless. You can also choose a higher starting point to work hard. However, which force has the potential to dominate the world? Dong Zhou is cruel, Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu are short-sighted, they are not the material to compete for the world. Even if you go, how much can you play? If you go alone to seek refuge with others, you will inevitably conflict with the original forces. Which of those generals, advisors, and ministers will subdue you by then? Most of your energy will be spent on infighting, which will still have the time and energy to do what you need to do. If you do well and win the battle, others will say that it should be like this. Because they have strong soldiers and many soldiers, and now is the time when morale is in full swing. If you do not do well, others will say that you are guo feng xiao. The kennel doesn't shit, incompetent. Ye Tian looked at Guojiao with a smile, and continued, the world is in chaos, it is a good time to make achievements, and my goal is to dominate the country. If I don't achieve my goal, I will never give up. Although I, Ye Xiaoyao, have no power, but have the ambition and ability to rule the world. As a strategist, if you can't achieve outstanding achievements, if you can't prove yourself, then you can only be forgotten by history, and finally become an ordinary wave in the sea. No one will remember that you once existed past. What can you give me? Guojia drank the remaining half of the wine in the bowl and said coldly. Ye Tian's words made him feel uncomfortable, but he couldn't refute it. Yes, he needs to prove himself. To his friends, to his elderly mother, and to the whole world. After 20 years of reading poetry and books, I have nowhere to show my talent, and that feeling is very heart-wrenching. He has to prove himself. No one has a stronger desire for it than him. The whole of Suzhu. Ye Tian said. Guojia looked at Ye Tian in shock. He has long known that this person is not in the pool. When he was invited into the carriage, he knew that this man was not simple, and when this man drank the wine he handed out boldly, he knew that this man was not in the pool. But he still did not expect that he would be able to give himself the entire Suzhu. This is impossible. You know, the current Suzhu prefectural shepherd is Tao Qian. Could the man in front of him be Tao Qian's son? No, Tao Qian has no son. So, he began to wonder about Ye Tian's identity. Suzhu is not mine yet. Ye Tian Viviisho, I came to Suzhu this time to take over Suzhu. You are so confident that you can get Suzhu. Guojia sneered, Tao Qian is not an idiot. He, I have my own way. If I don't have the confidence to connect with Suzhu, how can I rule the whole world? Ye Tian laughed, his smile was indescribably arrogant, but his words were even more arrogant than that smile. Ye Tian didn't give him a chance to ask any more questions, and said, I want to build an iron bucket and build an invincible empire, and you are the military advisor who will win thousands of miles, the only military advisor. I'll give you the steering wheel and turn the world around you. Accept. Or reject. What do you have? Guojia clenched the big bowl in his hand, staring at Ye Tian and asked. I have to say, he was moved by Ye Tian. His blood boiled over with his words. He didn't ask Ye Tian what he wanted, but what he had. Why did Ye Tian say such a big thing? Without capital, everything would be avoided. Wisdom. Ye Tian let out a sigh of relief. Force. Okay. Guojia stared into Ye Tian's eyes. Inside, he saw confidence and a determination to win. I promise you. My lord. Please give Guojia a bow. Life is like a gamble. Guojia chose to bet on Ye Tian. After sending Guojia away, Ye Tian let out a long breath, exhausted his words, and finally subdued this great god. The unification of the three kingdoms took a step closer. Ye Tian felt relieved, and lost the interest in going out, so he took off his clothes, got into the bed, and kept switching his left and right hands to touch his little brother, muttering to himself, insisting said, it is really painful for you. Ah! Ye Tian didn't stop murmuring, and a woman's scream came from the next room. Ye Tian was startled, and his murmuring stopped, as if he had pressed the pause button on the DVD. Isn't the room next to his stunning beauty, baby Yan'er? Her exclamation made Ye Tian's 3 souls fly away, and his 7 souls were lost. Not to mention that Cai Yan is his own wife. If something really happened, God would not forgive him, maybe he would throw 11 pieces of himself into the 7 continents and 4 oceans. Yet Yen prayed for Cai Yan in his heart, and prayed to the Avalokitesvara Buddha, Hera Zeus Athena, and the gods of the east and the west. He put on his robe instantly, rushed out of the room at the fastest speed, ran to Cai Yan's door and knocked on the door. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, Cai Yan didn't get of opening, yet Yen was anxious, kicked the door open, and saw the cute #Micaren baby Cai Yan crouching on the ground pitifully. He hugs his knees with his hands, his bare feet are indescribably playful and cute, and he wears a pale green belly. A dream is even more kawaii. Cai Yan has just finished taking a bath, her pale green belly kabuto and obscene trousers can't cover up her beautiful body, smooth pink back, and slender beauty. All her legs are naked. The light, coupled with her squatting on the ground and hugging her knees, made Mimi, who was so beautiful, squeeze into 2 snow-white hemispheres, with deep breasts and delicate breasts. Yet Yen closed the door, looked around, and found nothing wrong. So he walked up to Cai Yan, squatted down, and asked with concern, "What's the matter, are you all right?" Yet Yen's eyes were involuntarily attracted by Cai Yan's nosebleed baby. Generally, lecherous men look at women, especially women who dress more revealingly and have a better figure. Always use the middle first, then the 2 sides, the order is, chest, face, buttocks. Chapter 23_Cai Yan is afraid of mice. Well, this is one of the basic criteria for evaluating whether a man is lecherous or not. Of course, a gesture like Cai Yan accidentally shows me perfectly, even a man has to stare at it. Yet Yen said, "What's the matter, are you all right?" It seems to be greeting Cai Yan MMS2 Jade #rabbits. The stunning beauty slowly raised her head and said aggrievedly, "Rat." Her hand no longer hugged her fragrant shoulder, but instead grabbed Yetien's arm tightly. Yetien heaved a sigh of relief and comforted, "Madam is not afraid, what is there to be afraid of mice? People don't come out for a walk during the day, they have been suffocating in the cave for a day, and they are not allowed to go out for a walk at night to find some food or something. That doesn't suffocate it." Seeing Cai Yan like this, she just finished bathing, got up and got dressed, and saw 1 or n rats walking past her, and even accidentally touched her feet, and the gray and furry objects touched, Cai Yan was very happy. The girl cried out in a conditioned reflex. Generally, there are 3 kinds of things that girls are most afraid of. The first is furry creatures, and mice are the best example. Of course, they are not afraid of the natural enemies of mice. The second is the soft stuff. All kinds of soft bugs are the best representatives. The third is the long ones. They can walk very fast without feet, but they are twisted and twisted. The one is the snake. Of course, this is an ordinary girl, and there are those who are bold. Yetien met a fierce girl when she was in elementary school. At that time, she was teased by some boys and put a big dead mouse in her desk. The girl didn't cry when she saw it, and threw the garbage with the mouse. In the process, n girls saw the big mouse, and then there were n screams. However, the fierce girl's expression remained calm, and the boys were stunned and secretly admired. Yetien was young at the time, and he had a crush on her for half a year as a different beauty. When the aesthetics gradually matured, the goal of the crush quickly shifted. When Cai Yan heard Yetien's words being funny, he glared at Yetien and said, "You hate it, why are you staring at other people's breasts?" Although Yetien and Cai Myron were already looking at each other, his eyes were erratic, and he swam between the face and the chest with the neck as the axis of symmetry. Suddenly called out, Yetien He-He-Isho, and said embarrassingly, "My sight is already out, Kun's life is not affected, you are too beautiful there." Cai Yan wanted to cover her baby, but she grabbed it in front of her chest. She was shocked. She looked down, and a scream suddenly rang out. She jumped to the bed in a few steps, and hurriedly covered the quilt. #light hides. Etienne shrugged his shoulders and said casually, "It's an old husband and wife, so why are you ashamed? I'm not shy about who you are, your husband and wife." Cai Yan glared at him, then paused and said in a serious tone, "I warn you, don't tell others about my fear of mice, otherwise I will ignore you for the rest of my life." Etienne nodded again and again, "Definitely, definitely. What must be?" The girl stared, but she was smart. "I must not tell, he. Etienne finished his words. When he went out, he found Xiao Er standing opposite him like a ghost. Etienne complained, "I said Xiao Er, your 5-star presidential suite is too bad, why are there mice?" Xiao Er apologized again and again, "I'm sorry, it's objective, there are already few mice in the small shop, and the inn has a lot of food and food. It's a gathering place for mice." In other words, Xiao Er doesn't seem to understand the 5-star presidential suite. "Forget it, I've disturbed your sleep too. Go back." Etienne waved his hand and went back to his room. "Off your clothes and go to sleep," all without a word. I don't know how long it took, Etienne couldn't bear the temptation of Zhougong in a daze. When the temptation almost fell into a black and sweet sleep, there was another scream from the next door, "Ah!" This scream was louder than the previous one, presumably seeing a bigger mouse. It seems that the mouse problem in the inn needs to be solved urgently, or the sudden scream in the middle of the night will not scare people to death. Although Etienne guessed that it was a mouse, a carp jumped up, tied the robe around his waist casually, and ran out. He pushed open the door and ran into it. Sure enough, it was a mouse again, but this mouse was a little bit tinny, and they all slept in the same bed as Cai Dame. Only wearing kabuto trousers, was jumping around on the bed, seemingly having a good time with the mouse. Etienne shook his head and walked to the bedside. Lightning shot, grabbed the big mouse in his hand, then walked to the window, pushed open the window, and threw the mouse out of his hand. "It's quiet now, I don't believe it can still climb in." Etienne turned around, glanced at Cai Yan, and comforted, "It's all right, go to sleep, good night." After saying that, he walked towards the door. "Don't. I want to sleep with you." Cai Yan Kiao's face was still in shock, she looked at Etienne pitifully, and saw his heart beat faster. "Sleep together?" Infinitely obsessed with Cai Dame's fan #Renjiao #body, the saliva is going to flow into a long river. However, the inn and the beauties seem a bit indecent. The sound insulation effect of this ancient inn is not good. "Okay." Etienne pretended to think for a moment before reluctantly agreed. This is a typical example of being cheap and selling well. There is a stunning beauty lying beside her, this feeling is really ambiguous and indescribable. Cai Yan's body fragrance penetrated into Etienne's nose, making people feel refreshed and refreshed. However, being full of energy in the middle of the night is definitely not a good thing. Especially when the whole body is full of desire. Hope has nowhere to release. Etienne is an out-and-out bloody man. With a strong body, he is extremely vigorous and urgently needs women to quell the internal fire. Of course, the so-called near female sex refers to the circle and the fork, not a simple hug and kiss. The peculiar body fragrance of her daughter's family trickled into her nostrils, making Etienne's more and more painful. Vivi turned around, only to see Cai Yan's baby, only covered by a green belly kabuto, with a thin quilt. At this time, Cai Yan was like a sleeping beauty, sleeping peacefully and sweetly, with her eyelashes like a curtain separating this ugly world. Etienne slowly stretched out his hand, caressed the delicate face, and rubbed it lightly. And pressed her jade body tightly under him, and the pair of plump white rabbits in front of his chest were clinging to him. His chest was shriveled, and the soft softball was full of elasticity, pressing his chest muscles one after another, and his firm lower body was even pressed against the private intimate place between her legs, hit hard. He suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes in a daze, and saw Etienne pressing on him, with a pretty face, Ui, and said coquettishly, "Hukun, you will be heard by others." The Chapter 24 Beautiful girl. It doesn't matter, you just need to keep your voice down. Etienne laughed, put a hand on her chest, and rubbed Kabuto heavily across her emerald belly. On the neck, licking the water tender and smooth skin. At this time, Cai Yan's bright eyes had a swaying Izumi, Ui's cheeks were dizzy, her breath was chaotic, she was stunned, she was moved by Etienne, and she no longer cared about what others were listening to. Can't hear. Breathing the faint body fragrance from Cai Yan's body in his nose, he holds the pair of plump big white rabbits in his hands, and his lower body is against the soft part between the legs. At this moment, Etienne has already unable to control her desire, she slipped her other hand onto her pink back, pulled Kabuto's belly's knot, and pulled the pink and thin belly Kabuto off at once. Ah, Fukun. I'm ashamed to death. When Kabuto was torn off, Cai Yan immediately woke up and pushed Etienne with both hands to prevent him from going any further. This is an inn, so it's strange that no one hears it. Etienne Tongyui stared at the pair of white tender babies dangling in front of his eyes, the faint Yui halo was almost indistinguishable from the white tender breasts. The little pink Yui was sharp and tender, exuding fresh and tender colors. He took off Cai Yan's pushing and refusing hands, grabbed Kabuto's belly beside, and handed it to Cai Yan's mouth. Cai Yan clearly intended, glared at the hateful man on his body, and bit his belly Kabuto into his mouth. The only way to keep yourself silent. Lightly hold her white tender jade rabbit and slowly knead. Rub, the index finger and thumb pick up the small and slightly warped powder anko beans, knead and rotate, and the soft RU tip gradually expands. Ugh. Cai Yan was twisting unbearably by his tightly pressed body, the numbness, itching, and heat from her chest and breasts made her groan softly. Yui's face was stunned with shyness that could not be concealed. Beads of sweat dripped from the tip of Kyung's nose. Etienne touched Cai Yan's mature white rabbit, soft tender with firmness, soft and full of texture, her soft soft jiao small carcass twisted slightly, whimpered in her mouth, and snorted more and more. The more chaotic, the big eyes are sparkling, and the spring water is almost overflowing. A trace of long, supple hair scattered on the chest. The pink Ninayu rabbit with a delicate anko appeared in front of him. Etienne held his breath, slowly put his lips on it, and kissed the whole big white steamed bun. For fear of missing any place, the tip of his tongue was wrapped around the tender cherry. Cai Yan let out a low vivi moan, and her soft little hands couldn't help but hug his head, pressing hard on her baby. Etienne stretched out his hand to hold Shangxiangdan the sexy jade rabbit, his fingers were deeply dipped into the white tender and soft flesh, the delicate cherries came out from between the fingers, and proudly upturned stood upright. The fragrant milk fragrance penetrated into his heart, making him completely dizzy, and the fresh and tender cherries were completely sucked by him. Etienne Vivi got up and quickly took off his clothes. Cai Yan was confused, humming in her mouth. Etienne's departure made her whole body like an ant bite, and the itchy feeling made her involuntarily puff out her chest and take the initiative to offer her big white rabbit to Etienne to taste. Etienne buried his head on the pair of full man again, rubbed the fragrant nephrite rabbit with his cheeks, felt the soft softness, breathed the rich milk fragrance, hugged the delicate little ass with both hands. He pulled off his trousers, separated his legs, and slowly stepped into the holy place. Xiao. In the humming voice, a drop of clear tears flashed from the corner of Cai Yan's eyes. Although it was not the first time, the feeling was still a little painful. Yet Tian went up and down vigorously, Cai Yan hummed and sweated, and when the hot magma entered, Cai Myron's beautiful eyes turned white, and she fainted all of a sudden. In the early morning, the bright sun shines through the gap in the window, shining on the naked men and women lying on the bed hugging each other, presenting a very lewd picture. Yet Tian opened his eyes, and there was a pink #tender Sakura peach in his eyes, holding Cai Yan's soft and tender body in his arms, and a pair of plump #full sweet faces resting on his face, #rabbit, with a UI tender and sweet pea in his mouth, rich milk. The fragrance came, and almost turned handsome Ye into a wolf again. Beauty was unbearable, and was still in a deep sleep. Yet Yen, Viviisho, kissed the little beanie, covered the beauty with a thin blanket, and then got up. He called Xiao Er to get hot water, took a hot bath, and was dressed in a white brocade robe. After a while, there was a knock on the door, but it was Xiao He who came to wait for the master to get up. Yet Tian instructed Xiao He to take care of the young lady, so she could go out. But as soon as they came downstairs, a group of people in official uniforms immediately greeted them with smiles all over their faces, as if they were coming for Ye Tian. Ye Daguan was puzzled. He didn't seem to have any acquaintances in Suzhou. What were these people here for? Their identities are not simple, and the leader is actually the Suzhou Prefecture shepherd, Tao Qian. Tao Qian had already received the news that lay master Xiaoao was heading towards Pengcheng. It was not until last night that he was informed that the lay Buddhist had already come to Pengcheng. No, Tao Qian threw all the officials to greet him early in the morning, which was quite ostentatious. The reputation of Lei Xiaoao has spread all over China. He is not only Cai Yang's son-in-law, but also punished the evil and saved the dead along the way. He really did a lot of good things. Tao Qian stepped forward, gave Ye Tian a salute, and said with a smile, "It is a blessing for me to visit Pengcheng by layman Xiaoao. The old man has prepared water and wine to welcome the layman, and I hope the layman will appreciate his face." Looking at this old Zhou Mu, who was almost 60 years old, Ye Tian couldn't help but sigh, this old man actually has some skills, he knows how to use people. At that time, the yellow turban was broken away, and the territory was Yanran. Tao Qian worshipped Zhang Bia and Sun Guan as cavalry captains, and ordered them to settle in Lanja County to govern Qiang and to be stationed in the north of Suzhou. At that time, Suzhou was hit by the Yellow Turban Rebellion twice. After the war, the people were famined. If it is not handled properly, it is not uncommon for the hungry people to have another Yellow Turban Rebellion. The country is based on the people, and the people take food as the sky. Tao Qian showed his excellent political ability at this moment, and he thought of a good way, Tunchen. In the 6th year of Zhongping, 189 AD, that is, last year, Tao Qian appointed Chen Deng, a native of Xiapai, as the captain of Dianan, and implemented the field in Suzhou. Chen Deng was 25 years old. Although he was young, his ability was strong. As soon as he took office, it was appropriate to patrol the soil and fields and make the best of it. With the efforts of Tao Qian and Chen Deng, Suzhou's agricultural production was restored and developed. Harvest Japonica rice plenty. In the history of the original three kingdoms, Suzhou's field was 6 years earlier than Gongsunzan's in Yujing and Cao's in Yanzhou. It can be said that in the late Han Dynasty, it was the first person who thought of fielding to solve the grain shortage. P.S. Don't you like watching the Three Kingdoms? With so few clicks, the reward is even more useless. Three Kingdoms fans have wood. Some stand up. It's not easy to write a fan of the Three Kingdoms, some fans of the Three Kingdoms roar. Chapter 25 Trade. Yetian returned a salute to Tao Qian and said, Lord State Shepherd, he can let you come here, people are watching, the things you do to the people in the world are watching. In your eyes, you are so polite, aren't you smashing the boy? Where is the righteousness of the layman? How can this old man like me be able to compare? Layman, the old man has already prepared a little wine, and he has asked the layman to show his face. Tao Qian invited again. Yetian nodded and smiled, please. Tao Qian gave up a seat and said, please. Tao Qian's mansion was much worse than Dong's mansion, and was about the same size as Cai's mansion, but with a state shepherd, his residence was obviously not shabby. At the banquet, Tao Qian brought the officials from Pengcheng to toast Yetian one after another, showing respect, and Yetian returned the salute one by one. After the banquet, Tao Qian invited Yetian into the study and chatted with him. Tao Qian said, the layman traveled through mountains and rivers, and went through all the hardships to get to my Pengcheng. I don't know what you are doing. The layman might as well come and listen, maybe the old man can help one or two. This. Yetian frowned slightly, a little embarrassed. Is it inconvenient for the layman to tell me? Tao Qian wondered if he was here for personal matters and it was inconvenient to tell himself. That's not true. Yetian waved his hand and sighed, Lord Zhou, I don't know if you want to listen to the truth or to listen to the lie. Yetian knew that it would be extremely difficult to take over Suzhu at this moment. In the original book, Liu Bei was able to obtain Suzhu entirely because Cao had already disabled Suzhu, which made Tao Qian's years of hard work go to pieces. Coupled with Kong Rong's recommendation, Tao Qian's this only then did Suzhu give up to Liu Bei. But now Suzhu is still intact and fat, how could Tao Qian be willing to give Pengcheng to him, so Yetian was tangled. What the layman is saying, others are willing to listen to lies, and I am willing to listen to the truth. Tao Qian's beard curled up, a little angry. Okay, hey, this matter, boy, I'm really not good at talking. Yetian sighed repeatedly, tangled in his heart. But it doesn't matter, as long as the old man can do it, he will not refuse. Hearing what he said, Yetian didn't hesitate anymore, thinking, you asked me to say it anyway, don't blame me, old man. That. I came to Suzhu to take over Suzhu. What, layman, you're not joking. Tao Qian couldn't help but pause in his heart, a little shocked and also a little angry. The first time we met, he actually made such a request. If Yetian was not a well-known Xiaoao layman, Tao Qian would definitely order someone to beat him away. Take over Suzhu? What are you kidding? This Suzhu was managed by Tao Qian, and it took years of his hard work, how could it be so easily handed over to others? He, don't worry, Lord Zhou, the boy hasn't finished talking yet. Seeing Tao Qian's emotions being so excited, Yetian couldn't help but dismiss his previous thoughts, the boy knows that this request he made is too much. No, that's why the kid is embarrassed to speak. Yetian is a little boy, and his attitude is extremely humble, just like facing an elder. Such a humble attitude doesn't seem like a reckless person no matter what. Tao Qian is puzzled and does not understand why Yetian said that he would take over Suzhu. Lord State Shepherd, you must also know that the Cao family is powerful and has long been eyeing the fat in Suzhu. Cao Men's father died in Suzhu. The Cao family must hate you to the core. The attack is Suzhu, Lord Zhou, if the Cao family comes to attack, are you sure you can stop Cao's Iron Cavalry's offensive? Yetian changed his way of speaking, he knew that Tao Qian valued the land of Suzhu very much and would never allow the people here to be harmed in the slightest. Hearing what Yetian said, Tao Qian fell silent. He ordered Cao's father to be executed. At first, he didn't know that the man was Cao's father, but only after the killing did he realize the seriousness of the matter. The entire Suzhu's army is really limited. It is not bad to be able to gather up to 60,000, and Cao's army is strong, and it is not a problem to gather up to 100,000. 60,000 to 100,000, Tao Qian really did not have the confidence to defend Suzhu. Although he managed Suzhu properly, it did not have any advisors who could be alone, and even the generals were not very powerful. Against Cao, there was only one way to lose. Seeing Tao Qian's expression softened, Ye Tian continued, "Lord State Shepherd, I know that you love your people like your son, and you definitely don't want the iron hoofs of the Cao family to trample on the peaceful land of Suzhu. According to Cao Jun's personality, once Pengcheng is conquered, I'm afraid they will order the massacre of the city. The revenge of killing your father is not shared by the sky, and the entire people of Pengcheng will suffer with you at that time. But, let me hand over Pengcheng to you. Will you be able to defend Suzhu and defend against foreign enemies?" Tao Qian looked directly at Ye Tian and said solemnly, "The Cao family's army of hundreds of thousands is not a paper tiger. No, it is said that victory can be overcome. Of course the kid knows." Ye Tian nodded. "I can see Ye Tian in the world today, and he is Cao mend. In the future, he will definitely become my strong enemy. I'm afraid he's not the only one. Now Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, Dongzhou, and the others have more power than the Cao family, and even more." Tao Qian felt that Ye Tian's words were a little heavy. The most powerful force today is Dongzhou. Could it be that even Dongzhou can't compare to Cao? He, just watch, Yuan Shu, Yuan Shao and others will all be defeated by the Cao family. As for Taishi Dong, he is not a person who does great things at all, his nature is too cruel, and he will die sooner or later. Ye Tian, this is entirely based on history, and now he can only believe in the historical inevitability that the junior high school history teacher has always emphasized, otherwise he himself will have to become the inevitability of history. Since the Cao family is so powerful in your eyes, do you still say that they can resist their tiger-wolf division? Tao Qian snorted coldly, obviously not believing in Ye Tian's ability. The so-called layman is a layman, and it is enough to treat the sick and save people. Lord Zhou Mu, how about we make a deal? Ye Tian knew that if he didn't do something, the old man would not hand over Suzhu to him. What deal? Say. The boy has a friend and I want to recommend him as a military advisor. Ye Tian bowed his hands and continued, the boy is not talented, so he is willing to act as a vanguard general. If the boy and my friend defeat Cao Jun, you. How about handing over Suzhu to me? What's your friend's name? Guoqia, the word is Fengxiao. Ye Tian said slowly. Never heard of that. Chapter 26_triggered. Tao Qian hesitated, but the vanguard officer was okay to say, but the position of military division. This is a bit troublesome. Lord State Shepherd, don't be too busy to refuse, let Fengxiao try it out for the time being. If he is capable, just see if he can line up troops, and besides, you have no other way now, why don't you? Give it a shot, and maybe there's a chance to win. Tao Qian pondered for a while, before making a final decision. Okay. As far as you are concerned, if you can really defeat Cao Jun, I, the State Shepherd, don't do it? Ye Tian was overjoyed when Tao Qian agreed, and he finally had the opportunity to show his strength. Saying goodbye to Tao Qian, Ye Tian immediately returned to the inn and told Guoqia about his appointment as a military advisor. Guoqia is naturally also very happy. How can he not be excited that his talent finally has a place to be used? In the early morning of the next day, the two officially took office, and their residence was moved from the inn to the courtyard of Tao Qian's mansion. There are only 60,000 troops in the entire Suzhu. The new officer took the post of Three Fires, and Guoqia was appointed as the counselor. Obviously, many people were dissatisfied. One was not credited and the other was not famous. How could he be the counselor? Dissatisfied. of course dissatisfied. However, they soon became obedient. Tao Qian personally oversees the army and presents a big gift to Guoqia, who will not accept it. This is also what Guoqia requested. Time is in a hurry. He has no time to establish prestige with his own power. He can only use Tao Qian's power to make his subordinates fear him. Even the boss has to salute himself. Do you errands still want to hold your head high? Cao Jun was about to move, the war was imminent, and Guoqia had not much time left. As soon as he took office, he immediately made a deployment. Fences were dug and trenches were dug, and arrows and siege equipment were transported into the barracks in piles, and then distributed in an orderly manner. Training. Training. Compared with a month ago, the gap is really too big. This is the difference between having a military advisor and no military advisor. They are more professional than others, so the effect of training is better, which may be called specialization in the industry. It was only at this time that Tao Qian showed a slightly relieved smile on his face. Guo Fengxiao. It's quite interesting. Report. Pengcheng military camp, the commander's tent, and the messenger rushed in. Reporting to the military division, Cao Thief 120,000 troops are camping 10 miles outside the city, please ask the military division for instructions. Sweat flowed into a stream on the herald's forehead. An army of 120,000 is not a small number. Once the city is attacked, the entire Pengcheng may be destroyed in an instant. 60,000 to 120,000, can we really win? Many people don't believe it. Guo Fengxiao didn't believe it either. If the enemy is Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, etc., Guo Fengxiao will definitely not doubt his ability, and he will definitely set up a banquet to celebrate in advance. However, the opponent is Cao. Pay close attention to Cao Jun's movements, and report any changes immediately. Yes. The heralds retreat. In the tent, Tao Qian, Ye Tian, and Peng Cheng's main generals were all there. No one was overjoyed when they heard the news, and they were all sullen, obviously not optimistic about this battle. In the end, time is too short. Suzhou has a large population, and soldiers can definitely be guaranteed, but recruiting soldiers and horses requires time and financial resources. Even if the financial resources are sufficient, an army without training will only be reduced to cannon fodder. Before the great enemy, we have no way to retreat. The lives of millions of people in Pengcheng are in our hands. Once the city is broken, all the old parents, wives, and children. I am afraid that they will be buried in the iron hoof of Cao Jun below. For the sake of millions of souls, we have to fight against the water. Guoqia's sharp eyes swept across the crowd, and the heavy words came out again. This is a test of Pengcheng by God, and I, Guo Fengxiao, I never thought about living in a corner of Suzhou. What is Cao Jun? We are all people who want to fight for the world. Even Cao Jun can't win, so how can we talk about the world? Defend my Suzhou and kill Cao Thief. Defend my Suzhou and kill Cao Thief. Kill. 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 Dong dong dong. The war drum sounded like spring thunder in the open field, piercing the silence of the sky, and awakening the sleeping birds in the surrounding mountains and forests. One battalion connected one camp, and the battalion drums for more than 10 miles were beating in an instant. With the sound, the entire hilly area seemed to be awakened by the dull and loud drum sound. Then came the sound of the neighing of the war horses, the clattering of armor, the sound of thick and heavy footsteps one after another, the clattering of the eye sockets, and the hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen moving, rushing out from different camps, and the 4 camps suddenly sounded. In one piece, the sound of horns, the sound of horses' hooves, the sound of footsteps, the sound of armor rubbing, and the sound of swords colliding, as if a heavy hammer was hitting the ground. The momentum was incomparable. In an instant, thousands of troops had gathered in the open space outside the camp, 2 drums passed through, and the 3 armies had assembled. Looking around, on the ground in front of the gate of the camp below the hill, there was an overwhelming darkness. One piece, all heads. This is Cao Jun's camp. After a day off, it's time to show Kobo to the world. There are 120,000 troops dispatched this time, all of them are elites, all of them have bright armor, spears, swords, and halberds. The chariots, cavalry, and infantry have already formed their own formations, the corps commander, the centurion, the cavalry, the commander of Jekong, the general of the side, the general of the vanguard, the general of the middle, the general of the former, the general of the right, the general of the left, the general of the chariot and the general of the hussars, admiral army, etc. The generals from small to large took their place, led their own phalanx, and listened to the command of the commander. Coach Cao, Counselor Sun Yu and others stepped onto the platform to start the commanding ceremony. Soldiers, today is the time for us to pacify the thieves and make achievements, show your courage and fighting strength, make the enemy surrender, go forward bravely, and kill the pottery thief. Go forward bravely and kill the pottery thief. Countless soldiers shouted in unison, and the flaming blood boiled in the army. Go. Cao gave an order, and the army began to move quickly. Comrade Lao Cao has never forgotten the great revenge of killing his father, and now that the time is ripe, he does not need to endure it. The first battle, capture Suzhou. The 2 generals Su Chu and Su Huang fought in the vanguard, leading 300 chariots, 4,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantry at the front, followed by tens of thousands of infantry and archers, followed by the commander-in-chief, and Xiahedun at the tail. Led the second wave of the siege army. 30,000 infantry guarded the food and grass, and the 90,000 army was quickly dispatched. Pengcheng is the first city after entering Suzhou, and it is also a military protection city. It is the political, economic, and cultural center of Suzhou. It is densely populated and has a prominent position as important. Chapter 27 against Cao, Part 1. In addition, there are dignitaries and large merchants living in the city. There is not much surplus grain outside the city. Most of the food produced every year has to be turned over, so that the city can hoard the surrounding grain, population, weapons, workshops, and businesses, etc. It can be said that occupying a city is equivalent to occupying an area here. You can also use the hoarding in the city to support the war, supply, and expand yourself. In ancient times, the revolutionary policy of encircling the city with the countryside would not work. This is also when the 2 countries are at war, and the main force is used to seize the city. Even if the city is not connected by the Great Wall or other fortresses, Rear Admiral understands that he will lead his troops to bypass the city to attack the next city, because the army will go deep and be attacked. It is even more unwise to be attacked by the enemy, and even the grain and grass from the rear cannot be transported in. Therefore, in ancient wars, in addition to the Battle of the Frontier Defense Battlefield, it was the Battle of the City. The army had already built some siege equipment such as chariots, rushing cars, towers, ladders, folding bridges, etc. in advance, as well as dozens of wooden boards cut from temporary logging to pave trenches. The army formed a serpentine formation, mighty Dang headed towards Pengcheng, the flags fluttered, and countless sharp weapons stood up in the sky, shining with a faint cold light under the sunlight. It took less than half an hour to travel for several miles. A tall city in the distance suddenly appeared in sight. In front of the city was an open field. About 3 or 4 miles away from the city gate, dozens of them had already been listed. An enemy formation, chariots, cavalry, archers, shieldmen, and heavy armored soldiers gathered together to guard the first line of defense, eyeing tigers, standing swords and guns, and armored soldiers standing in awe, 200 paces in front of the enemy soldiers, which is a defensive line of trenches and barbs. Under the dark, cast iron, and lead-filled sky, there are thousands of soldiers and armor, swords, and halberds flickering in cold light, and the race is like a cold moon slanting through the dark room. The two armies faced each other, facing each other at a distance of 500 paces. The first two rows were closely guarded by long shieldmen, followed by several rows of light-armored archers and crossbowmen. The square formations on both sides were chariots and cavalry, followed by heavy armored infantry with halberds. The formation of the two armies is similar. For the first time on the battlefield, he was still acting as a vanguard, and yet Tien was undoubtedly shocked. The chi and blood of tens of thousands of people condensed into a rope, and the chilling atmosphere made his breathing almost stop. If his cultivation level was not high enough, he would have been stage fright before the battle. Yet Tien took a deep breath, put aside the disturbed thoughts in his mind, raised his voice and shouted, "Is the commander of the army in front of you, Cao, the old thief Cao?" In the center of Cao's horse formation, he heard the words and shouted, "So what is it, so what is it not? Who is this yellow-haired boy you?" Yet Tien, Viviisho, shouted, "A certain Admiral Yeziao, the pioneer of Duke Tao's command, has been instructed to wait for you here for a long time. Suzhu and the Cao family have no injustice or enmity. Can you afford it? If your Cao family abandons their armor and retreats now, I, Peng Cheng, can let go of the past, otherwise, in today's battle, either you will die or I will live." Cao sneered and said, "The yellow-haired boy, what a big tone, Tao Qian killed my father, can it still be called no injustice and no hatred? The revenge of killing my father is not shared by the sky. This commander is attacking the city today, just to kill the Tao thief. Yang, my Cao family is famous, and I, Cao, are not so easy to bully." Dressed in white clothes, with a white horse in hand, holding a long sword, the gods and gods stood tall, and the robes fluttered, like a banished immortal. Yet Tien raised the long sword in his hand and shouted, "Don't blame this general for being ruthless, come here, beat the drums and send troops." Woo, dong dong dong. The heavy trombone and the terrifying drum sounded at this moment, and all the drummers, horn players, golden hands, and flag bearers in the enemy army moved, and the order was issued, and the formation of the whole army began to change, with archers and crossbows constantly appearing. Hands to the front row, full of bowstrings, just waiting for the opponent to charge. The ordinary bows and arrows used for war in ancient times generally have a range of 100 to 150 steps. The bow body is 2 meters long. It is bent and baked with yew or ash wood. The cost is relatively low. It shoots diagonally upwards, and waits for the arrows to fall naturally. Because there are many shields on the front, it is not easy to escape the rain of arrows falling from the sky, and the speed increases during the slide, and the strength is not weakened. Such ordinary archers basically have one per person. There are 12 arrow feathers in each quiver. Generally, after 3 or 4 rounds of salvo, the opponent's chariots and cavalry have already rushed to the front, and there is basically no situation where the arrows have been shot. According to historical records, Qin took 6 feet as a step and 300 steps per mile. At that time, one step was about 1 meter 3. The ordinary bow and arrow could reach more than 1 or 200 meters, and he could wear broken armor. It was already very powerful. Above the bow, there is also a compound bow, which is made of various materials. The core is still ash, and horn is also used. The outside is bound with hardwood pieces such as sawwood, glued with the inner layer of thorns, and the outermost is covered with beef tendons. The process is complicated and the cost is high, so the irregular elite troops are rarely equipped with compound bows, with a range of up to 200 steps, and their power is amazing. With Cao Jun's current family background, he is only equipped with ordinary bows and arrows for the army, and Peng Chengfang is no exception, so there is no difference in weapons between the two sides. Locating arrows. Ye Tian ordered the herald to wave the flag. Immediately afterwards, the bowstring sounded, and countless branches and feathered arrows shot out suddenly. They crossed the air and landed at 120 paces. They were all lined up in a row. This is the positioning arrow. On the ground, the armies of both sides rushed to kill and entered this range, which was when the archers shot. Cao stared coldly at the enemy formation in the distance, took a deep breath, and suddenly said, "Send troops." After the commander gave the order, the two generals Su Chu and Su Huang looked at each other and nodded, and then shouted, "The chariots are out, the cavalry is attacking." The military orders were like a mountain, and the chariot formation began to move immediately. The first row, the second row, a full 300 chariots pulled by two scorpions rushed out of the army formation and charged violently towards the enemy in front, followed by 4,000 of cavalrymen poured out like a flood, hundreds of chariots crushed to the ground, and thousands of horses' hooves trampled the ground. These mixed voices were intertwined, and in an instant I felt that the ground for several miles was trembling. Next, 20,000 infantrymen and 6,000 archers followed behind the chariots and cavalry. They also rushed out of the front line and attacked the enemy. The entire vanguard battalion army started in unison. There was an earth-shattering storm. "Kill it!" Countless soldiers roared wildly, waving long ge, holding spears in their hands, flashing cold light, charging forward bravely, and instantly felt a strong masculine wind and cloud, rising from the battlefield, sweeping the entire radius of hundreds of miles in the space. The sky and the earth changed color, and an invisible killing air permeated. Chapter 28 against Cao, middle. Prepare the archers. Ye Tian said with a gloomy face, estimating the distance of the other party, release the arrows. Tang tang tang, swish swish. The sound of the bowstring breaking through the air roared, and the dense rain of arrows flew out like locusts. The arrows shot fast, the horses galloped, and the two fought each other. At one point, people shouted the horses neigh, and the armored soldiers, horsemen, and cavalrymen on the chariot fell as if they had stumbled on a horse rope. The horses of dozens of chariots were hit by arrows and fell to the ground. The horses died and the chariots were broken. Hundreds of cavalrymen fell from the arrows in the first round of arrow rain. Some of the horses and chariots behind could not avoid the obstacles in front of them. Also followed the load down, and the outsider turned 100 paces on his back. Accelerate, rush over to Laozi. Su Chu's war horse was already galloping like an electric gallop, and he led the cavalry to charge towards the enemy army first. Generally, it swept wildly, the horses' hoofs rumbled, the earthquake shook, and the charging knights let out a terrifying roar. Shoot again. The second round of arrows whistled away from the strings again, violently pouring out from the array of Su Jun's archers. Chi-chi-chi. The arrows were shot down quickly, and their clothes were pierced. Many Cao Jun's cavalry and the armored soldiers on the chariots were shot into hedgehogs. The blood was overwhelming, and the corpse of the partner was ruthlessly trampled on like a piece of rags, and people kept falling down, becoming a corpse being trampled on, and a thick bloody aura rose up everywhere. Many soldiers in the rear looked at the scene of charging ahead, their expressions were stunned, their bodies were trembling, I don't know whether it was excitement or fear, all their faces were UI, and the blood was flowing in the blood vessels all over their bodies, gradually heating up. The thick bloody smell quickly filled the void and entered the lungs. In the dantian, a sudden burst of UI light flickered. For some reason, Ye Tian suddenly felt a little hot in his body, and then it became hotter and hotter, as if the blood in the blood vessels was boiling. The milky white infuriating energy is also changing from a quiet little sheep to a roaring tiger, rushing through the meridians of the whole body. It is actually absorbing the essence of blood around it. Devour. It can even swallow human blood. Unconsciously, terrifying UI light flashed in Yetien's eyes. His originally nervous mind was instantly annihilated by killing, and a strong killing intent stirred in his chest. Kill. Blood. Blood. He thirsts for blood. Like a pedestrian who has not seen water for a long time in the desert, he feels thirsty. At this time, the CAO army's chariot and cavalry who were charging in front had already endured the third round of arrow rain. They were only 30 paces away from the fences and trenches of the opponent's array. Only half of the 300 chariots were left, and the cavalry was also damaged. 400 or 500 people, but because of the cover of the chariot and the charge of the cavalry, the elite infantry and warriors who were running behind had already stepped into the field of one arrow. As soon as thousands of archers entered the range, they immediately took up their long bows. Fire back towards the enemy line in front of you. Yetian waved his long sword and shouted, "The shield player is on the defensive, the chariot is ready to attack." The 30,000 Sujun was already ready to go, and at this moment, he was even more energetic, waiting for a hand-to-hand confrontation. In the blink of an eye, CAO's cavalry rushed to more than 10 paces, and they were less than 20 paces away from the ditch obstacle. Su Chu suddenly shouted, "Throw the spear." Hundreds of cavalrymen in front threw their spears, using the inertial momentum of the war horse. The spears were stronger than the bows and arrows, and they were stuck on the thick iron shield. He was numb, and the arrow feathers shot from Cao Jun also roared down at this time. Suddenly, many people in Su Jun's army were hit by arrows and spears, screaming and screaming. Facing the trench and the barbed fence, it was also a huge obstacle to stop the cavalry from going. At this time, they had to rely on the chariots. I saw a row of chariots rushed over, the horses were in a mess, and the chariots hit the fence. The flesh and blood were blurred, the vehicle shattered and overturned, but it also broke through the gaps, and the man's arm was the car. That's the reason. Soldiers, cross the ditch. Su Chu took the lead, jumped over the 3 to 4 meter wide ditch with his horse belly, and plunged into the array of enemy shields. The cavalry behind him followed suit. Kill Yetian let out a long roar and slammed into the horse's belly. A battle was inevitable. The place of confrontation is like the moment when two giant waves meet, galloping, freezing for a moment, and then people turning their backs on their horses, flesh and blood flying. Wielding this life, the one who was shooting the opponent just now with the fear of dying may be a pile of meat under the horse's hooves now. Kill, kill, kill. As soon as the soldiers of the two sides confronted each other, they almost didn't use their skills, but collided desperately. Only then did the soldiers who came up behind them really start wielding their weapons to fight together, puff puff. Together, they slashed and slashed each other. In just one breath, dozens or hundreds of people were killed or killed. Scene. This is a tough battle. The final outcome depends only on the strength and morale of the troops on both sides. What the soldiers fight for is the momentum. Whoever shows weakness first will die first. Like being possessed, he kills like numbness and moves forward bravely. Su Chu led the chariot formation and cavalry to charge in front. Su Huang followed closely behind with 20,000 elite infantry soldiers and 6,000 archers, and the infantry quickly rushed to the front of the formation. In front of the wooden stab, so that the cold arrow could not hit them, and then crouched and looked at the fence with the short sword, destroying the defense line, and the heavy armored soldier behind the long halberd and spear took the opportunity to charge through the gap. Yetian he rode the white horse and held a long sword. During the madness of his true chi, the long sword burst into flames, and he slashed violently, cutting off more than a dozen spears in an instant. With a few puchy sounds, blood splashed, and 3 heads flew at the same time. The 3 corpses immediately fell off the horse. In an instant, 3 cavalrymen were slashed. Kill. A loud shout was earth-shattering, scaring the surrounding war horses away. At this moment, Etienne looked extraordinarily crazy, and the thick real power rippled in his body, surging and surging, as if he had also brought the sound of wind and thunder. The sword slashed, the long sword slashed, and the enemy cavalry fell one by one. The rich blood essence entered the body. Etienne became more and more excited. With this method, he could actually improve his cultivation. Kill. The long sword was like a rainbow, and it slashed with one sword. A cavalryman started from the forehead, and was split in half by Etienne. It was steamy and the scene was extremely bloody. Chapter 29 Devour. Such a brave general naturally attracted the attention of Su Chu and Su Huang. Su Chu shouted and immediately came to Etienne. With murderous intent, Etienne turned his head suddenly, bloody Uis eyes glared fiercely, and with a backhand sword, he directly met the heavy hammer that was coming. The bloody Uis eyes seemed to have some kind of magic power. Su Chu was shivered by Etienne's stare, and he almost didn't clench the weapon in his hand. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clashing rang in the ears, causing the eardrums of the surrounding soldiers to clog a little. Sparks splashed, and the weapons hummed lightly under the shock. With just a backhand sword, Su Chu suddenly felt numbness in his mouth, and his heart was shocked. Who is this person? What a great arm and arm strength! He is born with divine power, and can carry a large cauldron with his bare hands. Each sledgehammer weighs 150 pounds. With his superb martial arts and hammering skills, he has rarely encountered an opponent in the battlefield. A formidable enemy. Su Chu had to be shocked. He had never met anyone who could match his strength. Etienne didn't have time to think about it so much. His infuriating chi turned and shook Su Chu away at once, slapped the horse's back with his left hand, and immediately flew up. The strength shook out a dazzling sword light. The sword edge was under the direct sunlight, and the sword light was intertwined in the mid-air. Brain. Kill. With a loud shout, it seemed as if the wilderness would be shattered, and Su Chu only felt that the horse under his crotch softened and almost fell. The cold air came upon him, but Etienne's sword light came to the top of his head. He took a deep breath and immediately raised his double hammers, striving to meet them in a crossed shape. Clang! There was another harsh vibrato, and the fierce force was transmitted through the arm to the chest cavity. Su Chu only felt a surge of chi and blood. His internal organs seemed to be displaced, and his chest was unspeakably uncomfortable. Admiral Su Chu, the pioneer of Cao's army, was completely pressed and beaten by Etienne. Etienne's move was more powerful than each move. After 20 rounds, a strong slash slashed, and the dazzling cold light spread. The bright sword light almost blinded Su Chu's eyes. With a clanging sound, Su Chu's horse neighed suddenly. As soon as he knelt down on his front legs, Su Chu's body was unstable, and he fell down immediately. Before he could react, Etienne's long sword had already landed on his neck. My life is over. Su Chu let out a long sigh, waiting for death to come. However, Etienne did not kill him. Tie him to me and drag him back. Etienne didn't kill Su Chu for two reasons. One was his bravery, and the other was to use Su Chu to lower the enemy's morale. The pioneer prize was captured alive. What will Cao Jun think? It's no wonder that his morale doesn't drop. Admiral, another vanguard of the enemy army, Etienne shouted again, and went to kill him. Kill. This battlefield seems to be a moment for Etienne to dance alone. Facing the enemies in pieces, Etienne is full of blood and arrogance. He slashes with his long sword, and the sharp edge forms a light curtain in front of him, splashing water densely. Difficult to enter, the thunder is powerful, unstoppable, like chopping melons and vegetables. Every cold light falls, blood splatters everywhere, stumps and heads fly around, but anyone who breaks into him within 10 steps will either die or be injured. Like a heavy tank breaking into the enemy's line, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the enemy soldiers. Su Chu was caught, and Su Huang was naturally terrified. Seeing Ye Tian coming towards him, his heartbeat almost stopped for half a beat. This man is so fierce. This. On the tower, watching this scene, Tao Qian was speechless, a gentle lay Buddhist, so brave. My lord. Your move is really beyond my expectations. At this moment, Guojiao finally showed a smile on his face. War depends on weapons, combat power, sophisticated equipment, and indomitable momentum. At this moment, Cao Jun Admiral was captured alive. The momentum has fallen sharply. Once Su Huang is picked out, then this battle of the weak to win the strong will definitely be preserved in history. Seeing that the leader Ye Tianwei was unstoppable, the generals and soldiers marched into the enemy group with a single hand, as if entering a land of no one, wielding a sharp sword with one hand, killing soldiers when encountering soldiers, and beheading generals when encountering generals. It was like killing gods on the battlefield. Get up, kill the quartet, I am invincible. The clanging and clanging resounded, screaming, wailing, and roaring intertwined. The timid people in the arena were also infected by this death-forgetting battle, and they rushed forward desperately to give the opponent also in color. Dong dong dong. In front of the rear formation and on the top of the city, the drums of war were thundering, cheering for the soldiers. With the excitement of the drums, the blood of the soldiers was burned, and the blood and fighting spirit of tens of thousands of people were condensed into one, vaguely in this battlefield. It turned into an independent world of war, like a slaughterhouse in hell. Puff and click are incessant. It is the sound of the spear penetrating the flesh and blood of the horse's stomach and the sound of being broken by a huge force. The knight on the horse is screaming, and the spearmen are blocking the ground. It was also screaming, people turned on their backs, and blood splattered everywhere. Who's here? Seeing that Ye Tian was approaching, Su Huang couldn't help asking. Ye Tian, the word is free. Kun is the heaven of the world. An angry shout almost shattered the livers and gallbladders in the chests of the surrounding soldiers. Su Huang was terrified, and before he could react, Ye Tian had already killed him. Then. After 10 rounds, Su Huang fell and was taken down by Ye Tian. The two pioneers, Admiral, were planted in Ye Tian's hands. Cao's army was in chaos, there was no formation at all, and the casualties were countless. At this moment, Cao's face was extremely gloomy. The pioneer admiral was not there. However, he can't order the retreat now, because once retreating, the casualties will be even more severe. The vanguards are all elites, and they are fighting for bravery and momentum, so as to stimulate the fighting spirit of the soldiers in the rear. So the first hard-on-hard confrontation, it's almost a never-ending situation. Therefore, Lao Cao had to send new generals to control the situation. However, after learning Ye Tian's bravery, none of them dared to step forward, for fear that Ye Tian would find an opportunity. The field of battle was expanding, and more people fell. In less than half an hour, Cao Jun lost at least half of his troops. Kill. The corpses were piled up like mountains, with blood everywhere, and the sound of killing was terrifying. The soldiers watching the battle from the rear were shocked. This kind of scene is almost a life and death situation, but there is an urge to sacrifice and kill the enemy generously. This is the soul of the army, the will of the soldiers. Ye Tian was already mad at the moment, and at least 1,000 enemy soldiers died in his hands. One after another, the torrent of essence qi rippled in the meridians, tempering the body and compressing the true qi. He felt that his dantian was a little swollen, and the filled infuriating energy had completely filled his dantian. This seemed to be a precursor to breaking through to the next realm. Condensate. Really vaporized liquid. Chapter 30 against Cao, Part 2. My lord, the enemy generals are too brave, and our troops have an advantage. It's better to annihilate this vanguard army outside the city in one go. Sun Yu, a military advisor, advised CAO's side. CAO pondered for a moment, looked at the situation in front of the battlefield, nodded and said, "Okay, this vanguard army is resisting here to block the morale of our army and cannot conquer the city in one go. In this case, we will encircle and annihilate the opponent's life. Troops, especially that vanguard admiral." Cao Hong and Zhang Jia obeyed the order, quickly led 10,000 cavalry and rushed out from the left, and slanted into the left rear of the enemy's vanguard, so that the enemy could not look after each other, and their positions were disrupted and chaotic. Cao Hong and Zhang Jia sat on horseback and cupped their hands and said, "The last commander will be ordered." Immediately, they mobilized their horses to attract 20,000 elite soldiers, including 1,000 cavalry, 15,000 infantry and armored soldiers, and 4,000 archers. They rushed out from the left flank. Flank passed from the side. Cao then gave the order, Ziauddin obeyed the order, lead 20,000 cavalry quickly, attack from the right, circle to the right rear of the enemy's vanguard, intercept the enemy's retreat, wait for the enemy's vanguard to be defeated, and carry out encirclement and execution. Ziauddin stepped out, and after he surrendered his orders, he counted his troops, rushed out from the right flank, and outflanked the enemy's right rear. Other generals, be ready to attack the city at any time. Order. The surrounding generals clapped in agreement. The battlefield on the first line of defense has already turned white. Both sides have invested 30,000 elite soldiers and 60,000 horses to fight. Now there are only less than 30,000 people left. More than 30,000 people have been killed and wounded on the ground. Into the river, the smell of blood is disgusting, and half of the sky seems to be stained with blood. Without the archers to block, in an instant, the left army led by Cao Hong Zhangjia had already reached the ground. The 1,000 cavalry in front of them roared like thunder, and swiftly inserted into the enemy's left flank. Before they landed, their horses' hooves had mercilessly trampled the enemy soldiers who didn't know there were attackers in the melee, and there was the dull thud of the spear and halberd piercing through the armor and human flesh, and the soldiers' desperate cry of despair. On the tower at the main gate of Pengcheng, stood Tao Qian and a group of generals. Looking at the murderous aura outside the city, he couldn't help but change color. Tao Qian looked at Guojia and saw that he was still smiling. He was puzzled and asked, "Now that Cao's army is attacking, I don't know what the counselor has to do." Guojia said with a low smile, Cao's army is strong, this siege is to consume us, and to send the vanguard to fight first, is to offset the strength of the enemy, and the same sharp reduction is very beneficial to the enemy, but it is free and brave, completely directing the balance of victory to our side. Second, after Cao conquered the first layer of defense, his troops were damaged, but he would never retreat to regroup his army, but would take the opportunity to attack the city, so that our army was just defending the city. If the battle goes on, Cao's troops will decrease sharply. If he defends today, when the opponent comes to attack the city tomorrow, he will inevitably deploy all his troops, resulting in an empty rear. Our army only needs to send a single elite troops to attack the camp in the rear and burn food and grass, so that the army will be motivated. If there is a great chaos, they will retreat without a fight, and then send a large army to ambush in the valley on the right, and they will be able to completely wipe out Cao's men and horses. Tao Qian clapped his hands and said, "This is a wonderful plan. The military advisor is truly an extraordinary person in the world. I have such high-level people in Suzhou to help me, so why worry about the big things?" Guojia smiled and looked at the current situation, so he said, Cao has already dispatched 2 flanks to attack troops, it is time to order the withdrawal of troops, and let the second wave of the defending army prepare for the battle under the city. Okay, come here, beat the drums, and Jinming withdraws. Tao Qian passed the military order according to Guoqia's words. The drum beat 3 times, the Ming gong rang loudly, and the messenger outside the city rushed out to convey the order to withdraw the troops. The military order was like a mountain, and yet Tian immediately rode his horse and whipped his whip to attack the army behind him. The CAO army on the front line, together with the men and horses dispatched in several waves, has now also damaged a small half. Seeing that the time to attack the city was ripe, CAO waved his arms and shouted, "General Dian obeys the order and leads 20,000 troops to attack the city on the whole line." The main wall of Peng City Wall is 3 feet high, and there are auxiliary walls on the main wall. The turret and the watchtower stand at intervals. The roof of the building is in the style of double eaves and 9 ridges. These high and low buildings have built a 3-dimensional defense line on the city wall, which can be observed, concealed, maneuvered, shot, connected, and defended. Therefore, there is a record in the art of war, using the method of war, 10 to surround it, 5 to attack it, and double it means that when the strength is 10 times the enemy's strength, the enemy can be surrounded in large groups, 5 times the strength of the enemy will take the initiative to attack, and the double strength of the enemy must be mobilized and dispersed, so that the superior strength can be concentrated to destroy the enemy. Although CAO's strength is now it has an advantage, but it is only 30,000 more, so it is impossible to besiege the city at all, only a frontal attack. "Kill Cao Jun!" at the bottom of the city roared, the cavalry opened the way, and the siege vehicles, towers, folding bridges, ladders, and rushing vehicles rushed all over the line, and the archers and crossbowmen below kept firing towards the city, covering the tide. The men and horses carrying the ladders and siege chariots moved forward, and climbed up like ants in an instant. The blackness was full of human heads and sharp swords, silver light. "Shoot down, kill me!" Su Jun's general, Zhang Bie, hid behind the crenels of the city wall, brandishing his sword, and ordered a stronger counterattack, using riprap and crossbow arrows from afar, and rolling wood, pounding stones, and scalding oil near him. Looking from a distance, there are constantly people who have climbed halfway down the city head, smashed into bloody corpses, broken ladders, and burning siege chariots scattered everywhere. Up and down the city, flags were flying, and the soldiers of Su Jun at the top of the city were busy carrying equipment, roaming and shooting arrows, holding hooks and sickles to push against ladders, and constantly throwing rolling stones and stones under the city, but in such a dense and violent attack and defense. In the middle, there is still a group of Cao Jun elites who are not afraid of death and continue to climb the top of the city, and after a round of counterattacks, they become a pile of meat chan. With the support of dozens of Shu soldiers, a huge and sturdy door-ramming car rushed towards the city gate with the support of dozens of Shu soldiers. The front end exposed a sharp tip more than 10 feet long and hit the thick and sturdy city gate. A fan-shaped car was installed on the door, protecting the roof. Throwing stones at it, and shooting bows and arrows could not injure the soldiers below. After a moment of confrontation, there was a corpse under the city wall, bloody, murderous, and a strong masculine and bloody aura swept the entire space for several miles. It seemed that the entire sky above Pengchen was roaring, and the blood cloud was dyed. The soldiers are more violent, rush upward. Cao Hongzhongjie was responsible for leading the army to attack the left city wall, Xia Hedun was responsible for leading the army to attack the right city wall, Dian Wei and others led the army to attack the city gate, and organized archers to counterattack and cover. Cao, Sun Yu and the others were riding 300 paces away, watching the battle intently. The rushing car slammed violently, raising the hearts of the people behind. As long as they could smash open the city gate, they would be 100% sure of this battle. It's broken. Chapter 31 Turn defeat into victory. At this time, more than a dozen clay pots were thrown from the head of the city, and they smashed into pieces on the roof of the collision car. Then Su Jun and soldiers threw several torches. Cao Bing, who was oiled, was wearing commoner clothes and the armor was of poor quality. He instantly turned into a fiery man, roaring and rolling on the ground, trying to put out the fire. Under the fire, another car crashed into the city without hesitation. The ground rushed to the top, and then the fire broke open the city gate. The soldiers who climbed up the city wall with their swords and shields fought with Su Bing at the head of the city. Almost without blinking an eye, the soldiers above fell down like ripe grapes, and they fell into mud and blood. It was not clear which soldier's body was dead. War is cruel, even though men regard the battlefield as a good place to make merits and careers, but once a success is made, the rise of a general will have to step on countless corpses, be born and die, and men will kill. On the tower, Tao Qian and others retreated. Behind the layers of shields, they watched the battle under the city through the cracks. They were also a little excited. After all, they had never encountered such a large-scale killing battlefield. Guojia's eyes turned cold. He thought about the current situation carefully, pointed to the front and said, "Send all the troops in the city, bite the enemy's main force, beat me hard, and do anything to make CAO mistakenly think that we sent all the troops. Strength. Then send scouts out from the west gate to inform the ambush soldiers in the canyon to prepare to attack the enemy camp in the rear for food and grass. In this battle, they will be able to completely defeat CAO's army. Oh, not waiting for the sneak attack tomorrow." Guojia smiled and said, "No need, the soldiers are very fast, and they cannot change. At this time, CAO has sent all the main force to attack the city. I am afraid that the troops in the rear will also be dropped, and the troops cannot retreat for a while. It will make its front-line army in chaos, and it will definitely lose at that time. However, it must be done quickly, and the enemy's food and grass must be burned as soon as possible. Once Peng Chen is destroyed for a long time, everything." Tao Qian's old eyes lit up, and he said to the generals around him, "How about doing what the military advisor wants? The commander will get an order." The two generals came out of the line. "No. Let me go." Ye Tian wiped the blood on his face and squeezed up from under the tower. "Xiaoao, you just fought a fierce battle, do you still have any physical strength?" Tao Qian looked at him with some heart. "It's fine. It's okay to fight for 300 rounds. I'm not worried about others." "Okay." Waiting for General Guy to spin. Tao Qian nodded. At this time, the rushing car kept hitting the city gate and made a loud noise. Suddenly the city gate opened automatically, and a mighty army burst out from the city. "Come on, Su Jun is almost finished." CAO roared, his eyes fixed on the battle at the city gate. Now that the siege battle has reached the most critical moment, he has also transferred the 30,000 people who were originally used to guard food and grass. Most of them were used to siege the city, intending to pull out Tao Qian's cancer in one go. The screams of killing and the weapons and horses mixed into an earth-shattering and infinitely loud noise. The sound of waves of people and weapons slamming against each other was clearly injected into the eardrums. Murder seems to be close at hand. The two sides fought fiercely, and Suzhu soldiers continued to smash their halberds to their deaths, and countless CAO family soldiers fell. A shocking howl sounded. A Suzhu warrior shot Uisi, but he threw off the thigh that had been cut off by Cao Bing, and he jumped on one leg like a blood-stained god of war in the gushing blood. Viciously pressing Cao Bing # under his body, he opened his mouth to bite at the artery in his neck. Cao Bing roared violently, and pierced his chest with a machete. They were all dug out, and the blood was all over the place. After all, the troops are not enough, and Peng Chen is in jeopardy. Most of the guards were killed and wounded, and it was almost impossible to defend. At this time, not only Tao Qian was anxious, but Guojia was also anxious. In a frontal battle, Peng Chen would definitely not be able to defeat Cao. Now they can only pin their hopes on Ye Tian. As long as the enemy's food and grass are burned, the battle will be declared a victory. A CAO soldier felt that the sky seemed to be a little brighter, and inadvertently looked back, but saw UI clouds in the sky and thick smoke billowing. This situation. Marshal, the back seems to be on fire. The soldier's exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. When everyone turned around, they were all shocked, and many people shouted, "The food and grass are burned." Dyeing the sky with UI, such a big fire, is obviously the appearance of the burning of food and grass. Tao Qian and the other generals and advisors also saw the scene on the horizon, and they were overjoyed. The remaining Cao Jun soldiers also saw the scene on the horizon. The originally boiling morale suddenly cooled down, while Su Jun's morale suddenly rose, and reinforcements came. One by one, they roared furiously as if they had been beaten with blood, and their combat power doubled in an instant. Under the situation, the city tower that was about to be destroyed was actually guarded by them. CAO's current mood is extremely complicated. He dispatched an army of 120,000 people and still failed to capture Pengcheng. It seems that he underestimated the old thief Tao, and he was careless. Ming Jin withdraws his troops, we withdraw. Continuing the siege will only increase casualties, and now that the morale of the army has plummeted, the army is unstable, and it is simply unable to match Suzhu's ferocious counterattack. Cao Jun retreated, Guojia ordered to chase, and the 10,000 troops who had already been ambushed in the Grand Canyon intercepted Cao Jun on the spot. Under the attack from both sides, Cao Jun lost his body again. Of the 120,000 army, only about 20,000 were left to withdraw from Suzhu. This time, Cao's vitality was severely damaged. And Pengcheng. Fighting is all about morale, no matter how many people are left, Suzhu still wins. Guojia explained. Although Cao's army was driven away, the casualties of Suzhu's side were childish. Of the 60,000 soldiers, there were only less than 20,000 left. In the end, Suzhu's sergeant was not as powerful as Cao's Tiger and Wolf division. If it weren't for Ye Tian's bravery and Guojia's strategy, Pengcheng would definitely be defeated. Even if you win, it's a tragic victory. As the sun sets, the setting sun is like blood, and a solid figure walks in the boundless river of blood, walking slowly. The smoke of gunpowder still enveloped the sky, bathed in the slowly falling blood like sun. The blood-colored figure grew longer and longer. When the afterglow is gone, there is only a sigh left, the path of desolation and loneliness, and the sadness and loneliness #loneliness. Abandoning the disturbed thoughts in his heart, Ye Tian closed his eyes and walked alone. The terrifying suction force was born in his body, and the residual spiritual power in the endless blood river actually rushed into his body like a stream. Walking on the boundless river of blood, the river of blood faded away, and the corpses became slightly dry. The terrifying energy entered the body, was absorbed by the danshan and burst open, and then quickly rushed to the limbs and myokuro, washing the meridians and flesh and blood of the whole body. If the cultivation base is high enough and the eyes are good enough, it is easy to find that there is a faint golden light flowing on Ye Tian's body. Devour the sky? It really is an evil practice. Chapter 32_Breakthrough. Condensation period. In the hall of Tao Mansion, an enchanting figure stopped and walked around, wandering back and forth for more than a dozen times. Her face was full of anxiety, her hands were tightly clasped together, and her eyes were looking at the door from time to time. Besides, it seems to be waiting for someone. Miss, it's not good, it's not good. A slightly crying voice sounded, and the woman turned around suddenly, hurriedly supported the maid who ran over, and asked, "What's going on? Where is the husband? Why hasn't he come back yet?" The person who spoke was Cai Yan, and the maid in front of her was Xiao He. The two had been waiting in the Tao Mansion for a long time. Although the news of the victory had come, no one knew of Etienne's whereabouts. "Miss, my uncle hasn't come back yet. I asked the military advisor just now, and the military advisor said he didn't know. Miss, do you think my uncle will?" "No, no, Xianggong's kung fu is so good, nothing will happen." Cai Yan's small head shook like a wavy drum. Despite the possibility, he still did not want to believe it. In this era of marrying a chicken and marrying a dog with a dog, once your man dies, everything will be over. But more than 40,000 soldiers in Pengcheng died. Tonight, how many wives will cry, call their husbands and sons in tears, call their fathers and mothers, and call their sons heartbroken? War is always cruel. Bang! Outside Pengcheng, there was a sudden explosion in the sea of blood on the mountain of corpses that no one dared to go to. Between the flying sand and the rocks, a golden light and shadow rose into the sky, which was particularly eye-catching in the dark night sky. His whole body was shrouded in splendid golden light, as if he was wearing a thick going suit, extremely dazzling, as if the golden fire was burning. Under the starry sky, the dazzling golden light grabbed everyone's eyes, and even though they were far apart, they could still feel the splendor, like it was cast by going, with golden light shining all over the body. I didn't read it wrong. On the tower, a soldier stammered on the spot after seeing this scene. The other soldiers guarding the city were also almost petrified, like clay sculptures and wood carvings, they couldn't believe their eyes. "How do I feel? Seems like General Yet." Another soldier also stuttered, feeling dry mouth #dry. "It's not like it seems, but it really is." A general took his words and said, "It's incredible to fly in the air and possess golden light. This General Ye is really divine." He couldn't help but be a little stunned when he said this. The vision that fell from the sky almost alarmed the people of Pengcheng. They went out to look around. The streets and alleys were instantly crowded. Silently feeling the stronger body, Etienne slowly raised his hands, so excited that he wanted to scream. After absorbing the blood essence and life essence of hundreds of thousands of people, his cultivation has finally reached the stage of condensing pills. In his dantian, a liquid ball the size of a ping-pong ball spins, exuding an extremely dazzling golden light. The vaporized liquid became true essence, and his cultivation went further. Auspiciousness descends from the sky, the Lord Ming is born, God bless me in Suzhu, long live the Lord. In the dark night, someone shouted. Auspiciousness descends from the sky, long live the Lord. A soldier called out. Someone took the lead, and the other soldiers naturally followed suit. 1, 2, 3. A mountain and a sea, one after another, the soldiers knelt down, looking at the figure in the air with admiration and fiery eyes, and the chest was filled with strong hope. It was this man who led them to defeat Cao's division of tigers and wolves. He went forward bravely and never flinched. No wonder Suzhu was able to defeat Cao Jun's army of 120,000 troops. It turned out that there was a lucky star to help. The ancients were actually very superstitious. They are very ignorant, listening to the wind is rain, abnormal is a demon. At this time, Etienne was standing in mid-air, with golden light all over his body. Isn't it the appearance of a god descending to earth? If he had black lights all over his body, I'm afraid it would be another scene. The deep-rooted superstition not only caused the soldiers to kneel and look around, but the common people who walked out of their homes also bowed their knees one by one and cast their own worship and longing eyes. That golden figure was their god, who came to save the people. In fire and water. Seeing this scene, Tao Qian was dumbfounded, all the people worshipped, he could only sigh, thinking of the previous transaction, he could only smile bitterly. In the darkness, Guojia cast a mysterious smile. And the person who took the lead in worship was instructed by him. I'm really sorry for his genius plan if he didn't take advantage of such a good opportunity. Yet Tien never thought that his own cultivation breakthrough could cause such a big sensation. Taking a deep breath, the golden light scattered all over his body, and he landed on the ground lightly. Yet Tien couldn't help muttering in a low voice, with this luminous ability, if he was born in modern times, he could use it for parade performances, and maybe he could make a lot of money. Full body. Now that he has the capital to act in a monkey show, Yet Tien will of course not give up this opportunity. He moves his footsteps, his true essence revolves extremely fast, and a strong force suddenly emerges from the solace of his feet. The handsome man stomped his feet, and the ground exploded with a bang. At the same time, he rushed forward with the force of the rebound, and the figure flashed, approaching the ultimate. Like a flickering light, like a swept shadow, flowers grow under the feet, lotus grows step by step, after images step by step. In the sky, there seemed to be countless Yet Tien moving rapidly, as if to show his magical skills, yet to the official issue, his toes connected, his elegant figure suddenly flew up, stepped on the city wall, rushed up the city tower in a few steps amid the screams of countless people, and then flew down, shining with the sun and the moon, as if flying immortals in the sky is extremely cool. Passing quickly through the crowd, seeing the adoring eyes, Yet Tien Zhen wanted to shout, "Comrades, you have worked hard." He waved his hand and smiled, as if he was inspecting by a superior. These two people really think they are personalities, and they are not humble at all. Back at the Tao mansion, Yet Tien didn't even say hello, and hurried back to the other courtyard. The little wife at home didn't know her whereabouts yet, so she must be worried. "Madam, baby, kiss baby, you husband Kun, I'm back." Yet Tien's name became more and more numb. Cai Yan, who was still worried at first, heard the voice, and immediately snorted Isho, "Yo, I fainted." Hurried out to greet him, saw the familiar voice and shadow, the teardrops Kabuto spun, just couldn't hold back, and gurgling flowed out. "Husband Kun, you're finally back." Cai Yan threw himself into Yet Tien's arms and cried, like a pitiful little white rabbit. "Kiss baby, don't be sad, didn't I come back safely?" Yet Tien hugged the jade person in his arms tightly, feeling the deep affection, and couldn't help sighing to himself, if you have a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? Chapter 33-1 will succeed. After crying for a while, Cai Yan raised her little face with pear blossoms and rain, stretched out her little hand and stroked his face, and said with concern, "Hu Kun, are you not hurt?" "No, your husband Kun, I am invincible in martial arts, how could something happen?" Yet Tien giggled, Isho, gently holding a small snow-white hand. "It's just cool, without a trace of temperature, which makes people feel distressed. Everyone said that a girl with cold hands is the one who needs a man's care the most. Cai Yan's body is so thin that it seems that a gust of wind can knock her down. Yet Tien has always been pity for her, for fear that she will be wronged in the slightest. Hu Kun, swords have no eyes, don't work so hard in the future, you see this blood stain, it's all bloody, let Yanner wait for Kun to bathe." Only then did Yet Tien realize that he didn't seem to have changed his clothes, and his white brocade robe was completely dyed blood. Yet Tien certainly wouldn't refuse the beauty. After a day of killing, soaking in the hot water is indeed a supreme enjoyment. In the large bathtub, the mist was hazy, Yet Tien closed his eyes and enjoyed it quietly. On the side, Cai Yan gently pulled open the belt, letting the emerald green robe slowly slide down. The beautiful white and delicate jade body was half naked in front of Yet Tien. Full #Manchu. The emerald green belly kabuto is raised high on the chest, 2 yoi tender cherries are also protruding, and the slender legs are drawn into the water slowly through a graceful arc, and the fragrant and delicate jade the body is also attached to the broad chest at this time. Cai Yan leaned her head on Yet Tien's arm, and in the posture of a beauty bathing, she poked his chest a few times with her tender fingertips, and then changed to draw circles on it, along the muscles. The arc moved slowly. Hukun, I heard that the defeat of Cao Jun this time is all due to Hukun and Guo's military division. Cai Yan raised her head and kissed him on the chin, a faint pride flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ye Tian opened his eyes, took the shaved fragrant shoulder with one hand, stroked the smooth belly Kabuto with the other, and gently rubbed the hashtag playing that pair of crisp nephrite hashtag rabbit. He sniffed a few rich flavors belonging to the talented woman beside him. Body fragrance, feel the soft and warm beautiful body in the arms hashtag soft and warm beautiful body, feel the comfortable feeling of skin wanting to stick, took a deep breath and said, your husband Kun, how can I have such great ability? The credit belongs to me. All the combatants, without the 60,000 soldiers in Suzhou fighting hard, how much wind and waves can you and I pull through alone? But this battle was really won tragically, and so many people died. Cai Yan sighed softly and said with emotion, yeah. More than 40,000 people have left their wives, children, and parents forever, and the dead can go with the wind, but those pains and sorrows, are left behind. Living people. This is war. Ye Tian let out a long sigh and slowly chanted, Ziguo Zhongshan is going to war, and the people of the country are going to live in Li Jiaosu. With the words of Kun, you will be sealed with a marquee. The battle is full of grief, and the strong troops on both sides of the strait have not stopped. Whoever knows that there is nothing wrong with the Kangjiang River has recently been fighting for blood. One will succeed and 10,000 bones will die. Cai Yan repeated, and the more he tasted, the more desolate he felt. Hukun was right, the victims of the war will always be the people of Don. He, don't think about it, I have my mission, no matter how many people die, this world must be unified by me. After all, lady, it's late at night, it's time for us to go to bed. Amidst the bad laughter, Ye Tian rolled over and pressed Cai Yan under him, clasped the plump buttocks with both hands, and plunged his head towards the round snow peak on her chest. Cai Yan rolled his eyes at him, but did not refuse. She clenched his neck with both hands, raised her chest, and dedicated her treasure to him to taste. Through a layer of soft hashtag soft belly Kabuto, Ye Tian started violently using UIS cherry-sized jade hashtag rabbit soft-grained lips and teeth in front of him, causing Cai Yan to let out a coquettish cry of anger and fear. Ah, don't bite. Ouch. Hey, you know how good I am. Ye Tian Su instigated Cai Yan's delicious UI cherry peach for a while, and he straightened up and smiled wildly, my dear Yanur, the big bad wolf is coming. After speaking, he lowered his head again and bit a cherry. Hey, don't bite anymore, you big hashtag wolf. It's so itchy. Ye Tian held Cai Yan's fragrant buttocks, tore off his trousers, and slowly entered the soft and compact holy place with the murderous weapon, and penetrated to the end with a single force. Cai Yan let out a tender cry, her eyebrows were slightly frowning, her eyes seemed to be open and closed, her neck was slightly erect, and the expression on her beautiful face was a bit unbearable, a bit comfortable, but also a bit painful at the same time, and she wanted to die. Feel the beauty. Ye Tian untied the knot of Kabuto's belly, and the pair of fragrant nephrite hashtag rabbits suddenly tremblingly exposed in front of him, like frightened little rabbits. He lowered his head sharply, took a deep breath of the strong fragrance, licked, kissed the tender white flesh and UIS tender cherries. The lower body also moved vigorously at the same time, hitting her body forcefully. Cai Yan's two beautiful legs were raised towards the sky, and under his unstoppable impact, he lost the strength to kick. And beautiful, white like Kiba out of water. Since the hands around his neck had no effect at all, Cai Yan simply let go of his small hands and turned his wrists to grab the edge of the tub. Zhenshao leaned back hard, the swan-like snow neck was fully exposed, the chest hashtag front full hashtag full double. The curve of the peaks also became extraordinarily beautiful, and the two beautiful legs that rose straight into the air were always interpreting what is the realm of slenderness and degree, slender and tactful. Cai Yan's pink face was raised, her face was dizzy and Ui was on fire, her eyes that kept opening and closing were overflowing with spring water, and her soft #May body also kept trembling with Yetien's movements. Stopped. The moment Yetien let out a low roar, a torrent slammed into Cai Yan's body like an overwhelming sea, and the delicate jade body trembled. Cai Yan screamed, her beautiful eyes turned white, and her body trembled again and again. When Chuangxiu's halo lit up, she let out a long sigh of relief, and her blurred beautiful eyes returned to their radiance. Gecko sprinkled in through the Xian window, and fell on the wet floor, reflecting a dazzling light. Cai Yan, who had been nourished, had a thin halo on her round cheeks, and Vivi's crispness surfaced. Her chest was firm. Full, that greasy to ultimate S powder has a slight on it. Beauty is like jade, how can you not teach people to pity? In the early morning of the next day, the unrestrained sun had just appeared, and Yediguan climbed up from Cai Yan's fragrant bed. Today, something big happened. He hummed a little song, took 8-character steps, and saw a servant greet him, which made the maids and servants keep muttering, "What's wrong with the general today? Is it because he was beaten to death in the war?" In the hall of the main courtyard, when Yetien walked in unhurriedly, the maid at the door hurriedly bowed and saluted, shouting in unison, "See General Yet." Chapter 34 Old Fox and Little Fox. Yetien waved his hand and laughed loudly, no gift, ha ha, I'm here today to find Lord Zhoumu for tea, ha ha. Is his old man there? Cough cough. Not far away, Tao Qian, who was sitting in the main seat, put down his teacup and coughed deliberately. "Where is the old man? You came to me early in the morning, what's the matter?" "This. The purpose of this kid's coming here, don't you know?" Yetien looked at the old man suspiciously, thinking that he wouldn't be fooled. "My lord, I worked hard diligently and diligently won the battle, traveled through the mountains and rivers to overcome all difficulties and dangers, and finally made Comrade Lao Cao explode. Do you want to sit back and enjoy the success? There are no doors. What do you know?" Tao Qian was stunned, seeing Yetien's growing anger, his old eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly realized, "Oh, I see." Yetien heaved a sigh of relief, the old man didn't seem to be a man of words. "Didn't you just come to me for tea? You can drink as much as you like, and I will accompany you to the end." "Yetien. I'm not here to drink tea," Yetien said. He's already out of anger, this old guy is too good at pretending to be crazy, and if he doesn't show him a bit of color, he really thinks he is a character. "What are you doing here without tea? Could it be that you have a crush on a maid in my house and want me to be a matchmaker for you?" Tao Qian smiled like a duo of chrysanthemums. Seeing Yetien angry, why would I feel more at ease? It's okay, just say whichever you like, don't be shy, I promise you. Tell me, is it Chuntao or Xiaju, or both?" "Oh, I know, it must be the two of them. I gave them to you. There are two big beauties to warm the bed for you, plus the little wife at home, the beauty is not shallow." Hearing the old man ramble on and on, Yetien felt for the first time that the Suzhu Zhoumu was actually a bastard. "Old man, I told you to stop acting stupid. I'm here today to fulfill your promise, sir. It's a shame, so don't lose your quality." Yetien didn't bother to follow the old bastard any more nonsense. He has a lot of things to do, time is very busy, and he doesn't have time to fall in love with this old guy. "Old man, should you fulfill what you promised me earlier, Cao Jun was defeated, and now Peng Cheng should also give it to me. Don't talk for now, just listen to me." Yetien stopped Tao Qian, gave him a deep look, and continued, "I don't have much time to waste with you. Although Peng Cheng has won a great victory, we are still very energetic. Hurt, if we rely on the current speed of development, we will have a hard fight against CAO in the not too distant future, not to mention that Suzhou is now surrounded by wolves. The dust of history, I am not taking over Suzhou for my own selfish interests, but to lead the people of Suzhou out of a broad road, the future battlefield. Relying on the current strength is simply not enough, old man, do you understand? Hearing this translation, Tao Qian Vivi was stunned for a moment, then laughed again. How could he not understand Ye Tian's meaning? To put it bluntly, this kid just thinks that he is not capable enough to lead the people of Suzhou out of the quagmire of war. Although he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, he had to admit that he could manage a few civil servants by himself, and be considerate of the people's feelings and do small things, but he was not expected to do big things at all. He has self-knowledge. All right, I understand. Although the old man has no ability, he is not a person who does not keep his word. Naturally, he will not forget what he promised you. Besides, now that all the people have returned to their hearts, this Suzhou has been yours for a long time, but... Tao Qian sighed, old eyes filled with deep worry. But what? Ye Tian asked. But, you have to promise the old man a few conditions. Tao Qian stared at Ye Tian. Let's hear it. If I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Ye Tian was very cautious. First, treat the people kindly. Don't abuse private power to fish the common people. They have been tormented by the war. If we officials still wantonly oppress them, then these people will really have no way to survive. This is not a condition at all. Ye Tian said, the people are the water, and the officials are the boat. The water can carry the boat and capsize it. I understand this better than you. What a water can carry a boat and capsize it, Tao, really didn't see the wrong person. Tao Qian stroked his beard and was quite relieved. Second, don't send troops at will, military use will only weaken our foundation. Getting weaker and weaker. Haha, this is also very easy. The so-called good soldiers are ominous. Even if they are famous, it is unknown. If I don't have full confidence, I will not send troops casually. However, I can't guarantee that every time I go out, I will be famous. But the boy can assure you there will be no slaughter. As a modern person, Ye Tian has his established bottom line. Okay. This third. Hey, are you finished? Why are you still there? Or I can't take the state shepherd and let you play as you like. Ye Tian is on fire. This old man is really ignorant, and he will go to open a dyeing workshop if he gives him 3 points of color. Come on, stop, that's all for now, this state shepherd. I'll give it to you, the old man will call the 100 officials immediately, abdicate and let the sages. The sound of silk and bamboo came into my ears, and the orchestra fell into a dream. With the congratulations of the 100 officials, Ye Tian finally ascended to the throne he dreamed of. Zhou Mu, this is his first step in creating a prosperous world. The new official took office 3 fires, but Ye Tian took office to set more than 3 fires. If you want to defeat Zhu Qiang in the future battlefield, it is absolutely impossible to rely on Suzhou's existing wealth. As a modern person, the knowledge of the master in his mind is obviously not comparable to the ancients. Agriculture needs to be reformed and reformed. Commerce and trade should be encouraged and actively encouraged. Yuan Long, Chen Deng, this is a new type of plow and seeder that I designed. You can take it and let the craftsman make it in large quantities. Tao Gong, you prepare a field, I want to test it myself and get a batch of good seeds. Feng Xiao, Guoqia, now the military and civilians are producing together, you lead the soldiers to open up wasteland, and let me turn over the places where food can be grown. Zizhong, Mizu, you are more aware of Suzhou's commercial routes, and you are in charge of commerce and trade. Now the world is in chaos, and trade has been greatly affected, but because of this, we have more opportunities, especially private salt. This one, diesel salt oil rice chan vinegar tea, these things are essential. We are near the sea in Suzhou, the drying of salt is extremely simple, there is no shortage of supply, you will send someone to do it later, prepare a lot of the goods, I personally escort, as much as you can earn. Chapter 35_recuperate. One after another, the same measures, all of which are good things for the benefit of the state and the people. Taoqian, Guoqia, and Chenden belong to Yetian, and they admire Yetian more and more. The ideas and stuff are really incredible. Taking over Suzhou, Yetian was immersed in complicated business affairs all day long, drawing blueprints, developing rice, showing compassion for the people, and mobilizing the masses. The whole Suzhou was in full swing. The state shepherd personally led the officials to plant rice in the fields, and there was no one who would not cry. Compared with Dongzhou's rebellious behavior, Yetian is undoubtedly a wise and benevolent master. Those displaced people came to seek refuge one after another. Yetian accepted them all, and allocated land for them to resettle houses, and also personally expressed condolences. For a time, Yetian became the god in the eyes of all the people of Suzhou. Why, are you feeling a little moved? Guoqia carried his hands on his back, looked at Yediguan who was hunched over to inspect the seedlings not far away, and smiled happily. He was barefoot and covered in mud, apparently just coming up from the field. And beside him, stood a 7-foot-long, incomparably strong man. The man was a little dark in skin, dressed in coarse cloth, with a stubby beard, his eyes flashing, and his mind was uncertain. Humph! I, Su Zhonkong, am not a person who is greedy for life and fears death. If you want to kill, you will kill, if you want to cut, you will cut. I will never do anything to betray the Lord and seek glory. Don't persuade me any more, I will not surrender to your banner. The person who spoke was Su Chu. Ever since he was captured alive by Yetian, he had been sitting and eating and waiting to die, but after waiting for half a month, there was not even a single person to scold him. Those jailers ignored him at all. As a result, he didn't speak for half a month, and was so depressed that he almost hit a wall and committed suicide. He was not brought out until today by Guoqia. Haha, did I say I wanted you to join the flag? Guoqia shook his head and chuckled, still calm. Su Chu was stunned for a moment, and then his heart became angry again. This kid is not playing with me, why did you bring me here since you didn't come to recruit the young master? He is our state shepherd. Guoqia pointed at Yetian's back, that is, the pioneer admiral who knocked you and your horse off within 20 strokes. What? Su Chu could only see Yetian's back, so he didn't recognize him immediately. You're not kidding, are you? Do such a thing? He didn't believe that. In his memory, the officials were all dressed in fine clothes and food, and Yule stretched out their hands to eat and open their mouths. How could they condescend to do such drudgery? What? Isn't it shameful to do such a thing? Guoqia turned around, stared at him tightly, and said, all beings are equal, ordinary people can do this kind of thing, why can't officials? Everyone is human. Is also born of parents. Is the official more honorable than the common people? After listening to Guoqia's words, Su Chu was stunned on the spot and muttered, my mother is still waiting for me to go back. Guoqia almost vomited blood. Your sister, after talking so much about her feelings, this guy doesn't understand at all. Missteps, isn't it a waste of words to reason with this idiot? Hey, forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I brought you out today to let you go. You can go wherever you want, and no one will stop you. Guoqia shook his head, thinking to himself what a pity. Really? Su Chu's eyes lit up. Really? Guoqia nodded, then ignored him and stepped forward. Seeing Guoqia leave, Su Chu struggled slightly in his eyes, raised his hand, and shouted, can I bring my mother here? Guochia suddenly looked back, smiled, and responded, "Welcome anytime. Spring and autumn have come, and a year has passed. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of Yetian and the general public, Suzhu's grain output has fully doubled." What is this concept? This means that the number of soldiers that Suzhu can accommodate can also be doubled. Suzhu has a large population, and there is no shortage of soldiers. What is lacking is food and grass. With enough food and grass, all difficulties will be solved easily. People have a bumper harvest, and every family has surplus grain. Naturally, the whole state celebrates together, with lanterns and colorful lights, and a lively New Year's Eve. At this time, Yetian's prestige also rose to the extreme. For the future, Yetian is full of confidence. If the hybrid rice he developed can be successful, Suzhu's grain output will probably double again. In the harvest year, Yetian's state shepherd's mansion was also completed, but it was not extravagant. As a state shepherd, his residence should not be too shabby. Although it was not as good as Dong's mansion, it also had everything: rockery and flowing water, pavilions and pavilions. The fragrance of flowers is elegant, and the vegetation is prosperous. It is indeed an excellent place to live. Today, Suzhu's army has expanded to 100,000. These 100,000 soldiers are not like the old and weak soldiers in the past. They are elites carefully selected and trained by Guochia, and their combat effectiveness has at least risen by a grade. Suchu was also successfully incorporated by Guochia, and this tiger general will definitely reveal Kobo to the enemy in the near future, creating a new world. The spring snow is melting, all things are reviving, and the good season is the day to talk about love. All things are like this, and so are people. Hundreds of trucks, carrying goods worth hundreds of thousands of taels, set off from Pengcheng in a mighty manner, and headed to the capital Chang'an under the leadership of 5,000 soldiers. This transaction is the largest in Suzhu so far. At the gate of Ye Mansion, Yediguan, who was preparing to escort the car, ran into trouble. Mizu got a little white horse from nowhere. Yetian looked pretty and wanted to come over, but now, he was a little disobedient. Cai Yan got on the horse first, and Yetian pulled the reins and looked at the little white horse. "You kid, run, let's see if you try to run again and see if I won't break your legs." The little white horse blinked with innocent big eyes, Dudu shook his head, and Yetian got on the horse proudly. He was really good at being bullied, even a horse bullied himself. Yetian was about to cry. After leaving the city gate, Yetian felt very comfortable in his chest, embracing the beauty and galloping in the boundless nature. This is the first time since he came to this different time and space that he galloped so happily, with the blue sky above his head, and his heart was at ease. Embracing Cai Yan's flat belly and scratching the two soft lumps under the kabuto from time to time, Yetian felt that he was not there to escort Changzi, but to go to the mountains and water with Yui leaning against her. This ancient nature is really on point, with beautiful mountains and rivers, and pleasant scenery. The blue wind blew across his face, bringing wisps of fragrance, and Yetian was so drunk that he couldn't tell whether it was the fragrance of flowers or the body fragrance of his daughter's house. The maid, Ziahe, followed the large army and left the vast world to her young lady and uncle. It was their world. 100,000 taels of goods is not a small amount. If it can be exchanged for food of the same value, it will be enough for 50,000 soldiers to eat for a year. I have to say that Yetian was daring. He actually left Suzhu with 5,000 troops. If Cao stepped in at this time, he would only cry bitterly. Chapter 36 Brother Liao. However, Cao is afraid that he has not yet had the time to fight against Suzhu, and his vitality has been severely damaged. I am afraid that he is still busy with production, and it is difficult to devote extra energy in a short period of time. Besides, who would have thought that this famous Xiao layman would make such a mistake, bringing 5,000 men and horses to escort such a valuable cargo. Only an idiot can do this. Is Xiao layman stupid? If he was a fool, how could Cao be hated? Obviously, even if someone knew that the Suzhou side was escorting a batch of goods into Chang'an, they would not think that those things were very valuable, they just assumed that the Suzhou side came to Beijing to give gifts. Therefore, the forces along the way all adopted a release policy for the Suzhou side. They did not want to offend the Suzhou forces. The 100,000 elite soldiers were no joke. The Battle of Pengcheng has long spread throughout China. Guo Fengxiao and Ye Xiao used 60,000 old and weak soldiers to kill Cao's 120,000 elite soldiers and flee. Therefore, along the way, Ye Tian received a lot of invitations, and the leaders of the forces offered to make friends with all their flattery, but they were all rejected by Ye Tian kindly. Go. Of course, if you encounter an ignorant bandit, you will be sorry. Under Ye Tian's thunderous means, he didn't even leave a body. The journey was smooth, and the large army led by Mizu finally arrived in Chang'an safely. He ordered his lieutenant to lead 5,000 soldiers to be stationed 10 miles outside the city, and he led his men to transport the goods into Chang'an and stationed in the Cai mansion. Ye Tian had already sent a letter to Cai Yang, asking him to take care of the goods he brought. With Cai Yang's connections, it was not difficult to dump these things. There are people in the DPRK who do things well, isn't that what they say? Ye Tian accompanied Cai Yan all the way through the mountains and waters, and arrived at Chang'an city before dark. The city gate is still 3 miles away, but the towering city wall, the guard standing like a javelin, is already in sight. The towering ancient city wall is full of a strong historical atmosphere, and the traces of swords, and halberds are still vivid in my eyes. Time flies, and things are right and wrong. This ancient city has witnessed the changes of countless dynasties, and it contains too much blood and bitterness. Ye Tian stared at the city tower of Chang'an for a long time, and then said, "This is another place where the wind and clouds meet. When I come here, Ye Tian, I will definitely rewrite history." Cai Yan smiled and said, "Hu Kun is not a lifesaver wherever he goes, this time in Chang'an, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble again. Let's go to the city, don't let daddy take a long time." "Wait." Ye Tian nodded, rode his horse and whipped his whip, and ran towards the city gate. The city gate was wide open, but there were guards checking on both sides, holding a portrait of someone who didn't know who they were, comparing them one by one, and checking everyone's line. "It looks like there is a situation, let's be careful, let's go." Ye Tian said to Cai Yan, got off the horse, and paced over. "Stop and search." When they got close, a vicious guard came to stop Ye Tian and the two. "What are you searching for, General?" Ye Tian smiled and put a silver pellet in his hand. The guard showed an imperceptible smile and said, "No problem, let them go." "Thank you, General." After Ye Tian finished speaking, he pulled the little white horse and walked forward with Cai Yan. "Stop." Just after walking a few steps, there was a loud shout from behind. Ye Tian and the two were upright and fair, and they didn't commit any crimes, so they stood still with peace of mind. These inspected soldiers and city defenses have a virtue, they are so greedy, flattering and bullying. "Excuse me, General," and he Yanfen. Ye Tian turned around with a smile, and stopped before he finished speaking. It was not the soldier who took his silver sun who stopped him, but a majestic general in armor. It's hard to say if it's a general, but that look of uprightness and bright eyebrows makes people feel good. He does not look like a free and easy and elegant handsome like Ye Tian, nor is he handsome with clear eyebrows like the legendary little white face, but a kind of rough manly handsome with bronze skin, eyebrows like flying swords, and eyes like morning stars. The bridge of the nose is like a mountain. The short beard is thick and black, and the roots are well shaped. His beard was originally messy, but under his radiant spirit, it has a different flavor. Silver sun he took from the guard to ye heavenly path, this is yours, take it back. The soldiers under my command do not accept bribes. Ye Tian took the gold, cupped his hands and said, I'm so reckless, I dare to ask the general's name. Ye Tian, the word is Xiaoao, the general's demeanor is quite disappointing, and I ask the general to let me know. Hearing the word Xiaoao, the general's eyes flashed with a strange look that was not easy to detect, and he said lightly, the name of the general is not worth it, I am Zhang Wenai Yuan, the captain of the cavalry under General Liu, just a trivial official, and the layman Xiaoao praised it. On the contrary, the name of the layman's benevolence has already been heard like thunder. What? Zhang Wenai Yuan? Depend on. It was Brother Liao. In the past, Ye Tian played this hero a lot when he played the Three Kingdoms War. Zhang Liao, courtesy name Wenai Yuan, was a native of Mai, Yanmen, now Shuazhu, Shaanxi. During the Three Kingdoms period, a famous general of Cao Wei. Once subordinate to Ding Yuan, Dongzhou, and Lv Buletin. After the Battle of Xiapai, he surrendered to Cao. Afterwards, he followed Cao's expedition, and achieved many achievements. Together with Guan Yu, they solved the siege of Bama, surrendered Changzi to East Blue, attacked Yuan Shang in Yuchen, led the vanguard to kill Wuhuan Shanyu Tadodun in Bailang Mountain, and defeated Lu Yi of Liaodong, Michan of Huainan, Chen Lan, etc. After the Battle of Rugzhou, Cao appointed Zhang Liao, Li Dian, and Li Jin to guard Hefei. Zhang Liao repelled Sun Wu's attacks many times. In the Battle of Xiaoajin in 215, he even defeated an army of 100,000 with 7,000 people and almost captured Sun Quan alive. One of the famous generals, Zhang Liao Jikui, has also become a folk legend. After Cao Pi ascended the throne, Zhang Liao was still ordered to guard Sun Quan. In 221, Zhang Liao was stationed in Yangkaiu and fell ill. During Zhang Liao's serious illness, Sun Quan was still very afraid of him. In 222, Zhang Liao lived up to expectations and defeated Wu General Lu Fan due to illness. In the same year, he died of illness in Jiangdu and was given the posthumous title of Marquis of Gang, at the age of 54. Later generations called him the Five Good Generals of Cao Wei together with Li Jin, Yu Jin, Zhang He, and Su Huang. In Ye Tian's mind, this is a brave and resourceful person. Perhaps Su Chu is better than him in terms of force, but if the two lead troops to fight, Su Chu is definitely not his opponent. With the fierce general in front, Ye Tian didn't dare to be vague, cupped his hands, and suddenly said with a serious face, "Excuse me to say a few more words, Hung Hu's ambition will fly, and his ambition will finally be rewarded, and Captain Zhang is wronged." Zhang Liao was an upright man with a clear distinction between public and private, and he was not good at being courteous. Lu Buletin spent the whole day in Wenrou Township. Although he had the will to bring peace to the world and the ability to set things right, he was useless as a hero, so he never had the opportunity to improve. Chapter 37 Hungmen Banquet. Moreover, under the command of the great god Lu Buletin, he is like a green leaf that sets off flowers, and he is not valued at all. But I didn't expect that this young man who had just met for the first time had a pair of wise eyes, full of admiration for him and regret for him. It's enough to have a confidant in life, what more could a husband want to have someone who Ye Tian admires? Zhang Liao ha-has isho, showing neat white kiba teeth, I'm a rude person, I don't understand what a layman means. As for grievances, Zhang is incompetent, how can he be wronged? Get checked. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand, and a soldier brought a piece of rice paper. Ye Tian looked sideways and was stunned. The figure on the drawing only had an outline. What could be seen? Zhang Liao frowned while looking at the portrait of the wanted criminal, while looking at Ye Tian, analyzing the similarity in body shape between the two. Yet Tien was rarely stared at with such eyes, especially when the other party was a man. It was somewhat awkward, so he smiled and continued to chat up. Zhang Duwei, what crime did this person commit, and it deserves a close inspection by such a large team. This man killed the third son of Dong's mansion not long ago. Taishi Dong was furious and dispatched thousands of soldiers to search, but he didn't even see his shadow. The city has been searched 3 times, but nothing has been found. After a pause, he continued, we suspect that it wants to leave the city, so we set up a card inspection. Please bear with me. The big fat man is dead? Hearing this news, Ichiraku in Yetien's heart, secretly applauded the killer. It seems that someone is more courageous than himself. Killing if you want to kill is really a role model for me. Yetien laughed and said, bear and bear, it's okay, you can just watch it. If you can't see enough, I'll go home with you directly. Everyone sit down and eat well, talk about life, and talk about ideals. To show you enough. Zhang Liao is a smart person, and of course he understands what Yetien means. If you look at me again, I will be living in your house for nothing. He was amused, but this layman is interesting, with a wise and incoherent vision, and an extraordinary temperament. He should not be the murderer. Thinking of this picture of Liao closing the poster, he smiled and said, I'm really sorry for disturbing the layman. The layman and his wife can leave, but please be careful, the 2 laymen, the culprit has not been caught, and try to go out as little as possible at night. Yetien nodded and said with a smile, don't worry about Duwei Zhang, if the murderer really appeared in front of me, it wouldn't be me who was unlucky. The layman is right. With the layman's martial arts, the murderer probably wouldn't dare to touch your brow. Zhang Liao bowed his hands and made away, saying, the 2 of you will enter the city as soon as possible. Yetien clasped his fists with both hands and said, I'll leave now. I wish Captain Zhang an early solution to the case. Cai Yang, when Yetien and the others arrived at the door, Cai Yang was already waiting here. Father, my daughter is back. Seeing her father, Cai Yan suddenly swooped, and Ruyan threw herself into Cai Yang's arms as if she had returned to her nest. Father-in-law, my son-in-law's coming to Beijing this time will be disturbing for a while. Yetien cupped his hands and smiled. The family doesn't talk about the 2 families, just come back, you can stay as long as you want, you 2, you're coming back so late, I'm so anxious, hurry up, go into the room and say, Ma Zhang, bring the food. When the wine and food came to the table, the aroma wafted into his lungs desperately. Yetien suddenly moved his index finger, and without saying a word, he threw off his arms and started eating. Quietly watched his husband Kun eat. Satisfied with food and drink, and served with fragrant tea, Cai Yang brought Yetien into the study and chatted about business. Xiaoao, you came to Beijing this time, and you brought so many things with you. You are really brave. You are not afraid that the princes will rob you halfway? The dowry gift sent by my son-in-law, but when I opened it, I almost fainted from fright. Most of the contents inside were special products of Suzhou, raw silk, porcelain, tea, and even gold and silver jewelry. They were invaluable. It's no wonder that Suzhou was badly injured after being robbed. He, my father-in-law, don't you understand my character? How can I make a lot of money without taking risks? Suzhou has a very weak foundation. If you want to be superior, you have to fight for your life. Chang'an City has gathered countless dignitaries and dignitaries. These luxury goods only here can I sell it? What I need now is the silver child. With the silver child, I can recruit troops to buy horses and cast weapons and armor. If this business is done, my strength in Suzhou can be improved by at least 2 layers, which is hundreds of thousands of taels. If you say less, you have to earn twice as much, enough to consume 50,000 troops for a year. Etienne took a sip of the tea and continued, as for the risks, that must be there, but just by I am afraid that not many people dare to take action on the banner of my Suzhou army of 100,000. Even if the goods are really robbed, and Suzhou's army of 100,000 is deployed, who can resist? You, I really don't know what to say about you. Hey, fortunately everything went well, otherwise it would have to be laborious and costly again. Cai Yan sighed with a smile. This son-in-law is really not a peace of mind lord. Father-in-law, the sales of this batch of goods should be good, right? Etienne asked with a smile. Cai Yang nodded. There are a lot of wealthy people in Chang'an City, and your things will naturally sell. I have secretly sent someone to discuss with the major stores in Chang'an City. Now the world is in chaos and the supply of goods is in short supply, they are too happy to be happy. These things are estimated to fetch a good price. N. Etienne nodded and continued, Father-in-law, it doesn't matter if the price is good or not. The key is to sell it as soon as possible. There is not much time, and I am afraid that there will be many night dreams. In addition, I have one more thing in Chang'an this time. I will take you to Suzhou to settle down. It is really not suitable to stay here in Chang'an for a long time, I am afraid it will change in a short time. Cai Yang thought for a while and said, I also want to leave this place of right and wrong, but I'm afraid Tai Shidong won't let me go so easily. When Tai Shidong followed him into Beijing, he was invited because of his fame. How could Cai Yan be able to come and leave as soon as he said it? Father-in-law, don't worry, I'll take care of Mr. Dong's place. He will let you go. You can stay at home in peace and prepare to go to Suzhou to enjoy yourself. The news of layman Xiao's arrival in Chang'an spread like wildfire, and people with a little reputation in Chang'an City sent invitations to Etienne, inviting him to gather. The Suzhou forces are now roaring, and the limelight is in full swing. Those dignitaries are naturally flattering. After all, no one can guarantee that they will not have a place to ask Suzhou for help in the future. Multiple friends are better than multiple enemies. No, in the early morning of the next day, Tai Shidong sent someone an invitation to entertain all the officials and wash away the dust for Lei Xiaoyao. Glancing at the invitation card in his hand, Etienne hummed Isho, and said, the drunkard's intention is not to drink wine. This time, it's a bit like a hangmen banquet. Chapter 38_Wang Yun appeared. Teacher's banquet is indeed a bit ulterior motive, Xiaoyao, otherwise, we won't go to this muddy water. With your current reputation, I'm afraid that Taishi won't be able to do anything with you. Cai Yang suggested. No, I have to go to the banquet this time. Etienne waved his hand and said with a smile, my reputation is worthless in the eyes of Tai Shidong, and he won't find a reason to kill me at all, just kill me if he wants to. Killing, this is his nature, otherwise he would not have done such a stupid thing as moving the capital to Chang'an. Okay, then I'll accompany you tonight. Cai Yang felt that Etienne's words were reasonable. People like Dongzhou would kill a chicken like killing a chicken. No. Etienne shook his head. Father-in-law, do you still remember what my son-in-law said yesterday? You should stay in the house and enjoy yourself, and you don't have to worry about anything. If someone outside comes to you, you will be called sick in bed, and you won't see any guests. Cai Yang nodded. He knew that his son-in-law had a lot of ideas. I'm afraid everything is ready, and he just needs to do it. There is only one day. Although it is a bit rushed, it is enough for Etienne to handle everything. Tonight's banquet is definitely not easy. In front of the Taishi mansion, a carriage slowly stopped. After a while, the curtain was lifted, and a figure slowly descended. He was wearing a white brocade robe, his long hair was fluttering like a crown jade, and he was holding a paper fan. On the front, he wrote rare and confused for great masters. See, What is the autumn wind sad painting fan, easy to change but the old people's hearts are changeable. This person is Ye Tian who was invited. Uncle Wang, it's hard for you to stay in the car for a while. I'm afraid something big is going to happen tonight. Ye Tian said lightly. Don't worry, uncle, unless the little one is dead, he will never leave the carriage. Uncle Wang was Cai Yang's confidant. Ye Tian naturally believed in him as he watched Cai Yang grow up. When Layman Xiaoao came, Dong Zhou heard the report and immediately came out to greet him. The layman is invited to come here, and the humble house will be full of brilliance. Fast forward, fast forward. Dong Taishi walked forward with a smile on his face, and held Ye Tian's hand affectionately, like brothers who have been separated for many years. Ye Tian smiled and returned the salute. What kind of virtue and ability can I do, but I have to trouble the Taishi to meet him in person. It's a sin, a sin. Haha, where is the reputation of the layman? It's not easy to invite you, the great god of Taoism. The officials have been waiting here, want to see the layman's demeanor, haha. Please come in, please come in. The two laughed and went to the banquet hall together. The officials of the fourth rank and above in Chang'an City were invited by Dongzhou, and there were many ministers of civil and military affairs in official uniforms or armor sitting around the spacious hall. These are the core leadership groups of the entire Chang'an. If the master is these people, then the whole Chang'an is not a problem. It seems that it was specially designed to welcome Ye Tian. The two had just entered the hall. All these officials stood up and greeted Ye Tian with a salute. Come, come, lay here. Dong Zhou pulled Ye Tian to the vacant seat on the left side of the main seat, and after he sat down, he said, come here, serve the food, serve the wine. Following Dong Zhou's order, a group of pretty girls with only transparent veils and bare belly kabuto placed plates of delicacies and pots of fine wine on the yui wooden table in front of the officials. These women were obviously chosen after thousands of choices, and they were all beautiful women. Looking at the scantily clad women, the eyes of many officials showed fire like light, and their eyes kept wandering up and down there. Seeing this scene, Ye Tian's mouth curved slightly, his eyes narrowed, and it was a squinting expression. Since your boss wants to see my appearance, I will show it to you. This expression is okay, I don't need to pretend to be on purpose, because my nature is like this, sir, but these women you brought are too watery. Don't you know that Yanu's shocking appearance has already raised me, is it? Ye Tian secretly laughed in his heart. This group of vulgar fans actually dared to show it off, and they underestimated my willpower. But then again, Yediguan people don't seem to have any resistance to the temptation of beautiful women. Seeing Ye Tian's expression, Dong Zhou's heart burst into a smile. It seems that the legendary layman Xiaoao is nothing more than that. Since you have what you need, then I will do what you want, and keep you in good hands. Pushing the cup and holding the cup, talking and laughing at Yan Yan, for a while, the banquet hall was very lively. Ye Tian's eyes were constantly wandering on the faces of the officials through his drinking time. From their expressions and every move, handsome Ye saw something unusual. After a while, an old man in his 50s picked up a glass of wine, got up slowly, and looked at Ye Heavenly Path, lay, in the Battle of Pengcheng, the 60,000 old, weak, and remnants of Sus who killed the strong Cao family's 120,000 troops. This great deed really makes Wang admire. The old man is here to give a toast to the layman, let's do it. Since he was going to attend the banquet, Ye Tian naturally knew all the information about the officials in Chang'an City. This toast was the famous Wang Yun in history. Speaking of Wang Yun, I have to say another person, the first of the four beauties in China, Diao Chan. According to the records of the later Han Dynasty, Wang Yun was born in an aristocratic family. He began to hold public office at the age of 19, and in his prime he was the prefect of Yuzhou. Because of the failure in the battle with Zhang Rang, the chief minister of Zhongchang, Wang Yun was forced to go to official seclusion. After 6 years in Zhongping, He Jin returned to office after taking power, and served as Zhonglang and Henan Yin. When He Jin was executed by the eunuchs and Dong Zhou took power, he had replaced Yang Biao as the Sidu and the minister. He opposed Dong Zhou's tyranny and became close friends with Dong Zhou's adopted son Lu Buledin. Taking advantage of the conflict between Lu Buledin and Dong Zhou, he assassinated Dong Zhou with the help of Lu Buledin in the 3rd year of Shuping. After Dong Zhou's death, Wang Yun and Lu Buledin ruled together, but at that time he was already a little proud of his credit, and his attitude began to change, and he seemed to be a little more relaxed. He once said, "Even a great traitor like Dong Zhou can to die at my hands, what should I fear?" He didn't care about anyone or anything, he didn't care, and he even took credit for it. Whenever a group of ministers gather, Wang Yun seldom trusts everyone and discuss expediency as before, but sits upright, without a happy face. Slowly, the ministers no longer respected and supported him as before. Later, Dong Zhou's party, Li Ju, Guo Si, and Fan Zhou, led the army to attack Chang'an, and Lu Buledin fled. Wang Yun was executed at the age of 55. According to the records of 3 Kingdoms and Zizi Tongjian, Wang Yun's nephew Wang Ling was admired by Cao, and he served as a captain in Wei State, but he was defeated and killed in the crusade against Sima Yi. In the novel Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, he is Diao Chan's adoptive father, and Diao Chan is the main reason that caused Lu Buledin and Dong Zhou to turn against each other, so that Lu Buledin eventually assassinated Dong Zhou. This event is often cited in the discussion of the beauty and serial timings in the 36 count. Chapter 39 _ Special Assassin. When Wang Yun appeared, it was time for Diao Chan to appear. In the history that Ye Tian knows, Diao Chan seems to be an important part of lure Dong Zhou and Lu Buledin against his goals. But there is one thing Ye Tian can be sure of, Diao Chan will definitely become his own woman. Do it? Wang Yun toasted, and Ye Tian naturally wouldn't refute his face, so he picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one go. Teacher, today, in order to wash the dust for the layman, the lower official also prepared a song and dance. I wonder if your colleagues are interested in accompany the old man to enjoy it? Wang Yun glanced at everyone with a bright smile, like a small morning glory in the garden. Haha, Lord Situ, don't give a shit. It's not fun to drink without singing and dancing. If you have a good show, just show it, don't you think? Ye Tian was quite surprised by the person who spoke. The first person to speak was Lu Buledin, who was sitting on the right side of Dong Zhou. He, Lord Situ's kindness, how can we refuse it? Everyone will wait and see. I think Lord Situ will not let me down. Li Ru also spoke at this time. He felt a little strange. Today, the father-in-law invited the layman Xiao as a guest. Wang Yun was following along to join in the fun. He even prepared to sing and dance. Isn't he afraid that the father-in-law will be angry? He looked at Dong Zhou, and sure enough, his father-in-law looked a little unhappy. Wang Yun's actions were obviously a bit over the top. Could it be that Grand Master couldn't even prepare a song and dance? Could there be some hidden secret? To be said that as a counselor, Confucian Li thinks more. When everyone agreed, Wang Yun nodded with a smile and shouted to the door, "Come on, let's sing and dance." As his voice fell, there was a sound of light and hasty footsteps, and in the eyes of everyone, another group of young women wearing transparent gauze ting-ting-ping-ping stepped forward. This group of women is obviously a bit prettier than the batch prepared by Tai Shi Dong before. Obviously, he prepared it deliberately. Their clothes are very revealing. Through those transparent veils, everyone can even see the white and smooth skin. These women have spring tides on their faces. People's minds are shaking. Especially the leading woman, she was wearing a pink yoi-colored gauze, inside the gauze, is a bright yoi-colored belly kabuto, yoi-yois, revealing a touch of charm, slender, graceful, and beautiful UIS belly kabuto covers in front of the chest hashtag, I couldn't hide the pair of jade rabbits that jumped out tall and straight. During the jump, I saw that pair of jade rabbits kept shaking, hooking people's eyes. With the rotation of Ge Haime's body, the round and upturned buttocks swayed continuously, like waves of hips shaking, arousing the endless desire in the man's heart. With a gauze on her face, only those watery eyes were exposed, as if trying to hook people's souls, with all kinds of sentiments, exuding endless charm. Since Dong Zhou saw the dancer, he never blinked his eyes again, and looked at her fiery, as if he was going to eat her. There were not a few officials with the same expression as Dong Zhou. Without exception, their eyes were fixed on the woman in Ui. Even Ye Tian had to admit that this woman was really beautiful. Even if she didn't show her appearance, her beauty was suffocating. The dance is elegant and graceful, like butterflies that are flying around, and the breeze blows, bringing wisps of fragrance. Dong Zhou was drunk, Lu Buletin was drunk, Begwen was drunk. Ye Tian was also drunk. The originally bustling banquet hall became deserted in an instant. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared blankly ahead. Both their eyes and their minds shifted with the dancing of the UI-clothed woman. However, just as the crowd was gurgling and their thoughts flew to where they were, a silver light shot at Taishi Dong in the crowd, swiftly as lightning, and took the Taishi's throat. Before everyone could react, the silent silver light was approaching. With the ruthlessness of the god of death and the splendor of the phoenix, he expresses a strong need to the life of Taishi Dong. Can Taishi Dong dodge this blow? The answer is yes, definitely not. Will Master Dong die? The answer is also yes, definitely not. Taishi Dong didn't move, and the object that emitted the silver light made a ding sound and fell to the ground. It wasn't until this moment that Begwen reacted and looked down. It was a needle, a silver needle with a shiny silver body and a smooth body like a daughter's body. People present, there were two people who could knock out the extremely sharp silver needle, one was Ye Tian, and the other was Lu Buletin. This time, it was Ye Tian who rescued Dong Zhou. The tool he used to intercept the silver needle in the air was a small peach pit. It's true that Dong Zhou should be damned, but he can't die now, he can't wait for his own death in the capital. Once Dong Zhou dies, Chang'an City will be in chaos. When Dong Zhou's men block the city gate, Ye Tian will be in trouble. Ye Tian's martial arts are strong, if he is alone in Chang'an, then no one can take him. However, he is not alone now, Cai Yan, Cai Yang, Xiao He, Uncle Wang. These are all people worthy of his protection. If the capital is in chaos, how can he escape with these people? There are assassins, protect the master, catch the assassins. Lu Buletin, who was guarding Dong Zhou, shouted loudly. The crowd suddenly became chaotic. Those ministers had never seen such a scene before. These days, assassins have become more and more courageous. It doesn't matter if they kill people to kill the Taishi's mansion, the target is still the Taishi. They kept telling themselves in their hearts, calm down, but the more calm they became, the weaker their legs became, and the 6 gods had no masters. The usually bossy Guanwei had already gone to Zhou country, and each one of them was ugly. They also followed and shouted to protect the Grand Master, but they ran away from the Grand Master one by one. Scoff. Another silver light appeared, and now the officials can see it clearly, the assassin. The assassin is actually the woman in UI clothes who fascinated them just now, this. What happened? For a time, almost everyone turned their attention to Wang Yun, and the questioning eyes were sharper than the other. However, they seemed to have forgotten that Taishi is facing danger. The strong murderous intent was forced to face the door, and Taishi Dong was trembling with fear, his face was pale, and he was about to be stabbed with a blood hole in his forehead. Taishi Dong cried out, "My life is over, help!" Ye Tian turned into a Shirakumo, as if he had shifted his body and moved in front of Tai Shi Dong, his big hand stretched out, and his 2 fingers lightly pinched the silver needle between his fingers and placed it on the tip of his nose. After taking a sniff, it seems that she still carries the fresh and natural body fragrance of her daughter's house. Faced with such a calamity, perhaps only Ye Tian could be so calm. Chapter 40_Tongue Lotus. Yui Clothes saw that Ye Tian made her attack invisible so easily, her eyebrows wrinkled slightly, knowing that she couldn't do anything, so she turned into a Yui shadow and quickly swept away. However, this is the Taishi's mansion after all. For Tai Shi Dong, who is greedy for life and fear of death, there are not many guards arranged in the house on the 3rd and 3rd floors. The woman was stopped by an endless stream of guards just after she escaped outside the door. Fierce battles followed. Feng Xian, if you don't start at this time, when will you wait? Wang Yun, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Hearing this sentence, Ye Tian was startled and turned his head hastily, only to hear a puff, and then he saw Dong Zhou's dilated pupils. Your sister's history is so deceiving. Damn it! After scolding something that only he could understand, Ye Tian pointed his middle finger at Lu Buletin, and without saying a word, Sayazi ran out. The real energy in his body was boiling at the same time, and his body surface was filled with a sigh of relief. Layers of golden light, anyone and anything standing in front of him were knocked away by him one by one. When Dong Zhou died, the city of Chang'an would soon be lit up. He didn't want to worry about anything now. It was more important to escape. Now the city gate has not been blocked. With his prestige and Cai Yang's position, it is not difficult to get out of the city overnight. Soon as he got out of the door, he looked around, and the woman in Yui clothes was still fighting with the guards. The woman already had bloodstains on her body, and she was probably injured. Thinking of the identity of a woman, Ye Tian couldn't bear it. The golden streamer suddenly burst out, like a meteor that pierced the sky. A puff sounded, and several guards who besieged the Yui-clothed woman rushed to her. A small hole was clearly visible in her throat, and the blood was gurgling, with a bit of desolate beauty. The crisis was resolved. The Yui-clothed woman gave Ye Tian a deep look, and then she didn't say any more. She tipped her toes and immediately flew up, disappearing into the night sky with a few flashes. Ye Tian shook his head, put aside his disturbed thoughts, stomped his footsteps, and quickly rushed out of Dong's house. Skip the long corridor, skim the smooth bluestone road, turn, turn, turn again. Isn't life so tortuous? Who can predict whether the next intersection will be a life or a dead end? Great escape tonight, I hope there won't be more troubles. Fortunately, Ye Tian had already made preparations. All the goods were sold by Mizu to various shops at low prices within a day. Even Cai Yang sold the valuable things in his home. Anyway, he was leaving. He even took the house out. Ye Tian originally thought that Tai Shi Dong would issue an order to kill him, but he didn't expect that the plan would not keep up with the changes. This variable is too unbelievable. Tai Shi Dong was killed by Lu Buletin now, which is too early. Sister Diaochan is still alive. I don't know if it was her, which made Ye Tian extremely depressed now. After leaving the Dong mansion, Ye Tian ran to Uncle Wang's side without saying a word, and quickly rushed into the carriage. Don't move. Move again and I'll kill you. A sharp needle with a silver light pressed against Ye Tian's neck, and the soft breasts touched his back, which was magnificent in this dark environment. Ye Tian guessed that the woman with the needle behind him was the killer who assassinated Tai Shi Dong today, and he thought to himself, duh, why is I so carried away? When did this woman run into my car? Dizzy, just now I didn't pay attention. It's unfortunate, but this thin needle seems useless to me. I didn't move. Ye Tian said aggrieved. Nose shrugged, it smells so good. Shut up. You bastard, you blocked me from killing Tai Shi Dong just now. If it wasn't for you, I would have succeeded, and I would have killed you. The female assassin's voice was cold and without any warmth, and there was no emotion in her words, as if he was full of hatred for Etienne. There is a faint smell of blood in the carriage, the brilliance of the moon casts a little light through the gaps in the windows, and the rest of the space is indeed the darkness of the silver-colored gecko invincible. Hanging, the small weather with the breeze blowing should be very pleasant. Uncle, what's the matter? Uncle Wang clearly realized something was wrong when he got into the carriage. It's all right, Uncle Wang, go back to Cai Mansion immediately. Etienne ordered. Wangborn snorted, and then stopped talking, riding his horse and whipping his whip, and hurried to the Cai Mansion. In the dark environment, the woman's breathing was a little cramped, and the ups and downs of her chest were a lot more frequent. Etienne felt the tempting frequency, and said lightly to the female assassin, "You won't kill me." He said it very confidently, and his confidence was invincible. His heart didn't even beat out of rhythm because of excitement and fear. "Why didn't I kill you? It was you who prevented me from completing the mission." The female assassin's voice was still cold. She needed someone to talk to her now. If it wasn't for her rock-solid willpower that ordinary people don't have, she would have gone to sleep long ago. Not awake. She was hit with a sword, and the wound was deep and bleeding profusely. She was just trying her best to support her. "Let me ask you, why did you kill Tai Shidong? Did Tai Shidong raid your house or destroy your clan?" Etienne moved his neck quietly back a centimeter, and his back pressed the plump breast milk down. 1 cent. Teacher Dong is cruel and unkind, and everyone gets it and executes him. What does the cruelty of Tai Shidong have to do with you, and he has no grudge against you? Etienne asked again. "I just want to kill him, he killed so many innocent people. Anyway, it's a dialogue game, so answering this is good for me." The woman's body began to shake a little, and her head became heavier and heavier. "Yes, Tai Shidong killed a lot of people, so you want to kill him, but as long as I didn't hurt innocent people, and I have no grievances or enmity with you, of course you won't kill me." Etienne spoke with a bright tongue, and said eloquently, "You killed Tai Shidong because he oppressed the people and acted in perverted ways. You have a strong conscience, and you want to save the people from water and fire, so you want to kill him. And I protect Tai Shidong because once he dies, I can't get out of Chang'an City, and I can't get out of Chang'an City. My wife and friends have to die here. You can't blame me for not killing Tai Shidong, don't you think?" "That's right, but I'm not allowed to miss it. If I miss it, I have to accompany the lives of my foster father's family. Do you think I should kill you?" "No," Etienne said firmly. He is now somewhat certain that this woman is probably Diao Xiu'er, but she still doesn't know that Dong Zhou is dead. "Why not? Let me ask you, do you think you can leave Chang'an City if you kill Tai Shidong? I can tell you responsibly, that is absolutely impossible, so what about completing the task? What about protecting your foster father's family? Now you are seriously injured. The situation is very critical, especially you can't use your inner strength, otherwise it will speed up your death. You can't live by killing me, is it worth it? Why don't everyone live well and embrace the bright sun tomorrow? Etienne, encourage your mouth and try to persuade women." Chapter 41 _ The first beauty of the three kingdoms. The woman sneered and said, "I didn't expect you to be a dog officer with great knowledge, but you underestimate me. Death is no big deal to me, I'm not afraid. I just want to complete the task, regardless of the consequences. I'm in the middle. With one blow, the internal organs have been injured, and I know that I can't survive, so what, I just need to kill you. At least Huang Izumi is not lonely on the road #loneliness. Etienne almost burst into tears. "Beauty, let's stay together, Huang Izumi is so boring." He could feel the woman's physical strength gradually fading, as her breathing gradually weakened. Her needle was on his neck, but it was just a decoration. It was hard to say whether she had the strength to pierce it. You killed me just to avoid loneliness? Hee, then your foster father is too unprofessional. I really don't understand how that old guy would send you such a stupid killer to perform such a difficult task. Listening to your voice also, it is 15 or 16 years old, the age of cardamom, the age that the claws of the years can't smash. It is the youthful youth that is full of vigor and 10-10, but it is a pity that your adoptive father is really cruel, and you didn't plan well. Just let you carry out the mission, it's a failure, it's cruel. Yetian laughed mockingly. You are not allowed to say that he is coming, it's not about my adoptive father. I want to prove to my adoptive father that I can do the job. Everything was planned very well, but who knows that you will suddenly intervene. One kick. You can say that I am not good at home, but I forbid you to insult my foster father. When the woman said these words, she had a calm and sad tone. She looked at this beautiful official in astonishment. He was so good at talking. Is that all the officials? Hee, your adopted father is Wang Yun, right? That old guy is really not a thing, to let such a beautiful girl assassinate Taishi Dong. I really don't know how to take pity on Xiangziyu. Yetian was very angry. You, shut up. The woman was furious and excited, the silver needle in her hand stabbed Yetian's neck with force. There are two well-known idioms to describe the power of a woman, one is soft and weak and the other is the power without the hand to tie the chicken, and now there is a third, the power without the hand to squeeze the needle. The woman's strength has long been exhausted by her injuries, how can she have the strength to kill Yetian? Is this so-called force? Yetian scratched his full chest with his left hand, and the woman screamed immediately, the silver needle in her hand flew out of her hand, and the jade hand whistled towards his handsome face in a conditioned reflex. Yetian grabbed her arm, pulled her down, and hugged her tightly. Her arms were also held tightly. No matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. Isho, little girl, I thought you wouldn't kill me, but I didn't expect the most poisonous woman's heart, but you still did it. It's a pity that I know that you can't kill me. Haha. Actually, I'm a master. The woman's chest rose and fell even more, her tender body was soft and embossed, Yetian felt very comfortable when holding it. Beauty, why is it so comfortable to hold? She looked at Yetian coldly, snorted and cursed, God officer, if this girl hadn't been seriously injured, you self-proclaimed master would have died Huang Izumi long ago, you can kill me. Comrade Lao Ye shook his head, don't worry, I won't kill you, I won't kill you, I'm not a kind-hearted person like me, I like to repay grievance with virtue. By the way, how did you find me? There are so many carriages in front of Dong's house, you are so wise to escape to me. Seeing Yetian's speech, the woman was so amused that she almost couldn't help it, but she still hated this handsome dog officer to death. She bit her teeth lightly, and looked at Yetian with cold eyes like cold stars. He said, Bah, shameless, I hide it casually, who knows it's your carriage? Son. Yetian cursed inwardly, I'm really not an ordinary back, but maybe this is also a gift from God to me. Yetian laughed and said, then we are really destined, and we can come to me if we run around. He thought in his mind was, in my palm, can you still run? By the way, what's your name? The female killer tilted her head, if you want to kill, kill, if you don't, let me go. Why are you asking so many questions? Yetian smiled again, sister, you are very interesting. You came to kill Taishi Dong, and you wanted to kill me just now. Now you want me to let you go? Oh, what do you think? Would you let it go instead? Then you said just now that you wouldn't kill me. The woman was sullen for a while, and seeing the dog officer laughing so badly, she must have no good intentions. That's right, Yetian nodded, I said I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say I wanted to let you go, right? You shouldn't be ugly looking at you, so why are you covering your face? Let this young master see. Look, if you're beautiful, you can draw two big bastards on your face, and the rate of turning you back on the street is as high as 100%. If you're not beautiful, you'll be sent to jail. You just can't think of it, you can't see it. Yetien's words made the woman's hair go straight, and it was the first time she had seen such a sinister person as Yetien. You dare. The woman stammered when she spoke. For a girl, the most cherished thing was her appearance. Yetien didn't say that it was enough to save face for her to be wheeled by more than a dozen big men. I don't dare to do anything else, but I still dare to draw two bastards on your face. Don't think that I draw with a brush, I like to carve, my wife is embroidering me recently, and I also learned both hands, taking acupuncture, the effect should be good, right? Come on, let this young master see your face first, is it worth painting a bastard, or should you send it to prison? Yetien said and turned his face. What are you doing? Don't. The woman struggled, her chi and blood swelled, her dantian was empty, her throat was blocked, and she fainted. Yetien didn't care about this, his cheek slowly approached the woman's face, the intoxicating body fragrance came, which made him intoxicated for a while. He used Kobo to lift the woman's veil, and when he saw the woman's face, Yetien was instantly stunned. The white jade inlaid with pearls is not comparable to its color, and the first roses cannot make it clear and beautiful. It is as beautiful as a fairy, its face is bright, and it is beautiful and moving. She is quite beautiful, and her beauty reveals a bit of the inherent beauty of a woman. Her skin is as powdery as snow, and her icy muscles and bones are like a face carved in pink and jade that is only found in paintings. As long as you look back, the flowers will bloom with 1,000 purples and thousands of UI. As long as the red lips are opened a little, the yellow warbler will tactfully convey the good news of the pearl. As long as the waist is swaying lightly, the green willow will blow the spring breeze a few times. The face of melon seeds, the eyebrows of the willow, the skin is better than the snow, the water is so smart that it seems to be able to squeeze water, and the face of UI is smooth and delicate. Crisp. Milk. Chapter 42 for the girl. With Gecko, Yetien carefully looked at the woman lying on the mink fur. She was still wearing a pink veil, her fair skin was looming, and her big UI belly kabuto was fully exposed. Lost. Yetien took a sip, the virgin's body fragrance was refreshing. #people extremely. The woman has fallen into a coma at the moment, her eyes are tightly closed, her long eyelashes tremble lightly #shaking, her beautiful face still has an unbearable color. On the left chest, just above the big white rabbit, a long and narrow slit was facing him, the skin was open, and the blood was blurred, which was shocking. A beautiful woman always attracts pity from men, Yetien was almost 100% sure at this moment that she was Diao Xiu'er, the number one beauty of the three kingdoms, Diao Chan. Only she can have such an amazing beauty. Yetien came here for her this time in Chang'an. My love, even if you do everything, your future husband Kun will not let you do anything. Uncle, you're home. Outside the car, Uncle Wang's voice came in again. He listened to the conversation between Yetien and the female assassin just now, word for word. Yetien did not reject him. He was very relieved, because the uncle gave him enough trust. What? Yetien responded, immediately picked up the woman, ran into the CAI mansion at the fastest speed, and shouted to the people in the CAI mansion who had already prepared, Yan'er, my father-in-law, Mizu, you bring people out of the city quickly. The army is round, leave me alone, and rush back to Pengcheng immediately. Leaving this sentence behind, Yetien immediately ran to the back room. Hey, husband Kun, you. Yan'er, listen to Hu Kun, hurry up and leave, as long as you escape I will be fine. Yet Tian interrupted Cai Yan, he knew what she was going to say. Cai Yan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Cai Yang. Yet Tian is right, with his martial arts, his group will only become a burden to stay, as long as they escape, Yet Tian is safe. There are thousands of people in the Cai family plus the driver who escorted the goods. It is obviously difficult for so many people to leave the city at the same time. Fortunately, even though Dong Zhou was dead, the news was not spread. Besides, when Cai Yang came forward, everyone was a colleague, so Zhang Liao was naturally not easy to stop him, so he let the Cai family go out of the city. As long as they leave the city, they will be temporarily safe. The 5,000 soldiers brought from Pengcheng can still act as a deterrent. Yet Tian can't leave now, Diao Chan is seriously injured and comatose, and must be treated in time. Putting the comatose K-Renner on Cai Yan's incense couch, Yet Tian immediately brought a basin of cold water, using the real energy to heat it directly, and then stretched his hands behind her back to ease the kabuto knot. Vivi open a corner. Yet Tian stretched out 2 fingers and lightly brushed the delicate skin on her left side. Let's be honest, it was someone's me, he couldn't help it, he wanted to see her wound, but the place he touched was a little down. Diao Chan's tender body throbbed for a while, and there was a look of embarrassment between her brows, as if she had touched the wound. Yet Tian also frowned, the situation was not optimistic. Yet Tian bit Kiba and gently washed the blood from the wound. When he saw the hideous blood stain, handsome yet almost cried. If such a beautiful beauty left a scar here, he would not forgive himself. Simple medicine would definitely not be able to fully recover from her injury, yet Tian thought about it, and let it go. If it really left a scar, what a pity. For the sake of the beauty, for the sake of the girl, Yet Tian sacrificed himself. Isn't it just that the vitality is hurt? So, Yet Tian put his palm on the wound in front of her chest, and the real power moved, and a warm current suddenly passed from his palm to the woman's body, combing her blood along the meridians of the whole body, regulating her internal power, and then gathering the real power. Power on wounds, enhance cell activity, and promote wound healing. This time, it was really a big loss. The real power in the body poured into Dioken's body as if he didn't want money, and he didn't know how many eggs he had to eat to make up for it. After he was done, it was almost time for a watch. Yet Tian looked at the sky, shook his dizzy head, hugged the girl with only Yoi's belly kabuto in his arms, and buried his head between the slender snow neck. Breathing in the strong fragrance of her daughter's home, and holding Feng #Yingmai.me in her hand, she fell asleep in a trance. It took 8 or 9 layers of real power, and he was so tired that he almost vomited blood. Hot, I'm so hot. Diao Chan shouted unconsciously for a long time, but Yet Tian, the dead pig, didn't wake up. It's so cold. I'm cold. Diao Chan shouted for a long time just now that she was hot, and before she knew it, she took off the rest of her body, and kicked off the quilt. The night was cold, and her tossing, coupled with the infuriating qi in her body, made her cry cold again. Slowly opening his eyes, Yet Tian was stunned by the sight in front of him. The quilt was kicked off, and his clothes were thrown everywhere. Diao Chan's firm #plump #full jade #rabbit has been freed from the bondage, with a smooth belly. Diamond-like ripples in a depression, white thighs, radiant full #full buttocks, the looming spring #light in front. Yet Tian was stimulated, and the younger brother below paid her respects instantly. He quickly touched the beauty's forehead. Come on. Ready to bake eggs. Diao Chan unconsciously grabbed Yet Tian's hand, then pulled his body, calling me hot. Yet Tian threw himself up on his stomach, and for some reason, he was also naked at this time. Sticking it like this, the front is raised and the back is warped, and the body is hot. Yet Tian seems to be holding a fire, and this fire instantly ignites his passion. Yet Tianqiang restrained himself, but Diao-chan twisted her cute body to Ui_s lips and said, "I'm so cold, so cold." Yet Tian has reacted yet, his mouth #BA has been blocked by his hot lips, and he is blown away by his forbearable desire, hoping for a bang. Jiao #body, sticking out tongue looking for the source of sweetness Izumi. What is the sweetest thing in the world? Some people answer, honey, some people answer, sweet talk, some people answer, love. In fact, the answers are all wrong, at least in Ye Tian's concept. The sweetest lips in the world are beautiful lips. The two thin lips are like the softest soft clouds, with the fragrance of flowers, gently covered with a dreamy beauty. The sweetness between the lips and teeth directly hits the softest soft tribe in my heart, not to mention that kissing has an electric shock feeling. Kissing is the most beautiful act of love between men and women. It is romantic, warm, not obscene, and can express many concepts and feelings. But now, is such a kiss an expression of love? Yet Tian Shui sipped the lips of the girl in her arms, her tongue head forcibly entered, causing a series of currents, imitating gorgeous dance steps with the beautiful woman's soft and smooth tongue, her hands stroking her slippery greasy back skin. The left hand has already slid down her silky satin skin, outlining a towering semicircle, kneading and pinching the beauty's plump buttocks. All 5 fingers are deeply immersed in the fleshy buttocks. Chapter 43 _bird #beast. Birds #beasts are not as good as these two people who are entangled with each other. What they need most at this moment is each other's comfort. What beauty needs is warmth, and what Ye Tian needs is desire and beauty, even though he is very weak now. For different needs, two people can entangle their limbs and go to Wushan together. It's just that Ye Tian is sober, he knows what he's doing, and he can feel the 2 flowers in front of the beauty's chest are blooming, and the fluttering pleasure feeling pours down the body, shaping it into an invincible image of the beautiful woman's scent is sweet and tempting, and the virgin's charming body has infinite attractiveness. Her thighs are firmly gripping Ye Tian's waist, and Ye Tian's lower body automatically searches for the secret, the source of Izumi. He can even feel the unusually soft soft and moist there. The woman under her is the #1 beauty in the 3 kingdoms. She is very beautiful, really beautiful, so beautiful that Ye Tian is even a little ashamed. But does Ye Tian have the right to take someone's chastity? He can shirk the responsibility and say that the other party hugged him and wanted to kiss her, but did they want him to take Ui pill? Ye Tian is a hooligan, but also a principled hooligan, but now that the arrow is on the line, he has to send it. Now the contact between the two people's private is 0 distance. As long as Ye Tian pushes hard, the distance can be turned into a negative number. There was a strong suction, and Ye Tian's will gradually disintegrated amid the beauty's moan and the scalding wetness below. The rich fragrance is blowing on his face, and the beautiful thighs are also sliding on his ass. He can't do it? No. I can't do this. Ye Tian let out a low voice, pushed away the enchanting woman in his arms suddenly, and ran out through Ui's eyes. He must adhere to his own principles, and there is not much difference between raping and raping. He doesn't want to be a beast, and he doesn't want others to point at his nose and scold him as not a human being. Therefore, he chose to be #beasts. A bucket of cold water was poured on his body, and his desire and fire seemed to drop a little, so Ye Tian sank directly into the water tank and practiced foolishly all night. Diao Chan's body heats up because her body is too weak. The internal organs are injured, so they will naturally get hot, but the more important reason is that Ye Tian has lost too much real power to her. Although there is only one word difference between real power and real energy, the difference is like a sack of heaven. Diao Chanqiu, if it is still low, it simply cannot absorb such vigorous energy. After a night of burning, she lost a lot of water in her body. Ye Tian burned a bucket of water and gave her a fragrant flower #petal bath, which allowed her body to absorb enough water, and then carried her to the bed again. When she came back from breakfast, Diao-chan was already awake. She looked very peaceful, her eyes were looking at the ceiling, she didn't look bright, and she didn't know what she was thinking. It's strange that she didn't struggle. Are you awake? Are you better? Ye Tian stepped forward a little uneasy and asked with concern. Thank you. Diao-chan's eyes focused, but what Ye Tian said was clueless. Ye Tian was stunned and thought, could it be that this girl has a fever and is confused, or her head is flooded? Why is she suddenly being so gentle to me? There must be a conspiracy. I took advantage of her at night, and I was just near the door. A kick. Thinking of the intimate contact at night, Ye Tian recalled it quite a bit. I think she was conquered by me, and was done by my strong body and high kissing skills, so even though I'm now tying her up like a zongzi, she's not angry, she has to thank me. No, she won't have a special complex, will she? Ye Tian could only murmur in his heart, and said, thank me for what? Thank you for saving me. In fact, if I hurt the inner palace, I will die, but I survived. I know that you saved me and hurt my vitality, but why are you tying me? Diao-chan frowned. The big eyes are black and white, clear and translucent, like an innocent angel, very playful. Ye Tian scratched his head and said, I'm sorry, I tied you up because I was afraid that you would run away. Your health is not yet healthy. If you go out and get caught by the guards, you will be dead. My place is the safest place. I hope you will do it for yourself. I have to feel wronged here. Then why did you take me off #naked? Can't I tie it with clothes on? Dioken's eyes blinked again. Ye Tian's scalp is a little numb. This woman looks very smart and powerful, but she is very simple and naive. Smart does not mean cunning, and clear grievances do not mean ruthless. Well, you took off the clothes yourself, and I couldn't put them on for you, so I tied them up like this. Didn't I hurt you? Ye Tian felt that he had tied her very gently, and the way he tied it was also very artistic. I don't feel pain, I'm just curious, why should I take off my clothes? Ye Tian was very embarrassed, he didn't know how to answer her, he couldn't say, you're cold, so take off your clothes #naked. Isn't this pure nonsense? Only the girl knows this. By the way, can the girl tell her name? Ye Tian had to change the subject. Diao-chan, nickname Xiu'er. Sure enough, it was Diao-chan. Although she had already guessed it, Ye Tian couldn't help but feel excited when she heard the beauty's own admission. The number one beauty in the Three Kingdoms was so easily captured by herself. In a state of excitement, he seems to have forgotten that he is still in a weak state. He can't even exert his strength at the second level. Without more than half a month of cultivation, he may not be able to recover. Diao-chan was tied up and covered with a quilt. He kept staring at Ye Tian with his big black eyes. Looking around, he could only come to two conclusions. First, looks pretty good. Second, people who are lustful but have no guts, they don't even eat themselves like that. Isn't this what they are? Fortunately, Ye Tian couldn't read minds, otherwise he would lose his vitality again, and his lungs would explode with anger. After all, paper can't contain fire. The news that Dong Zhou was killed by Lu Buletin quickly spread throughout Chang'an City. In just an instant, the entire capital was panicked, and it was completely shrouded in a terrifying cloud. When the Grand Master died, the fat in Chang'an was vacant. None of his subordinates grew up on a vegetarian diet, and they fought for power and profit more than each other. However, due to Wang Yun and Lu Buletin's preparations, they took control of Chang'an City within a day, and all officials who resisted their rule were killed cleanly. For a time, the entire capital was in turmoil, and the people stayed at home, and the situation became tense. Although they controlled the capital, the power gathered by Dongzhou's remnants should not be underestimated. Tens of thousands of Ziliang soldiers led by Guo Si and Li Ju were stationed outside the city, eyeing the entire capital, always waiting for an opportunity. Hiding in the Cai mansion for a few days, for some reason, no one came to collect the house. The place has been pawned out, but no one has come to say hello these days. Chapter 44_Jiasu. This is cheaper for Yetian, staying here is very quiet, just right for the two of them to recuperate from their injuries. Dongzhou was killed, Wang Yun and LV Bulletin slaughtered and looted in the capital, and the whole capital was terrified. Dongzhou's son-in-law, Li Niufu, was arrested and hanged in prison. Li Ju, Guo Si and other leading soldiers, admiral, were uneasy, and when they heard of Lu Bulletin's might, they all planned to flee separately. However, one person stood up. And the style is when he. Jiasu was a famous military strategist and strategist of Wei during the Three Kingdoms period. During the Three Kingdoms period, he was known as a poisoner, and he was known as one of the smartest people in the Three Kingdoms. First served as a counselor in Li Ju tent, and later became Zhang Xiu's counselor. Zhang Xiu once used his strategy to defeat Cao in Wancheng. After Zhang Xiu's defeat, he persuaded Zhang Xiu and himself to surrender to Cao. Cao fought Yuan Shao in Guandu, and defeated Ziliang Ma Chao and Han Sui at Tongguan, all of which used his tricks. After Cao Pi became emperor, he was appointed Tai Wei and Marquis of Wei Shouting. He was 77 when he died. Jiasu has the same characteristics as Sun Yu, and in fact his comprehensive evaluation is not as good as Sun Yu. After all, this guy has changed hands several times, and one sentence can turn the world upside down. However, in the process of changing hands several times, Jiasu's cultivation of passing the power to achieve change is beyond Sun Yu's. As said in the Three Kingdoms, power to help things, that is, to deal with accidents, deal with personnel. Li Ju, Guo Si, Duan Sun, Zhang Xiu, which of these bandit masters is a fuel-efficient lamp? However, as long as Jiasu speaks, they promise to be obedient. Jiasu is good at meticulously observing the identity, situation, and character of the person he speaks to, and takes appropriate persuasion or coping methods to let the other person follow his own words obediently. He not only sees what people say, but also says what others listen to. It must be said that Jiasu can deeply grasp the essence of the contradiction and persuade the other party with the most practical and effective rhetoric. Stick to your own city rules. It is precisely this way of thinking that is clear-eyed and pragmatic, and Jiasu's tactics have also caused Cao to suffer a small defeat, and Ma Chao and Han Sui, two confused guys, have been defeated. Jiasu is good at coping and can find the best coping plan according to the existing situation, so Jiasu is always passive, low-key but smart. This is also the reason why he got better and better in Wei State in the later period. This low-key and forbearance added a lot of points to his reputation, so he was able to rank with Sun. It needs to be seen that because of Jiasu's way of thinking, it is difficult for him to look at problems from a developmental perspective. Jiasu's views on problems are often well-founded, but the development of affairs is often uncontrollable, and needs to be guided by himself, rather than responding to the situation. Therefore, although Jiasu's remarks on strategic prospects are often unconvincing, he generally only say how to prepare to fight, but can't say how to fight. Although the two defeats in the Battle of Chibi and Cao Pi's South Expedition all show from the side that Cao's father and son did not listen to him when he was wrong, but it does not show how clever Jiasu is in strategic planning. In fact, in the final analysis, the crux of the gap with the Sun brothers in this regard lies in whether they know oneself and the other. As for the characters in the Central Plains, the Sun family, as a big family, has mastered some information, and the Sun brothers naturally have the opportunity to understand Cao's enemies. But it was different for Zhang Dong. Jiesu didn't know Jiangdong's situation, so they couldn't come up with a specific strategy. To put it bluntly, for Jiangdong's strategy, it is not necessarily the same as Sun, but the difficulty will be unprecedentedly increased. In this way, Jiesu is enough to compare with Sun. LV Buletin and Wang Yun wanted to arrest Dongzhou's rest. Li Ju and Guo Si wanted to escape because they were afraid, and Jiesu stopped them. Two generals, now the Taishi has been killed tragically. You two, as the leader admiral, have become the confidants of Lu Buletin and Wang Yun. They will do whatever they can to capture and kill General Nii. I heard that there is a negotiation in Chang'an City. I plan to kill all the people of Liangzhou, but your excellencies have abandoned their subordinates and walked alone, and only one pavilion chief can capture the two generals. The choice to escape is the best strategy. Jiesu was heartbroken and said slowly, it's better for General Nii to lead his troops westward, gather soldiers along the way, and then attack Chang'an to avenge Donggong. If he is lucky enough to succeed, he respects the country and conquers the world. If it fails, it is not too late to escape. What is the loss? Why not do it? Li Ju and Guo Si thought for a moment, and they all praised them as good. Okay, let's do this as Mr. Come, send the order down, the army will march westward, and everyone who encounters my Ziliang brothers will be treated with wine and meat. In addition, the news that Wang Yun wants to wash away my Ziliang warriors will be released. Get out. After making a plan, Li Ju, Guo Si and others hurriedly contacted the generals in Liangzhou, led their army day and night, rushed to Chang'an, and reached the city of Chang'an, and more than 100,000 people had gathered. Li Ju, Fanzhou, Li Meng and others besieged Chang'an city, but they were unable to overcome the city's strong defenses. However, there were not a few Liangzhou soldiers in Chang'an city. The soldiers who were dissatisfied with Lu Buletin's rule immediately defected and led the Liangzhou army into the city. They fought with the defender Lu Buletin in the street. Lu Buletin was defeated and only led 100 cavalry to flee. Li Ju and others were plundered by soldiers, and more than 10,000 officials and people died, and the corpses were piled up. Taikang Zongfo, Dahongla Zhouhuan, Qinmen commander Kui Lai, Yuki commander Wang Qi and others were killed. Li Ju and others brought troops to Yemen, Nangong, and threatened Emperor Xian and Situ Wang Yun, and appointed Li Ju as General Yang Wu, Guo Si as General Yang Lai, and Fanzhou as General Zhong Lang. Li Ju also killed the left Feng Yi Song Yi, the right Fu Feng Wang Hong, and the Situ Wang Yun family. For a time, the capital was bloody, and the government and the opposition were in chaos. Just one person actually changed the whole situation in China. If Ye Tian knew that Jiesu was in the capital, he might even be able to do things like scrutinizing the cottage. In the era that Ye Tian lived in, the famous generals of the three kingdoms were undoubtedly admired by the majority of male compatriots. Which one is more powerful, which one is the best in the world, which one is the third in the world, all of them speak the truth. Obviously, military generals are more popular than advisors. Much higher. But in fact, for a war, the strategists are the decisive figures, and their role in promoting history is incomparable to military commanders. Jiesu was by his side, and Ye Tian was destined to pass him by. There is no way, Ye Tian has such a detailed history of Akatsuki, but he is very clear about the incidents related to the beauty. In his impression, Jiesu seems to have played in Zhang Xiu's place, which made Lao Cao fall into trouble. Because Zhang Xiu had a great beauty there, Ye Tian knew about that history. Now in Chang'an city, Diao Chan's sister is already by his side, and he has no idea what the trend of Akatsuki's history should be, but the most important thing at the moment is to escape back to Pengcheng first. Chapter 45 To be looked down upon by women. It was midsummer at this time, and the hot sun unscrupulously vented its fiery heat to the earth, the willow trees were sun-baked in pieces, the delicate leaves were curled, and the flat bluestone road was scorching hot, even the pedestrians on the road were basked in Ui's face. Still wearing a white brocade robe, a folding fan, long hair fluttering, Feng Shen handsome, elegant and refined. Walking slowly into the Cai mansion, Ye Tian felt a little uneasy in his heart, thinking about how to tell the truth to the beauties at home. The soldiers will come to block, the water will cover the soil, who will go to hell if I don't go to hell? Ye Tian took a deep breath and strode in with his head held high. Cai Yangziang boudoir, in front of the dressing mirror, an enchanting figure opened her arms slightly, with a smile at the corners of her mouth, carefully looking at the beautiful and extraordinary figure in the mirror. Ye Tian walked in quietly, his eyes swept away, his eyes shrank, and he was instantly sluggish. The beautiful eyes are clear and bright, but they are mysterious, and others can't figure it out. The eyebrows are like willows. The corners of the eyebrows and eyes are full of sweet smiles. The small mouth as thin as a cherry, the smile on her delicate and flawless face, charming fascinating, gathering thousands of styles love and one body, tempting tempting people's hearts, fair skin with too faint UI halo, the baby-like skin is blown and broken, the break is cute, the silk-like black hair is casually scattered around the waist, the body is slender, the waist is weak, and it looks very attractive. The rest hangs by the neck, more lining up with the slender bosom of white matter. The country is alluring, the elegance is peerless, and it is suspected that it is a fairy from the sky. The whole person is beautiful and picturesque, as beautiful as a fairy. A long pink floral dress with a layer of pink gauze on the outside, rusted gold threads on the wide hem, a half-naked UI belly kabuto, undulating plump eyes, UI jade coral hairpins on her head, the lotus step shakes the vivi and vibrates, setting off a unique style pose. Have you seen enough? A soft and melodious voice came to his ears, awakening Ye Guanren who was in a dream. The woman turned around slowly, her robe fluttering, like a 9-day fairy descending to earth. She quietly looked at those deep and shining eyes, with a smile that was not a smile, and every move was tempting tempting charm. The clouds on the temples are beautiful, and the golden steps are swaying. The hibiscus tent warms the spring night. The spring night is short and the day is high. From then on, the king of Kun does not go to court early. Ye Tian coughed dryly, and said a little embarrassedly, these beautiful women are just looking at I can't see enough in my whole life, even King Kun can't bear the beauty of Shiur, let alone me waiting for ordinary people. Hearing the man's compliment, Diao Chan was overjoyed, with a knowing smile on her face. Isn't a woman dressed so beautifully just to show it to a man? What woman doesn't like to hear a man's compliments? Now that Shiur's injuries have recovered, should the son let Shiur go? Diao Chan glanced at Ye Tian with a playful expression. In fact, in her heart, she is still very grateful to Ye Tian. Not to mention the life-saving grace, the absence of scars from the wound is enough to make her grateful. For a woman, beauty is sometimes more important than life. That. I'll tell you two news first, one good news and one bad news, which one will you listen to first? Ye Tian felt that it would be better to tell her clearly first. Little girls like sweetness first and bitterness later, day by day, in this chaotic age, who can guarantee that she will still be alive tomorrow, so. Dioken's eyes are full of waves, and the autumn waves are secretly sent, UI lip vivikai he spit out an intoxicating fragrance, let's talk about the good news first. The good news is. Dong Zhou is dead. Ye Tian said, I was killed by Lu Buletin. No. Diao Chan asked. No more. Ye Tian said. So simple. It's that simple. No. Diao Chan said angrily, make it up. You make it up for me. I want to be complicated, I want twists and turns, I want to be feeling, I want to be moved, I want to be intense, I want to climax. Climax #climax? Etienne Vivi was stunned for a moment, then rushed over with a vigorous step, wrapped his hands around the slender waist, pressed his body down, held the beauty in his arms in the air at a 90-degree angle, stared at Diao Chan's eyes that were close at hand, his body felt her soft #soft flesh #body, her nose is the sweet smell and fragrant body fragrance of her breath, saying, if I do this, the story will become complicated and twisted and incendiary. Dog blood #climax. Do you want to continue? Diao Chan was not afraid at all, her beautiful eyes stared at Etienne's equally beautiful eyes without blinking, her cherry lips were slightly open, her breath was like blue, she said in a delicate and lazy voice, whatever, I'm already you anyway. What are you going to do with me, can you still refuse, little girl? Etienne, Viviisho, stared at the girl under him with a scrutiny, and then said slowly, the bad news is, Wang Yun is also dead. After a pause, he continued, killed by Guo Si, the remnant of Dongzhou. You lied to me. The smile on Diao Chan's face disappeared, and Yui's face turned pale instantly. Etienne. I just don't want you to have an accident. Etienne defended himself. Master Sidhu is my adoptive father. I'm your woman. He was in danger, but you didn't save him. Are you a coward? Diao Chan said with a sneer on her face. A coward is better than an idiot. Etienne shrugged indifferently, what is there to love about that old bastard Wang Yun? He actually sent you a weak woman to assassinate Dongzhou, it is an unforgivable sin. Why are you? Want me to rescue him? He is my adoptive father. Wang Yun is ruthless and unscrupulous, he has never cared about your life after taking over Chang'an City. He is also my adoptive father. Wang Sidhu doesn't care about his daughter's happiness and wants to marry you to that bastard Lu Buletin. That's my adoptive father too. Diao Chan said, I follow my father at home. Etienne stared at Diao Chan for a while, then burst out laughing, you seem to have said that you are my woman, and you are married to a husband. While Etienne was talking, his mouth #BA kissed the very talkative mouth #BA below. Diao Chan stretched out her hand to block Etienne's chin, stared at Etienne with her pink eyeshadow eyes, and said, I hate you if you die. I don't dare to do anything at the moment, what a man. It's as provocative as it is flirtation. However, these words were extremely harsh in Etienne's ears. He was despised by others for sticking to his principles. It really echoed the story of birds are not as good as beasts. Whether it's a man, you can't know until you try it. When Etienne spoke, he reached out to hold Diao Chan's snow-white wrist, wanting to move her little hand to a position to make it easier for him to do the following things. However, a mutation has arisen. Chapter 46 _ The other side of Diokin's sister. Sister Diao Chan is not a submissive person. Just now, she gently supported Etienne's chin with her soft #soft palm, which completely prevented her from resisting. Even if Etienne was an upright and dignified realcon who was praised by everyone, he couldn't help but have the idea of letting her touch for a while. However, when Etienne made a move, her palm that held Etienne but turned into a grasp, and her open hand instantly turned into an eagle's claw, which attacked Etienne fiercely, and as fast as lightning. Neck. Etienne's chin was originally in the palm of her hand, and she turned gentle into savage, almost just a change of moves to complete. There was no distance at all, and Etienne didn't have time to react at all. If there are no 2 or 3, I dare not go to Liangshan. No diamonds, no porcelain work. Sister Diokin's kung fu is not weak. Although she didn't reach the innate level, she was not much inferior to other generals. Among the women Etienne came into contact with, Diao Chan was the first woman who knew martial arts. In order to train her, Wang Yun was afraid that he didn't put much effort into training her. Strictly speaking, this woman is still very talented as an assassin. Whether it was out of the dignity of a man or for the sake of his future sexual well-being, Ye Tian had to resist to the end. She couldn't get stuck in her neck, and she couldn't let her ruin his dignity as a man. He quickly let go of the jade man in his arms. The real power was running, and the mighty real energy flowed out of the body, hitting the ground quickly and violently, and his body quickly vacated and fell backwards by the rebounding force. Whoosh! Diao Chan was bound to fail with a premeditated grab. His open palm pierced the air and made a whistling sound, and a layer of jade-colored light was flowing on Binan's little hand. Obviously, in order to defeat Ye Tian, she used all her strength. When she missed a hit, Diao Chan's body was broken and she was thrown back. She supported the ground with her hands, a carp hit it up, and when the slender beauty legs were raised high and charged up, let someone rush over and grab it, they never have the urge to let go. Her face was yoi moist, it was because of the exercise. Staring at Ye Tian, he suddenly realized, no wonder you can heal my injury, so you are so beneficial. You're not weak either. Ye Tian said from the bottom of his heart. A woman can practice the step, even if she is talented, she still needs to work hard. This woman looks like a charming little goblin on the surface, but she must have great ambition and perseverance on the inside. Diao Chan me, it's a bit complicated. Are we sympathetic to each other? Diao Chan giggled. It was as if he had forgotten the sadness of his adoptive father's passing. Maybe it's a heart-to-heart bond. Ye Tian giggled. Do you really want to take advantage of me? Diao Chan said with a sneer, originally, the little girl planned to be your woman. Although you are a bad person, you are not as bad as smoking from the ancestral grave, but now, the little girl, I regret it. If you want to get me, then show enough strength. While speaking, he tapped his toes, and the man took the initiative to move towards Ye Tian. When she ran over, her clothes were fluttering, and the fragrance was blowing like a butterfly. She punched Ye Tian in the face, and her right foot also attacked Ye Tian's bottom plate. The simultaneous attack of the upper and lower roots had no effect at all. You know, when we punch out, the gravity of our body will tilt toward the fist. It's hard for the feet to keep up at the same time. Even if it can keep up, it will be limited by speed and strength. She attacked both up and down at the same time, like Zhou Batong's left and right mutual strokes. It seems inconspicuous, but in fact, it requires extremely high requirements for the operation of the brain and the coordination ability of the human body. Of course, the control of internal force is also extremely precise. Ye Tian shook his head and sighed inwardly, beauty, I can't hurt me even if I stand and beat you. He took a step back, avoiding the killer move. Diao Chan chased after the victory, with a small face like a flower like jade, shaking her waist like a weak willow supporting the wind, and bulging a full hashtag. Hashtagging crisp hashtag chest, ups and downs as she moves, which is quite eye-catching. Ye Tian took 2 steps back in a row, and when his body leaned against the wall, he leveraged one foot and swooped towards the beauty's body. Since you want to play, I will play with you. Looking for death? Diao Chan sneered. She was about to kick out Ye Tian's overnight meal with one kick when Ye Tian's body approached. You know, her strength can kick through the door. Ye Tian didn't seem to feel the danger at all, his body leaped in the air, his hands spread out, just like a daypen spreading his wings. Who dash? Sister Diao Chan kicked out. Line day. The left foot standing upright on the ground and the right foot kicked out are almost in a straight line. It can be seen from this that how flexible this woman's body is, it is no wonder that she can perform such a graceful dance. The toes pierced Ye Tian's face like a long grass. Ye Tian's head Vivi leaned back, and while the long grass attack failed, it also shrouded Ye Tian's neck, chest, abdomen, crotch and other important sensitive parts. The most terrible thing is that Ye Tian, the silly bird flying in the air, can only maintain the posture of continuing to going. However, Yetian doesn't seem to be so vulnerable. His open hands were folded in the middle, his whole body was shocked, and then, the speed of his body's fall suddenly accelerated. Faster than the speed of Diao Chan's sister's beautiful legs. With lightning-like action, she hugged Beauty's long, tender, and snow-white legs through the powder gauze. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva Tathagata Buddha, finally embraced. The long legs fell into Yetian's hands, and under his conscious feeling, Diao Chan felt numbness and itching, extremely uncomfortable. When Yetian's big hand slid to the root of her thigh, there was a slight tremor in her body. Bang! Yetian punched out. Hit Diao Chan's Sacred Ministry #. This move is both shameless, and it simply breaks through the bottom line of a man's shamelessness. However, the effect is very obvious. The crotch is not only a sensitive vulnerable part of men, but also for women. Diao Chan was hit by this blow, and only felt the blood surge, and the whole body was paralyzed. I don't know if she was shot too hard or fainted from anger. Anyway, she really wants to kill but can't move. This man is such an asshole. Yetian hugged one of her long legs and landed from a height like Daji worshipping Guanyin, raised his face to face her flat stomach, punched out and hit, there. In fact, he still wanted to touch it, thinking of the refreshing feeling of his hands brushing the tender skin when he bathed the beauty that night, his heart throbbed for no reason. Yetian made a successful move, and pushed his knees to the ground, and he stood up straight. Then, he wrapped his arms around Diao Chan's waist and kissed her lips. It's not the first time, but the feeling is still the same #wonderful. P.S. Guaranteed 4 changes every day, 2 changes at 12 o'clock noon, and 2 changes at 6 p.m., the monthly pass is enough for 20 plus changes, and the reward is enough for 5,000 plus changes. Today's 6 changes, all at one time. Chapter 47 Dioken's little sister is crying. His mouth #Bahan #lives with Dioken's Yoi's flamboyant little #mouth. Diao Chan finally woke up. She was anxious and angry. Anxious to cry. Breathing blood. I was really taken advantage of by this bastard. Although his body had already been seen by him, and he was only 1 step away from the door, but that was all done when he was not conscious, and now the two of them had an open and fair competition, and he lost. She hit Yetian's chest with an elbow, and Yetian's reaction speed was different from ordinary people. Also the same blocking arm blocking. Then, she punched Yetian in the face again. Yetian made a lightning strike, holding her slender arm, which had slowed down a lot in panic, in the palm of her big hand. She still wouldn't give up. Pushing his knees forward, he slammed into Yetian's cross. Blood for blood, Kiba for Kiba. He beat his own sister, and she also wants to destroy his brother. Kill his next of kin and avenge his own. Yetian also seemed to be prepared. His knees were raised sharply, pressing fiercely against Dioken's knees. Although Diao Chan is good at it, she is not Yetian's opponent after all. How could her knees be as hard as Yetian's knees? Being pushed by Yetian, the pain was so severe that her tears were about to fall. This man really doesn't know Liang Xiangziyu. She made one move after another, but Yetian blocked them all. The smile on his face was so hateful, as if he didn't take his attack to heart at all. Hateful. Hateful. Abominable. So. Mouth of Xiao who was lived by Yetian Han, lingering. Yetian, this foolish fork, was stunned all of a sudden, his head went blank, so slippery. So soft. So sweet. A happy and contented smile appeared on his face. Soon, the smile solidified and formed, and the beautiful eyebrows rolled into a pitiful caterpillar. Taking advantage of Ye Tian's obsession with kissing, Diao Chan put a knee on his lower body. A woman's yin legs, also known as women's wolf defense. Smooth, tender, fragrant, sweet, warm, and moist. A woman's tongue hashtag would taste different from a man's tongue hashtag. If it is a normal person, after the body is hit hard, the first reaction is to relax and the body is completely paralyzed. At that time, people's normal reaction was to rush to cover their younger brother hashtag brother instead of defending and counter-attacking. Ye Tian is not a normal person. So, he made a different choice. The pain in his lower body made him wake up from the gentle and sweet formation, subconsciously hugged Sister Diao Chan's waist, and his body pressed forward sharply. So, K. Renner, who couldn't dodge in time, was pushed to the ground by him. Ye Tian's hands pressed her hands, Ye Tian's feet pressed her feet, Ye Tian's injured little brother pressed her injured little sister. Ye Tian used his savagery and violence to suppress her savagery and violence. Then, his head slumped down and slammed into hashtag MMS cherry small hashtag mouth, and put his tongue hashtag head into her mouth hashtag BA. The sweetness of roses and the softness of clouds are like the most beautiful enjoyment in the world. However, before this beauty could last for 3 seconds, he shouted and jumped up from the jade man. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. Reached out and touched his mouth hashtag BA, there was blood spilling out. Damn, this woman, she actually bit her tongue hashtag. Ye Tian was anxious and annoyed. When the woman stuck her tongue hashtag into her mouth hashtag berry just now, why didn't he think of using this trick to deal with her? Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Diao Chan succeeded in one strike, and jumped up from the ground nimbly, and her pink fist slammed towards Ye Tian's face. Ye Tian was really angry. I just claimed to be my own woman, but this time I regret it again. I just kissed myself, and now I punch myself again. Is there such a woman? Is this woman still a woman? Your sister's first beauty in the 3 kingdoms, why is her temper so weird? So, he forcibly endured the pain in his tongue, and his body rotated 180 degrees, avoiding Dioken's powerful punch, and a counter-attacker used his hand to hug Dioken's waist from behind. Then, with brute force, he pushed her forward chugly. Bang dash. Diao Chan's body slammed against the wall, making her dizzy and her chest hurting. The chest hashtag was originally big and bulging, but this time it hits a lot, and I don't know if it has become smaller. Ye Tian pressed her from behind in a very ambiguous way, and shouted angrily, "Don't move. If you move any more, I'll be rude to you." Diao Chan was still thinking about whether her breasts had become smaller, and when she heard Ye Tian's threat, she became even more angry, and said angrily, "This girl wants to see, how do you treat me? Courtesy." So, Ye Tian slapped her hashtag very fleshy ass with a slap. Snack dash. Her buttocks hashtag flesh trembled slightly, and the hand felt very good. She could still feel the smooth hashtag greasy skin through a layer of gauze. You bastard. Diao Chan was ashamed and angry, trying to fight back desperately. Pa dash. Ye Tian showed no mercy, and slapped him again. You. I'm going to kill you dash. Snack dash. Snack dash. Pa dash. Ugh. Little sister Diao Chan cried. Ye Tian made him cry. Ye Tian's hands were strong from the beginning, and when he slapped the beauty's butt, he didn't pity Xiangziyu at all. His slap down is actually no different from a stick down. No matter how powerful Diao Chan is in martial arts, she is still a woman after all. A woman's ass hashtag stock is a sensitive part hashtag and a vulnerable part. Being beaten like this by Ye Tian, can it not hurt? If she was willing to take off her clothes to take a look, she would probably be swollen again now. Be honest, right? Ye Tian pulled over her tender body and pressed her face to face, resting his head on her shoulder, and said aloud in her ear. Her spiky pink #Nan's little elf-like ears are close at hand, and Yetian only needs a mouth to hold her in his mouth. Yetian swallowed his saliva, but he didn't bite down after all. His tongue #head hurts too much. Bastard, you're not a man, you bully me, woo woo. Yes, this girl is still crying more and more energetic, her big eyes are overflowing with tears, she is pitiful, like a little white rabbit who can't go home. A woman's tears were undoubtedly a big killer to Yetian. The big bad wolf that was once aggression immediately turned into a little sheep. Yetian hugged the beauty in front of him tightly in his arms, feeling her incomparable beauty and slender jade body. The delicate neck was as soft and delicate as velvet, and there was a faint hint of light on her beautiful face. The dizzy UI, I saw her eyebrows raised, her cheeks condensed, her nose was greasy and goose fat, her lips were slightly open, her teeth were slender, and her watery and shining eyes contained a few tears, mixed with pure elegance, Yan temperament. It seems that he is tired from playing, the fragrant sandalwood mouth is panting, the temples are messy, and the towering chest can't stop rising and falling, exuding the charm of absolute ecstasy. Chapter 48_World Trend. Under the veil of pink UI that covered her whole body, her skin as smooth and white as Kobo was looming, and her graceful curves were even more exposed. The jade rabbit wrapped in Kabuto's bright UI-colored belly kept jumping and breathing, attracting someone's attention. Yetian hugged her slender waist with both hands, kissed her lips on her tender cheeks, and then slowly began to slide down, kissing her snow-white neck, and reaching her soft and bright UI-colored belly Kabuto. He gently rubbed the soft belly Kabuto with his cheeks, and from time to time gently touched the two soft beans with the tip of his nose. Yetian took a deep breath, and a bewildering fragrance of milk entered his heart, immediately let him go crazy. Diao Chan quietly looked at the man who was dawdling on her baby like a child, the foot she was planning to kick suddenly stopped, she snorted softly, and said with a little cry, "Why don't you save Yi? Father? Do you know? I lost my parents since I was a child, and I had no choice but to fall into the wind #dust, if it wasn't for my adoptive father, I'm afraid I'd become the Songheim of those dignitaries now, worthless, without any status. My adoptive father helped me redeem myself, provided me with food and clothing, and even made me the daughter of Lord Sidhu, and from now on, I have become a phoenix, and I have everything. Like talking, like complaining. Foster father is my only relative. I can't repay his kindness in my whole life. Isn't it just a cheap life? If my father wants it, take it. I should have died 10 years ago. It's good now, the adoptive father is dead, and the daughter didn't even see him off. I know I'm useless, I shouldn't blame you, but... As he spoke, the tears in Diao Chan's eyes flowed out again. The handsome Manya had a great headache. He had no resistance at all to the tears of beautiful women, not to mention that he was the most beautiful woman in the three kingdoms. Wang Yun is dead, what else can he do? You can't let Yetian pull that old guy out of the underworld, and he doesn't have that ability. Xiu'er, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I really shouldn't have been able to save your adoptive father. Just forgive me, don't cry, at most I'll let you beat me up, and I won't fight back. Yetian couldn't help unwilling to accept the softness, this little girl must hate Yetian in her heart now, in order to save her already dilapidated image in her heart, it is nothing to suffer a little. However, Diao Chan didn't listen to him at all, just kept crying. Xiu'er, I was wrong, I was really wrong, hit me, I will never fight back. Sister, eldest sister, please do your best and spare me. Little ancestor, please don't cry, tell me what you want, I'll listen to you. Really? Diao Chan suddenly stopped crying, making Yetian unable to react. This woman, if she changes her face, she will change her face, just like acting in a miscellaneous drama. Really? Ye Tian only nodded. Avenge my foster father and kill Guo Si. Diao Chan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said, Xiang's shoulders shrugged, and she was still choking in a low voice. Ye Tian suspected that something was wrong with his ears. Kill Guo Si? What a joke. Now that Chang'an City has just settled down, if he kills the person in power, then the entire capital may have to jump around again. When the capital is in chaos, it is the common people who suffer, and the casualties are bound to be countless, and he, Ye Tian, will also become a sinner because of this. Moreover, with his current skill, even if he kills Guo Si, it is not an easy task to break out of the siege from the thousands of troops. Ye Tian can't fly in the sky yet, at best he can fly in the air for a minute. If he is really besieged, it will be troublesome. Therefore, if you want to get rid of Guo Si and avenge Wang Yun, you have to find another way out. Okay. I promise you. Now that he has decided to listen to Sister Diao Chan, Ye Tian can't take his word for it, can he? But we have to wait for us to answer Suzhu before we come up with a solution. Ye Tian added. What? Can't you kill Guo Si with your skill? Diao Chan was dissatisfied. Killing can kill, but what do you do after you kill it? Do you want the entire capital to be in chaos again? It's hard to be quiet for a while now, and the common people haven't had their birthdays in a few days. When Guo Si dies, there are probably people who want to fight for power and profits. Quite a few, it will be the common people who will suffer. Ye Tian kissed Dioken's mouth lightly, smiled and said, Don't worry, I will definitely avenge your adoptive father's revenge for you, but maybe this fellow Guo Si it won't last long. What do you mean? Guo Si and the others are in power now, and they are all in power, and they are living comfortably. How can they not live long? Diao Chan was puzzled. He, just wait and watch the show. Ye Tian smiled, thinking of the history of the three kingdoms. The fate of this guy, Guo Si, seemed a bit miserable. With the birth of a new ruler, the city of Chang'an has regained its tranquility. With Diao Xiu'er, the first beauty of the three kingdoms, Ye Tian swaggered away from this century-old ancient city, and did not know when he would be able to come again. It was still the little white horse who was oblivious to the righteousness. When he saw Sister Diao Chan, he was dizzy, and when he saw Ye Diguan, his eyes were full of tears. Take a ride together, embrace the beautiful woman's slender waist, breathe the fragrant body fragrance, embrace the blue sky, and run towards the bright future. Behind him, a splendid Yui sun is rising, spreading the light all over the earth. Hope and passion burst out, dancing lightly. This era will eventually become more exciting due to the arrival of Ye Tian. In the scorching summer, the sun has lost the gentleness of spring, and the fire is like a fireball #scorching the earth. It seems to be emitting all the heat. Although the weather is hot, it has no effect on Ye Tianlai's institute. But Diao Chan is different. Her meridians have not been fully opened up, and her internal strength is not enough. She has suffered a lot along the way. Not to mention sweating, she was also taken advantage of by handsome Ye, and a pair of big white rabbits almost became him. Plaything in hand. Suzhu, Peng Cheng. Since the defeat of Cao, Suzhu has risen rapidly and has become a powerful force. After Cao failed to attack Suzhu for the first time, he did not send troops to Suzhu again. Now Chang'an is in charge of Li and Guo Si, and after Lu Buledin was driven away, he escaped from Chang'an. The prefect of Shenliu Zhangmiao and Cao's general Chen Gong were dissatisfied with Cao, so they chose to betray him and welcomed Lu Buledin as the shepherd of Yanzhou Puang, located in the northeast of Henan province. Cao's home was on fire, and now he was busy fighting against Lu Buledin, and he was too busy to take care of himself. Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu's brothers also broke up completely. Yuan Shu retreated to Yuzhou, recalled Sun Jian, who was in Luoyang, and formed an alliance with Gong Sunzan and Li Kuoguo, who occupied Yuzhou in the far north, and Suzhou to fight against Yuan Shao, and Yuan Shao also responded, with Jizhou in the north. As the base camp, it formed an alliance with Cao and Jingzhou Biao to encircle Yuan Shu in a north-south siege. Chapter 49 _Qi People's Blessing. The only ones left were Han Sui, Ma Teng, and Lu Yan. The former was in charge of Liangzhou and the latter was in charge of Yizhou. They were two forces within the mainland, and there was no movement for the time being. Yangzhou in the southeast is Sun Jian's hometown, guarded by his eldest son Sun Ce. As for Liu Bei, he is still relying on Gong Sunzan, and he doesn't even have a decent territory. The ancients said, concubine Jueshan smiled, no one knew that it was Liqi. Yadashue Yun, Yuki Jueshan's wife laughs, no one knows it's her husband. After being separated for 2 months, Yan'er, who is alone in the empty boudoir, can be said to be looking through the autumn waters. There is a saying how to say, you don't know how to cherish when you have it, and you only feel precious when you lose it. I don't know which bastard said this, it's really outrageous. Kun is gone, Cai Yan's beautiful eyebrows want her husband. Kun wants to be fascinated, he is lying in front of the window, leaning on his head and looking out the window silently, his clear eyes have lost their luster, there is no focal length, the corners of his mouth are always with a faint smile. Cai Myron is actually thinking of spring. However, I just don't know if Sishun Cai Myron can leave something to the world. No matter what, Yetaguanren is going to be coquettish at this moment. If he doesn't give his wife a little sweetness, what will happen today will probably be out of his control. Ui lotus root fragrant leftover jade mat in autumn. Lightly untie the luoshang, and go to the Lanzhou alone. Whoever sends a brocade book in the cloud, when the wild goose returns, the moon fills the west building. The gentle voice of water drifted slowly, and the affectionate voice came slowly. Cai Yan, who was in a daze alone, moved her bright eyes, Vivi, and her pupils returned to their radiance. She swept her gaze forward, and a familiar figure suddenly appeared in her eyes. She was stunned at first, then her beautiful eyes lit up, and her bright smile seemed to bloom like a flower. Flowers float by themselves and water flows by themselves. One kind of lovesickness, 2 worries. There is no way to eliminate this feeling, so I raised my brows, but it came to my heart. Lazy singing, sad but not sad, expresses her daughter's love for her husband incisively and vividly. The lotus has faded, the fragrance has disappeared, and the bamboo mat is as cold and slippery as jade, revealing the deep cool autumn. Gently take off the silk clothes and lie down on the bed alone. Looking up at the sky, that Shirakumo Shajuan, who will send the brocade book. It is the time when the geese are lined up in the character people, and they are heading south. Gecko is bright and immersed in people, and sprinkles this pavilion on the west side. Water, drifting on its own. A kind of lovesickness of parting, which affects 2 places of leisure. Cai Yan stood up slowly, looking at the figure that was getting closer and closer, there were tears in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Light surfaced, Hukun, are you back? Well, I'm back. Even if there are thousands of words, it is not as long as a strong hug. Yetianfei stepped forward, crossed the Xian window, and landed lightly beside Cai Yan, and hugged her into his arms, his nose Vivi rubbing against the smooth hair, smell light fragrance. Cai Yan also opened his arms, tightly wrapped around his back, his white and tender face pressed against his chest, closed his eyes in fascination, and gently sniffed the familiar breath that belonged to him. Diao Chan, who was outside the window, saw this scene, and suddenly felt sad for no reason. Even though she was reluctant, she had to admit that she was the third party. This is the case in this era. Men are capable of having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Women are half-hearted and have to dip in pig cages. They are sluts and bitches. There has always been injustice between men and women. Yet Tien is powerless to change and does not want to change. He can only rely on his own ability and sincerity to give every wife enough love and happiness. After a long time, Ye Tian finally came back to his senses, and there was a beautiful woman watching next to him. I'm afraid he's already jealous now. He slowly released Cai Yan, pointed to Diao Chen and said, Yan'er, let me introduce you to my husband. This is the girl I rescued from the capital. Her foster father was killed by Guo Si. Now I am homeless, so I will live in our house from now on. It's over. Cai Yan squinted her pair of two beautiful big eyes and stared at Ye Tian tightly without blinking. It's over. Ye Tian answered with absolute certainty. He didn't dare to look at his wife, his eyes were too sharp. No, it's not exciting enough. You can make up some more for me to listen to, and let me, a weak woman, think carefully about how much truth her man has said. Cai Yan's mouth was slightly curved, and she smiled very playfully. Miss, what you said is so Fu-kun, I'm not happy. A pure person like your husband Kun, who does things upright, how can you deceive the little girl? Madam, it's you who cares, you have to trust your husband Kun, I love you. Ye Tian's eyes are clear, so clear that there is no trace of impurities. If he is rated as one of the top 10 men, he will definitely have a place. Oh? Believe in you? Okay. Cai Yan's eyes turned and fell on Diao Chen. This sister is so beautiful, she is a little better than Yan'er. Originally Yan'er planned to recognize her as my sister and Yan'er serve #Hukun together. Since husband, Kun does nt want to, then I won't force it. Hearing this, Ye Tian was dumbfounded. Why is this woman's mind so difficult to understand? No wonder Mr. Kong number 2 also said, only villains and women are difficult to support. Hey, no, you agree with me having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Ye Tian scratched his head, looked at Cai Yan, then glanced at Diao Chen, patted his head with his big hand. Hey, lady, I was wrong, she is already my wife. You husband Kun, don't you understand my character? The flesh in her mouth can't let her run away. Humph. Didn't you say you were pure just now? Why do you regret it now? Cai Yan tilted his head and became angry. That, madam, fat water doesn't flow to outsiders. Do you think that there is anyone other than your husband, Kun, who can match her with such a beautiful woman? Ye Tian said as a matter of course. Is there such a shameless person in this world? Cai Yan was speechless, so was Diao Chen. Handsome guys are hooligans, and beautiful women are hard to guard against. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have already heard about Sister Xiu'er. Don't worry, I will arrange for Sister Xiu'er. You can go to see Duke Tao and the military advisor. You have been away for so long. There are a lot of things waiting for you to deal with. Cai Yan also knows her husband Kun's temperament. She loses her soul when she sees a beautiful woman, and brings Diao Chen back now. The relationship between the two has already been established. She can't control him. I don't want to care. Although I feel a little uncomfortable, but I can only choose to accept it. Hey, the lady still knows the truth. Then I'm leaving. I'll come back to accompany you later. Ye Tian Sao Isho, thinking about some bad scenes again. Xiu'er, this is your future home, don't be in a hurry. You. It's so cheap for you. Diao Chen gave him a sullen look. Yui opened her lips slightly, and spit out wisps of fragrance. The autumn spinach was sent to his eyes, and the wind in that glance. King Grange the bones are flaky. I'm leaving. Yedaguan said Isho, then turned and left. Chapter 50_Alliance. The news of Ye Tian's return had spread like wildfire long ago. He rode with a beautiful woman and really attracted the attention of many people. It's strange that men and women are handsome. Just walked into the hall, the maid Zaya he came to report, Tao Gong and Guo Junqi led a group of officials to visit. Ye Tian summoned them immediately, bowed to each other, and waited until they were seated for tea, and then they started talking about business. Tao Qian pondered for a while, straightened his thoughts a little, and then said, "My lord, there was news not long ago that Yuan Shu originally wanted to attack Suzhou, but he knew that we defeated CAO's 120,000 elite soldiers with tens of thousands of miscellaneous soldiers. After that, he changed his attitude completely. Now he has formed an alliance with Suzhou, and now it is generally divided into two factions, one is Yuan Shu, the other is Yuan Shao. These two brothers do not know why, but they have such a big contradiction and confront each other. Get up, Yuan Shu united Gongsun Zan, Guo Si and our forces in Suzhou to deal with Yuan Shao, and Yuan Shao was not willing to be weak and formed an alliance with Cao and Lu Biao to surround Yuan Shu. As for Ma Teng of Ziliang and Lu Yan of the southwest, there is still no news, but the old man estimates that they will not live in their hometown. They should have great ideas about Chang'an. Oh, I didn't expect, so many things have happened in the past few months I left, but this Yuan Shu is not a good thing. How could we form an alliance with him?" Ye Tian was a little puzzled. Thinking of Yuan Shu's fate in history, he can't wait to break the contract with him now. Guojia put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Ye Heavenly Path. "My lord, you still don't understand the current situation. Now the era of princes fighting for hegemony has come. Although Suzhou is strong, it can't face all the strong forces alone without forming an alliance. Then we can only be isolated by all the princes. If it really reaches that point, then we will be the first to be destroyed. The general trend, we have to form an alliance. Although Suzhou has been recuperating for 2 years, its foundation is too weak. Up to now, they have not reached the level of the Yuan brothers. Each of them has 200,000 troops, and the troops are strong, while Suzhou's total troops are only 100,000, and the cavalry only accounts for 1,000. This has almost reached Suzhou. The limit is what I can bear. Suzhou is only a state, the place is not very big, and the resources are limited, so it can't raise so many soldiers, unless..." There is no need for Guojia to continue to say the following words. Everyone sitting here is not an idiot and can understand what he means. Fight for war and plunder resources. Ye Tian touched his chin and couldn't help showing a sinister smile. Ye Tian has never been a person who is afraid of things. If others dare not do something, it does not mean that he does not dare to do it. Now this deadlock always needs someone to break. This early bird, let him do it. Of course, Ye Tian also took into account the current situation. Cao was too busy to clean up the interior. Yangzhou in the southeast was under the jurisdiction of Sun Jian, and Sun Jian was his ally. More importantly, Tao Qian and Sun Jian had a close relationship and rescued him once. Sun Jian's life. If Suzhou sent troops, Yangzhou would definitely not take advantage of the fire. In this way, only Lu Biao of Jingzhou is left adjacent to Suzhou. If there is less land and less food, let's go grab it. If the opportunity is lost, it will not come again. Now Cao has no time to take care of us. It is a good day for me to show my skills." Hearing that there was going to be a war, Tao Qian frowned and Vivi frowned, and couldn't help asking, "My lord, who are we going to fight?" Obviously, he is conservative by nature and does not like fighting. Ye Tian smiled, took a sip of tea, and said lightly, "Let Feng Xiao talk about the war, otherwise he will be a passerby. I'm just a hard worker." Guojia shook his head and sighed. "Sun Jian is still our ally in name, and he can't move for the time being. Cao is too powerful, and it's not wise to fight with him now. Then it can only be the unlucky bastard Lu Biao from Jingzhou. Master, military advisor, if you want to fight Lu Biao, you will face many problems in the future. The entire Jingzhou is even more fertile than our Suzhou. Lu Biao has occupied Jingzhou for more than 10 years. I am afraid that I can't wait for its profound background. Zhang Xiu and Lu Biao rely on each other, and everyone understands the reason why their lips are dead and their teeth are cold. Once Lu Biao is touched, Zhang Xiu will definitely not sit idly by. The person who spoke was Chen Deng, who was in charge of farming in Suzhou. His worries were justified. If Zhang Xiu and Lu Biao joined forces, it would be a little troublesome. The expedition is definitely not that fast. What we need to do now, is to train troops. Soldiers are more valuable than many, so I want to train a group of people myself. The ancient method of military training is too simple, it takes a long time and the efficiency is not high. Yet Tian wants to use his own skills and modern knowledge to accompany a group of special forces and the like. If this team is a striker, the effect will be very good. Of course, the training of such troops will certainly not be easy. The first step is to select the leaders with excellent physical conditions from the thousands of troops. In addition to giving them different training methods, Ye Tian also gotta make a small stove for them. Master, do you want to train? Guoqia stared at Ye Tian blankly, unable to believe it. If he really knew how to train, then he would really only be a passerby. Other officials also cast their suspicious eyes on Ye Tian. It is true that the Lord is good at Kung Fu, but military training is not something that can be achieved with good Kung Fu, and the doorway inside is deep. How to line up troops, how to stand with archers, swords, and shields, how to distribute troops, how hard to beat the drum, when to beat it several times, when to charge, and when to retreat. For Ye Tian, it seemed that he had never come into contact with them. To let him go to training, wouldn't that ruin the bright future of the soldiers? Although they didn't want to discourage their lord's enthusiasm, the officials had to admit that Ye Tian was really not suitable for leading troops. What kind of eyes do you guys look at? Am I that bad? Ye Tian felt very aggrieved. After all, he is a character from the 21st century, can't he even manage a few soldiers? Feng Xiao, you will accompany me to the military camp and gather all the soldiers. I plan to select 1,000 soldiers with excellent aptitude and tenacity and train them in my own way. Now, the training programs of those soldiers are quite monotonous. On the battlefield, what they have learned is really not enough. Okay, there aren't many soldiers in 1,000, so I'll give you my company. Guoqia was helpless, since Ye Tian insisted on leading soldiers, he couldn't refuse, and he also wanted to see if Ye Tian could. What a surprise for him. After continuing to discuss for a while, Ye Tian waved back the crowd after the initial master's current situation, and walked towards the barracks with Guoqia. Walking on the bustling street, listening to the shouting and shouting, Ye Tian felt at ease. Compared with 2 years ago, Pengcheng has indeed prospered a lot, the flow of people has increased a lot, and the people have enough food and clothing. Satisfy. Chapter 51_Wolf Camp. This is the case with small farmers in ancient times. As long as they can eat, drink, wear, clothe and have a place to live, they will be grateful to you, even more than when they meet their father. But laying out history, there are several dynasties that can do this. Most of the people in Pengcheng knew Ye Tian, and when they saw Mr. Zhou Mu shopping, they waved their hands and bowed to say hello, just like seeing friends next door, without any embarrassment. This is also what Ye Tian requested. Traveling by himself does not require such a grand pomp. He is just an ordinary person. An ordinary person has to live an ordinary life. The barracks was located 10 miles north of Pengcheng, and it was specially built to counter CAO. Entering the barracks, Guoqia immediately ordered people to sound the assembly horn, and those soldiers quickly gathered on the training ground under the leadership of non-commissioned officers and generals at all levels. Does have a bit of a taste of elite soldiers. Ye Tian came to the school grounds and saw those soldiers with their heads held high, and felt a little relieved. In 2 years, those recruits gradually receded from their youthful appearance, and now they have become qualified soldiers. However, just relying on these people, it is obviously not enough to want to seize the country. Looking around, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes. He was wearing a suit of general armor. He was tall and strong, and he held a double hammer. Who else was Su Chu? Zhongkang, long time no see, stay safe. Ye Tian smiled, showing no pretense of being a master, as if he was greeting a friend whom he hadn't seen for many years. My lord, I haven't seen you for some days. Seeing Ye Tian, Su Chu always felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't even handle 20 moves in his hands. However, 20 moves seem to have been a long time ago, and now that I will compete with Ye Tian again, I am afraid that I will not be able to take even a single move. He, let's discuss and learn from each other when we have time to see if there is any Zhongjin recently. Ye Tian smiled, took a deep breath, and said loudly, let's get down to business. The purpose of my coming here today is to choose one of you. Thousands, as a special unit. Ye Tian gave Guojia a wink, and the two stepped down one after another. They walked past the soldiers and scanned everyone carefully. The first thing they noticed was their loyalty. With Ye Tian's current skill, it is not difficult to do this. With his eyes, he motioned Guojia to call aside those who met the requirements. He chose and chose and chose and chose. It was not until the evening that 1,000 people were selected from the 100,000 people. Guojia ordered the selected 1,000 people to stay. And the others retreated under the leadership of their respective husbands and generals. Those soldiers who were not selected were all disappointed. Although they didn't know what to do with those who stayed, they knew that those people would climb higher and go farther than them in the future. What are special forces? It must be the elite of the elite, and it will definitely become an ace in the near future. As for those who were selected, they were happy or apprehensive. They didn't know what their future destiny would be, and they all looked at their coach, Guojia, with anticipation. Just as they were looking forward to it, Guojia said, "You must be wondering what the Lord is calling everyone to do today." He took a breath and waited for him to continue speaking. The Lord is trying to find you. From now on, you will no longer belong to this military camp. Guojia said that he deliberately stopped here, and the soldiers were all in cold sweat. I really can't tell, this old Guo is quite good at playing people. Ye Tian smiled, his eyes swept across the anxious faces, and then said aloud, "From now on, you have to obey my orders. I want you to stand, you are not allowed to sit for me, I want you to go east. You are not allowed to go west, I will let you die without even frowning. All the warriors present, you will be the absolute tiger and wolf division of my Suzhu army, the absolute trump card, and the myth of invincibility will be up to you. Come and create, you are called the wolves." The sonorous and powerful rhetoric reached everyone's heart, and each soldier's excited eyes opened to Yui, and his whole body trembled. "Do you have any confidence?" "Yes." "Be louder." "Is there any?" "Yes." "Be louder and shout out your aura." "Yes." "Undefeated myth." "Ruin wolf." "Ruin wolf." "Ruin wolf." The mountain-like aura rushed straight to the Xiaohan, and the blood and energy of thousands of people were intertwined, and the whole sky was filled with thunder, and the air waves caused by the terrifying sound waves filled the entire space, and even the people 10 miles away were shocked by the sound waves. Halo, at this moment, an invincible division named Remnant Wolf has begun to take shape. In the future war to dominate the world, this army of only a few thousand people has completely turned into a bloodthirsty and violent remnant wolf. Everyone who dared to resist Ye Tian was destroyed by this ferocious wolf. Ye Tian pressed his hands down, the soldiers immediately stopped shouting and looked at him excitedly. "From today onwards, you will be trained by me personally, and the days to come will be difficult, so be prepared to be trained to death by me, don't you? If you are willing, you can quit now. There is only one chance, once it starts, it is the end of the endless death. It's an opportunity and a gamble. Yet Tien made it clear that under his training, people would die. However, in this chaotic age, which soldier is not prepared to sacrifice, isn't it just death? If it can be exchanged for glory and happiness for future generations, they will do it. 1,000 soldiers held their heads high, and not a single one said a word. His sharp eyes swept over the soldiers, yet Tien Vivi nodded, and said in a deep voice, "You are good, and being able to stand out from the 100,000 people proves your ability. I, Ye Tien, are not a kind and benevolent master. I will show you another side of me in the days to come. It will definitely make you remember me deeply. It is not that simple to achieve undefeated success. I don't want to say more. Today, you will sort it out immediately. Take care of your luggage. I have prepared a separate residence for you. Go there today to report. You must gather them all before 90 o'clock tomorrow. If you are late, you will never come. Remember, you must be among the 1,000 of you. Some will be eliminated, so don't be too happy yet." A pause, yet Tien continued, "Okay, I have finished explaining what I have to explain, and now there is nothing to do, disband." Chapter 52_First Training. Tonight, it's time to give these soldiers a holiday. The training will be even more difficult after that. Whether they can come back alive or not is one thing, reuniting with their families, maybe this will be the last time. Yet Tien also took this opportunity to sort out what he had learned in his previous life, listed some training methods for special forces and some theories of military books that appeared in later generations, and then handed it over to Guojiao for him to look at. Manage. Guojiao was very excited when he got these training methods and those military books, especially those military book theories, which are treasures that have been passed down through the ages. Those novel ideas and combat methods fascinated him. Since he wants to let go of training an ace, Ye Tien must also make some preparations. He handed over the equipment he needed for training to Tao Qian, and ordered him to send someone to work overnight to prepare what he needed. Entering Maoshi, 5:007:00, the next day, Ye Tien arrived at the gathering place of the soldiers on time, and those soldiers were already standing there neatly waiting for him. This is a small mountain range, located in the south of Pengcheng, surrounded by undulating mountains, green pines and green trees, and extremely prosperous vegetation. Sweeping around the soldiers with high fighting spirit, Ye Tien looked serious and ordered loudly, "Now everyone carries a 50-pound sandbag on his back, and from here, start running fast around the mountain in front of you to exercise your physical fitness. Quick, act now." Following Ye Tien's order, the soldiers took action one after another, each carrying a bag of prepared sandbags, roaring and running towards the mountain. Yamanaka with lush vegetation, the mountain road is rugged, and all kinds of large beasts come and go one after another. If you are not careful, you will fall into crisis. It is very suitable for soldiers to train. A qualified soldier not only needs a strong physique, but also enough courage is also essential. Every day in the company of wild animals, the faint-hearted will only be reduced to their rations. 1,000 people were running around the mountain in full swing. Their uniform footsteps made the ground tremble. The loud shouts came, and the birds left their nests and flew into the distance. Even the large beasts were caught. Frightened, he began to run wildly uneasy. "Come on, haven't you eaten yet? Speed up." Ye Tien followed behind the soldiers, like a life-threatening ghost. He kept making them accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate again. Once he found someone falling, he would run up and kick him. And then scolded. The soldiers who were full of confidence had been tortured by him at this time. An hour later, the hazy sky became brighter, the sun was already rising in late summer, and the sultry temperature coupled with the long-term intense exercise, the soldiers were soaked with sweat, as if they had just been salvaged from the water. They were still running, and without Ye Tien's order, they dared not stop. The long-term physical exertion slowed down the speed of those soldiers. The 1,000-strong team was stretched, and those with good physical strength and poor physical strength were clearly distinguished. Yet Tien did not urge them any more, and looked around in the crowd. After looking at it for a long time, he had a calculus in his heart. Stop all of them, walk slowly for a while, rest for a quarter of an hour, and then gather at the same place. Yet Tien waved his hand and gave the order. This sentence is like a cool breeze in a scorching summer. Those soldiers seemed to hear the best sound. Lie down on the ground and take a deep breath. A quarter of an hour passed by in the blink of an eye, and the soldiers also stood in formation, waiting for Ye Tien's inspection. Although they were tired, they were still in good spirits. They didn't want to be looked down upon by their superiors. Ye Tien circled all the soldiers twice, then walked into the team, selected 10 people, and let them stand in front of the team. These 10 people were the best performers among the thousands. His eyes swept across the faces of the 10 people one by one, and said, "In the future, you will be the captain of the 1,000, each with 99 soldiers. You are responsible, can you do it?" "Yes." 10 people roared in unison, and they all had joy on their faces. It was indeed a very honorable thing to be able to stand out among these people. Ye Tien nodded, turned to face those who were not selected, and said, "The 10 of them are the top 10 performers today, so I made them captains, but don't be discouraged, the position of captain is not done once and for all. It has to be re-elected every month in the future. The rules are very simple. As long as you can defeat your captain, you can replace their position. Don't be afraid of being embarrassed. Whoever has the ability can be the leader, even me, whoever can beat me can also take my place, understand?" "Understood." Ye Tien's words have undoubtedly become a stimulant. Those soldiers are all excited. Soldiers who don't want to be generals are not good soldiers. Cherish. Whether it is those captains or ordinary soldiers, all of them are gearing up, mustering up their strength, and preparing to work hard. Loud. Understood. The team leader was selected, and 99 soldiers were randomly assigned to each of them, so that it would be easier for Ye Tien to control the team. "It's your breakfast time. Today is the first day. I'll give you 2 sticks of incense. There are weapons over there. Find food now. If you can't find it, just wait and starve. Vigorous exercise must be supported by a lot of energy. If there is no food, the soldiers' training cannot go on at all." Now Ye Tien ordered that they must find food by themselves. In Yamanaka, the most important thing is food, but these foods are not available to everyone. If you don't have the ability, you may not be able to eat a full meal. Fortunately, Ye Tien prepared weapons for them, each with a bow and a long knife, and the huge forest had to rely on these to survive. After breakfast, Ye Tien led the soldiers to climb the mountain with bare hands, and then handed them some simple martial arts and breathing techniques. Although he has no other cultivation methods, he has a very deep understanding of the meridians of the human body. With his current state, it is not difficult to create a simple method of luck. Beneath the Bai's Hang waterfall, the clear water flowed rapidly, impacting the burly men, who sat cross-legged on the ground, their eyes closed, their palms turned to the sky, and a layer of indelible white light flickered on their bodies. Cultivation under the waterfall often has the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. Ye Tien had practiced under the Qianzhong waterfall before. Chapter 53_Forge Weapons. The tense and tiring training went on day by day, and when the soldiers gradually became familiar with the training process, Ye Tien immediately became idle. Ye Tien decided to equip his team with big swords. He went to the workshop and ordered people to spend a lot of money to buy Wujin everywhere. He wanted to use these Wujin to refine a batch of Wujin war knives and homemade crossbows. Wujin is not a good material for refining weapons, because this metal has a high melting point, and it is very difficult to completely melt it. Not to mention the time-consuming and laborious, the weapons made are also extremely heavy, and ordinary soldiers are not at all comfortable with them. There are three reasons why Etienne wanted to use this metal to make weapons. First, if he made the weapon himself, it would not be difficult to melt Ujin, and a body of real power could completely heat the melting of metal. Second, the texture of the weapons made by Ujin is very hard, so there is no need to worry about the blade becoming blunt during long-term battles. Thirdly, all the wolf warriors he leads have internal skills, and it is not difficult to fight with weapons weighing 70 to 80 kilograms. He did what he said. Etienne burnt the metal himself, while the experienced craftsmen were in charge of forging, and everything was orderly. In addition, as long as he has free time, Etienne starts to draw blueprints and develops a new type of crossbow with the craftsman. The material used is still black gold. Guojie Taoqian and others patrolled the workshop every day and witnessed the release of weapons one by one, and their admiration for Etienne was indescribable. 2 months later, more than 1,000 Wujin war knives and new bows and crossbows were finally built. Etienne distributed them one by one, and the camp of Remnant Wolf also began to take shape. The gleaming black sword in his hand is full of icy texture. The mighty Haki's blade is thick and simple, the blade is flickering with cold light, and it is extremely sharp. Those soldiers are very excited to get such a treasured sword. Power, but not too bad. Wujin's sword weighs 70 or 80 pounds, and although the bow and crossbow are lighter, it still weighs 20 or 30 pounds. With the weight of more than 100 pounds on his back, he can't support it without enough physical strength. Looking at the excited soldiers, Etienne said grimly, "What you are holding now is the weapon that will be related to your life in the future. Even if you sleep, you should also hold it with me. If you lose it, then you will never come back. Do you hear me clearly?" Only Etienne himself knew how hard-won these weapons were. He worked day and night in the workshop for 2 months to build them successfully. The hardships involved can be imagined. Whenever the real power is exhausted, the feeling of collapse is too much. Distressed. However, after 2 months of hard work, he is not without any benefits. After exhausting his true energy and recovering again every day, his true essence will be a little purer, and the liquid ball in his dantian will also be firm. Running out of real energy helps him too. Understood. The soldiers replied in unison. They would definitely cherish such a good weapon. One by one, they put their hands on the knives and crossbows and kept touching them, as seriously as they were touching their own woman's skin. Now I'll demonstrate the use of these crossbows. The crossbows were developed by Etienne himself, and the materials used for bowing were all black gold, so they were a bit heavy, and most people couldn't afford them. He explained the usage of the bow and crossbow in detail to the soldiers, and then holding the bow with one hand, pointed at a big tree 300 paces away through the aiming center, pulled the switch, and with a sound of whoosh, bored out. Soldiers held their breath, but Vivi saw a black shadow flash past, and then heard a loud explosion of thorn, in the distance, and 300 paces away, the broken arrow had penetrated deep into the tree trunk, leaving only a small piece of trembling outside. All the soldiers opened their mouths in unison #BA, a little unable to believe this was true. A soldier stared blankly at the bow and crossbow in his hand, squeezed his thigh hard, but felt nothing, and muttered in disappointment, "It doesn't hurt at all. I was really dreaming. I just said, how is it possible? Such a powerful weapon. Hey. Of course you don't feel pain." Beside him, another soldier gasped, "You're pinching me." "Ah. That. I'm sorry, brother, I made a mistake, hee. Minion." Looking at the stunned soldiers, Etienne cleared his throat, coughed twice, and continued, "This kind of crossbow arrow cannot be used casually. After all, there are only 10 short arrows per person. You must use both hands to support the crossbow body when using broken arrows. This kind of bow and crossbow has great power, but the rebound force is not small. If you hold it unsteadily, you may hurt yourself. Remember, when cleaning the battlefield, you must take these short arrows back, they are very precious, and the texture is hard. #hard, can be reused, understand? Understood, the soldiers shouted. Yetian nodded. After explaining all this, the training began again. In the morning, cross-country long-distance running and martial arts practice, an hour break at noon, and the afternoon are all used to practice shooting crossbows. Although the crossbow only weighs 20 to 30 pounds, due to the great force of the feather arrow, then this kind of anti-shock force is not something that ordinary people can bear. The effective killing range of this weapon is 500 steps, about 600 meters. Another month passed, winter came, and the white snowflakes fluttered one after another, covering the world in an instant. This is a pure world. Looking at the snowflakes that danced in the sky like an elves, Yetian was silent. He hadn't returned home for a long time, wondering if the beautiful girl at home missed him. The new year is approaching. Looking at the snowflakes, the soldiers stopped their work and stared blankly at the sky. In this short period of time, they went back to the past, and let the warm and happy light and shadow appear in front of them. Yetian sighed softly and stood up slowly. Vivi smiled and said, "It's almost New Year's Eve, my relatives at home are all looking at you at this moment, stop daydreaming, now we are on vacation, and rest for 7 days in a row, everyone, relax, let's compare to see who gets home first." As soon as the words fell, the soldiers had not yet reacted, and their instructor had disappeared. "Xiaoqiang, what did the instructor just say? It's like a holiday. Vacation. Damn. I'm going home. What are you still doing? The instructor has run away. Hurry up." The soldiers finally reacted, and then they were flooded with ecstasy again, and it was really a holiday. Carrying the big knife and the crossbow on his back, Sayazi started running towards Pengcheng without saying a word. The distance from the training ground to Pengcheng is not very far, it only looks like 20 or 30 miles. Under the full running of everyone, it will take about half an hour to arrive. Chapter 54_I love you. Of course, Yetian rushed into Pengcheng in only 10 minutes, and the flashing figure was like a golden streamer streaking across the sky, raising snowflakes all the way. The night was as cold as water, and snowflakes filled the sky. Entering Pengcheng, Yetian's speed slowed down. He took a walk with his hands behind his back, and his attitude was leisurely. He was still dressed in a white brocade robe, and his clothes were thin. He didn't feel cold at all on this cold night. Because the Chinese New Year is approaching, the flow of people in Pengcheng has increased a lot, and the streets and restaurants have become lively. The nightlife of each area has its own characteristics and the same splendor. The ordinary people who come and go are all his subjects. They have their own lives, enjoy the ups and downs of life in the ordinary, and appreciate the meaning of life. What is the meaning of life? This is a heavy topic. For Yetian, the meaning of his coming to this space was to unify the three kingdoms, to do something earth-shattering, and then to leave, to another unknown space. Of Xiaoluoli, but his strength was not as good, he had to let it go. He had to bow his head when he was under the eaves. Huh? A little cool? Yetian recovered from his thoughts, touched his neck, and found a small water stain. In front of him, there are snowflakes fluttering in the air, crystal clear and beautiful. The snow is getting bigger and bigger. Yetian stretched out his palms, the Genli Vivi was running, and the magical and powerful suction force made the snowflakes around him swirl and sprint into his hands at a speed of 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, there was already a fist-sized snowball in Yetian's hand. As soon as he thought about it, his true power surged, the red fire light suddenly lit up, and the snowball instantly turned into gas and disappeared without a trace. Back at the mansion, stopped the housekeeper who wanted to report, and came to the yard. Seeing all the beauties wearing furry clothes, they all ran out, laughing and shouting in the yard. What a lively and cheerful field! Husband Kun? You, how did you come back? Cai Yan, who was playing and playing, suddenly saw Yetian, his hands stopped immediately, his eyes were blank, and silly tears were flashing. Hearing the voice, Diao Chanzai he also looked over, seeing that it was Yetian, and she was overjoyed. In the past 6 months, Yetian has not gone home a few times at all, and the days of gathering less and leaving more have not less worried a few beauties. Yetian smiled, his body swayed slightly, and flashed in front of the 3 women in an instant, opened his arms, and embraced Cai Yan in his arms. A gentle voice also came at this moment, Miss. Yeah. Miss. Yeah. Miss. Cai Yan was speechless. She didn't even act like a spoiled child. How could her husband take his exclusive power away? No, this kind of behavior must be stopped. I love you. With 3 simple words, Cai Yan, who was ready to fight for female power, was completely defeated. She hugged Yetian's waist with both hands, her frozen Tongyue face was pressed against his chest, and her bright eyes a deep love flows out of it. Hu-kun, I love you too. Cai Yan muttered to himself. After a long time, Yetian finally let go of Cai Yan and looked at Diao Xiu'er, who was still dressed in UI color, with a peach UI jacket and a pink UI floor skirt. The charming smile is full of charm. Yetian, Viviisho, hugged her lightly, took a deep breath of the fragrance, and said nothing. He knew that if he didn't take revenge for her, the hurdle in his heart would never be overcome. As for the maid Xiao He, she didn't escape Yetian's teasing. This lovely little girl is quite good at serving people. When Yetian came back, the 3 girls were naturally happier, dragged him to dance in the snow, and continued the unfinished activities just now. This kind of happiness can only last for 7 days, and after 7 days, Yetian has to leave again. Get rid of the sad mood, chase, play and laugh with Cai Yan and the others. Laughter permeated the snowflakes, rustling and falling. The world of ice and jade is so beautiful. #wonderful, looking up, the sky is gray, the ground is vast, and the void is looming. Generally speaking, girls like to watch falling snow. The reason is that girls love beauty, and this love of beauty is not only about their own beauty, but also about beautiful things, while men's love of beauty generally refers to the love of beautiful women. The beautiful things in the eyes of women are not just simple going platinum, diamonds, agate, pearls, and jade, but also landscapes and nature. Snow, on the other hand, is the representative of the beauty of nature. Snow is white, pure, crystal clear and translucent. Girls like to be clean, so most girls will be very excited when they see snow. Holding a beautiful woman in her arms, there is no room for sadness to survive, and only happiness and joy are left. Happy times always make people feel short-lived. After 7 days passed, Yetian embarked on the journey again. If the wolf camp was not successfully established in 1 day, he was always at ease. Braving the winter snow, facing the wind and rain, no one called to endure hardships, one by one training hard. Another 2 months have passed, all things are born, and the wolf camp has finally reached the final inspection stage. So far, 1,000 soldiers have not been injured. It took more than half a year, Yetian paid so much that he didn't have time to accompany those wives. He designed a training plan for this army, and used the precious medicinal materials he found to give them a medicinal bath to improve the system and enhance their skills. Although it was a little hard work, the achievements were also remarkable. The quality of this group of soldiers has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to when they first arrived. Everyone has grown a body of strong muscles with infinite strength. Holding the 70 to 80-pound Wajan war saber, they waved in a rage, and the sturdy aura on their bodies became stronger. What they lacked was just the battle-hardened aura of slaughter. As of today, you have been following me for 7 months. After 7 months of cultivation, everyone's strength and physical strength have increased a lot, but it is not enough. Yet Tien glanced at the scene in front of him sharply. The group of soldiers who were already quite powerful, the heavy words came out again, "Now, it's time to test you. Everyone is in groups of 10, led by the captain or the captain, all enter the mountain, live in it for a month, only you can bring clothes and weapons, but no food or anything. After a month, come back here and report to me. At that time, you will be able to become truly qualified soldiers of the Remnant Wolf Battalion, understand?" Yet Tien a loud roar. "Understood. Okay, then I'll wait for you guys." Yet Tien's eyes turned solemn, and he shouted, "Let's go." Following Yet Tien's order, 1,000 people immediately dispersed, automatically divided into 100 groups, and entered the Yamanaka one after another. This mountain range was not the small mountain range during training at that time. It already belonged to Fan Cu of the Kindling Mountains. Only such a place is dangerous enough to train a group of real tiger and wolves. Chapter 55_Lu Buletin's visit. Seeing the team that was gradually disappearing, Yet Tien felt very relieved. This was the army he built by himself. Now it's time to test it? He was also a little worried. How many thousand people will be left in the end? Yet Tien said at the beginning that training is really going to kill people, and now it's the final stage, no one is willing to give up and no one dares to give up. The training thing came to an end, and Yet Tien finally got free to spend some time with his wife. The sky was fresh and the dew was just beginning to bloom. Father Sun gave Yet Tien face very much, and the radiant light was like the smile on Yedashue's face. "Yanur, Shiur, where are we going to play today?" Yedaguan people stretched, the fresh air rushed into his heart with the sweet fragrance of the body around him, making him feel comfortable. Shuang's mind is more cheerful. "Husband Kun, go wherever you want, I'll listen to you." Cai Yan took Yet Tien's arm and leaned his small head on his shoulder, looking like a full little woman. When Diao Chan saw Yet Tien's gaze, Vivi shrugged, and said, "Whatever. I have no opinion." "Ha, then let's go out and stroll around, I don't know what to do. There are so few entertainment activities in this era, no wonder the business of brothel casinos is so hot. The feelings are that those men have nothing to do and go to those places to vent their energy." Just after they got out, Yet Tien and his party had no time to decide whether to go left or right when a herald stopped Yet Tien. "Report. My lord, Lu Buletin is visiting and is now under the North Gate Tower. The military division has asked his subordinates to inform you to go immediately." Tien Vivi was taken aback by the news from the herald. Shouldn't Lu Buletin be the state shepherd in Yanzhou at this time? Could it be that Cao has driven him out? What's the matter? In what capacity did Lu Buletin visit? Could he be kicked out by Cao? Yet Tien asked. "Back to the Lord, that's right. Not long ago, Lu Buletin was defeated by Cao, and now he came to Suzhou because he wanted to defect to us. The strategist couldn't make up his mind and wanted to invite you over. Well, you go down first, I'll go right now." Yet Tien waved his hand. "Yes. My lord." The messenger bowed and stepped back. He, there's a good show to watch now, Lu Buletin came to me, it should be a while." Yet Tien smiled mysteriously, looked at the 3 daughters and said, "Yanur, Shiur, I'll go out for a while, go around yourselves." Although Yet Tien admired Lu Buletin in his heart, he would definitely not take him in. This guy is simply an ungrateful bastard. When he followed Ding Yuan, the old man Ding didn't treat him badly at all, but Lu Buletin didn't know what to do with his evil thoughts. Hung Sheng killed his lord, and it didn't take long after he followed Dongzhou. Tai Shi Dong called Lu Buletin a benevolent and righteous man, and he was allowed to carry weapons by himself in the hall. That kind of trust surpassed Dongzhou's own son-in-law, Li Confucianism. However, what happened to Tai Shidong in the end? It was not killed by Lu Buletin. Ye Tian, I want to meet him with you. Diao Chan was the only one who dared to call Ye De handsome by his name. When Wang Yun and Lu Buletin joined forces, Diao Chan was the bridge between them. Lu Buletin fell in love with her. Wang Yun took this as an opportunity to induce Lu Buletin to assassinate Dongzhou. However, human beings are not as good as heaven, and Chen Yejin was killed in the middle of the road. Ye Tian's arrival completely disrupted the chess game arranged by the two, forcing Lu Buletin to take action, and even Sister Diao Chan fell into Ye Tian's hands. Diao Chan was going to see Lu Buletin, but Ye Tian had no reason to refuse, not to mention he didn't want to refuse. Okay, I'll show you. When Ye Tian walked up to the city wall with Diao Chan in his arms, he looked down, dressed in golden armor, with a red warhorse under his crotch, holding a Fang Tianhua halberd, and he was powerful and mighty if it wasn't Lu Buletin. His face was covered with the color of wind #dust, and there were hundreds of horses and a few carriages behind him. He was chased and killed by Cao. I was afraid that he was really desperate. Seeing Ye Tian, Guoqia and other generals and advisors immediately greeted him. Ye Tian waved his hand and glanced down at the city. Not only Lu Buletin was here, but Zhang Liao was also among them. Ye Tian Vivi smiled and said unhurriedly, "Brother Feng, long time no see, stay safe." Lu Buletin also saw Ye Tian at this moment. He originally planned to say hello, but after seeing the woman next to Ye Tian, he was dumbfounded. His future daughter-in-law actually came to Pengcheng. What happened? And Ye Tian is so close to her, showing affection in front of his own face, isn't this slapping his face naked? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt in his heart, and Lu Buletin's eyes almost narrowed into a gap, flashing a very dangerous light. "Xiu'er, you are so cruel. I think back then, I even betrayed Tai Shidong because of you, but I didn't expect you to do such an ungrateful thing. You treat me like nothing with City Lord Pengcheng, you are worthy of me, huh?" Lu Buletin knew that it was obviously unrealistic to want to defect to Pengcheng now, and because of his relationship with Diao Chan, it was strange that Ye Tian didn't kill him. Diao Chan didn't refute Lu Buletin's words, she only sighed to express her guilt. It stands to reason that Lu Buletin killed Dongzhou, and she should marry him as agreed, but she knew that this was Ye Tian's territory, and as long as she had with this thought, Lu Buletin will surely die, not to mention that she is no longer innocent. After being invaded by Ye Tian that night, she could not help herself. That. Brother Feng, it turns out that you and Xiu'er still have such a relationship, why didn't you tell me earlier? Brothers and wives should not be deceived, if you had said this earlier, maybe I would have. How about the beauty of an adult? Ye Tian said nonsense with his eyes wide open, this is called being a cheap man and being a good boy, cheating other people's wives and still talking nonsense here, it's really hateful. When did Ye Tian do the beauty of an adult? It was almost the same when he was in danger. Ye Tian, originally I thought you were a hero, but I didn't expect you to be a bully and bully. Xiu'er has a marriage contract with me, she can only be my wife, you won't be afraid of the world by doing this. Is it a joke? Lu Buletin sneered, although he always likes to use force to solve problems, but now he is under the eaves, he has to bow his head and can only reason with Ye Tian. Who dares to laugh at me? Ye Tian rubbed his head with a silly look. He looked at Guoqia and asked suspiciously, Feng Xiao, do you dare to laugh at me? Back to the Lord. Subordinates dare not. Guoqia was very cooperative. Is that you? Ye Tian turned his attention to Tao Qian again. In today's world, the person who can be worthy of such a beautiful woman is Xiao. Tao Qian, the old fritters, even flattered. Yes, a person as beautiful as this girl is only worthy of the Lord, and only the Lord can keep it. All the generals, every word you say to me, Every word is very flattering and flattering, giving Etienne enough face. Chapter 56_mutation. Okay, I didn't force them. Etienne shrugged, tightened the jade body in his arms, looked at Diao Chan's crush, saw her look of loss, and his heart suddenly filled with wickedness. He pulled her over. I kissed her head on the delicate hashtag lips, and then contained hashtag living that fragrant soft lip hashtag flapping gently hashtag sucking. This sudden scene not only left Diao Chan stunned, but all the officials in Suzhou were also stunned one after another, and Lu Buletin's face was ashen, and in front of so many people hashtag kiss his future wife, which made his face become hot. Yes, that feeling was really unpleasant. Blood was dripping in his heart, thinking that Diao Chan had been separated from him for so long, yet Tian might have already married her. Everything that should be done has been done. The stunning woman who made her dizzy at the beginning is no longer pure, and she is no longer her. Yet Tian, if you are still a man, let's fight to the death here. Whoever wins will have Shiur. I have to say, Lu Buletin still has some brains. He knows that Yetian is powerful, and they embrace each other to induce Yetian fights him alone. Although the story of Layman Xiaoao was widely spread, Lu Buletin never believed that there was still an opponent who could match him in this world. It's okay to compete with you, but it's a bit wrong to take Shiur as a bet. She is my wife now, and she was originally my woman. Why should I bet with you? You are too good at abacus. How about some? Yetian won't be fooled. If he wants to gamble, he should come up with enough capital. Hearing this, Lu Buletin's eyes turned cold and he said, "What do you like about me? Even if you say it, as long as you think you can use it as a bet, I will agree." Oh, I love hearing this. Yetian let go of Diao Chan, tapped his toes, jumped directly from the tower, and landed on the ground lightly. In my eyes, only your life is the most valuable. If you want to gamble, then bet big. Let's bet our lives. Dare. Yetien's unrestrained movement downstairs really scared a lot of people. He is a child. Is there such a bully? The emotional city wall is useless to him. What kind of person is this person with such profound skills? At this moment, Lu Buletin also let go of the contempt in his heart, narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, "Why don't you dare?" Although he was not sure of defeating Yetian, he had already said that it would be a shame not to fight. Okay. Yetien's eyes turned cold and he said solemnly, "I'm standing, you better get off the horse first." As soon as the words fell, a white shadow flashed by and flashed in front of Lu Buletin in an instant. The golden palm brought a fierce hurricane, and it took Lu Buletin's heart to the point. The rapid and sudden speed made Lu Buletin's whole body fluff up. Almost subconsciously, Fang Tianhua halberd immediately lay in front of him, only to hear bang. With a sound of, a huge force was transmitted to the chest cavity through his arms, and Lu Buletin flew back like a scarecrow at an extreme speed. Just one trick. The eyes of the onlookers were about to bulge out. What was the situation? The famous and brave Lu Fengxian was severely injured in one move. This world is really messed up. Is it a fake or a misnomer? Even Yetian was puzzled. How could it be that the dignified number one expert of the three kingdoms is so unscrupulous? Turning his eyes, Lu Buletin, who was knocked off his horse, lay on his back on the ground, motionless, only the air was in and out. It's that simple. Yetian Vivi was taken aback for a moment, patted the red rabbit horse beside him, and slowly stepped forward, trying to find out. However, just 3 steps away, Lu Buletin's aura seemed to change suddenly. "Zhang Duwei, use your sword." Yetian looked solemn, and poked his right paw back, clang. With a sound, the long sword came out of its scabbard, cut through the sky, and flew into his hands instantly. As if taking things from the air, with this one hand, he once again shocked everyone. Under normal conditions, Lu Buletin would naturally not be Yetian's opponent, but now Lu Buletin is no longer normal. His whole body is blazing with red flames, like a sun that is about to erupt, exuding fiery flames. Little Luoli, I am your uncle. Seeing this scene, Yetian certainly knew what was going on. Lu Buletin's breath was soaring, and it seemed that only one person could make this movement. The decisive battle that was full of confidence has now turned into a real life and death struggle. Maybe Yetian will really have to drink his hatred here. With the long sword in his hand, he pointed diagonally at the end of the world, and the crisp sound of the sword sound resounded, and with the sound of the sword sound, the faint golden light that slowly appeared on Yetian's body also suddenly skyrocketed. A layer of substantive golden wind condensed around the body, covering the tall and straight Junwei body. At this moment, the invisible haki, the heroic spirit of whoever gave it to me, was completely revealed, and the figure like a mountain has become the focus of many eyes. At this moment, Yetian is really serious. Everyone realized that something was wrong. Lu Buletin, who was seriously injured and dying, suddenly burst into flames, and Yetian, who had been lazy to deal with it, also became serious. Something must have happened in the middle. Bang! With a sound of explosion, as if cheating a corpse, the figure in the golden armor jumped up, and the raging flames wrapped his whole body, like a flaming god of war. Hee. Ha ha. Yetian, God made fun of him, he actually gave me a second life, and it made me so strong, it seems, it's God, I want you to die. The newly born Lu Buletin seemed to be a little crazy, and even his smile became sinister. Yetian listened to his heart, and kept complaining that Xiaoluo #Li has no humanity, and the more she wears it, the more she is still like this. Play with yourself, don't bully people like that. If you want to fight, fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't you know that your voice is scary? It doesn't matter if you scare me, but it's not good if you are scared of flowers and plants. The little lady Diaochan is still watching, his husband Kanmai Kamui sternly, I'm sure you will be beaten up. Yetian laughed loudly, the mighty real power rushing like a river in the meridians, the star lifted lightly, and the body stagnated a little, and then the toes suddenly tapped the ground, and the body turned into a light and shadow. Attacked Lu Buletin. The distance between the two is only a few meters. For Yetian's speed, it is only half a second. In a flash, he entered the attack range. Like a poisonous snake in the hole, with a sharp wind-breaking sword gang, it stabbed Lu Buletin in the chest ruthlessly. Hey! You won't be able to say that in a minute. Looking solemnly at the tip of the sword that was constantly expanding in his pupils, Lu Buletin's eyes shrank slightly, and the full of true power violently tossed in the meridians. At that time, Lu Buletin finally had a movement. He stomped on the ground and his body suddenly moved half a meter to the left, deftly dodging Yetian's fierce attack. Chapter 57 _ Fight Hard. The blazing sword energy pierced the ground, leaving a deep hole. When the cold light hit, Yetian tapped his toes on the ground, turned 360 degrees after the volley, and the sharp edge of the cold light passed past his back. The long sword pierced, like a meteor passing by, in a flash, and Lu Buletin swung the halberd horizontally. The two retreated as soon as they touched, and the real force was running, and the slaughter came again. Be careful! Yetian sneered, clasped his hands together, and swiped the long sword in his palm quickly. 5 spiral sword gangs formed by the condensed real power formed in the blink of an eye at the tip of the sword. They came out, entangled with each other, turned into a small golden thread, made a sharp wind-breaking sound, and shot away at Lu Buletin like lightning. 5 sharp spiral swords pierced through the obstruction of the air, and appeared in front of Lu Buletin almost in a flash. The golden light suddenly trembled, and the 5 spiral swords separated from the center, and then faced Lu Buletin. The 5 points of death on Lu Buletin's body shot away violently, and the fierce wind brought by the flying shot made Lu Buletin's eyes slightly narrow. So fast! Even Lu Buletin was amazed by the attack speed of the spiral sword gang. At such a short distance, it was obviously impossible to completely avoid it. Therefore, in the only little time, Lu Buletin held the halberd in both hands, and then went extremely fast. Rotating the halberd, a red light curtain was formed in front of him, and the 5 spiral swords were all blocked by him. 5 consecutive explosions sounded in the air, and the red light curtain collided with the golden sword gang, as gorgeous as fireworks were in full bloom, but the murderous aura was like ice and snow, and the ice was biting. However, although he resisted the 5 spiral sword gangs, the huge impact force made Lu Buletin take a step back, and there was a little blood in his chest. However, this had no effect on Lu Buletin. Therefore, after resisting the opponent's fierce attack, Lu Buletin's left foot suddenly slammed into the ground. With the sound of an explosion, his body turned into a red shadow line. Almost touching the ground, he approached Yetian like a flicker, his halberd propped up on the ground, his feet contained ferocious energy, and he smashed it on the top of his neck, listening to the whistling in the air. The sound, presumably the strength used by Lu Buletin, did not show any mercy. At the juncture of life and death, he will not show mercy. Feeling the extremely fast approaching palm wind, Yetian twisted his waist slightly, and his body suddenly became like a flutter in the gust of wind. Although he only retreated half a foot away, he was just out of Lu Buletin's attack range. After hesitating and dodging the opponent's attack, Yetian's long sword vibrated, turned into a white shadow, and slashed towards Lu Buletin's legs like lightning. Senleng's sword chi attacked, Lu Buletin's right hand suddenly opened towards the front, fierce invisible energy burst out, and heavy bombardment hit Yetian's chest. The sudden attack of chi directly pushed Yetian, who was caught off guard, several steps back, but with the protection of body chi, he did not suffer any substantial damage. For this, Lu Buletin was very clear in his heart. He didn't expect this blow to cause much damage to Yetian. Therefore, when he stepped back, the halberd in his hand slammed the ground fiercely. The chi caused several cracks to spread out of the directly hard ground, and the body jumped up, bullying Yetian's body like a ghost, and immediately, like a volcanic eruption, the most violent attack began. What Lu Buletin was good at was close combat, and he played a square-shaped halberd like an arm. And what Yetian is good at is close combat. At this moment, Lu Buletin got close to Yetian, Fang Tianhua halberd swung at extreme speed, and cast out vicious red shadows. The terrifying power caused continuous sonic booms in the surrounding void. All will be on the ground, leaving a not shallow pit mark. In the face of Lu Buletin's fierce and unparalleled attack, Yetian did not show weakness in the slightest. As his body flickered, he swung his long sword, the sword awe-inspiring, and the sword light flickered, leaving countless cuts on the ground. Whenever the weapons collided, the sonorous sound that erupted was so loud that the eardrums were clogged. In the open space, as the battle between the two gradually became white-hot, the powerful real power, almost at a gushing speed, surging out of the two people's bodies, the red Fang Tianhua halberd and the golden longsword kept colliding. You come and go, and during the impact of the real force, a strong explosion of energy continuously sounded in it. In the field, the golden light flickered, the fiery air waves and the sharp sword gang shot out continuously from the place where the golden light shrouded. The sound also came from the place where the two were banging, and the attack of the two also became more and more crazy as the battle intensified, and it became more and more staggering. This is the duel between the Supreme Masters. Looking at the two blurry figures that were constantly flickering and moving in the field, the faces of all the spectators were slightly dull. This level of battle was simply unimaginable for them. It is true. The legendary Happy Layman is actually so powerful. As for Lu Buletin, many people are wondering, what happened to him? How did it become so powerful all of a sudden? Zhang Liao and the others dared to swear by their character that the previous Lu Fengxian definitely did not have such skills. In the wide open space, the tyrannical flamestorm and the fierce sword gang shot out continuously from the field, leaving clearly visible deep marks on the surrounding hard ground. Everyone held their breath at this moment, and their eyes moved with the flickering of the looming two figures. The increasingly fierce and white-hot battle made many people's hearts hang in their throats. There is actually no difference between Yetian and Lu Buletin's cultivation at the moment. He relied on extremely sharp and cunning swordsmanship to resolve Lu Buletin's offensive one by one. On top of the offensive, Yetian actually showed signs of pressing Lu Buletin's head. How long did it take Lu Buletin to get this power? He was not used to it at all, and Yetian's strength came from his own cultivation little by little, so he was naturally 1 point stronger than Lu Buletin. On the city tower, Diao Chan, who was watching the duel between the two, was also feeling up and down at the moment. This Yetian is really too mysterious. Lu Buletin was originally destined to die, but suddenly he became stronger, as if he really responded to what Lu Buletin said, "God wants you to die." Guoqia, who was on the side, also began to doubt Yetian's identity at this moment. Obviously, this battle no longer belongs to the category of human beings. In this way, his lord should belong to another type of person, the legendary cultivator. In the field, the silhouettes of Flash handed over and retreated again. With the sound of the energy explosion, the two figures each rubbed the ground and retreated a dozen steps. Chapter 58-Fierce Battle. The retreating figures slowly stopped, and the figures of Yetian and Lu Buletin finally appeared clearly under everyone's attention. Looking at the appearance of the two, everyone was stunned. Yetian's breathing was a little short, his whole body was burnt black, and there were only a few pieces of black cloth left on his body to cover his shame, and he was extremely embarrassed. He was sweating profusely, and there were traces of blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. Lu Buletin was not much better. There were bloodstains crisscrossing his body. Under the tiny bloodstains, Sakura Ui's blood was slowly overflowing. The appearance of the two of them seems to have a slight victory and a slight loss in the previous fierce battle. After the two appeared, the original whispers in the audience were completely quiet again. Everyone was infected by the tit-for-tat momentum between the two, and dared not speak any more to break it. The breeze blew, and some dead leaves fluttered along the wind and rolled between the two of them. The silence lasted for a while, and Lu Buletin finally took the lead. He took a deep look at Yetian with his stern eyes, took a deep breath, Fang Tianhua halberd raised high, and the blazing flame suddenly flashed, reflecting the surrounding space. It seems to be brighter. The critical moment is here. Looking at Lu Buletin's sudden action, Zhang Liaovivi was taken aback for a moment, and then he said to himself, "My lord, don't let anything happen." Guoqia narrowed her eyes, her heart beating a little faster. Diao Chan only felt that her heart was extremely complicated at this moment. At this moment, she still couldn't make up her mind who she should help. One side was the marriage that her foster father had set for her, and the other side was a man with whom she had a skin-to-skin relationship. Her mind was all messed up and she didn't know anything. Lu Buletin's expression was solemn, Fang Tianhua halberd danced like a shadow, and a dazzling red light overflowed from the halberd. During the flow of true power, an extremely suppressed astral chi lingered around the halberd, and the ferocious energy ripples were constantly flowing from the halberd. The body of the halberd burst out, and occasionally flames burst out, and when they touched each other, there was a loud noise like a dull thunder, making everyone around them a little stunned. As he swung the halberd faster and faster, the dazzling light suddenly followed the muffled thunder and spread out from the halberd. After a while, the muffled thunder stopped, Lu Buletin let out a sigh of relief, Fang Tian the painted halberd slammed fiercely, and the flaming red flames quickly spread over the entire halberd. At the same time, Yetian also moved, his eyes slowly closed, and after a while, they suddenly opened, and the black hair spread out in an instant. Aura overflowed from his body. The long sword pointed to the sky, and the energy around Ye Tian's body, like boiling water at this moment, rioted, and circles of pale golden substantial ripples continued to spread out from his body. The long sword moved slowly, the real power surged, and the long sword trembled slightly. In an instant, above the long sword, the light sword, and instantly stretched 10 feet. The dazzling light was brighter than the blazing sun in the sky. The fair and handsome face was reflected by the light and looked slightly transparent. Ye Tian took a deep breath, and clenched the long sword that became extremely heavy in his big hand. Moving. And as the long sword moved, the energy ripples that spread became more and more intense, and the swirling cyclone became more and more sharp. Under the waterfall, slashing against the current, as static as it is moving, everything has a rhythm, and the water will flow more when a knife is cut off, but as long as it conforms to the rhythm, the water can be cut off. At a certain moment, when the energy on the long sword reached its peak, Ye Tian finally stopped being depressed and his face was solemn. With a loud shout, the already dazzling pale golden light on the long sword suddenly skyrocketed again, and for a while, the strong light on the sword actually covered the light of the blazing sun in the sky. Break the water! In the shouting, the terrifying energy fluctuation finally erupted into a riot, a fierce sword energy, from mid-air, like an ancient divine soldier descending, slashing forward overwhelmingly, the hard ground, where the sharp sword under the pressure of qi, there were actually cracks that spread more than 10 feet away. Hu Kun. On the city tower, Cai Yan, who had just climbed up, saw this scene, Bei #teeth bit Yoi's lips tightly, the expression on her pretty face was constantly changing, her hand covered her lips, her rigid body seemed to be struck by thunder usually, the numbness is almost out of control. When she heard that someone was dueling outside the city just now, she had already guessed that it must be her husband Kun. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, her heart almost stopped beating. Hu Kun, you said you didn't make me worry, you lied to me. Cai Yan cried, seeing Ye Tian's blood-stained Madara's appearance, she cried heartbroken, if it wasn't for the maid Ziahe to support her, I'm afraid she would fall to the ground. My lord. We are people who want to compete for the world. Guojia always remembered this sentence. Xiaoao. We must win. Tao Qian also prayed silently. In the sky, a sword qi fell down like tomorrow. Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations, Lu Buletin was also shaken physically and mentally. He raised his head. The pressure brought by the fierce and cold sword energy almost made his body tilt slightly. He took a deep breath and was silent for a moment. The blazing Fang Tianhua halberd was slowly raised above his head, and then he shouted in a low voice, "A blazing fire!" The violent drink fell, the long halberd slashed violently, and a red flame light blade slashed, turning into a stream of light, like a shooting star, facing the blazing sun sword that came flying like lightning, and greeted it. The sword energy is like a rainbow, very dazzling, and it is invincible, as if it has split the void. Qiyan Dao Tao, as if the immortal divine phoenix descended, the sea of fire spread all over, burning everything. Under the gaze of countless nervous eyes, the two streamers flashed quickly in the air, and finally, 2 or 3 meters away from the ground, they collided fiercely like a meteorite collided. Boom! A huge roar, at this moment, resounded throughout the whole world. A thunderous bang resounded in the open space, like the thunder of the thunder god's drum, making people tremble. After the loud noise, the energy collided like a volcanic eruption. The two fierce and unparalleled energies touched each other in mid-air, and they frantically released their own hidden terrifying energy. Suddenly, bursts of tornado appeared out of thin air in the sky above the open space, whizzing past, and at the point of contact, even the illusory air was blurred and distorted by the collision of powerful energy. The gust of wind whizzed past, and the violent energy shock wave above the sky swept the 4 directions like a fire from the sky. As the mountains shook, the ground cracked, and countless vegetation turned into nothingness. The arc-shaped air waves that permeated the air swept the four directions, stirring up a thick layer of soil. Chapter 59 _ You lose. The energy waves of the wind and fire bombarded Yetian and Lu Buletin. The wind was like a knife, and the fire was hot, and the world became chaotic in an instant. The surrounding ground continued to hear fine cracking sounds, and it continued to sink. With a bang, the ground collapsed in a large area, revealing the shape of a long sword. The surrounding ground was centered on the long sword. In midair, it was immediately crushed into powder by the air blade that rolled in the air. Was as if the fire of the sky was approaching the world, and the blazing flames burned up the void, spreading the earth, and the tiny stones flying up through Ui were incomparable, like a soldering iron burning Ui. Gangfeng raging flames hit the two of them together, and the two who fell into a weak state no longer had the slightest resistance, and let the attack come to them. When the energy flow disappeared, the world returned to peace, and the two figures in the field were no longer human. The two stood a few meters apart and stood motionless. Body anymore. Bloodstains on the bones can be seen, the smell of black scorch, and the flesh dripping with blood. This is not a person anymore, those criss-cross traces tangled like a spider's web, there was no good meat on his body. Those blood-colored grooves were intertwined with each other, and they looked like mud. The breeze was blowing on his face, and he could even see some strips of meat rippling in the air. Lu Buletin didn't look much better than Yetian, his body was covered with sword marks and blood was gurgling, as if he was wearing a blood-colored mesh tights. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the two stood opposite each other, without a trace of movement, as if they were dead. Even though the weather is clear and winter is over, everyone's heart is still cold, and their backs are chilled. They don't know who wins and who loses, and they don't know whether the two are dead or not. Just when they were about to approach, with a sound, Lu Buletin spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground in front of everyone's attention. Not long after Lu Buletin fell, Yetian finally moved. He stepped forward step by step, as if he was carrying a giant mountain on his back. Every step he took was extremely difficult. Ui's footprints. No one could see his expression clearly, the bloody face had long since lost its human appearance, but the tattered lips slowly opened, and everyone guessed that it should be the joy of victory. The distance of 4 meters took almost as long as Yetian Ban, Jinchawiki/Column Siang, to walk slowly, pacing to Lu Buletin's side, pointing the long sword to his neck, and hoarse words came out with difficulty, "You lose. Gone." These 3 words were like a blockbuster bomb hitting the hearts of Zhang Liao and everyone, leaving their minds instantly blank. Their lord, Lu Buletin, lost. Stop. Behind, someone wanted to step forward, but Zhang Liao stopped him. This battle is a fair duel between Xiao layman and the lord, and no one is allowed to intervene. Hundreds of cavalry, you look at me, I look at you, I don't know what to make. Let's take a look at the situation on the tower first. Gao Shun pointed to the front, where thousands of archers have already bent their bows and arrows, waiting for Zhang Liao's group to act. When the cavalrymen saw this, they hurriedly put away the little thought in their hearts, lowered their heads, and chose silence. With Guojia here, how could he make such a low-level mistake? He had already prevented the subordinates brought by Lu Buletin from making trouble, and thousands of archers shot in salvo, guaranteeing to shoot everyone into hedgehogs. If it wasn't for fear of affecting Yetian's reputation, he had sent someone to shoot Lu Buletin with cold arrows before, and he also had several sets of Wujin bows and crossbows. Yetian won, he should have been happy, but seeing his appearance, no one could be happy. Lu Fengxian, go in peace, I will take good care of Sister Xiu'er. Yetian twitched the corners of his mouth and pressed his body down, only to hear a puchi, and he used the force of his body to thrust the sharp sword into the he slashed Lu Buletin's throat, and then used the sword instead of the sword to maintain a standing posture. This is a victory posture. Devoured and activated, a large amount of essence entered the body, turned into a torrent and poured into Yetien's body, repairing the wound and increasing his cultivation. After Lu Buletin died, Cai Yan, who was crying into tears, hurried down the tower and ran towards Yetien. The maid Ziahe was also panicked at the moment, crying and shouting miss. The cries of the two girls rendered the scene extraordinarily pathetic. "Quick, go get the doctor!" Guojia shouted loudly. He secretly hated himself for not taking this into consideration. Now that Yetien is seriously injured, the most important thing is to treat him. If he had thought about it in advance, Yetien might have a better chance of recovery. Of course, this is just his own idea. Now that Yetien was injured like this, it would be a miracle if an ordinary doctor could be cured. Cai Yan crawled to Yetien's side with difficulty, seeing his head hanging down and not moving, his heartbeat almost stopped. "Xianggong, Xianggong, let's go back, Xianggong, Xianggong." After calling a few times, seeing that Yetien didn't respond at all, Cai Yan's mind went blank. He subconsciously rushed forward and hugged Yetien tightly in his arms. Stained Uis clothes, looking at that hideous face, Cai Yan was at a loss, but cried, and kept crying. Cai Yang also came here upon hearing the news. Seeing that his daughter and son-in-law had become like this, he almost caught Tao Qian and beat him up. Let's go, here comes the doctor. Hurry up and let the doctor see it." Everyone immediately made way, and an old man with white hair walked in, and when he saw the bloody man in Cai Yan's arms, he almost vomited out. At this time, Yetien looked a little terrifying. There were scars all over his body, and the bleeding had stopped, but the traces of the everzion of the pink flesh were extremely ferocious, and he looked like a ghost. The doctor took Yetien's pulse, then checked his whole body, and said with a sigh of relief, "It's not life-threatening, but I've been seriously injured and need some time to recover." Right now, Yetien had only one breath left. Hearing that Yetien's life was not in danger, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't die, there was hope in life. It's just a pity that the handsome face, I don't know if it can be restored. But it's okay if it can't be recovered, so as not to harm those beautiful little girls again. If Yetien knew what everyone was thinking, he would immediately jump up and beat them up. Yetien has attracted much attention, but Lu Buletin, who has been turned into a mummified corpse, is no one cares. Although he was unparalleled in life, he was so desolate after death that no one even cried for it. What is a true friend? The contrast between Yetien and Lu Buletin's treatment at the moment shows the word friend vividly. Zhang Liao and the others were taken into custody by Guoqia, and Lu Buletin's body was taken by Diao Chen. Although he couldn't be Lu Buletin's wife, he could still hold back the body for her. This could be regarded as her compensation for him. Chapter 60_Wake. I have to say that Yetien's constitution is really weird. The seemingly terrifying trauma actually healed within 3 days, leaving no scars all over his body, but the regrown skin looks a little white and tender. It's a little out of tune with the original skin. This scene almost blinded the doctor's old eyes. This kind of thing is really incredible. The quiet night, the stars are little, the moon is bright and clear, the spring breeze is gentle and a little cool. Silver everywhere, seemed a little dead. People who had been busy all day had fallen asleep, except for 3 or 2 watchmen with copper plates wandering around, dazedly shouting, "Be careful with the candles." Words. The city lord's mansion, in the spacious and luxurious room, is still brightly lit, and Kiba, the claw of the night, dare not infringe in the slightest. On the big bed, Yetien, whose whole body was wrapped in white bandages, still showed no sign of waking up. Beside the bed, 3 girls who looked like jade in their clothes had been waiting here for 3 whole days. Cai Yan was sitting on a chair with her little head lying on the edge of the bed, and she was already in a deep sleep. Xiao He leaned against the bed bar, Her eyes were closed, her little head slumped, and after being startled, she raised her head again, dazedly. Jean fell into a deep sleep again, continuing the process of lowering his head and raising his head. At this moment, Diao-chan was the only one who was still awake. She was lying on the yoi wooden table beside her, her chin resting on her arms, and she stared at the candlelight in front of her. I don't know if it's because of the crying or because I haven't slept well for 3 days, those beautiful eyes full of charm #feeling are now full of UI, the long eyelashes are twitching from time to time, the water is so bright, people can't bear it live with pity. I don't know how long it took, 2 sharp rays of light cut through the sky, as if a dragon came out of the abyss, terrifying. Yetian, who was lying on the bed, finally woke up. He turned on a pair of bright light bulbs that seemed to be 2 kilowatts. In the battle with Lu Buletin, he was seriously injured in a confused way. Yetian had already held back his anger. Xiaoluoli was playing tricks on him. The little villain that my grandmother didn't kiss and uncle didn't love stepped in. If it wasn't for my superior skills, I'm afraid I'd have to hate it. So the first thing after waking up, Yetian didn't check his injuries, but scolded Xiaoluoli in his heart, thinking about how to make her scream under him. Butterfly. Of course, he could only think about it, and he didn't even dare to scold him loudly. If she heard him, he could make him want to die with a random punishment. In the end, he is still too weak. Because of his weakness, he was slaughtered, obeyed, and lived like a dog. If he was strong enough to get rid of Xiaoluoli's control, then his life would be a different scene. If you have enough scolding, you will feel a little better. This may be called self-deception. He let out a sigh of relief, and his thoughts sank into his dantian. Although the trauma had healed, the injury in the body still did not recover. Without half a month of recuperation, it may be difficult to recover. Looking around, a familiar person with a familiar view, this is his room. Vivi moved his body, a stiff feeling came, Vivi lowered his head. But saw that his whole body was wrapped in gauze, only a pair of black eyes were exposed, like a living mummy. Yetian closed his eyes slowly, Vivi pondered for a while, and the moment he opened his eyes again, golden light flashed, and his whole body was shocked, and the gauze wrapped around his body suddenly turned into flying fluff, scattered everywhere, and swept down. The sudden movement made Cai Yang Ziahe, who was in a deep sleep, abruptly wake up, and Diao-chan also came back to her senses. It suddenly came here in the middle of the night, and anyone who saw it would have a heartbeat, not to mention 3 weak women. Fortunately, when they saw Yetian's appearance, they finally swallowed the screams that had reached their mouths. Xianggong, you're finally awake? You scared me to death. Cai Yan was very excited. Seeing Yetian sitting up, he immediately threw himself into his arms like a milk swallow returning to his nest. Happy tears. Kabuto turn around, and it flows out. Yanur, why are you crying again? I'm fine, how can I be okay with your husband Kun? Isn't there a saying that good people don't live long, and scourges leave 1,000 years, a big bad guy like me can live enough? 1,000 years is considered cheap for you guys. Yetian smiled, hugged Renner tightly in his arms, and comforted her softly. Okay, don't cry, it won't look good if you cry again. Xianggong, everyone is so heartbroken, you're still joking. Cai Yan Yui pouted her lips, and acted coquettishly in his arms. Uncle, you haven't eaten for 3 days. What do you want to eat? Let the servants instruct the kitchen to cook it for you. Xiaohe's pretty face, Yui's bright face, looked straight at a certain place like a thief with big beautiful eyes. Like 2 rabbits, bang 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 kept jumping. At this time, De Guanya has no body, and his strong muscles are flawless. The murder weapon between his legs is even more powerful and full of terrifying visual shock. For the little maid, who is as pure as white paper, is undoubtedly a blockbuster, setting off a storm in her heart. Let's stop bothering them. Let's wait until dawn. It's already midnight, and it's a good time to fall into his sweet dream of dating Zhou Gong's daughter. He didn't feel hungry after not eating for 3 days, yet Tian himself was wondering if this was the legendary Bigo. It can only be explained that way. Yet Tian, since you're alright, the little girl will retire first. Diao Chan, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. She hadn't seen her for 3 days, and her stunning face seemed to be a lot haggard, which made Ye Tian feel a little distressed. I'm sorry. Ye Tian said. Hashtag, who had just taken a step, trembled. The simple 3 words were like a dull thunder hitting her heart, causing her to stop. Her thoughts were in chaos and she was at a loss. This man actually said sorry to her. He didn't do anything wrong, including dying for his adoptive father. However, why the hatred in his heart has been lingering, whether he hates Ye Tian for being selfish or hates him for being fussy, maybe he has fallen in love with him a long time ago, but he doesn't know. He is very good looking, he is the most beautiful and attractive man I have ever seen. His eyes, his smirk, his temperament are all so fascinating. Hashtag people, always attracting unconsciously. The woman's heart is inextricable. Chapter 61 _ Do not stop. Cai Yan is like this, Maid Zia he is like this, and even herself. There's nothing to be sorry for, you don't owe me anything, and I'm not you. It's me who should say sorry. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been hurt so badly. Diao Chan didn't turn around, her mind was very confused. The 2 men fought to the death for her, and they almost died together. Yui's face was miserable, and she knew it at this moment. Ye Tian was silent. This. Xianggong, you two have a good talk, Xiao He and I will go out and get you something to eat. Cai Yan felt that there seemed to be some misunderstanding between the two, so it was better to make it clear, so he pulled Xiao He backed out. There are many shadows of candles, which really corresponds to the poem. Spring silkworms are dead until their silks are exhausted, and the torches turn to ashes and tears begin to dry. Cai Yan Zia he left. Diao Chan felt the atmosphere was a little dull, turned around, looked up and saw Ye Tian's gloomy face and didn't speak. He knew that he had said the wrong thing. She took a few steps forward, sat on the edge of the bed, took a deep breath, put aside the disturbed thoughts in her heart, looked at him with her charming eyes, and said, angry. Although he is a well-known Xiao layman, and you are the prefectural shepherd of Suzhou, sometimes, this man is still a little childish. Diao Chan felt a little amused, and the originally depressed mood seemed to be a lot brighter all of a sudden. I am your husband, not I am not you, you are my woman, and you can only be my woman. Ye Tian said, I won't allow you to say that. How could you have nothing to do with me, Ye Tian? For you, I even dare to take my life to fight with others. For you, I could even throw everything away. For you, I can even be the enemy of the whole world. Could it be that these efforts have been exchanged for the phrase I'm not who you are? Really angry. Diao Chan took off her embroidered shoes, climbed onto the bed, put her knees on the bed, moved to Ye Tian's back, gently massaged his head and neck, and smiled, okay, okay. It's a little girl who said something wrong. Don't. Are you angry? Ye Tian should not. Close your eyes and enjoy the rare tenderness of Diao Chan breathing in her unique body fragrance. This kind of fragrance is very special, not the fragrance of perfume flower #petal, but her natural body fragrance. The more you sweat, the stronger the fragrance. The attractiveness of this talent to men even overshadows her appearance. I saw everything you did for the little girl, exhausted your real energy to heal my wounds, and in the end made yourself utterly hurt and miserable. During those days in the capital, Amaterasu took care of my food and daily life and made me laugh. Accompanying me through those boring and stressful leisure time, the little girl is always grateful. Before you didn't know my identity at all, and it was understandable that you didn't rescue the foster father. It's not your fault at all, and you have no obligation. Diao Chan's fingers are slender and strong, and kneading on her body makes people's body crisp. In order to enjoy this massage service for a while, Ye Tian kept his mouth shut and pretended that he was still angry. Brother Ye, has anyone ever told you you are actually a good person? Diao Chan asked with a soft sigh. Good man. Ye Tian was taken aback, this term seemed a bit unfamiliar. He had never thought about such a question. He just wanted to be nice to his relatives and friends. No one would be more cruel to his enemies. You are a very benevolent and delicate man. Diao Chan said, although you don't care about anything on the surface, but in your heart, you attach great importance to your feelings, your women, and even your own people. You treat me like this, Sister Yanner like this, even Xiao He, you never treat her like a servant. The people are suffering from hardships, you repeatedly cut taxes and visit in person whenever you have time to offer condolences. In the huge world, there is no such wise and benevolent official as you. Don't stop. Ye Tian wanted to moan out of comfort. Why don't you stop? Diao Chan asked. Don't stop. Ye Tian said, don't stop your hands, don't stop your mouth. You continue to praise me. I like to hear people praise me the most. Okay, since you like listening to it, then I'll tell you about it. Diao Chan smiled helplessly, and did not sing opposite him this time, and said, my foster father's corpse is sent by you. People should be restrained. It's just a few bones, I just built a monument for him, Ye Tian said with a smile. Look. You are this rogue face again. Diao Chan said angrily, my adoptive father is a traitor, and building a tomb for him is a hot potato. Guo Si and his party hold grudges, but you secretly robbed the body of your adoptive father and buried it. Before, you sent someone to send his bones back to Suzhou. If it wasn't for Tao Gong who told me, I don't even know these things. You think a lot about the people around you, but you never admit it. Ye Tian was really embarrassed this time. Collecting the corpse for Wang Yun was just to make up for his own mistakes, but he didn't expect to be praised by the beauty today. He smiled and said, you know, I'm a cheeky one. Thin men talk to women with a face. If they were wearing less clothes, I would be embarrassed to walk face to face with them. Really? Diao Chan said while biting kiba, where is your head now? Where did you put it? Ye Tian's head rubbed from side to side, it was soft and slippery, and felt a soft soft with a milky scent gripping his face. He accidentally put his head between the two tits of Diokin's crush, and kept dawdling through a thin layer of pink belly kabuto. You still rubbing? Diao Chan said angrily. He hesitated whether to push this guy who likes to take advantage of others away. I don't know if it's bleeding too much. Ye Tian closed his eyes and said in a daze, I feel so sleepy now. So, he slept faster than he died, and fell asleep in the deep ditch all of a sudden, with the tip of his nose still touching the small white ditch, and his cheeks against the plump, soft, very comfortable. Diao Chan hesitated for a long time, but did not push his head away. Her body rested on the big bed, making it easier for Ye Tian to lie down more comfortably. The gloomy and dark space, the humidity is heavy, the dead leaves and weeds are everywhere, the dark wooden sticks are row by row, the iron chains are jingling one by one, dark brown blood stains can be seen everywhere, and a musty smell is accompanied by a little bloody smell. Sneaking into his heart, he couldn't help frowning. This is Pengchen's cell. As the name suggests, this is where prisoners are held. A few days ago, there were many more guests in the originally empty cell. There were men and women. They were the remnants of Lu Buledin and the families of all the generals. Ye Tian recovered from his external injuries and 2 levels of internal injuries. The first thing he did after leaving the house was to call Guojia Taoqian and come to inspect the cell. Chapter 62 Capture Zhang Liao. Seeing the environment here, Ye Tian frowned greatly. This is also a place where people live. Those with a strong constitution are fine, those with a weak constitution will definitely get sick. Gong Tao, the environment here must be improved, and prisoners are human beings. Although they have committed unforgivable crimes, they have been detained here and lost their freedom. After the due punishment, it would be unfair if you suffer from illness again. Later, you will order someone to clean the cell, disinfect it, and open a few more skylights to ventilate and let the sun shine in. This is really not a place where people live. Okay, old man, I'll do it later. Tao Qian nodded, it's simple. Ye Tian gave in, his eyes swept across the cells one by one, and then winked at Guoqia, who in the name of the latter ordered the jailer to open the cell where the general was being held. Ye Tian led the crowd in, his eyes swept across the faces of several people, he saw their expressions in his eyes, and then cleared his throat and said, "How are you all doing? It's really a grievance to keep you here. Now everyone come out with me, take a shower, change clothes, and then have a big meal, I'll treat you." Ye Tian spoke calmly and with a smile, as if he was talking to an old friend who had been with him for many years, but no one dared to move. This is obviously not finished. Lei, don't give a shit, just say something straight. Zhang Liao didn't stand up, his tone was surprisingly light when he said this, and it seemed that he was ready to die. Ye Tian shrugged and said helplessly, everyone understands. I must have guessed the purpose of my coming here today. There are only two paths in front of you, one is life and the other is death. Lu Buletin is dead, and you are now my prisoners in Suzhou. Although I don't like killing innocent people, it is obviously unrealistic for you to leave Suzhou intact. Don't worry, you can join me in Suzhou. I, Ye Tian, can guarantee my personality and will never treat you badly. Now that you are being chased by CAO, there is nowhere to go. You might as well submit to my Suzhou, he, but if you don't want to, then I'm not forcing you either, you can do it yourself. Although Ye Tian had a smile on his lips, it made those soldiers feel cold, and all the soldiers understood. Towards the way of life. Don't surrender, dead end. The general didn't say a word. All the soldiers didn't know how to pay attention. Although they wanted to surrender, they were afraid that the general would scold them for being timid and afraid of death. They are all veterans who have experienced countless bloody battles. The generals whom he admired scolded him as a coward. They wanted to live, but they would never allow themselves to live without dignity and shame. Feng Xian is dead, so there is no need for me to continue working for him. To be honest, I, Zhang Wenai Yuan, have long disliked what Feng Xian has done. First, I betrayed Ding Yuan, and then I betrayed Tai Shidong. If Lu Buletin is not my head boss, I really want to scold him, he is a complete fake kun, ungrateful, I despise him, so. Zhang Liao stood up suddenly, then knelt in front of Ye Tian, said loudly, Zhang Liao would like to bring all the soldiers to Suzhou, please accept it. Zhang Liao and Ye Tian had long been friends, and he admired Ye Tian very much when they met in Chang'an. At this moment, when Ye Tian proposed to surrender, it was too late for him to be happy. Haha, General Zhang, please get up, I can get General Zhang's help in Suzhou, and I have a tiger general. Ye Tian quickly helped Zhang Liao up, and laughed loudly, quick, release General Zhang's family and put them first. Settled in the city lord's mansion, and served with good wine and good food. The jailer took the order and hurriedly opened the cell where Zhang Liao's family was imprisoned, invited the female servants out, and then took them out of the cell. Not only was he released safely, but he also received the courtesy of the state shepherd. Ye Tian did a lot of work. Zhang Liao took the lead, and then some generals surrendered. As for those female relatives, after Lu Buletin died, they all knelt on the ground in fright, hugging their heads and crying into a ball. When they heard their men surrender, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and then it seemed prostration in general. Sitting on the ground without a lady, in this day and age, when their man dies, they have no hope of living. Of course, if they are seen by others, it is another matter. As one general after another surrendered, only one remained. Yet Tien was a little surprised that someone like Lu Buletin could be so loyal to him. "What's your name? Why don't you want to surrender my Suzhu?" Yet Tien asked. This man was around 30 years old, and he looked quite refined. He didn't look like a soldier at all, but a civil servant. "Gao Shun." The man sighed, a little helpless. "Gao Shun." Yet Tien was taken aback for a moment. He now somewhat believed in what the history teacher had been saying all along, the inevitability of history. This. Could it be that you don't like the conditions I gave from Suzhu? Yet Tien wondered. No, 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 the people of Suzhu live and work in peace and contentment when the layman is benevolent and virtuous. In this era of war and turmoil, it is undoubtedly a pure land. Being able to live here is a blessing. How can I despise the conditions given by the layman? But even though Feng Xian died, but he was kind to me, and the layman does not need to persuade me to surrender, and I will not submit to Suzhu. Gao Shun said with some sadness. He had long known that Lu Buletin would not be of great use, but for the sake of his heart that persistence, he never gave up on him. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be very loyal to him, but..." Yet Tien glanced at the group of trembling women and said, "You have the heart to let your wife and children suffer. I see your little daughter. Only 7 or 8 years old, such a young child should have been coddled in the arms of his parents. Wouldn't it be a pity if he just died? You don't have to care about your own life or death, but you have to think about your own family. They are innocent. Even if I don't kill them, in this age of fire, without you, I'm afraid they won't be able to live." Yet Tien continued to persuade Road. "Daddy. I'm afraid." On the side, the 7 or 8-year-old girl shouted in coordination at the right time. This. Gao Shun was extremely conflicted in his heart. Looking at his wife and children, he really couldn't make a decision. "Okay, since General Gao doesn't want to serve, I can't force it." Yet Tien sighed and said to the jailer beside him, "Open the cell and let them go." "Yes, my lord." The jailer took orders and released everyone. Gao Shun didn't react for a while. Watching Yet Tien walk out, he hurriedly stopped him, and said loudly, "Lei, you. Just let us go like this?" Yet Tien stopped, turned around and said, "Ah. Such a small child, I can't bear to see her die. I was going to kill them. Now it's fine for me to talk, so let's go." What he said was of course, frank and candid, and he didn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately instead of breaking his promise, and bombarded Gao Shun's insistence all at once. Chapter 63 _ The Return of the Wolf. "House Gao Yi, I'm not as good. If you don't follow him, you'll be ignorant." Yet Tien was also a little caught off guard and wanted to let him go, but he didn't leave now. What the hell is this? Why are the ancients so strange? Excepting Gao Shun, the damp cell was empty again. The gloomy air blew his face, and Yet Tien shuddered violently. In the evening, Yet Tien invited the ministers to a banquet, and brought his family along with him, which was regarded as a clean-up for the new generals. Yan Yan said with a smile. Yet Tien refused to accept anyone who came, and the 3 cups and 5 bowls did not change his face. This is the real mass. There is a saying that goes, "Lu Buletin among people, Kitu among horses." Compared to the little white horse who was oblivious to his looks, the red rabbit that Lu Buletin left to Yet Tien was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Yet Tien was still a little interested in the legendary red rabbit horse, so early the next morning, he ordered someone to bring Lu Buletin's mount back to the mansion. Just like the little white horse, the red rabbit is still underage, not very big, and the fiery UI-colored hair still looks a little immature. The toes are light, and it jumps on the horse easily. This wild horse, which is difficult for others to subdue, is in front of Etienne. But he was as well behaved as a cat, and he didn't even mean to resist. There is no way, this man in front of me is really too powerful, and if he is impatient, he will definitely be beaten. Not only people need to be aware of current affairs, but horses are no exception. Drive. Etienne twisted the reins and drank it in his mouth. The wind is galloping, the momentum is like thunder. Like a blazing flame running wild. Etienne's feeling at the moment can be expressed in one word: cool. Ride on this red rabbit horse and travel thousands of miles a day. In the kindling mountains, the mountains are crisscrossed, like a giant python lying on the back, the ancient wood wolf forest, the green vines are full, the water is numerous, and the mist is permeating. This is a sparsely populated human restricted area, but this restricted area has become the best training ground in Suzhou. In a small valley, a tall figure stood still on the mountain wall, with his hands behind his back, staring at Taniguchi without blinking. Who? Who? Hade blew on his face, wearing a white robe and dancing with the wind, making a sound of hunting, his long black hair scatters at will, like an immortal in the dust. As the sun slowly rose, the light dispelled the darkness, and more people arrived in the valley, standing neatly on the spot according to the team they belonged to, looking at the figure on the independent mountain wall, and cast their worship and enthusiasm one after another. Their eyes are filled with pride, and being alive means that they have passed the instructor's test and become a qualified wolf soldier. Living in the mountains for a month, they have to face the surprise attacks of countless large beasts every day. If they are not careful, they will lose their lives. Under huge pressure, almost every one of the exercises they practice has broken through at least one level. The strength also became stronger, but Etienne didn't want these. What he valued was the cruel and bloodthirsty aura emanating from them. They kept fighting with beasts for a month, feeding each other, and they ate. After eating raw food for a whole month, living in Yamanaka, they definitely can't make a fire, unless they want to die faster. This month is a real bloody drink. From the beginning of the sun to the sunset, Etienne and the others waited for a whole day. The people who can live have basically come out. Time up. Stepping on a graceful pace, he flew over the top of the mountain, and in the blink of an eye, he leaped to the side of the soldiers. Etienne swept over them one by one, and shouted with a gloomy face, "Let's go out from the first team. Go ahead and report the casualties. Report to the instructor that the 1st Brigade has 6 dead, 3 missing, 10 seriously injured, and no minor injuries. Report to instructor, the 2nd Brigade has 5 dead, 5 missing, 8 seriously injured, no minor injuries. Report to the instructor, the 10th Brigade has 4 dead, 4 missing, 9 seriously injured, and no minor injuries." Hearing these data, Etienne still felt a little sour in his heart. If the missing person is not unexpected, he is already dead. In this way, nearly 100 people have died, and the death rate is 1/10. This is not yet on the battlefield. How can one cultivate a master of tigers and wolves who do not experience slaughter? Only cruel training can force out their potential. When fighting beasts, an injury is a serious injury. As long as they are hit by a beast, it is fortunate that the huge force will not kill them. But as long as those people didn't die, no matter how many injuries they suffered, Etienne would have a way to make them recover. Of course, he can't do anything without arms and legs. Among the seriously wounded soldiers, 10 will have to rely on other military service forever. Although they survived, their limbs are incomplete and they will have to stay at home in the future. Etienne sighed, looked up at the soldiers with fierce faces, his eyes were deep, and he shouted loudly, "You are all good, and if you survive, you have proved yourself. From now on, you are truly become a member of the crippled wolves, You are strong, and you are a crippled wolf who can decide the life and death of the enemy. Fame, women, wealth, and dignity will all be easily obtained. You will never lie on your knees, as a member of the wolves. You are proud, as a member of the wolves. You will kill all the enemies, let everyone tremble because of you. Face the enemy, kill. 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 The wolves belonged to each other, their heads held high and their heads held high. The sky was turbulent, and the murderous aura filled the 4 fields, rushing straight to Xiao Han. The blood of the soldiers is boiling, and they have finally survived the brutal training of nearly a year. They are proud, their hearts are surging, their fighting spirit is monstrous, their eyes are bloody UI, and they are howling wildly at the sky. Yet Tian said before that those who can survive can become a soldier of the Candied Wolf Battalion. Although those who are physically handicapped cannot go to the battlefield, they are still members of Candied Wolf and enjoy the treatment of soldiers of Candied Wolf Battalion. After everyone finished venting, Ye Tian pressed his hands down, signaling them to stop, and continued, "Every captain, count the death list, and distribute it 10 times the prescribed pension. You must do it carefully, and don't miss anyone." "Man, do you know?" "Yes, instructor." Ye Tian nodded and instructed the uninjured soldiers to carry the seriously injured soldiers back to Pengcheng, and he would personally treat them. When the wolf returned, Ye Tian was busy again. He worked day and night to heal the wounds of the soldiers. The true power was exhausted again and again. It took half a month to heal the wounds of all the soldiers. He was so tired that he fainted. "I almost forgot who I was." Since absorbing the essence of Lu Buletin, Ye Tian's cultivation has really improved a lot. After half a month of refining, he feels that the liquid ball in his dantian seems to have solidified a little bit. Chapter 64 _ Good Things. The crippled wolf soldiers recovered from their injuries and began to train as usual, and Ye Tian was also thinking about the armor. The armor of the crippled wolf soldiers must be different from ordinary soldiers. In the future battlefield, Ye Tian still expects them to play a big role. He had to do the soldiers' armor himself again. He ordered Mizu to buy it, and finally got enough metal. After careful consideration of the knowledge he had learned in modern times, he put the word alloy into the workshop. The reality is always crueler than the ideal. The seemingly simple things were extremely complicated in ancient times. The current smelting technology is really infiltrating, and even the smelted iron tools are semi-finished products, and they will be broken with a little force. Ye Tian almost broke his head, taking advantage of his true strength, and finally tested a formula, melting and mixing several metals, and then making armor. The effect is not bad, it can withstand the penetration of ordinary bows and arrows, and a set of armor is only 20 pounds, which is not a big burden for soldiers. However, if you add the Wujin sword and the bow and crossbow, a set of equipment is more than 120 pounds, and the decisive battle on the plains is okay. To this end, Ye Tian had to do it again, and ordered a batch of alloy war knives to be built. Although it was not as strong as the Wujin war knife, nor was it as durable as the Wujin war knife, the weight was reduced a lot, only about 10 pounds. The set of equipment is only 50 to 60 kilograms. Although the weapons are not in hand, a second delay in the siege will cause heavy casualties. The soldiers are expensive and fast, and the sooner they climb the city wall, the better. The armored weapons were successfully refined, and Ye Tian immediately distributed them, letting them continue training in armor and carrying the Wujin sword. Running for an hour in the morning, then practicing martial arts, resting for an hour at noon, forcing them to familiarize themselves with water in the afternoon, and then practicing accuracy with the crossbow. Now each wolf soldier already has 2 sets of spare short arrows in his hand. The group of bows brought by the crossbow itself has 30 short arrows in their hands. If they are accurate enough, they can kill tens of thousands of people with these crossbows, but if they want to launch 30 short arrows, going out is not that easy. If you send 30 consecutive rounds, the huge recoil is enough to dislocate their shoulder blades. One team, get ready, launch. Whoosh. Whoosh. 10 consecutive sharp arrows rushed forward, only to see a black light flashing, and the sound of puchi sounded one after another. 300 feet away, only the dark arrow shafts remained on the broad tree trunk. Practice makes perfect. After a long period of training, the wolf soldier's accuracy for shooting stationary objects is quite high, but it is still somewhat lacking in objects in motion, which can only be gradually improved in actual combat. The wolf camp is officially established. What is lacking now is a qualified captain. The training methods and exercises have been taught. The future training only needs to be led by the captains. Yetian is finally freed. The flowers are in full bloom, the grass and trees are fragrant, and the early summer season is coming again. Summer has always been Yetian's favorite. The beautiful girls are showing off one by one, and the cool attire is really a feast for the eyes. Returning to the city lord's mansion, he waved back the servant girl who wanted to report, and walked into the hall with brisk steps, just in time to meet Diao Xiu'er, the beauty in UIS clothes. Crisp #chest augmentation #buttocks, coupled with that angel-like melon seed face, this woman, no matter how she looks like a charming #people goblin. Seeing Yetian, Diao Chan was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. She hurriedly greeted her and said happily, "Master, when did you come back? The work in the military camp is over? Long time no see." Diao Chan still misses Yetian very much. This person is really busy and it is not easy to meet him. Yetian nodded with a smile, took the beauty in front of him into his arms, and sighed, "I've been really busy recently, and now that the wolf camp has been built, I should retire as well, and there will be more in the future. I've spent a lot of time with you beautiful girls, it's really a sin to keep you big beauties at home, I'm afraid of being struck by lightning." Diao Chan Jiao gave Yetian a glamorous glance. She lay softly in his arms, her slender arms wrapped around his neck. Xiao kissed that handsome cheek, and said with a breath of air, "Yo young master, you still have self-knowledge, do you want the slave family to thank you?" Leprechaun. Leprechaun. So goblin. Yetian couldn't take it anymore, looking at her UIS moist cherry mouth, her head full of black hair and a shawl, UIS delicate face in the white, big watery eyes with a charming color, and her whole body was white and clean. There is also a faint halo UI in the light, revealing bursts of fragrance, jade. Body is tender and soft like boneless, plump, and firm, crisp. The chest is tall and straight, the waist is thin like a weak willow fuefeng, and the double legs are white and tender and slender. Flesh and bones are said to be beautiful everywhere, and they will disappear when they are seen, and they will be soft and smooth. Yetian was full of anger, stared at the beauty, couldn't help but stretched out his big hand and patted her long buttocks, teasing, "Although thank you, I will always accept you, haha. I think it's beautiful." Diao Chan gave him an irritated glance, and said with a tender smile, "They won't let you take advantage. Yan'er sisters are all married and worshipped in the world. Feng Guangxia is carrying the big sedan chair, Xiu'er. Also like tight. Haha, okay, Xiang Gong won't make you feel wronged." Yetian laughed loudly, wrapping her arms around her soft and slim waist with one hand, while the other hand couldn't help but touch her plump full pointed beauty butt. Even through a thin layer of powder gauze, I can still feel the smoothness of the skin. Yetian gently sealed her UI lips and guided her xiaoxiang tongue. Diao Chan's beautiful thoughts began to play out in her heart, and she spit out a small fragrance. Tongue and Yetian's big tongue kept entwining, allowing each other. Sucking the fluid from each other's mouth, she saw that her face was like peach blossoms, and her eyes were watery, as if she was charming. Like dripping water, the whole body seems to be grilling on the fire, the blood is churning, the heart is beating rapidly, thumping, and a numbness and itching from the bottom of the heart swelled between both legs, the body trembled constantly, the sandalwood mouth opened lightly, and she let out a sour, weak moan, which made her face UI and fiery. Lingering, dancing graceful dance steps, the rich body fragrance also quickly filled the space. The little girl seemed to be moved. He also said not to let Yetian take advantage, but now all the advantages have been taken away. Women are always duplicitous animals. Uncle, Tao. Outside the door, the maid Ziahe hurried in, and suddenly saw the two kissing together, with a small hand covering her mouth. Something bad. Yetian turned a deaf ear to the maid's cry, hugged the beautiful and soft body and kissed her, but Diaochan couldn't take it anymore, and she pushed Yetian away suddenly. Yui slapped her face. Ran out. After all, she is a big girl. Seeing that something was wrong, the maid immediately turned around, spit out a small #tongue, and prepared to run away. Chapter 65 Planning for Jingzhou. Stop. Yetian stopped the maid, walked slowly to her, stretched out his hand, gently lifted the soft little chin, stared at the glittering beautiful eyes, and teased, "Little girl, actually if you ruin the good deeds of this young master, tell me, how do you want me to punish you, young master?" "Uncle. I'm sorry, this servant didn't do it on purpose." Xiaohe twisted the corner of her clothes with her hands, and her face was ashamed as Yui. The uncle is too bad, the maid is helpless. But then again, men aren't bad and women don't love them. I'm afraid the little girl has long wanted to be a handsome woman. Yetian felt a little funny, this girl is too pure and simple, she must have been teased like this, and she must be very happy. It seems that this young master has some charm. Yetian thought very narcissistically. Just say I'm sorry? If it's useful to say sorry, then what's the use of the government? If you don't punish you today, you won't have a long memory. Yetian laughed and pecked her little mouth. A big hand even more mischievously slid onto the pair of plump #mangxiang #peaks, and grabbed a fragrant one through the pink and white belly kabuto and kneaded it #squeeze. Baby was attacked, Ziahe Jiao #s body softened, and it suddenly became soft in Yetian's arms. Now De Guanya is speechless, is this called throwing a hug? As a result, Ye Dashui became more confident in his own charm. Surrounded by beautiful women, this is life. No matter how tired or busy he is outside, as long as he thinks of the beautiful women at home, Yetian feels very comfortable all over his body. Holding the little beauty's soft and tender body, Yetian played #play with the pair of babies carefully, and then opened his mouth to remind, "Little girl, are you looking for me for something? It's a good thing to rush into the hall and smash the young master. If it's all right, then you'll be fine, little girl." Ah! This is what happened, I almost forgot, Tao Gong has something to do with the uncle, and now I guess he is still waiting for the uncle. In the gentle nest, it seems that something went wrong. Xiaohe, that pretty little face made Yui even more ashamed. It's my uncle's fault that he's so abhorrent that he even forgot the real business. Tao Gong. This old man's nose is quite smart. My lord, I came to the door as soon as I came back. I really don't let people stop, hurry up. Yetian let go of the little maid, waved his hand and smiled. Xiaohe nodded and hurriedly ran out, but with that shy face like Yui's cloth, it seemed that there was no silver 300 taels here. Waiting for nearly half an hour, as soon as he entered the door, the old man began to complain, "Xiaoao, I am an old man, a half-dead man, I really can't stand the toss, why are you so busy? I haven't seen a figure for such a long time, so come back once, but I still can't see a figure, that, even though you are very young, you have to be restrained in that regard, don't get tired of your body." Why does this sound a bit harsh? Ye Tian frowned, and said lightly, Tao Gong came to me today. Could it be that he wants to marry my granddaughter? Yes, now, it must be like this. You don't have to worry about my body when you are old. I am the jade-faced little white dragon nicknamed Shijijiro. I have only 2 wives, not much at all. Don't worry, I will not refuse. Yes, is it okay to propose marriage tomorrow? Why don't you have a wedding tonight? I can't wait. Tao Qian. Why does this kid like to pretend to be stupid so much? If the old man has a granddaughter, he will be planted on you. But compared to the 2 flowers in your house, the average woman and old man really can't do it. Xiaoao, if the old man said something wrong, you can let the old man go. With Wenheim and Qiu are here, all the women in the city have been compared, do you still like it? That's right. Ye Tian touched his chin and whispered, both of them took their eyes off of them. A pause, Ye Tian said again, by the way, what's the matter with me? Seeing that you are in such a hurry, could it be that there is something going on CAO's side? CAO didn't do much, but news came from Yuan Shu a few days ago that he was going to send Sun Jian to fight Lu Biao, and wanted our allies to send some troops to support them. I don't know what Xiaoao plans to do. Go or not? Tao Qi and I have been thinking about this for a long time. As an ally, Suzhu is indeed obliged to live in a helping hand, but Jingzhou Lu Biao is not a fuel-efficient lamp. If troops are sent, I am afraid that it will be damaged. Lu Biao, Sun Jian. Ye Tian pondered for a while, and Vivi frowned. How is Lu Biao's military deployment? How many troops does Yuan Shu plan to send? After entering the Jingzhou territory, the first challenge we faced was to capture Xiangyang. According to the military advisor's estimate, Lu Biao could probably send 50,000 troops to garrison Xiangyang County, while Sun Jian could only mobilize 50,000 direct descendants of the headquarters, 50,000 troops. Against 50,000, although the number is equal, if one side is attacking the city and the other is defending the city, it will be difficult for Sun Jian to win, and now they can only rely on us in Suzhou. Jingzhou is so big, why is Lu Biao only able to dispatch 50,000 troops? Ye Tian was puzzled. Normally, Jingzhou should be a little stronger than Suzhou, but he was a little surprised that he could only dispatch 50,000 troops. Xiaoao, you don't know something, although Jingzhou is big, he is not Lu Biao alone. There are many aristocratic families there. The largest family, the Cai family, is even stronger than Lu Biao. However, everyone understands the truth that the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Those aristocratic families will definitely not stand by and watch the foreign aggression, and they will certainly dispatch some troops, but not too many. 10,000 people are already the limit. Then the number of troops guarding Jingzhou is about 60,000. Ye Tian said. Tao Qian nodded. Ye Tian has to be glad that although Suzhou is not as big as Jingzhou, the victory lies in the unity of the people. The entire Suzhou is his one-word hall. The army of 100,000 is like an arm, unlike Lu Biao, who has to seek the consent of the major families to dispatch the army. Those who are selfish, the wealthy family, must first consider their own interests. In times of crisis, they are still fighting for power and profits, so it is no wonder that they can do great things. Sun Jian 50,000, Lu Biao 60,000, this battle seems to be a bit difficult. The key to the outcome is Suzhou's attitude. Let's do this, you cultivate Yuan Shu and let him lead his troops to contain Cao. We in Suzhou also dispatched a 50,000 strong army to conquer Lu Biao together with Sun's army. With Sun Jian's 50,000 strong army, he would definitely not be able to take Jingzhou. Then play bigger. Xiaoao, do you really want to dispatch a 50,000 strong army? 50,000 troops are not a small number. Once the army is dispatched, the resources consumed will be like flowing water. If something happens, it will be a serious matter. Haha, I don't seem to like to joke. Ye Tian smiled. Don't worry, these 50,000 troops are just to support the scene. I will dispatch a maximum of 5,000 troops to Xiangyang, and the remaining 45,000 have other tasks. The huge Xiangyang is not only a big force of Lu Biao. Xiaoao means, meaning. Tao Qian seemed to understand Ye Tian's thoughts. Chapter 66 set off. Ye Tian nodded and said with a smile, Zhang Xiu's army is stationed in Wanqing. He has already formed an alliance with Lu Biao. If Xiangyang is killed, I am afraid that they will not stand by and watch. But you must not do it unless you have to. Then who is Xiaoao going to let this army lead? This was the first time Suzu had made such a big move, and there seemed to be only one person who could lead this army. Let Feng Xiao take it with me, I'm a little worried about the others. In the end, there is still a lack of talent. Now that Cao and Guojia shouldn't go away, Zhang Xiu still has someone to make Ye Tian very happy. I am afraid, if you don't send Guojia, I'm afraid that Zhang Xiu will eat nothing. Tao Gong, Peng Cheng will be handed over to you. If the enemy attacks, don't fight, just keep the door behind you. As soon as there is any change, notify me immediately, and do not act without authorization. Yes, my lord. Tao Qian agreed. Early the next morning, Ye Tian rushed to the barracks and ordered 5,000 men and horses, led by Su Chu, and he himself recalled the camp of the wolf, and nearly 6,000 men and horses rushed to Xiangyang. Guojia led 45,000 men and horses to contain Zhangxiu. Everything was well prepared, and Yuan Shu didn't dare to slack off. This time, it was real. If he didn't pay attention, he would lose everything. He also dispatched a large army to contain Cao, so that he had no spare time to invade Peng Cheng. The two armies were merged into one. Ye Tian was the head coach. Su Chu naturally knew Ye Tian. How could he not know him? He subdued himself within 20 moves at the beginning, and now he has the opportunity to go to the battlefield with him. He is still very much excited. Still dressed in white, with a red rabbit under his crotch, and a sword hanging from his waist, he is refreshing and cooler. The two walked side by side. Seeing the familiar face, Ye Tian galloped and greeted, Zhonkong, Su Chu, stay safe, long time no see, are you still used to it? Haha, thanks to your old man, it's not bad. Su Chu smiled, facing Ye Tian. He always felt a little Alexander. This man was very different from himself in martial arts. You don't do a good job of flattering yourself. A young man like me is not as old as you, so how can he become an old man? Ye Tian asked with a smile. As soon as he asked, he dragged himself off the altar and became amiable. That. I'm Su Zhonkong, the old and rude. It's okay to fight and kill, how can I be flattering? Su Chu was a little embarrassed, and thought to himself, you didn't hit me on purpose, I know you didn't. I am old, so young, and so capable. When I grow up, it is okay. These people are all born by their parents, so why is the gap so big? It's better not to talk about this topic. The more I talk about it, the more embarrassed I feel. By the way, my lord, I heard that you are training a group of elites recently. I wonder how it will work? Su Chu successfully changed the subject. Aren't these people behind me? Ye Tian looked back. Su Chu had already noticed the group of ferocious soldiers behind him. They were all wearing heavy armor, holding a black gold sword in one hand, a long sword in the other, and carrying a crossbow on their back. He guessed that this team should be the one led by Ye Tian. Now that he heard Ye Tian admit it himself, he was still a little surprised. He didn't expect that his lord would actually lead troops. Seeing Su Chu's appearance, Ye Tian smiled, feeling a little smug in his heart. This army cost him a lot of hard work, it was hard won. Although the team of 6,000 people was not many, they ran with all their strength, and the movement was still quite loud. They ran all the way, and the ground was trampled. Suzhu lacked horses, and yet Tian couldn't match the 6,000 soldiers with war horses. Only the soldiers of the Wolf Battalion had this benefit. Yuzhou and Suzhu are adjacent to each other. After marching for 10 days, Ye Tian and his party finally reached the designated place and smoothly joined Sun Jian's army. Although Ye Tian left very late, even though he was the closest to Yuan Shu, he was the last one to arrive. The other reinforcements had already arrived and were all waiting for Suzhu's forces. They also wanted to see how brave the army was to defeat Cao. However, when they saw that Ye Tian only brought a few thousand men and horses, their hearts were all cold. Soldiers are good soldiers, but the number is too small. How can they win Xiangyang city with these troops? Ye Tian stationed the army outside the Yuanmen, and followed Su Chu in slowly. Yuan Shu and his party immediately greeted him. Lei, I didn't expect you to lead troops to help in person. The name of Lei Xiaoao, I have been looking up to for a long time. The entire Suzhu was still dressed in white when he went to the battlefield, and only Suzhu Prefecture Mu Yeshan was there, so Ye Tianyi appeared. He recognized it. As the head coach of this coalition, he came to meet Ye Tian in person. It was only because Ye Tian was too famous that he wanted to get to know him. Yuan Shu's life of pampering for a long time did not make Yuan Shu rich. Instead, he looked a little thin and looked like a monkey. Ye Tian wondered in his heart whether he should be called a monkey, Yuan Shu ape, as if they were all the same surname. Really? That's really my honor. Ye Tian said with a smile. Actually, everything was done by Feng Xiao and the others. I just drank tea and looked around, and didn't do anything. Lei, you are quite self-aware. We invited the layman to come here, not to have a good time. Layman, do you think that you can conquer Jingzhou with only a few thousand soldiers and horses of yours? Beside Yuan Shu, a man about 10-year-old middle-aged man sneered. Although he is not young, his appearance is extraordinary, and he looks a little refined. Ye Tian didn't know him, but he had probably guessed his identity. Except for Sun Jian, no one else dared to speak like that. This general, isn't there already 50,000 or 60,000 troops here? Yuan Gongxiang is very resourceful, and 60,000 troops are more than enough to take Jingzhou. Could it be that the general has no confidence in himself and Yuan Gong? Ye Tian asked with a smile. Haha, the layman has won awards, but Lu Biao belongs to a group of rabble. With General Sun and the layman's ability, it is no problem to win Jingzhou. General Sun, don't have to worry. Since you were able to win Luoyang, why bother with Xiangyang? Anyway, it wasn't his own soldiers, so Yuan Shu didn't feel bad about it at all. He didn't care how many others died. But the marshal, with our army of 60,000 people, even if we take Xiangyang, we will definitely lose our vitality. These are all subordinate soldiers. Sun Jian was heartbroken, and Yuan Shu made this move. Don't you want to force yourself to death, because you are still loyal to him, and you think too much about your feelings? Chapter 67 _ Battle of Fancheng. General Sun, don't have to worry, although taking Xiangyang will cause heavy losses, but Lu Biao has been in Jingzhou for many years, and we can get a lot of benefits. I don't think it is better. I will send a large army to contain Jiangxiu, and 60,000 allied troops will take Xiangyang directly. Whoever first attacks Xiangyang city in Xiangyang is who, how? Ye Tian suggested. As soon as he said these words, in the eyes of others, it was clear that he wanted to surrender Xiangyang to Sun Jian. Although it was difficult to capture Xiangyang city, once he won, the benefits would be enough to make up for all losses. No loss. Good man. Great guy. As a result, Sun Jian's eyes on Ye Tian changed, as if seeing a long-lost old friend, very eager. However, Sun Jian's mood has improved. Yuan Shu's face is not good looking. He called everyone to come, isn't it just for the fertile land of Jingzhou, and now Ye Tian said this, if the two really capture Xiangyang then, I'm afraid I won't get anything. Moreover, he was too embarrassed to object. The people were recruited by himself, and the attack on Xiangyang was also his own attention. If he wanted to do nothing and share the cake, how could there be such a good thing in the world? Not only Sun Jian would not agree, but even his own I'm afraid I don't have the face to ask someone to eat a cake over there. Then according to what the layman said, whoever attacks Xiangyang first will own the city of Xiangyang. Sun Jian couldn't wait to answer, and he only needed a piece of black and white to make the agreement immediately. As covenant, if we go back on our word, it will only laugh at us. Okay, then let's sign the covenant now. Ye Tian nodded, his eyes were light and calm, as if he didn't take Jingzhou to heart at all. Haha, good, good, I believe in the character of a lay Buddhist, so I will sign it now, and then we will go to the battlefield together and annihilate the thief Lu in one fell swoop. Sun Jian was overjoyed, and hurriedly ordered his men to prepare pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Well signed. The two sang together. Yuan Shu could only smile bitterly. He couldn't do anything. What else could he do? Yuan Shao was staring at him. The 200,000 army in his hand had already been deployed, guarding all the major passes. How could there be any extra troops to go with Sun Jian on the expedition? As for Ye Tian, in the eyes of others, he is a complete fool. With 6,000 soldiers on an expedition with Sun Jian, and desperately trying to get no grass, what is he not a fool? But, is Ye Tian really a fool? Obviously not, he has his own plans. When the covenant was signed, each of them put their handprints on it, and it was written in black and white. It was no longer allowed for the two to go back on their words. Several people exchanged a few more polite greetings, and then made money to discuss specific matters. Fanjing, the first line of defense in Jingzhou. An army of 60,000 mighty envoys to Jingzhou, with Shenqi hunting, with a terrifying momentum, it made people feel excited. Half a month later, the army arrived in Fanjing, and Liu Biao dispatched Huangziu to lead 60,000 soldiers who had already been stationed here. When night falls, the sky is like ink, dotted with stars. The wilderness is empty, and the north wind howls, blowing flags and hunting. Sun Jun's camp is still brightly lit. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Many people have difficulty falling asleep. After all, they will go to the killing field tomorrow. Those recruits simply cannot adapt to such an environment, and the atmosphere of tension and fear is spreading rapidly. However, at this time, they could no longer be allowed to retreat. War always kills people. Early the next morning, Sun Jian boarded the commanding platform on time, swept his eyes sharply in all directions, and shouted loudly, Huangziu's 60,000 troops are stationed in Fanjing, eyeing tigers, and their troops are strong, perhaps some new soldiers will be shaken. But you don't have to worry, as the saying goes, it is better to fight with 10,000 people without dying. It's better to fight with 100,000 people without dying. Huangziu belongs to different people. The momentum is like a broken bamboo, killing Huang Jun without leaving a piece of armor. Now, the three armies obey my orders and go. Following Sun Jian's order, the army was dispatched and marched to Fanjing in an orderly manner. Ye Tian accompanied Sun Jian and did not make any statement. Sun Jian felt a little strange and couldn't help but ask, Lei, you don't have anything to explain? After conquering Xiangyang, really don't want anything? It seems that Sun Jian never thought that Ye Tian would take Xiangyang first by himself. Haha, the covenant has been signed, I naturally won't go back on it, but... Ye Tian hesitated. But what? Sun Jian asked. Ye Tian smiled and said, an ancient book says, a soldier goes against virtue, and things must have a root, So the king cuts down a violent enemy, the root is benevolence and righteousness, knives and spears are murder weapons, and war is an act against morality, and everything must be done. There is a basis, so the Lord Kun, who can be called the king of the world, conducts wars against riots, which is enough for benevolence and righteousness. It is better to kill less if it is not a last resort. Otherwise, if you win the world, you will pile up bones into mountains and corpses everywhere, with no survivors. Sun Jian followed with a smile, non-committal, and said, but there is a book on the military that says, those who make good use of the military can kill half of the soldiers, then kill 13 of them, kill 11 of them, and kill half of them. The three forces add to the feudal lords, and those who kill the 11 command the soldiers to march. Yet Tian sighed, you don't have to win a battle, you can't fight with words, you don't have to pull out an attack, you can't attack with words, whether you win by benevolence and righteousness, or conquer the enemy by killing the enemy, the common people are innocent, and the disaster will not affect their wives and children, and the enemy's soldiers and soldiers. My family members are also innocent, Xiaoyao doesn't ask for much, I just hope that the general will not kill innocent people and cause too much murder. Sun Jian pondered deeply, and after a long time said, Sun must try his best. Yet Tian shook his head and sighed, time was also fate, in that case, let it be fate. When the two armies faced off against each other, Wang's advantage was the solid city wall, while Sun Jian relied on the indomitable momentum and the unity of the army. Wenta, Jingzhou, and you have no grudges and no grudges. Why do you want to find us? Do you really think that I am the son of Jingzhou so you can bully me? Huangzi rode a war horse and stood in front of the city, holding a long whip and pointing at Sun Jian. Shouted. You and Sun have no grudges, but you are determined to get along with Duke Yuan Shu, Sun has no choice but to do this, each is his own master, don't talk nonsense, since you have come, you must be it's not good anymore, we'd better see the truth on the battlefield. Sun Jian shouted back. Okay. Let's wait and see. Huangzi shouted loudly. Immediately, he rode his horse and whipped his whip and turned back to the city. When the city gate was closed, Sun Jian raised his spear, his eyes narrowed, and his murderous aura lingered, Sir, kill me. I won't leave the armor. Kill. 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 Chapter 68 The Battle of Fanjinj, Part 2. The murderous aura filled the four fields, and the first battle of the siege officially started. An army of 60,000 burst out together, and the blackness was filled with human heads, swords, and halberds, and clanging armor. The soldiers were extremely expensive, and Sun Jian didn't leave any way out for himself at all. The 60,000-strong army went to the battlefield without a single one left, just to make a quick decision and minimize casualties. Sun Jian, Admiral, and Cheng Pu acted as the vanguard, leading an army of tens of thousands of people to charge at the enemy. Arrows like locusts poured in, screams sounded, and the bloody killing finally began. Boom! 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 Ah! 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 The sound of the war drums sounded, and the moment when the soldiers of the two sides met, it was like two torrents colliding, setting off a turbulent wave. The metal collision sound of ping ping pong pong sounded, and the soldiers were handed over, and the fight was morale. I have to say that the soldiers in Sun Jian's hands are indeed better than Huangzi's, and he showed his superiority as soon as they fought. Huangzi's 30,000 vanguard army could not stop Sun's army's offensive at all, and it only took a while to start. Rout. If it weren't for the long-range support of the archers on the tower, I'm afraid it would have been impossible to resist. Yet Tian also led his 900 crippled wolf soldiers to mix in the crowd, and they rushed forward, and he handed the other 5,000 directly to Su Chu. The 900 wrecked wolf soldiers were armed with Wujin swords and wearing alloy armors. They harvested the heads of the surrounding people like cutting vegetables. The thick blade slashed on the enemy's head, and it was the end of the skull that exploded and the sap overflowed. The silver-white armor wore on his body, he didn't seem to bring any burden to them, his movements were still agile, and most of the enemy's attacks were blocked by them. He stayed all over his body and didn't suffer any damage at all. Kill! With a bloodthirsty expression, a wrecked wolf captain roared loudly, and the Wajan war sword weighing 70 to 80 kilograms suddenly slashed at the enemy. The bloody intestines splattered all over the ground, the smell of blood stimulated their senses, each one became more ferocious, and the force of swinging the knife became more and more ferocious. Yet Tien didn't intend to be the first to attack the tower, so the weapons that the wolf belonged to were the Wajan swords. The 5,000 soldiers led by Su Chu were also extremely vicious. Some of the soldiers were even stronger than Sun Jian's Admiral Cheng Pu. Who were they? Only Ye Tian knew, even Su Chu himself did not know that there were such powerful people among the soldiers he brought. Who are they? Zhang Liao, Gao Shun. Once, they were all green leaves in front of Lu Buletin, but now, they have all become blood-colored demon flowers on the battlefield. Both of them were ordinary soldiers who could not be more ordinary, and they all came for military merit. These two soldiers were fighting in and out of the enemy army, and there was no one enemy. Even Huang Ziu was frightened. What kind of little soldier is this? He was so powerful that he felt inferior to himself, but he was willing to be a soldier. This is the rule of Suzhu. If you want to rise to the top, you must rely on your own ability. The more enemies you kill, the more you can get. Whether it is the sons of officials or ordinary people, if you want to be a general, you have to step by step from the soldier. When you get up, you have to come out of the sea of corpses and blood. Where is Duke Lu? The enemy army was too fierce, and it was almost impossible to hold back. Huang Ziu was already thinking of retreating. Admiral Lu Gong, the pioneer of the Yellow Army, responded loudly, "Marshal, the last commander is here." Huang Ziu ordered, "LV Gong, this commander ordered you to be the pioneer admiral, lead 10,000 soldiers out of the city, and let me block the enemy's attack and strengthen the morale of our army." The last general takes orders. Duke Lu stepped down, hurriedly ordered 10,000 horses, and rushed out of the city. He rode a black horse into the crowd and shouted loudly, "Who dares to fight me? I'm coming." Before Su Chu could say anything, a figure had already jumped up and rushed towards the soldier's head. Look carefully, but it is a soldier. He's a child, is there such a blow to people? As soon as Duke Lu saw that he was a soldier, he immediately cursed, "Tai Sun, is there no one in your army to send such a scumbag? You're the scumbag, die for Laozi." Zhang Liao shouted so loudly that the soldiers around him were almost shattered. Duke Lu was also frightened by Zhang Liao's sudden roar. Seeing the appearance of immortality, he almost couldn't hold back his horse and run away. Look at the knife. A distance of more than 10 meters flashed past. Zhang Liao widened his eyes, kicked his feet, and stepped on the head of an enemy under his feet into his chest. Suiliang's big sword slashed down suddenly. The weapon used by Duke Lu was also a big sword. Seeing the menacing approach, he was so frightened that he hurriedly slashed the sword over his head, trying to block the attack from the future. Clang! The sharp sword light flashed away, and the harsh metal vibrato made the eardrums painful. When everyone reacted, they saw that Admiral, the pioneer of the Yellow Army, had disappeared, and at their feet, only half of the head and the blood on the brain were seen. Sprinkle, the one in the general's armor, dead. A dignified pioneer, Admiral, couldn't even catch a single move from a soldier. This world is so dreadful. One move to kill Duke Lu under the horse. Zhang Liao did not stop the pace of killing, he was very busy, he wanted merits, he wanted more merits. Kill. 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 In addition to killing or killing. Su Chu, Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, Remnant Wolf Camp. This group of people is really too fierce. Tens of thousands of vanguard troops were completely slaughtered by Sun's army, and the fire of war was already ignited on the city walls, and the war became more and more fierce. Marshal! We can't stand it anymore. They are about to break through our line of defense. Let's retreat. Once the enemy forces attack the tower, it will be difficult for us to escape. A general beside Huangziu advised. Huangziu sighed. The situation in front of him was extremely unfavorable to his side, so he shouted loudly, "The order goes on, abandon the city, we will withdraw." The dull sound of horns rang throughout the battlefield. Those soldiers who had long been afraid seemed to have heard the most beautiful music. They gave up the defense line of the tower one after another, and Sayazi stepped back. Climbing, has lost the will to fight? Huangziu withdrew, and Sun Jian chased after him. While fleeing in embarrassment, he was like a wolf, like a tiger. The remaining 20,000 soldiers under Huangziu's command were reduced by several thousand in the blink of an eye. 20,000 people fled back, crowded with each other, and countless soldiers were pushed to the ground and trampled into flesh. In the end, Huangziu only had more than 10,000 remnants left, and fled to Xiangyang city. Sun Jian defeated Huangziu, pursued his victory, crossed the Han River, and surrounded Xiangyang. Lu Biao did not fight behind closed doors. From Fancheng to Xiangyang, Ye Tian never made a move. When he thought of what happened to Lu Buletin last time, he had a hunch in his heart. He was afraid that if he made a move, he would attract evil enemies, and the crisis was unpredictable, so he had better be careful. Besides, the battle situation has been decided, it doesn't matter if he takes action or not. Chapter 69_Fall the Star. Tens of thousands of soldiers died, he naturally would not let it go, the essence of countless lives and blood entered the body, the feeling was very ecstasy, he had a hunch that he seemed to be about to break through. In Xiangyang city, in the city lord's mansion, Lu Biao, who has passed his 30th year, is already in chaos. He originally thought that with his army of 60,000 people and a strong city wall, he would be able to resist the offensive of the Sun army, but he did not expect the defeat to come so quickly. The 60,000 strong army was like a piece of paper in front of Sun Jun, unable to withstand any touch. Huangziu, go out to the city and ask for reinforcements now, and tell those aristocratic families what is at stake. If the reinforcements don't come, then wait at home to die. At this moment, Lu Biao really had no choice, Zhang Xiu was blocked, and now he can only rely on foreign aid from the family. Yes. My lord. Huangziu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, feeling a little helpless. When dealing with those aristocratic families, he couldn't get a penny out of his mouth. It was too much trouble. But now there is no other way, he has to take orders. Huangziu went out of the city and gathered the scattered stray soldiers again. At any rate, he borrowed another 10,000 soldiers from those families. Together with the troops in Xiangyang city, a total of 30,000 soldiers attacked Sun Jian again. When Xiangyang was besieged, Lu Biao had no choice but to confront Sun Jun, or he would end up being trapped to death. Up to now, Sun Jun has also lost some, and there are still about 40,000 people in total. He fought against Huangziu's 30,000 people. He was crippled in just one face-to-face. Huangziu was defeated and fled to Xian Mountain. Ken let him go and ordered the army to continue to attack the city, while he led a team of men to chase the general. Comrade Lao Sun is an arrogant person. Since the fight starts, he must win thoroughly. Killing the enemy's commander is undoubtedly the most exciting thing. Furthermore, when his own tens of thousands of troops attacked the city, the old, weak and remnants of the entire Xiangyang city would not be able to resist its attack at all. Xiangyang city was already bound to be won, so he could rest assured to chase after him. On the other hand, Ye Tian ordered his own soldiers to stop, so what was he still chasing now? It was not enough to attack Xiangyang directly. Sun Jian chased away from the battlefield, which was exactly what he wanted. Huangziu fled to Xianshan, but he still did not get rid of Sun Jian. After being chased by Sun Jian for so long, he also had anger in his heart, and his heart became ruthless. In the middle, I will lead Sun Jian to the side, and you will shoot secret arrows here. Yes, Marshal. After receiving the order, the general called a group of people, took the bow and crossbow, and hid in the bamboo forest, waiting for Sun Jian to arrive. The bamboo forest is very dense, and it is not easy to hide in it. It is indeed a good ambush place. Sun Jian chased here, his heart beating suddenly, an ominous premonition rushed into his mind. Without saying a word, he immediately turned his horse's head. Whoosh! The cold wind hit, suddenly and swiftly. He only had time to twist his body. Puchi, a sharp arrow hit his arm. Sun Jian screamed, and immediately steered. But, there were more than a dozen smashes. The sound of the air sounded, and the broken arrow flickering with cold light seemed to streak across the sky, completely covering Sun Jian. How to hide? More than a dozen sharp arrows were covering his face and chest, and Sun Jian, who was at the end of the road, only had time to shout, "My life is over." The blood splattered, and the old sun immediately fell off his horse. The arrow was poisonous, and he was shot in the heart. Sun Jian lost his voice after a few convulsions. Sun Ce, Cheng Pu, and the others who followed behind saw Sun Jian's arrow, and immediately turned over and dismounted. "Father!" Sun Ce took a few steps to Sun Jian's body, picked him up, took a breath, and felt a great shock in his heart. His father actually died. Sun Ce was originally guarding in Yangzhou. He asked for orders to come to Yuzhou himself, and wanted to go to the battlefield with Sun Jian. I have to say that Sun Jian's death is really wrong. He left the beautiful city of Xiangyang without attacking, and he ran after Huangziu. Didn't he chase after Huangziu? Well, this is good. Huangziu didn't kill him, and he threw his own life here. Cheng Pu knew something was going on when he saw Sun Ce's expression, and his mind changed, and he immediately said solemnly, "Everyone present has spread the news that Lord Commodore is dead. Violators will be killed without mercy." His eyes were cold. After glancing at the crowd, he continued, "Young master, you quickly lead the entire army in the name of the Lord. We return to Yangzhou. We can no longer attack Xiangyang, not even Yuanshu. Once the news of the Lord's death spreads, how many times I am afraid that Wan Dajin will mutiny immediately. Let's leave immediately and return to Yangzhou." Sun Ce also realized the seriousness of the matter. Although he was sad, he had to cheer up and defend the Sun family's family business. The 50,000 soldiers he brought were all of Sun Jian's family. Hurt. He followed Cheng Pu's advice, closed the news, led the remaining 30,000 soldiers to leave the battlefield in the name of the young master, and quickly set off for Yangzhou. As long as he stayed away from the battlefield, even if the news of Sun Jian's death spread, he would still have a way. Stabilize the military. Fortunately, Sun Ce dealt with it in a timely manner. By the time Huangziu spread the news, Sun Ce had already been far away from Xiangyang. As for Xiangyang city and the rest of the allied forces, he couldn't control it now, and he was a little overwhelmed. I don't care about other people's lives. In this way, the original one-sided form was immediately reversed. With the withdrawal of Sun Jun, the remaining more than 10,000 Jingzhou troops on the battlefield immediately counterattacked, and the pressure on the allied forces doubled. It was said that they were allied troops, but there were not many of them. These people have been used as spearmen by Sun Jian, and now there are only about 2,000 left. As for the Suzhu army, when Ye Tian watched Sun Jun retreat, he immediately ordered the Suzhu soldiers to retreat. "Master, what should we do now? To fight or not to fight?" Su Chu looked at the situation in front of him. Although Sun Jian had retreated, Xiangyang City didn't have many troops. "Why don't you fight?" "I'm not going to keep guarding the palm-sized Suzhou. Suzhou now has a population of several million, and it's already reaching its limit, and some of them can't even bear it. Now there are more and more refugees, and Suzhou, if we can occupy Jingzhou, our power will probably reach the level of Yuanshao and Yuanshu." Ye Tian touched his chin, feeling that Sun Jian died is too good, and now that the Xiangyang army is disabled, he just in time to reap the profit. "Let's be aggressive today and directly capture Xiangyang City. Now there are only more than 10,000 people in Xiangyang City. With our 6,000 tigers and wolves, it should be easy to capture." He cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Suzhou belongs. Today we will take Xiangyang City and show your kiba to the enemy as much as you can." All the soldiers of the wolf camp follow the orders, throw their weapons in place, and replace them with alloys. "Battle knives, you are the vanguard. Kill me. Kill. Kill." The wolf warriors seemed to be born to kill, dragging alloy war knives one by one, squinting UIS eyes, and rushing towards the more than 10,000 Jingzhou soldiers. Su Chu was not to be outdone, and led his 5,000 elites to rush to kill. The murderous aura is like a rainbow, once again washing the world, full of evil spirits, terrifying. The blood splashed, and a wolf soldier slashed horizontally with a knife, directly intercepting an enemy soldier. The enemy soldier turned around in a hurry, his eyes widened, and he saw the most terrifying thing he had ever seen in his life. He was actually on the verge of death. When I saw my legs that had been separated from the body before, I screamed "Ah!" and half of my body fell to the ground, dripping blood. My eyes were still wide open, and I couldn't rest my eyes. The 900 crippled wolves slaughtered the enemy like a tiger entering a flock. The screams and howls spread throughout the battlefield. The stumps, broken arms, and those pink internal organs were scattered everywhere, and the rich blood was scattered in the air. The air was dyed pink UI. Chapter 70-Capture Xiangyang. A soldier couldn't stand the dual stimulation of smell and vision, and he dropped his weapon and fled away from the battlefield. With the first one, the second and third followed suit and fled around. After a while, those soldiers dropped their weapons one after another, took off their armor, and fled around like crazy. It's called throwing away armor. They were frightened. The bloody and tyrannical aura emanating from the wolf warriors made the enemy terrified. The 5,000 soldiers led by Su Chu were also extremely brave, following in the footsteps of the soldiers of the crippled wolf, expanding the battlefield. Xiangyang City is one of the largest and most important cities in Jingzhou. Xiangyang County, where it is located, is also the most prosperous place in Jingzhou. Today, Xiangyang City has long lost its former prosperity and is dead. On the tower, Lu Biao carried his hands on his back, walked and stopped, his face full of sadness that could not be removed. The battle report from the front had come. Suzhou side killed 10,000 Jingzhou soldiers with only a few thousand people, and he was also frightened. Live, do not know what to do. Report. The Suzhou army has broken through our defense line and is rushing towards Xiangyang City. In less than a quarter of an hour, the troops will be under the city. The messenger reported urgently. How can it be so fast? Thousands of troops will disperse my 10,000 Erlang. The Xiaoao layman is really as powerful as the legends. Or, God wants to kill me, Lu Biao. We are now. What else can you come up with to stop them? Lu Biao's eyes were dark, and his back was a little stooped. My lord, my subordinates have fought with the Suzhou army. They have an army of 1,000 people, and everyone in it is very powerful. At least one should be 10, and that army should be used as the vanguard. I think, except for the number of people, there is still no one. The team can block their footsteps. Xiangyang, Can't hold it anymore. Huangziu on the side sighed sadly. 900 wolves followed Ye Tian's footsteps and came to Xianyang city quickly. The silver-white armor was stained with blood and UI. The thousands of soldiers led by Su Chu followed closely behind. Their murderous aura was overwhelming, and their morale was shocking. Lu Biao looked at the soldiers in the city who were full of murderous aura and covered in blood. His face turned pale. Ye Tian looked at the elegant figure standing on the tower with gloomy eyes, revealing white kiba teeth, and said with a slightly evil smile, "You are Lu Biao, it's our first time to meet, it's a pleasure to meet you, the boys are fighting. When we got here, what are the old people going to do? Did you hang yourself? Or let me help you?" Ye Tian doesn't want to accept Lu Biao. According to history, this person is too suspicious. Ye Tian is afraid that he will bite him back. Although he is not afraid of his rebellion, Ye Tian cannot stay here forever. Just bad. Moreover, Ye Tian killed so many of him today with the wolves and ruined his life's foundation. Old man Lu must say that there is no hatred, it must be false, so Ye Tian sentenced him to death. Instead of raising tigers, it is better to cut weeds and eradicate the roots. I didn't expect that I, Lu Biao, would end up being defeated in the hands of you, the yellow-haired boy. I won't bother you. I'll do it myself. Lu Biao sighed, feeling a little sad and regretful. Still a little unwilling. Although, relying on the strong city wall, he can still hold on for a while, causing some losses to Suzhu, but the overall situation has been determined, and doing so will only increase casualties. Master, you can't die, let's fight with them, the big deal is that the fish will die and the net will be broken. Huangziu knelt in front of Lu Ming with a face full of grief and indignation, his head banged on the ground. He was from a humble background, it was completely pulled up by Lu Biao. Lu Biao's kindness to him is deeper than the sea. He didn't want Lu Biao to die silently like this. It's useless. Tens of thousands of troops in Jingzhou are dead. Those families are not willing to send troops to protect themselves. What capital do we have to fight with others? Forget it, if we continue to fight, we will only kill more people. Lu Biao after speaking, he slowly stepped on the fence of the city wall, turned around, took a deep look at Xianyang city, then closed his eyes and fell back. Sir! You wait, I'll accompany you too. Huangziu shouted in the sky, drew out his long sword, and committed suicide. Ye Tian stood under the city wall for a long time without saying a word, frowned for a long time, sighed in relief, walked to Lu Biao's corpse, bowed deeply, and said to a soldier behind him, "Take his corpse and Huangziu bury the body well and put it in the ground for safety." "Yes, instructor." In the city of Xianyang, those ordinary people were apprehensive when they knew that Lu Biao died. For fear that the soldiers would kill them, they all locked themselves in their houses. There was no one on the bustling streets. It's not that these people are frightening themselves. This is the case in ancient wars. Generally, after the city is destroyed, there will be massacres. These things have long been common, so the people are very afraid of this. Ye Tian never felt that he was a bloodthirsty person. He devoured the blood essence and life essence of the dead soldiers. Only then did he lead the soldiers into the city and issued an edict, "Do not disturb the people, otherwise they will be killed without mercy." After appeasing the people, Ye Tian quickly rushed to the city lord's mansion with 900 soldiers of the wolf, surrounded them in groups, and then let a small group of soldiers come in to give everyone out and gather them in the hall, and he also brought a few. The soldier went in. As a prefectural shepherd, Lu Biao's residence is still very gorgeous. There are many trees in the courtyard, flowers are blooming, the fragrance is fragrant, all kinds of pavilions are densely covered, and there are rock eyries and flowing waters. The huge mansion is now a bleak cloud, with white cloth hanging everywhere. Lu Biao's death, his family has long known Akatsuki. Entering the main hall, there were already a lot of people gathered here. They should have been captured by the soldiers of the wolf. These people were Lu Baiao's family members and the servants of the maid. Seeing a group of ferocious soldiers come in, everyone was so frightened that they fell to their knees, even their bodies were trembling, and the timid even cried directly. "Instructor, the whole house has been checked and everyone is here," a brigade leader reported to him. "Yeah." Ye Tian nodded, looked at the people who were kneeling on the ground and didn't dare to look up, and said coldly, "Everyone who belongs to Lu Baiao's direct line will stand up for me, don't try to fool around, hurry up." Ye Tian's loud shout made everyone tremble with fright, and some people even fell to the ground, let alone standing, and even had no strength to climb. He only heard the cries getting louder, but no one stood up. His face turned cold, and he asked the servants who were still kneeling, "Who is the housekeeper here? Stand up, wait a little longer, and take you all." "All killed?" "Sir, it's me." A middle-aged man who was a little fat stood up tremblingly and replied intermittently. "Well, which of these are Lu Baiao's direct relatives? Find them out. If you miss one, you can make up for it yourself." "Yes. Yes, my lord, this is his eldest son, this is." Chapter 71-Wanchange Incident. The housekeeper dared to lie, for fear that Ye Tian would take him out of anger. He couldn't wait to point out Lu Baiao's direct line one by one. Lu Baiao has 3 sons and only one wife, Mrs. Cai, who is Cai Mao's older sister. But a little older, not Ye Tian's dish. Seeing this big family, most of them are women, Ye Tian didn't want to embarrass them. He thought about it and said, "Well, I won't kill you either, you can't stay in the city lord's mansion, the winner will be defeated. Jekao, let's live an ordinary life in the future." After a pause, Ye Tian said to the housekeeper again, "You will arrange it later, and put everyone here, and I will send someone to handle the rest." "Yes, my lord, thank you for not killing me." The fatty butler quickly thanked him and shouted for everyone to retreat. Taking over Xiangyang, there are still a lot of things to be solved. Ye Tianming sent a letter to Tao Qian and let the old man worry about it. Then Ye Tian asked the soldiers to recruit officials from Xiangyang city, large and small, and use strong means to calm them down. For the time being, let Xiangyang city return to normal. As for future problems, we will wait for Tao Qian to send someone to come. The people in his hands are all military generals, and he is really not good at managing those daily affairs. There was an incident in Xiangyang city, and before Ye Tian could breathe a sigh of relief, news came from Guoqia again, and Zhang Xiu made a move. There was no other way. Ye Tian had to let Su Chu be stationed in Xiangyang, while he led the 900 soldiers of the wolf to rush to Wanchange. Wanchange is in the north of Xiangyang city, not very far from Xiangyang, and it can be reached within a day's journey. The predecessor of Zhang Xiajun was led by Zhang Ji, and Zhang Ji was Dong Zhou's former army, and he was also a native of Ziliang. The people of Ziliang all had one characteristic: they were good at cavalry and archery, and their cavalry was very powerful. Ye Tian has been thinking about whether he can get some war horses so that he can form a sturdy cavalry regiment. When hundreds of people arrived in Wanchange, Zhang Xiajun had already faced off against the more than 40,000 troops brought by Guoqia. If they really fought, neither side would be able to seek benefits, and they could only end up with a lose-lose outcome. Zhang Xiu also knew that the fight between the snipe and the clam would only benefit the fishermen, so he did not start. "But you, says who, are too domineering. What are you doing blocking my door all the time? Maybe it's because I, Wanchange Zhang Xiu, are weak and want to bully me." Zhang Xiu is on fire. In Zhang Xiu's concept, you can kill me, but you can't shake my appetite in front of my eyes, just like a game called Dota that Ye Tian once played. You can kill me, but you can't replenishing troops in front of me is not a problem. UTM still deny it? Well, the big deal is that the fish will die and the net will be broken. If you can't win, you have to fight. Seeing Ye Tian's arrival, Guojia immediately went to the ceremony and told Ye Tian in detail the news he had discovered during this time. My lord, there is a capable person over Jiangxiu, and my subordinates have seen him platooning troops. The way of setting up the formation, the advance and retreat are well founded, and the offense and defense complement each other. If the opponent insists on our strong attack, I am afraid that it will be difficult to win. If there were no capable people, would Jiangxiu still be alive? Ye Tian smiled indifferently. He had emphasized before, only blocking and not attacking. Ye Tian doesn't want to have a grudge with Jiangxiu yet, and he still has there was someone waiting for him to invite him. For the sake of the great god, he had to go there in person. Feng Xiao, you will arrange it later. I will visit Jiangxiu in person and meet them well. This, Lord, the situation of the enemy is unknown now, so I'm afraid it would be inappropriate to visit now. Guojia was a little worried. After blocking the door of other people's house for so long, the other party must have resentment towards Suzhu. Go, I'm afraid there will be more troubles. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The world is so big, Ye Tian can't go anywhere. Am I worried about your safety? Guojia murmured in his heart. With your ability, who else in the world can stop you? Guojia coughed and said rather euphemistically, my lord, you can go, but don't do anything, just move your mouth, you have to do it. If something really happens, the two ladies in Pengcheng will not scold you. It's my fault if I die. What are you doing? They're not tigresses. Ye Tian turned over Byakugan and sighed, I'll go meet him now, goodbye. Okay. Guojia also sighed, still pondering in his heart, if they really turned into tigresses, it wouldn't be a simple scolding. On foot, he walked towards Jiangxiu's camp. Ye Tian stopped all those who wanted to follow him and went alone, which was the most sincere. Wanjinj, in the hall of the city lord's mansion, a young man in his 20s was talking about something with an old man who was already in his 30s. The man respected the old man very much, and it seemed that their identities were not simple. Report. Admiral Army, Suzhu Army has someone asking to see you. The messenger suddenly burst in and shouted loudly. How many people are here? What does it look like? The young man asked, his tone dignified and somewhat imposing. 1. He looks only 18 or 19 years old. The messenger answered truthfully. Alone? He's not too brave. He broke into our Wanjinj alone, let's hang it up, and then retreat first. The young man waved back the messenger, and then asked the old man beside him for advice, Mr. Wenhe, Jiasu, what do you think about this matter? Jiasu stroked his long beard with a smile on his face. He didn't answer him immediately, but instead asked him, how does the general think his strength is compared to Suzhu? I'm not as good. Jiangxiu replied without hesitation. Facts are facts. He huddled in a corner of Wanjinj and stationed here with 50,000 miscellaneous soldiers. Every day counted, and he didn't have the capital to fight Suzhu at all. Compared with Liu Biao, his foundation is much weaker. Once a war begins, he will definitely not be Suzhu's opponent. Even if he can cause some trauma to Suzhu, the overall situation cannot be changed in any way. Jiasu laughed and continued to ask, do you want to compete for the world and become king and hegemon? This question is very #sensitive and somewhat difficult to answer. Jiangxiu thought for a while, sighed deeply, and said somewhat disappointedly, although I have a bad temper, Jiangxiu is still a little self-aware. The boy took over the uncle's family business, and it's good to be able to keep it. Where can I still have the mind to fight for hegemony? In the world, I'm not that material at all. Besides, I don't even have a decent general under my command, and even my advisors are only you, Mr. I. I'm already content with my current life, and I don't want to take that. Lao Shi's son is in the world, and if he can keep this family business, everything will be fine. Jiasu squinted his old eyes, walked a few steps with his hands on his back, came to the front door, turned around suddenly and said, "If this old man persuades you to go to Suzhou, I don't know what the general will be." Chapter 72 Get Married. Ah! Going to Suzhou? Zhang Xiu was shocked at first, and then angry again. What he hopes most now is to keep his family business. If it's that simple, he will hand over his business to others, his uncle. If he had known, he would have jumped up from the tomb immediately and cursed himself. Of course Zhang Xiu didn't want to. Now that he has a heavy army in his hands, no one can control him what he likes to do, but once he goes to others, this leisurely life is probably not blessed. Yes, if the old man guessed correctly, I'm afraid this person is Suzhou's Humu, and he is also the instructor of the wolf camp. Jiasu's expression was a little serious. He looked at Zhang Xiu solemnly, and said solemnly, in my humble opinion, if the general wants to keep his current position, it is better to defect to Suzhou. Remnant Wolf Instructor? Is that the Remnant Wolf Battalion that used only a few hundred people to scare off Jingzhou soldiers? Zhang Xiu was horrified. He could ignore who the Suzhou prefecture shepherd was, but the bad wolf's name was think about it, not only because of their bravery, but also because of their ferocity. When it comes to the wolf, few people will not be afraid. It takes a certain amount of courage and strength to kill the enemy with just a few hundred people. Since Suzhou's Huma can train a wolf battalion, it can also train a second and third battalion. Once time passes, who will be Suzhou's opponent in the end? Exactly. Jiasu nodded with a smile and analyzed it carefully. The fact that the instructor of the wolf warrior dares to come here alone means he doesn't want to fight with us. In the negotiation, since the wolf instructor is so sincere, why don't the general take this opportunity to submit to him? I think, with the general's 50,000 troops, we can also win a good position. Otherwise, the two sides will fight, and we will not have any the odds of winning. Let's not talk about the 40,000 strong army brought by Feng Xiao. The few hundred remnant wolf soldiers alone are worth more than 10,000 troops. Once we fight, we have only one way to lose. What's more, isn't the general's biggest wish right now to keep this family business? If you go to Suzhou, I don't think Lord Zhoumu will treat the general badly. As long as Suzhou is not destroyed, the family business in the general's hands will only flourish. Not bad. But, if I gave him all my property in Suzhou, would they kick me away? Zhang Xiu had to think, if he had nothing now, they don't reuse themselves, so they don't regret to die. After all, he didn't know yet Tian's character. If he finished eating and wiped it up, Zhang Xiu wouldn't even have a place to cry. It's like borrowing money. When someone borrows money from you, they call you your father, and when you ask someone to pay you back, even if you call your father, no one will care about you. This is the way of the world. The power in the hand is easy to do. The general's concerns are not unreasonable. The old man has a note. I wonder if the general would like to hear it? Jiasu laughed. I would like to hear the details. Let's hear it. Zhang Xiu couldn't wait. General, according to this old man's observation, Suzhou Prefecture Shepherd is probably a figure who wants to compete for the world. According to the current situation, Suzhou has a very big chance of winning. If I join Suzhou, maybe I will become a hero of the founding of the country in the future. Since Suzhou has the rule of the world. Trend, why don't the general take this opportunity to threaten the instructor of the wolf? If the general and the instructor of the wolf become a family, the world will be unified in the future, and the instructor of the wolf will become the emperor. Then you, general. Jiasu's words are very euphemistic, and the layers of temptation #temptation are analyzed layer by layer. As long as they are not idiots, everyone can understand what he said. Of course Zhang Xiu was not an idiot. he obviously understood what Jiasu meant. Family? Yes. Zhang Xiu slapped himself on the forehead and shouted at the outside, please ask Suzhu to come in right away. Hey, wait, I will greet you in person. Zhang Xiu felt that it would be more sincere to go in person, so she stopped the herald and hurriedly greeted the general. Wait. Jiasu hurriedly stopped Zhang Xiu. What? Is there anything else you want to order, sir? Zhang Xiu stopped and turned around. Jiasu smiled and reminded, General, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Although it's easy to get married, the key is, General, you don't seem to have a daughter the size of Suzhu Zhoumu. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu patted himself on the forehead again, thinking in a confused way, how could he have such an old daughter? He was only in his early 20s, how could he give birth to an 18-year-old daughter? Zhang Xiu became anxious, and hurriedly asked, I wonder if you have any advice, sir? Jiasu condensed for a while, and said, I heard that Suzhu Zhoumu already has 2 wives, and these 2 women are not small. One is the youngest daughter of Mr. Cai Yang Cai Yan. This woman is not only beautiful, but her talents are beyond the reach of ordinary literati. Even her father, Mr. Cai, often sighs. Ah, this. Zhang Xiu was surprised. The other one is even more incredible. It is said that when Lu Buletin betrayed Tai Shidong, it was because he was betrayed by this girl. Her name was Diao Chen, and she was the righteous daughter of Situ Wang Yun. The number 1 beauty that deserves the title. It is not an exaggeration to say that the city is alluring and the country is sinking. This. Zhang Xiu was even more surprised, according to this. It is really difficult for ordinary women to take out their hands. The number 1 beauty and the number 1 talented woman both became Ye Tian's wives. How dare Zhang Xiu use ordinary women to fool him? He originally planned to recognize a goddaughter, but now it doesn't seem to work. Jiasu seemed to see Zhang Xiu's difficulties, his old eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a smile, General, don't worry, this matter is not difficult to solve, as long as the general thinks about it carefully. This method. Isn't it coming? You mean? Auntie. In Zhang Xiu's opinion, the only one who can compare with Cai Yan Diao Chan is Zhou Yun, his uncle's wife, but Auntie a widow, will the Suzhu shepherd accept it? Besides, this relationship seems a bit incestuous. This is even easier. The general only needs to change the identity of Miss Zhou, from aunt to righteous sister, and that's it. In short, the most important thing now is to marry Suzhu as soon as possible, even if Suzhu knows Akatsuki. It doesn't matter what Miss Zhou's identity is, at that time the good things have already happened, and even the Suzhu side can't help it. This idea sounds like a bit of a loss. However, for the Zhang family, Zhang Xiu went out of his way. If he is really married to the wolf instructor, once he becomes emperor in the future, he will be a relative of the royal family. This is a gamble. In today's era, I always have to make a choice. I don't want to compete for the world, but others will not let them go because they don't have the heart to compete for the world. In the end, they have to choose a power to join. Now that Suzhu is famous, there is a high chance of unifying the world. If you place a bet on Suzhu, you may end up with a lot of money in the near future. Chapter 73 Pies from the Sky. The righteous sister is just a form. What Zhang Xiu needs now is identity. He believes that Suzhu will not care so much. No matter where the woman comes from, as long as the interests of both parties are reached, even if she knows she is a widow, she will marry in. Everything is for profit. Okay. Just do it. Zhang Xiu made up his mind and walked out. Jiasu nodded in relief and followed behind him. This situation can be said to have been created by him. In fact, Jiasu also has his own thoughts. Zhang Xiu has no ambition and is never a leader worthy of serving. Following Ye Tian, he will have the opportunity to exert his talents. As a counselor, he does not want to be unknown. I think back then, when I was a gangster, I saw a son who was arrogant and looked down on me. I didn't say a word, I rushed up and stumbled on him. His grandmother dared to bully me, you guys. Guess what happened in the end? What's the matter? Tell me now. Hey, it's too much time to beat him, my lord, I've been thinking about it, I've only thought about a good place after dying hundreds of millions of brain cells. You know the toilet, the smell of that place is very ecstasy. #soul, hee, that place has plenty of nutrients and is very useful for treating mentally disabled people, so I planted him as an onion, the effect was not bad, it took root the next day, but I didn't see it. Why? Because I went to see the doctor. Jiangxiu Jiasu came to the door and saw the young man sitting on the taishi chair with Erlang's legs crossed, enjoying a massage by the guards. He didn't react for a while. What was the situation? Did he go to the wrong place? This seems to be his own home. How come this person is not seen at all? He is dressed in a white robe, tall and handsome, his face is handsome, his eyes are dark and deep, his eyebrows are slanted, his nose is high, his mouth is smiling, and he is holding a peerless and beautiful man. His bohemian personality is completely impossible for people to associate him with the instructor of the wolf. Get up, it's really weird. Jiangxiu and Jiasu walked quickly to Yetian, and when the guards saw it, they quickly dispersed and bowed to greet him. Yetian also stood up slowly, stretched his waist, and said, "It's really not easy to see the two of you, I thought you wouldn't come out." Jiangxiu cupped his hands and said with a smile, "You must be the instructor of the wolf, and I will admire your name for a long time under Jiangxiu." A false name, that is all false name. Yetian waved his hand, feeling a little embarrassed to be praised, haha. General Zhang should already know the purpose of my visit today. Jiangxiu Vivi was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly said, "That Zhang is stupid, and I hope the general will clear up his confusion. However, let's talk about it first." Yetian nodded and walked in with the two of them. Walking into the hall, when the three of them were seated, Jiangxiu ordered them to serve tea, then stepped back and gave Jiasu a wink. Jiasu understood what he meant, Jiangxiu was too embarrassed to speak, so he would do it himself, so he stepped forward and said directly, "Do you want to negotiate with us when the layman is visiting today?" "Oh, I really can't hide NII from my little thought." Yetian nodded and said with a smile, "Wanqing's 50,000 army is not easy, after all, people will die in war, which is not good for anyone. Instead of cheapening others, how about we join hands and conspire together?" "Haha, what the layman said is true, we have no grievances and no enmity, it's not worth it to fight, let's not hide the layman, I actually have the heart of peace talks in Wanqing, now Suzhu is strong, and has the tendency to dominate the world, I think how can Cheng be Suzhu's opponent?" Jiasu looked at Yetian with a smile, and then said, "As long as the layman agrees to us one condition, the entire Wanqing plus these tens of thousands of troops will all be given to the layman for free." "I don't know what the layman thinks. The whole Wanqing? 50,000 troops? I have to say, this is a big cake. However, the so-called price is worth the money, that condition is not easy. However, as long as he can accept it, it doesn't matter how harsh the conditions are. As long as the casualties can be reduced, Yetian can't ask for it." "Give it all to me? Just one condition?" Yetian didn't believe it. "Yes, as long as the layman agrees to one condition, Wanqing and the 50,000 army will definitely give in." Jiangxiu nodded. "Okay, let's talk about the conditions first." Although Yetian never believed that pie would fall from the sky, the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't tolerate any doubts. Jiangxiu saw that this was a drama, and immediately replied happily, as long as the layman promises to marry the general's only sister as his wife, and befriend my Zhang family for Qin and Jin, then the general will take the entire Wanjinj and the 50,000 army as his dowry. Send it to the layman. I don't know what the layman thinks. It's really a pie from the sky, there is such a good thing in this world. Ye Tian looked at the two of them suspiciously, wondering what they were paying attention to. This is really unbelievable. Even if he gave himself 50,000 troops and Wanjinj, he actually gave him a woman. Could it be that this woman can't get married? Lei, don't you agree? Zhang Xiu asked. No, of course I agree. With such a good thing in front of me, even if I'm ugly enough to hit a milestone, I'll get married. Haha, it's settled. When will the wedding be held? Isn't it just marrying a wife, who will go to hell if I don't go to hell? Haha, don't worry, layman, my sister is a stunning beauty, and she won't make it difficult for layman. Zhang Xiu was relieved when Ye Tian agreed, and this matter was finally solved perfectly. Holding the big tree in Suzhou in the future, he no longer has to worry about Cao's call. It's a lot of dreams. The sooner the wedding, the better. 3 days later, the wedding will be officially held, and the 50,000 army plus the entire Wanjinj will be presented to the layman together. Okay, that's it? Ye Tian nodded. This is called a real soldier without bloodshed. He took Wanjinj without a single soldier. Although he suffered a small loss and married a woman who didn't know what she looked like, the advantages seemed to outweigh the disadvantages. This deal seems to be good. Wanjinj, located in the northernmost part of Jingzhou, is close to Yuzhou and Suzhou. It is an important military town with a very important strategic position, and it is a must for soldiers. 3 days later, Ye Tian brought Guojia and his party to Wanjinj to marry the woman he had never met. Men conquer women by conquering the world, and women conquer the world by conquering men. Perhaps for that woman, this marriage is not fair, but as a vulnerable group, they can only better reflect their own value by relying on men. This world is an era of overflowing personal heroism. Women, no one speaks. That power. Chapter 74_Yanfu. My lord, I didn't expect you to encounter such a good thing in a negotiation. It seems that the Lord is a blessing. Guojia laughed. Yanfu is a fart, I haven't seen it yet, and I don't know what it looks like. For today's wedding, Ye Tian also specially dressed as Yui, riding a red rabbit, looking quite festive. Of course, these are just face-saving efforts. Since he wants to marry Zhang Xiu, Ye Tian can't be too casual. If he makes his brother-in-law angry and suddenly regrets it. Haha, my lord, I know that you have high vision. There are two great beauties at home, and ordinary beauties are really difficult to get into your eyes. You can just do it. It's okay to sacrifice for the future of Suzhou, haha. Guojia laughed. Hey, why are you so happy when I'm unlucky? I think you're still a bachelor now. Do you want me to find one for you? Ye Tian was speechless. This kid laughed so much when he saw this kind of thing. Must be jealous of the young man surrounded by beauties. Your sister, it is really careless to make friends. Let's say goodbye. You are so romantic, lord, and you are looking around. The ones that look good are all in your arms. The rest of the ant is probably mine. Guojia knew Ye Tian that well. In front of ordinary people is Kunzi, in front of beautiful women, it is quite rude, a standard lust #wolf. Ye Tian shook his head and chuckled, sighed, and said, I have a general understanding of Wanjinj's troops. There are about 50,000 troops and 5,000 horses. The cavalry regiment should be able to be established. Then, what will the 50,000 strong army master plan to deal with? Guojia asked. Temporarily stationed in Wanjinj, but I think it's time to break up. The 50,000 strong army is Zhang Xiu's direct line, and Ye Tian is still a little worried that he will rebel. If he doesn't break up, the potential crisis will be very big. Guo Jia shook his head and said lightly, I don't think it is necessary. If the army is dispersed, it will not make it clear that the Lord does not believe in Zhang Xiu, but it will lead to his dissatisfaction. In my opinion, Wanqing's army will continue. Let Zhang Xiu lead it. The Lord only needs to be courteous to the person next to him. I think as long as he is there, the entire Wanqing will be solid. Moreover, if the Lord wants to rule Jingzhou, he will also help the Lord very much. After all, BOCAO is my main job, and if I leave Pengcheng for one more day, I will be a little more worried, for fear that CAO will invade Pengcheng South and catch us by surprise. Pengcheng is our route, and we will never allow the slightest mistake. Okay, just as you said. Ye Tian nodded and smiled. His name is Jia Su, and he is a strategist who is no weaker than you. When Guo Si attacked Chang'an, it was his attention. You must have a good chance to learn from each other when you have the opportunity. Haha, I have long seen that this person's identity is not simple. Feng Xiao will congratulate the Lord first and then get a good talent. I believe that in the not too distant future, the huge world will definitely belong to the Lord. Guojia laughed. Now that Suzhu's power is getting bigger and bigger, there is a faint trend of catching up with the Yuan brothers, and he has seen a more brilliant future. Ye Tian also burst into laughter. As long as the three kingdoms are unified, he will be able to complete the task. A group of people stationed in Zhang Mansion, whistling and beating, ate carrying a large sedan chair and a clever matchmaker. It was very lively. In order to marry Ye Tian, Zhang Xiaolong's prestige was still quite big. Even if he entertained his relatives and friends, he even invited all the officials in Wanqing, for fear that others would not know about it. Since it was just a formality, the wedding venue was set up in Zhang's house. When Ye Tian and his party arrived, Zhang Xiu immediately went out to greet him. After a few greetings, the wedding officially started. The bride was invited out, and Ye Tian also saw his future wife for the first time. Of course, with Yui covering his head and body, he naturally couldn't see the woman's appearance, but judging from her figure, it should not be very bad. 1 worships the heaven and the earth, 2 worships the high hall, and the husband and wife worship each other. After everything was done, Ye Tian called Guoqia, Zhang Xiu, Jia Su, and all the officials who declined the toast, and entered the study. Everyone was seated, and after the tea was served, Ye Tian looked at Zhang Xiu with a smile and teased, "Brother-in-law, we are now a family, the family doesn't talk about the two families, should my brother-in-law also fulfill his promise?" Haha. Lord, oh no, brother-in-law, don't worry, I'll do it right away, brother-in-law just needs to send someone to hand over, I will celebrate my birthday, you bring your soldiers, haha. Zhang Xiu laughed and solved the top priority in his heart. He can finally relax and enjoy this wonderful time quietly. Hee, brother-in-law, I guess you must be thinking too much. From now on, I will trouble you to take care of the city. Ye Tian shrugged and said, actually, I don't want to, but I see you being so leisurely, I feel uncomfortable, so, you should lead the 50,000 army in Wanqing, I only need the 5,000 horses. Zhang Xiu. Is this bullying? However, Zhang Xiu was indeed a little touched. This brother-in-law is really interesting. It really means that he is not a family if he does not enter the house. He handed over the 50,000 strong army to himself. Obviously, his brother-in-law trusted him enough. Based on this, Zhang Xiu felt that marriage was the right move. By the way, when Jia Su, I'm really sorry that you don't squeeze your talents. I don't agree with you, you stay in Wanqing all day and enjoy the happiness. Now the whole Jingzhou is headless and a mess, it's you who show it off. If you are willing, I will make you the prefect of Jingzhou, in charge of the military and political affairs of Jingzhou. Ye Tian looked at Jia Su and asked for his opinion. This, Lord, the so-called meritorious deeds are not rewarded, and the subordinates have no credit for Suzhu. As soon as he takes office, he is the prefect. I am afraid that others will not accept it. Jiasu responded. The prefect is not a petty official, but he is equivalent to the existence of a state shepherd. Except for Yetian, he is the largest, and he is equivalent to the secretary of the provincial party committee and governor of Yetian's previous life. Yetian waved his hand, shook his head and chuckled, when he, now is a special period, and only you can be the prefect of Jingzhou. We captured Xiangyang not long ago, and I am afraid that we will soon occupy the whole of Jingzhou. There is no one to take care of the territory, which is very worrying. Feng Xiao wants to manage the military affairs of Suzhu and pay close attention to Cao's movements. He must not have the time to manage the affairs of Jingzhou, so I want you to go to Xiangyang and issue Suzhu's decree. Be considerate of the people's sentiments, and bring back the shaken people's hearts. In addition, the construction of the army must be carried out as soon as possible, and soon I will go south and take the entire Jingzhou into my pocket. Chapter 75_SARS. Originally, Yetian was still worried that Jingzhou was unmanaged, but now Jiasu has surrendered. It can be said that God helped Yetian. Since the Lord said so, then when he should be respectful rather than obeying his orders and share the worries for the Lord. Jiasu smiled. In fact, our Lao comrade Jia's mood at the moment must be as bright as a blooming flower. The dream of many years is finally coming true. No, it should be said that it has already come true. The duty of a counselor is to assist the Lord of Ming and share his worries for the Lord. Although he has not met a few times, Jiasu can be sure that this Yetian will surely create a historical miracle and become a Ming Kun. After everything was settled, Yetian finally felt relieved and handed over the huge Jingzhou to Jiasu for management. He was very relieved. Hey, the settlement of Jingzhou has also gone to a piece of my heart disease. Brother-in-law will take yours. The right arm was dug away. I hope you don't mind. Haha, where and how, when has he really shouldn't be in my small place. If when he really can make a breakthrough, my face will be bright. Zhang Xiu laughed. His goal has been achieved. As for Jiasu's stay, he wouldn't care. Zhang Xiu also knew that with Jiasu's ingenuity, staying here would only compromise his talents. Yetian smiled, rolled his eyes, and suddenly asked, "That, little brother-in-law, I still don't know your sister's name. If you go to the bridal chamber later, if you even have the name of your wife I don't know, then I probably don't have a place to put my face." I really didn't think about this. Zhang Xiu was stunned, then smiled. My sister is not my real sister, her name is Zhou Yun, she is a god sister I recognize. Zhou Yun. Yetian Vivi frowned. This name, how does it sound familiar? Could it be that this woman is the Zhou family, one of the top 10 beauties of the Three Kingdoms, Zhang Xiaozi's aunt? Yes, it must be her. It seems that Zhang Xiu has studied her own family, surrounded by two peerless beauties, and perhaps only the Zhou family in the entire Wanqing can penetrate her own eyes. Although he guessed Zhou Yun's identity, Yetian didn't reveal it. Everyone knew it. It was just a form. After talking about the matter, Zhang Xiu ordered someone to bring good wine and good food. It was getting late, and the four of them had almost finished drinking, so Yetian got up and retired, and walked to the new house under the leadership of the maid. Thinking that the woman he married was the Zhou family, Yetian felt hot for no reason. As a modern person, he did not have much resistance to whether a woman had ever been married. On the contrary, a woman who was familiar with her body was more attractive to him. Zhou Yun, what kind of woman is she? Yetian is looking forward to it. When it comes to the Zhou family, Yetian can't help but think of another person. In 2003, when SARS was the most violent, there was a joke circulating on the internet, which was called the earliest record of SARS. It is said that Cao was defeated in the Battle of Wanchenge, but thanks to Admiral Dianwei's life to save him, he was able to escape. Afterwards, Cao sighed, "SARS, my life is over." Of course, this joke is relatively poorly made, reflecting the author's poor knowledge of ancient Chinese. When Cao addressed Dian Wei in that situation, he might call him Wei, General Dian, Dian Shi, but he would not call him a single word Dian. However, speaking of that defeat, it was indeed a rare fiasco for Cao. As the #1 military strategist in the Three Kingdoms period, Cao fought many defeats in his life. The most famous is of course the Battle of Chibi, which was burned by Zhou Yu, and the dream of unifying the whole country was shattered. But even in such a defeat, his famous civil servants, Admiral, had basically nothing to lose. Only in the Battle of Wanchenge, not only Dian Wei, the #1 general in the army, but also Cao Anmin, his nephew, and his eldest son, Cao Ang, were killed. This can be regarded as the most painful experience for Lao Cao. And it was a woman who caused this tragic experience. Cao was lecherous by nature, and he was like Ye Tian himself in his life. The women Lao Cao came into contact with did not have 3 digits but also 2 digits. This one alone has brought the greatest pain to the wind wanderer who has lived among the thousands of flowers. It was in the spring of the second year of Jianan in the Eastern Han Dynasty, AD 197, when Cao, who took the emperor to order the princes, led his army to attack the warlord Zhang Xiu in Wanchenge. Zhang Xiu saw that Cao was strong and had orders from the emperor, so he accepted Jiasu's advice and surrendered to Cao. It was originally expected to be a bloody battle, but who would have thought that it would be so easy to win without a fight? Of course Cao was very happy, so he brought his nephew, Cao Anmin, to the streets to take a look and see, which was considered to be an investigation of the people's sentiments. While walking around, I inadvertently saw a woman who was quite beautiful #Yan. Cao's heart moved, and when he returned to the building, he asked Cao Anmin to go and find out whose beauty this was. Cao Anmin, a clever ghost, knew his uncle's thoughts long ago, and soon came back to report that the beautiful woman was the widow of Zhang Xiu's uncle Zhang Ji, also known as Zhang Xiu's aunt, Mrs. Zhou, who is now a widow. Cao was full of fun, and Kabuto poured a spoonful of cold water on his head. He couldn't help sighing, "Why is this so unfortunate?" Cao Anmin said, "Uncle, what's so unfortunate about this? Since ancient times, widow remarriage is justified, let alone being a nephew, how can you interfere in the marriage of your aunt?" Lao Cao was originally a person who did not play cards according to the rules. Hearing this, he was greatly relieved. That night, Cao Anmin took the Zhou family into the tent. Emotional needs finally prevailed over political reason. In Romance of the Three Kingdoms, this passage is described more vividly. One day Cao got drunk and went back to the bedroom, and he privately asked left and right, "Is there any prostitutes in the city?" Cao Anmin, Cao's elder brother, knew what Cao wanted, so he secretly said, "Last night, my little nephew caught a glimpse of the house. On the side, there was a woman who was born very beautiful, and I asked her, she was the wife of Zhang Ji, the embroidered uncle." When Cao heard this, he ordered Anmin to lead 50 armored soldiers to take her. After a while, take it to the army. "See, it's really beautiful." When asked about his surname, the woman replied, "My concubine is the wife of Zhang Ji's wife, Zhou." Cao said, "Does my wife know me?" Because of his wife, Turner Zhang Xiu came down, otherwise, the family will be exterminated. Mrs. Zhou said, "I really feel the grace of rebirth." "Rich, how is it?" Mrs. Zhou thanked him. It was night, and they lived together in the tent. In the middle, CAO was completely written as a pure womanizer, without considering the possible risks at all. And after seeing the Zhou family, it was a cliché of coercion and inducement. This is quite similar to the way the French Emperor Napoleon conquered the ladies from all over the world more than 1,000 years later. Although it is a little derogatory, it also writes CAO very straightforwardly. In a word, whether it was coercion or enticement, or mutual affection, Mrs. Zhou was taken to the bedroom by Brother Fuck.